Chapter 1. He has arrived. The moonlit night unfurls like a profound ink-wash painting, quietly revealing itself upon the stage of the cosmos. The moonlight, bashfully hidden within the embrace of dark clouds, drapes this extraordinary evening in a veil of mystery. Tian, clad in a cloak of night, strides with confidence, his eyes shimmering with a fervent yearning for the unknown, while beside him, the old sword master bears the weight of countless tales etched upon his visage, his gaze profound, imbued with the brilliance and regrets of a bygone era. Confronted with the laws of the world, we are but specks of dust. The old sword master speaks steadily, his words imbued with the wisdom that comes from the passage of time, each syllable seemingly capable of stirring long-forgotten ripples deep within the soul. Yet I firmly believe that at the pivotal moments of fate, those who dare to explore will unveil the true visage of reality. Upon hearing these words, a resolute smile graces Tian's lips. Senior, your words ring true. I believe that as long as there is light within the heart, darkness cannot obstruct the path ahead. I shall use these hands to dispel the fog and seek the answers that belong to me. The two meld seamlessly into the night, approaching the ramparts of the Moon Clan Kingdom, where feeble flames seem to whisper ancient legends. The merchant garments Tian retrieves from his pack appear unremarkable. Yet under the moonlight, they glimmer with a peculiar sheen, a gift from the system, his first treasure, each thread woven with extraordinary power. As Tian marvels at the enchanted cloak bestowed by the system, a gentle, mechanical voice reverberates in his mind, heralding new challenges and opportunities. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the witch's cloak, which harbors the powers of ancient witches. Before the system's words conclude, Tian eagerly embraces the transformations. The cloak brings its lightness, feels almost ethereal, yet it undeniably shelters him, bestowing an unprecedented sense of security. Though the old sword master grumbles about lost years that preclude him from possessing such a treasure, the envy and anticipation in his eyes betray his true feelings. With the system's aid, they seem to possess the potential to challenge anything that stands in their way. Beneath the moonlight, the old sword master casts a solitary figure, sharing tales of past glories and losses, those mistakes born from youthful impulsiveness that bind his soul like shackles. Yet, his encounter with Tian serves not only as a jest of fate, but also as a spark igniting hope. If time could flow backward, I would choose differently. The old sword master's voice is low and raspy, revealing his reflections on the past. He gazes at Tian, his eyes brimming with indescribable emotions, expectations to entrust unfulfilled dreams to the younger generation and hopes for new possibilities. The silhouette of the Moon Clan Kingdom flickers in the darkness, its opulent palaces resembling a dream, awaiting the brave to explore under the old sword master's guidance. They become phantoms of the night, utilizing the protection of the Golden Bell and the invisibility of the witch's cloak to silently infiltrate the city. Tian's curiosity about the history of the Golden Bell is piqued. The system reveals that it is not merely a defensive artifact, but also a key to ancient wisdom. Senior, with you by my side, I am even more convinced that fate has paved our path. Tian speaks with a light-hearted tone, his eyes ablaze with determination and insatiable pursuit of the unknown and a striving for mastery over his destiny. Hearing this, the old sword master feels his inner worries ease slightly. Looking at the vibrant Tian, he sees a reflection of his younger self. Such resolve and courage evoke a bittersweet sense of pride and nostalgia. Silently, he prays that this adventure will not only fulfill Tian's quest, but also provide a chance for his own soul's liberation. As night deepens, Tian finds himself amidst dense thickets, a kilometer from the walls of the Moon Clan Kingdom. His gaze is fervent, fixed upon the kingdom ahead. Hey, don't look so intense, as if you harbor a deep-seated vendetta. You're always so tense, it's as if someone owes you money. The old sword master urges, discerning Tian's anxious thoughts. Now is not the time to dwell on the kingdom. We must remain calm. The two adjust their mindsets and don the merchant attire they had prepared, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Although their appearance may seem somewhat ludicrous, they are ready in disguise. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimes. Ding dong, a random reward, a witch's cloak. Tian's heart leaps, filled with anticipation. This familiar voice rekindles his excitement, signaling yet another delightful offering from the system. While each gift from the system brings him joy, he is also mindful that understanding these items requires considerable time and effort. However, it is precisely this honing that accelerates his growth. After all, the system is a crucial ally. Without his innate talent, he could not have achieved his current stature. The synergy between them enhances his capabilities immensely. Whoosh! A flash of purple light appears, revealing a cloak before Ing Tian. Ding dong. Additional functionality activated. Would you like to view it immediately? The system's voice resonates once more, and Ing Tian is filled with curiosity, eager to discover the surprises that await him. Chapter 2. Curiosity strikes. Ing Tian accepts the system. Open it immediately. Before Ing Tian's words could settle, the system's glow radiates once more, and an invisible screen materializes before him. This screen, evidently conjured by the system, pulses with rich essence, as if imbued with life, steeped in profound depth. Only those of exceptional strength could wield such potent energy. As the saying goes, curiosity may kill the cat. Yet at this moment, it bestows upon Ing Tian boundless wonder and joy. He fiddles with the witch's cloak, the purple aura shimmering across its fabric. The old sword master observes, his eyes brimming with envy as each treasure materializes in Ing Tian's hands, his admiration impossible to conceal. What is this? It doesn't seem particularly special, just a cloak. The old sword master inquires with curiosity. Ding dong. The system rewards the translation query function. Would you like to activate it immediately? The system's voice chimes at an opportune moment, and the old sword master remains silent. Activate it now. Without hesitation, Ing Tian's excitement surges as the system's user-friendly design finally brings forth convenience. I didn't expect the system to be so considerate, providing a translation query function. This spares me the effort of research, saving a great deal of trouble. Ing Tian muses silently, reflecting on his previous grievances with the system. With a beaming smile, he toys with the cloak, seemingly indifferent to its significance. The old sword master watches from the side, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ding dong. This treasure is known as the witch's cloak, capable of withstanding external physical assaults, and even renders attacks from weapons imbued with true essence ineffective. Additional attributes. It provides warmth or dissipates heat in extreme temperatures. It possesses innate stealth and invisibility capabilities. It grants the ability to fly. Ing Tian's eyes widen in disbelief at the abundance of attributes. In the face of such revelations, he finds himself momentarily speechless. Ha 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 ha. By the heavens, this system has gifted me with such a treasure. In such dire circumstances, the system has provided me with such a fine instrument. It's truly a timely boon. The old sword master, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily loses his composure, as the system seems to consistently offer tangible assistance to Ing Tian, viewing him as the chosen one. Alas, if only I had been more discerning in my youth, I would not have fallen to such depths today. The old sword master reflects with profound emotion. Indeed, the old sword master's downfall lay in his narrow perspective. Chapter title: The activation of the system's translation query function. The witch's cloak emerges. Years ago, due to misplaced trust, he lost his path. Yet through a sliver of persistence, his soul remained tethered to the world. Following an accident with magma, his spirit was accepted by the laws of the world, and the system recognized him as part of the world's rules. Reflecting on these memories, the old sword master feels both sorrow and envy. In the face of the current predicament, he understands that without comparison, there is no pain, and maintaining composure is crucial. The old sword master can no longer afford to dwell on the treasures in Ing Tian's possession. He urges them to hasten toward the Moon Clan kingdom to attend to their matters, for time is of the essence, and delay is not an option. Chapter 3. Awaiting good news. Forcing an inquiry into the Golden Bell. Murmured Ing Tian. It seems that utilizing this method will consume quite a bit of time, wouldn't it? You stubborn old fellow. Pinching pennies like a miser, unwilling to divulge anything. Why not let the system assist us in our search? Li Zishuan suggested with a cunning smile. Perhaps it would be swifter than you speaking directly. Ding dong. The system's inquiry function has been activated. Please enter the search content. The system's prompt echoed. Query the golden bell in Old Sword God's possession. Ying Tian ordered impatiently. Old Sword God, upon hearing this, was left utterly dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Ying Tian. You rascal, I am truly at a loss for words. Does this require an inquiry? Why not simply ask me? My knowledge of it is no less than that of the system. His heart brimmed with helplessness and indignation. Very well, I shall see what marvels this golden bell possesses. As soon as Ying Tian's words fell, he suddenly recalled to activate the system's inquiry function. As his voice faded, a radiant light flashed before them, visible only to their eyes. Ding dong. The system's inquiry has been completed. Shall I provide the results immediately? The system inquired. Provide them immediately. Ying Tian urged. Ding dong. Golden bell name. Golden bell. Characteristics. Indestructible. Invisibility effect. The system's inquiry information has been fully provided. Shall I close? The system asked. Close. Ying Tian sighed in relief. Ha. I thought it to be something significant. Yet it is merely an invisibility artifact, lacking even the flight capability of my simulated treasure. Ying Tian scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Rascal, you seem rather full of yourself today, relying entirely on the system's assistance. Old Sword God retorted discontentedly. What are you boasting about? This is merely external aid, not your own ability. All right, let us set off. Time is of the essence, and we must not delay our plans. Ying Tian, unwilling to linger on the topic, seized the opportunity to change the subject. With that, the two figures flickered and leapt forth from the dark thicket. One donned a witch's cloak, while the other concealed himself within the golden bell, both relying on their respective treasures for invisibility as they advanced cautiously. Old man, do not rush ahead. Be wary of triggering traps or encountering magical arrays, or it could spell disaster, Ying Tian cautioned. Upon hearing this, Old Sword God paused his steps, then proceeded with utmost caution. At critical moments, he remained remarkably composed. He muttered to himself as he walked out on the city walls. Soldiers stood alert, wielding sharp weapons. While beyond the walls, tranquility reigned. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring fine sand that produced a whistling sound. Old Sword God and Ying Tian stealthily approached. At the same moment, in the kingdom of Yu, Li Zixuan was heartbroken, utterly unprepared for her father's words that compelled her to leave. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she gradually succumbed to sleep. In the brightly lit room, Li Buran quietly approached, and upon confirming that Li Zixuan had not yet fallen asleep, he used his true energy to sense the atmosphere within the room. With his superb skills and formidable strength, Li Buran easily detected Li Zixuan's presence. Moments later, having confirmed her safety, he gently pushed the door open and walked toward her. Chapter 4. Sacrificing family for the greater good. A reluctant compromise. I can only do my utmost to protect you. Li Buran sighed helplessly, then retrieved an ancient, pitch-black wooden box from his waist. The box was adorned with archaic patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Wisps of black mist seemed to flicker within. Despite the room being brightly lit, the light did not diminish. Li Buran's figure vanished into the darkness after closing the door. Oh, this child. I truly cannot do anything about her. She insists on venturing forth. His heart was heavy with worry. If this continues day after day, you will only suffer, and I cannot bear to see you in pain. Li Buran well understood his daughter's playful nature, recognizing her yearning for adventure. Now, he had no choice but to concede. Sigh. Li Buran's eyes brimmed with helplessness as he gazed affectionately at his daughter. He knew he could not prevent her from leaving the kingdom of Yu in search of new horizons. He understood that this day would inevitably arrive. Li Zixuan had long made up her mind to depart from this land and explore the unknown world. Chapter 104. Sacrificing family for the greater good. A reluctant yielding. I can only ensure your safety. Li Buran shook his head in resignation, unfastening an ancient black wooden box from his waist. The glossy black surface of the box, combined with its ancient patterns, emitted a mysterious aura. Occasional wisps of faint black smoke emerged from the seams. Though the room was bright, the candlelight continued to flicker. Unaffected, Li Buran's figure vanished into the depths of darkness after closing the door. Oh, this child. I truly cannot do anything about her. She insists on leaving. His heart was filled with helplessness. If danger arises, I shall entrust this heirloom to you, he thought, hoping it would protect his daughter. If she encountered misfortune outside, it might at least save her life. Li Buran gazed at his daughter with concern. If any unfortunate accident were to occur, how could he, as a father, bear it? With a sigh, Li Buran's figure faded away across the vast expanse of the kingdom of Yu, where they had lived for so long. The lights within the room remained bright, unchanged. Late at night, Li Zixuan stirred slightly in her slumber. rubbing her hazy eyes and surveying the empty surroundings. Faced with the pitch-black night, she felt a profound emptiness. Her father's lack of understanding and overprotectiveness filled her heart with grievance and sorrow. Once, she had genuinely loved this place, but years of confinement had bred weariness within her. She had longed for her father to understand her desire to see the world, but his constraints had only tightened. How infuriating! How could my father be like this? Li Zixuan exclaimed in frustration, slamming her palm against the table, feelings of dissatisfaction surging forth. The black wooden box on the table trembled from her action. Nearly toppling over, a dull thud drew her attention. She hurried over to the source of the sound, only to find an ordinary black box, devoid of decoration. This unremarkable box fell to the ground. But she paid it no mind, as her emotions were now tumultuous, filled with grievance and anger. For years, she had strived to gain her father's understanding, yearning for the freedom to venture outside. Yet now, her father's control had grown more stringent, even threatening to ruin her cultivation, which left her seething with rage. In such circumstances, she could only accept reality, her heart filled with confusion and curiosity. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the entire room, the previously faint candlelight instantly swallowed by the brilliance. Chapter 2. The radiance. Li Zixuan looked in astonishment at the source of the light, where a shining object lay scattered on the ground. Dazzling her eyes. What is this? Such a miraculous effect, illuminating the entire room. Her thoughts raced as she speculated about the nature of this object. Without a moment's hesitation, she gathered her courage and picked it up. As soon as she touched it, she felt an intense heat, as if it were thousands of degrees. Fortunately, her profound cultivation spared her from being burned. This shock heightened her alertness while simultaneously igniting her curiosity about this mysterious item. In this environment she had inhabited for years, the sudden appearance of such a treasure left her astounded. A surge of questions and curiosity compelled her to investigate. This time, she approached cautiously, enveloping herself in true energy as she neared this extraordinary discovery. She quickly picked up the remarkable item from the ground, clutching it tightly in her hand. This time, her palm did not feel as scorching as before. She could still distinctly discern the form of this extraordinary object. Its surface shimmered with a soft golden light, interwoven with patterns resembling stars, translucent and radiant. This sight elevated Li Zixuan's spirits, her mood lifting. She sensed that this extraordinary item seemed to possess a breath of life, continuously infusing her being, sharpening her consciousness. What a remarkable object, concealing such a treasure. Where did it come from? Li Zixuan's heart brimmed with curiosity, for this was her home of many years. She knew every inch of this land, every flower and tree, intimately. The sudden emergence of this extraordinary item filled her with wonder. This curiosity heightened her vigilance, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging within her. She leapt swiftly, bursting out of the door and soaring to the rooftop. Under the moonlight, the night was bright, yet it had long lost the vitality of the day. The kingdom of Yu seemed to slumber, devoid of life. Li Zixuan anxiously surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the densely packed houses. The bright moon hung in the sky, surrounded by an endless darkness with no stars to adorn it. The moonlight appeared as a beacon amidst the darkness, eternal in its brilliance yet destined to fall. Li Zixuan searched intently, hoping to catch a glimpse of a mysterious figure. If she could find a clue, her confusion would ease, and she would not feel so lost and helpless. She could not help but ponder, from where had this object come? Such a treasure appearing in my room without reason must surely signify something. Li Zixuan murmured on the rooftop, her thoughts racing. She contemplated the sudden appearance of this treasure and its connection to herself. Her inner sense of crisis growing ever stronger. Desperately, she attempted a certain secret technique, her true energy instantly radiating outward, enveloping the vicinity for dozens of kilometers. She sought to trace the mysterious figure hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, Li, who had been silently observing, watched Li Zixuan's frantic movements, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Given the conflict of the day, he felt it inappropriate to intervene, choosing instead to watch from the shadows. He knew he should inform Li Zixuan, but out of respect for their bond, he opted for silence. Li Zixuan felt bewildered by the sudden appearance of this extraordinary treasure, unsure of who had placed it in her room. This treasure was invaluable, a rarity in the world. He was attempting to uncover clues through arcane methods, but to no avail. At that moment, Li Zixuan, with her profound cultivation, sensed an unusual movement nearby. A flying dagger was hurtling towards him at great speed. However, his advanced skills allowed him to effortlessly evade the dagger and catch it with delight, only to discover that it bore a letter. He swiftly unfolded it and read, "This is a gift from me to you. Keep it safe and only use it in dire times. This sentiment is given freely and requires no repayment." What could this mean? Who sent it? This is akin to the family treasure, Crimson Dragon. Li Zixuan was taken aback, secretly cursing the mysterious sender. Achoo! A sneeze erupted from Li Buran's nose. Who is slandering me from the shadows? He grumbled, lurking in the darkness, casting a discontented gaze at Li Zixuan atop the roof. Confusion mingled with anger as he seemed to grasp something. This ungrateful daughter dares to criticize me. I had benevolently offered her a clan treasure for her protection, yet she shows no gratitude. How outrageous! Regret welled up within him. Had he known, he would not have bestowed it upon her. Li Buran continued to murmur curses in the shadows, yet his eyes betrayed a softness and compassion. He understood his daughter's temperament well. As a father, he could only protect her through seemingly harsh means. Though Li Zixuan was still young, she stood firm in her beliefs, convinced that her father was deliberately making things difficult for her without granting her a moment's respite. The situation regarding Elder Qing was not as she had hoped, and for now, she could only acquiesce, accepting this method of safeguarding her. On the rooftop, Li Zixuan was wholly absorbed in searching the Yu Kingdom for any possible leads. She was determined not to overlook even the slightest opportunity to trace the mysterious figure. Should she fail, she would still remain grateful, for the enigmatic benefactor had generously bestowed upon her such a precious treasure. A subtle sensation coursed from her palm to every corner of her being, a strange comfort enveloping her atop the roof. She had never experienced anything like it. She lifted her hand, gazing at the treasure in her palm as one might admire a beautiful woman. The crystalline object filled her heart with joy. With her keen observational skills, Li Zixuan suddenly discerned some clues. This treasure appeared not to be an ordinary weapon, but rather akin to a pill. Could there truly exist such a powerful elixir in the world? Ying Tian, standing nearby, marveled in awe, continuously praising the treasure in his grasp. He had never imagined that it was, in fact, a pill, seemingly imbued with vitality, emanating a life force that bestowed upon Li Zixuan boundless energy. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Li Buran sensed something amiss. How could this daughter of his not even recognize this as a pill? This is our family's heirloom, heart-protecting pill. Its capabilities are extraordinary, rumored to bring the dead back to life. How regrettable that such a miraculous treasure has come to her so easily. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, feeling a pang of sorrow for his family heirloom. Although he loved his daughter dearly, he felt discomfort by how effortlessly she received such a gift. He did not require it for himself, considering his martial prowess sufficient, yet for those young and ambitious, this pill could be a lifesaver in critical moments. This treasure is like a resurrection armor. Today I bestow it upon you. Do not let your brother down. Do not, as others say, squander such a precious divine medicine. Li Zixuan leaped down from the roof and sat on a chair inside. Her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at the treasure, her previous displeasure seemingly dissipated. On the walls of the Yu Kingdom, two clandestine figures moved swiftly, utilizing the treasure's invisibility effect to stealthily approach the walls. The guards atop the walls remained oblivious, and with the treasure's ability to mask their presence, they decided to test the waters. Meanwhile, Ying Tian observed the quiet Yu Kingdom, confirming that the surroundings were devoid of people before suggesting they rest for the night. Resuming their journey at dawn, the old sword god readily agreed, and the two quietly entered the Yu Kingdom. In Li Zixuan's brightly lit room, she reveled in the joy of her newfound treasure, contemplating her future cultivation plans. However, the radiance of the treasure seemed exceedingly dim, filling the entire room with its glow. Such a precious treasure would surely find its way to a fated individual. It would undoubtedly assist me in my endeavors, Li Zixuan murmured to herself, gazing at the treasure in her hand. Her longing to explore the outside world intensified. With such a precious item, traveling should no longer pose a challenge. Even if she encountered ill intentions, this treasure would ensure her safety. Would I truly fear them? Moreover, with my strength, there are but a few who can rival me in this realm. Li Zixuan yearned to venture forth. As thoughts of her aging father at home surged within her, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Alas, it cannot be helped. Just as those words left her lips, the candlelight illuminating the room suddenly extinguished. A shadow stepped out of the doorway, a package draped over its shoulder, the once delicate attire now transformed into that of a young gentleman. Despite having not left home for many years, Li Zixuan had acquired some worldly wisdom under Li Buran's guidance, fully aware of the inconveniences a woman would face while wandering outside. Thus, she hurriedly donned male garments. This attire not only enhanced her masculinity but also accentuated her delicate features. Her slender figure, fair skin, and long hair made it difficult to immediately discern her gender. All right, it is time to leave. Any further delay may awaken father. Though Li Zixuan spoke of departing, her heart lingered with reluctance. With her personal desires unfulfilled, she resolved to accomplish her wishes before repaying her father's nurturing kindness. The sound of her footsteps echoed on the floorboards. The sounds from outside had long faded, and a vague silhouette swayed in the distance. The next morning, Ying Tian awoke. After hastily freshening up, he called upon the old sword god. Old man, rise quickly. The sun is nearly at our backs. We are going to investigate the Yu Kingdom and learn about its geography and specifics. Ying Tian clambered beside the old sword goddess bed, who, being of advanced age, could scarcely tolerate such clamor. A pained expression crossed his face. All right, enough. I will get up. Can't you see? What are you shouting about? Quickly bring the washing items. You are truly bothersome. The old sword god pushed Ying Tian away, sitting on the edge of the bed, cursing as he urged them to depart. Let us hasten and see what the Yu Kingdom is truly like. Ying Tian paid no mind, his focus still keen on gathering information about the Yu Kingdom. Once the old sword god had completed his morning routine, the two organized themselves and stepped outside. The lively street scene overwhelmed their senses. Look at all these vendors, such a crowd. It seems the Yu Kingdom is well governed, provided there are no wars. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew somber. He was acutely aware of the causes of war. Were there no conflict, the common folk would lead stable lives. Surely, this is preferable to the chaos of war. Indeed, he loathed the senseless strife that hindered the unification of Daqin, countless evils beyond counting. Alas, without a nation to unify the land, war would perpetuate in a vicious cycle. The two remained discreet, relying on the treasure to mask their presence, blending into the crowd. Suddenly, Ying Tian felt an unusual sensation. As if someone were watching him from the shadows. It made him uncomfortable, akin to countless ants crawling upon his skin, provoking a prickling sensation. He turned to the old sword god and said, I sense danger. Let us hide for a moment. I believe someone is tailing us. Upon hearing this, the old sword god felt a wave of unease. Observing the bustling street, Ying Tian's heart raced, sensing the presence of a covert follower. The old sword god, unaware of the surrounding abnormality, felt a sense of loss as he scanned the vibrant scene, the lively sounds seemingly devoid of a pursuer. Yet, after listening to Ying Tian's description, he sensed something was amiss. Ying Tian continued to look around, noticing some oddities, as if indeed someone was following them. He caught sight of a nervous young girl weaving through the crowd, and the old sword god inadvertently turned his gaze towards her. Chapter 8. The beautiful young girl captivating ordinary souls. This young woman possessed a delicate appearance, with a straight nose and a petite face, her rosy complexion adding to her allure. Her exquisite beauty left those nearby with their mundane looks utterly entranced. Amidst the bustling crowd, such a unique sight was rare. Even the old sword god found himself deeply captivated by the young girl. Ying Tian surveyed the area, clearly searching for the mysterious figure that had unsettled him. However, when he turned to look at the old sword god, he found the latter's eyes wide open, his expression one of astonishment. Following his gaze, Ying Tian realized the focus of the old sword god's attention was the young girl he had previously overlooked. As Ying Tian's focus returned to the striking beauty, an indescribable flutter surged through his heart, as if pierced by a sharp arrow. Oh no, this is the feeling of infatuation. A trace of unease coursed through Ying Tian. He gently shook his head, striving to dispel such distractions. His purpose in this journey was to gather intelligence about the Yu Kingdom. He could not allow other matters to divert his attention. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as a slap rang out. The old sword god, startled, turned around but found no one behind him. Then, a mischievous face appeared, causing him to stumble back in fright, only to step on a stone and lose his balance, tumbling to the ground with a series of pained yelps. Chapter 109. Ying Tian senses a crisis. The old sword god grows ever more valiant. Observing the scene before him, the Suona fell silent, only to be unable to suppress a hearty laugh shortly thereafter. How could the old sword god allow such an opportunity for mockery to pass him by? He fixed his gaze upon Ying, fuming with indignation, stamping his feet and pointing accusingly. You rascal, how dare you toy with me, nearly twisting my old bones. After uttering these words, the old sword god painfully steadied himself, grumbling, at my age, want it not to complain about uneven roads. You, with your youthful infatuations, should temper your enthusiasm. He further taunted, an old relic like me still wishing to pursue young maidens. Are you not a shameless wretch? Ying Tian regarded him with disdain, arms crossed, his eyes brimming with scorn. At such an advanced age, how can you still shamelessly entertain such thoughts? Upon hearing this, the old sword god became flustered, hastily defending himself. You cannot wrongly accuse me. Such rare beauty is merely an object of my admiration. I have done nothing to her. It is rather inappropriate for you to murmur such things. Given our long acquaintance, you ought to know my character. The old sword god stammered, evidently anxious to dispel any misunderstandings in Ying Tian's mind. Yet, Ying Tian was relentless. Enough, old relic. Do not think of that senior sister Dong anymore. A mere glance should suffice. His gaze was cold and unyielding. The old sword god, increasingly incensed, gasped for breath while leaning against his waist. You must take responsibility for my actions. What if I am but an old relic? Chapter 3. Calculations. With a composed demeanor, Ying Tian contemplated the plans ahead. Kid, you are formidable, I concede. He then shifted his attention to the young maiden. It is indeed rare to encounter a girl so exquisitely refined and ethereal. Stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Impudent brat, why do you continue to oppose me? Did we not agree to avert our gazes? Yet here you are, looking on with great interest. How tiresome. The old sword god muttered helplessly as the girl anxiously wove through the bustling streets. Seemingly aware of someone trailing her, carrying a bundle, the maiden's delicate frame stood out conspicuously amidst the throng. The lively street buzzed with a cacophony of sounds. Ingtian noticed her unease and cast his gaze into the distance. Just behind her, a group of imposing middle-aged men began to converge, appearing to harbor ill intentions towards her. The girl glanced back repeatedly, sensing danger. Upon realizing her peril, she quickened her pace, striving to maneuver through the crowd. Yet her hurried steps caused her to slip, her body swaying precariously as she teetered on the brink of losing her balance. With a heavy thud, she fell to the ground, pain causing her to grit her teeth as the men drew near. Desperate to rise, she appeared utterly disheveled. Focused solely on escaping them, she was just about to stand and flee when a burly arm suddenly seized her, yanking her into the throng, where a trio of burly men surrounded her, prompting the onlookers to recoil in alarm. Witnessing this injustice, how could Ingtian remain passive? His fury ignited upon seeing three brutish figures tormenting a defenseless girl. The old sword god turned around. Recognizing that Ingtian's focus was on the very maiden he had observed earlier, his anger boiling over. What a disgrace! To abduct a woman in broad daylight. Does the kingdom of the moon still uphold the law? The old sword god exclaimed in outrage. Unable to maintain his composure in the face of such injustice, he continued, "Quiet down. Our identities render us the kingdom's foremost enemies. Should we be exposed, it would spell doom for us all. All our efforts would be in vain. I understand your sense of injustice, but we cannot interfere in their affairs. More importantly, we must remain vigilant. Any lapse could prove catastrophic." Ingtian stammered in frustration, his heart heavy with concern for the situation. However, confronted with the trio of menacing brutes harassing a vulnerable girl, he could not remain silent. The calm of the crowd stood in stark contrast to the tension in the air. As the three men besieged the young maiden, still hoping to escape, "You think you can run from your debts?" one man bellowed, threatening the girl. "Unless you provide an explanation or repay your dues, you shall not leave. Even if it takes me to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down." He glared menacingly at her. A bystander attempted to intervene. "Do not act so harshly. While she is at fault, this is no way to treat her." Yet the muscular man remained unmoved, and others began to question his motives. The girl could not help but retort, but her voice was drowned out by a chorus of accusations as people shook their heads, some even pointing at her on the ground, blaming her actions. She felt a profound sense of anguish, helplessness, and fury. This predicament arose from her own impulsiveness. Li Zixuan, the girl who had run away from home. Remembering the previous affection she had received, she felt wronged. Now, subjected to such cruelty, far beyond her expectations, she was overwhelmed. At that moment, a hefty fist swung toward her head, and she instinctively raised her arm to defend herself. A scream echoed through the street as a tall young man stepped in front of her, causing the three men to recoil in fear. Ingtian seized the assailant, warning, "Do not interfere, or you will regret it." In the tense atmosphere, he channeled his energy, his arm's strength surging, instantly crushing the man's bones before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, as if the very space around them warped. Chapter 2. Violence begets violence. The fierce youth. The crowd gasped in terror at the spectacle, yet some audacious souls praised the young man who had stood up. What a formidable character. Such strength is indeed rare in this world. Someone marveled. "What are you saying? This boy has merely begun to reveal his prowess. How can one ascertain his true strength?" questioned another. "The two men have yet to retaliate. Who can predict the outcome?" Another interjected. "That man may simply have been slow to react," someone countered. "Not impossible. His strength is evidently extraordinary." Another insisted. "Otherwise, how could he cause such devastating destruction, creating such a massive pit in the ground?" Someone else pointed out. "Such terrifying power. Even if he claims otherwise, it is hard to believe." The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. If he lacked exceptional strength, how could he so effortlessly display such destructive capabilities? Someone firmly asserted. "Unless witnessed firsthand, I cannot believe it." Another argued, expressing skepticism that such feats could be accomplished through mere skills or techniques. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, no one could fully accept the young man's formidable prowess. This city undeniably harbored immense power, instilling a sense of dread within them. At such a tender age, coupled with such extraordinary talent, it was difficult for anyone to fathom the strength possessed by the youth before them. Amidst the chaos, it felt as though one were ensnared in a dream. A thick haze enveloped the area, the ground marred by two deep craters, clearly concealing the figures of the three men. Only intermittent wails echoed from the depths of the smoke. As the dust settled, two individuals emerged, battered and bruised, clearly not gravely injured, yet they had directly forfeited their lives. The old sword god observed this scene. Grasping Ying Tian's intent, it seems this lad has taken my words to heart. Otherwise, how could he have spared their lives? Pondering the implications, he realized that if matters escalated and they were discovered by the Light People, it could lead to trouble should the information leak. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon the old sword god's lips, knowing that this young man had indeed made progress, no longer resembling his former self. Please spare us, Great One. We shall never err again. We promise to behave from now on, they pleaded, kneeling before Ying Tian, their faces bruised and battered. Today I shall spare you, but you must ensure that you remain on the straight and narrow in the future. Ying Tian warned. How can I trust that you will not return to your wicked ways? What assurance can you give me? He interrogated. If I were to let you go so easily, it would likely lead to endless troubles down the line. They quickly responded, if you can spare us, we will serve you faithfully, alleviating any burdens you may have. Whatever you require, we are willing. The two battered men continued to bow and plead, desperate to preserve their lives. You ought to express your gratitude in some manner. Otherwise, I cannot discern whether your remorse is genuine or merely a fade, Ying Tian remarked with a sly smile, faced with Ying Tian's sardonic expression. The two men exchanged glances, pondering their predicament. We seem to have nothing of worth to offer. What should we do? One suggested, how about we offer our service to you, as long as it pleases you? We would risk life and limb without hesitation, they implored once more, kneeling in desperation. The imprints left by their kneeling forms were stark against the ground, their fear palpable, knowing that such an event would transpire today. Why did you persist? You were fully aware that this was wrong. Ying Tian's words fell like cold water upon their faces. Will you truly change in the future? Ying Tian questioned, the color draining from their faces as they trembled in terror. Ying Tian shook his head in resignation. Very well, I shall spare you today, but should you dare to act recklessly again, I will not be so forgiving. He turned to leave but suddenly pivoted around, his figure darting like lightning as he delivered a fierce kick towards the two men. They gasped, unable to express gratitude for his mercy before being sent flying by the force of his blow. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter and disdain. The gathered crowd, witnessing the valor of Ying Tian, erupted into applause and cheers, yet the young girl lying on the ground remained momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed upon him. Ying Tian turned back, ensuring the girl was unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to depart. Li Zishuan hastily grasped his arm. She looked at Ying Tian, her shyness causing her to lower her head. Her cheeks flushed, at a loss for words, merely leaning against him and tightly clutching his arm. Time seemed to stand still, the atmosphere laden with unspoken sentiments. What troubles you, my lady? Ying Tian inquired, his tone gentle yet infused with concern. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to voice it. Noticing the girl as continued silence, merely gripping the hem of her garment, Xiaonao interjected, rest assured, those two have been driven away by me. Should they dare to perpetrate any further mischief, I shall ensure they face justice. Encouraged by her words, the girl summoned her courage and lifted her gaze to Ying Tian. His straight nose, slender face, and vibrant demeanor stirred ripples of emotion within Li Zishuan. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness today. She shyly clutched at Ying Tian's garment, her eyes shimmering with a tenderness akin to flowing water. The onlookers, sensing the intimate moment, discreetly dispersed, unwilling to intrude upon the young couple's warmth. Ying Tian smiled faintly, then adopted a serious demeanor. There is no need for such formality. My lady, it was but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. I merely could not bear to see you, so delicate, being bullied by those three brutish men. They have been dealt with, so there is no need for concern now. Please attend to your own affairs. There is no obligation to repay me. Such trivialities are inconsequential. Ying Tian endeavored to alleviate the girl's discomfort. He had no need for anything in return, for his achievements were largely due to his own efforts. Devoid of reliance on others, how can I possibly accept this? You, sir, have acted with such valor. It would be utterly remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Li Zishuan stammered, her heart racing with anxiety. She was reluctant to slip away from the grasp of this handsome young man so easily. Moreover, encountering such an upright individual was a novelty for her, having had few opportunities to interact with the opposite sex. How could she afford to let go of such an extraordinary young man? Thus, she proposed, allow me to treat you to a bowl of noodles as my way of thanking you. I may not be of much assistance, but consider it a fulfillment of my unexpressed wish. Hearing the girl's last words, Ying Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head, promptly agreeing. Very well, since you insist, I have no reason to decline. They exchanged smiles, a blend of awkwardness and sweetness enveloping them. Ying Tian had never experienced such a sensation before. It was utterly delightful, marking his first encounter with the nuances of interaction between the sexes. At that moment, Li Buran emerged from the room, surveying the empty courtyard, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He knew his daughter would inevitably face peril. He wondered if she had the heart-protecting pill he had discreetly given her yesterday. Soon after, Li Guo arrived at the entrance of his daughter's room, gazing at the once familiar space, his heart heavy with worry. The vast courtyard felt desolate, devoid of companionship for shared conversation. Oh, that foolish girl. She truly will not relent until she reaches the Yellow River. His sighs were laden with concern. Li Buran entered Li Zixuan's room, which was neatly organized, though the disheveled bedding indicated that its occupant had left in the night. Noticing that the box containing the heart-protecting pill was missing, he felt a slight sense of relief. May you return safely. Whatever may come, I shall endure, Li Buran lamented, his eyes filled with apprehension, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. Let us go, let us go. What are we waiting for? Old fellow. Ying Tian called out to the old sword god beside the counter, waving his hand repeatedly. The old sword god approached without hesitation, then gazed intently at the girl beside Ying Tian, before casting a knowing look in Ying Tian's direction. Understanding immediately, Ying Tian hastily clarified, "Oh, she wishes to express her gratitude by inviting me for noodles." "Wait, I cannot refuse. Let us set off," he added. "You rascal, have you begun to stray from the path, taking advantage of a young girl?" The sword god chided lightly, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia at their similarities. "Let us focus on the matter at hand. There is no need to dwell on previous topics," the old sword god reminded Ying Tian, struggling to find the right words. Ying Tian, confronted with the elder's incessant comments, was at a loss for how to respond, merely casting a disdainful glance his way. Chapter 4. The meeting gift. Noticing Ying Tian's rudeness, the old sword god resolved to cease his comments to avoid any misunderstandings. For at over 70 years of age, he could easily be considered Ying Tian's grandfather, and being reprimanded by a younger generation was quite humiliating. Do as you wish. I shan't interfere. You may pursue whatever course you desire, the old sword god declared, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Ying Tian regarded the indifferent elder, choosing not to engage further and instead walking ahead. Let us go. Ying Tian approached the young lady, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Gesturing, I'm here. The girl shyly lowered her head, smiling as she took small steps towards him. This fellow is truly exasperating. He has forgotten what he intended to do, the old sword god grumbled to himself. At that moment, Ying Tian and the unfamiliar girl strolled leisurely down the street, with the old sword god trailing behind, his mind elsewhere. Having long since forgotten the intricacies of youthful romance, the girl scrutinized the handsome young man before her, her once articulate lips now stammering, as if she had suddenly lost her ability to speak. No matter. I am not picky. Anything will suffice, Ying Tian reassured, concerned that his thoughts might trouble the girl. My lady, you are exceedingly gracious. I merely offered assistance upon witnessing your distress, Ying Tian expressed gratefully. Now, with such hospitality extended, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. In a hushed tone, Ying Tian continued to speak. Faced with the enchanting girl before him, his heart raced uncontrollably. Young master, this is merely a small matter. You saved my life today. Is it not normal for me to repay you in this way? Gazing at the delicate girl, Ying Tian shyly lowered his head, though his smile remained undiminished. Then allow me to express my gratitude to you for your kindness, he said, previously unsure of what to have for dinner. Even contemplating skipping the meal entirely, now, with the girl offering to treat him, he felt compelled to accept, determined to eat his fill. With a mischievous grin, Ying Tian remarked, It is of no consequence. I am quite an easygoing person. Today, whatever you wish to eat, consider it provided. The girl shyly responded with enthusiasm, expressing her gratitude. By the way, since we are somewhat acquainted now, may I know your name? Ying Tian inquired curiously, his hands tucked into his pockets. Filled with questions. I am Li Zixuan, she answered candidly, having lowered her guard against her savior. And you? What is your name? As she gazed at him with wide, curious eyes, Ying Tian felt his heart race. His words stumbling. I am Ying Tian, he replied softly, his voice barely audible, yet the girl heard him clearly. Ying Tian, what a lovely name, she complimented, causing Ying Tian's face to flush with warmth, his heart pounding like a drum. Hearing this praise, Ying Tian felt even more flustered. They stood amidst the bustling street, the sun casting bright rays upon their cheeks. They quickly entered a noodle shop. Oh dear, the sun is quite harsh. It has reddened my face, Li Zixuan shyly remarked, glancing at Ying Tian. My lady, is there something on my face? Why do you look at me so? Ying Tian asked, puzzled, prompting Li Zixuan to immediately lower her gaze in embarrassment. And no, I just found you to be a wonderful person and wanted to remember your appearance, in case we meet again, she explained. Oh, I see. Then please feel free. To alleviate the awkwardness, Ing Tian suddenly seized the moment. Actually, we are merely wandering cultivators, passing through the Yaya Kingdom to learn about the local cultivation methods, he elucidated. I see. You must be working hard. Li Zixuan expressed sympathy, recognizing that the life of a wandering cultivator was far from easy. As they enjoyed a cheerful conversation in the restaurant, the old sword god appeared increasingly morose. Stupid boy, have you already forgotten about me, this old man? He muttered discontentedly, but Ing Tian was oblivious, fully engrossed in his exchange with Li Zixuan. My lady, do you know of any interesting places or delicious foods around here? Ing Tian inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I have just arrived and am not very familiar with the local customs. Li Zixuan replied honestly, then suggested, shall we take a stroll? Perhaps we can discover something. Ing Tian readily agreed, excitement coursing through him as he temporarily set aside the old sword god's grumbling. Observing the young man's enthusiasm, the old sword god could only shake his head, indulging himself in peanuts and wine. Very well, my lady, let us venture out. It is certainly better than remaining here, Ing Tian calmly remarked to Li Zixuan. His eyes brimming with expectation. Li Zixuan nodded, her face flushed with a hint of shyness, while the old sword god glared, choosing not to engage further, instead relishing his peanuts and wine. Let us go. The two navigated through the thronging streets, the air filled with the sounds of vendors. Soon arriving at the city center, people marveled at the prosperity of the Yaya Kingdom. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude for saving my life. Had it not been for you, I might have met with misfortune. Li Zixuan sighed with emotion, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Ing Tian, your words warm my heart. Chapter 14. Even though I may be on the brink of life and death at this very moment, I must sincerely thank you, my lord. You were truly my savior. At that moment, Li Zixuan gazed deeply into Ing Tian's eyes, his towering figure making her legs feel weak, as if he were a majestic mountain. In that instant, she felt as though she had grasped the last straw, her heart racing with an unfamiliar sensation. She could scarcely control herself, yearning to throw herself into his embrace. Ing Tian was touched by Li Zixuan's genuine display of emotions. Lowering his head to gently stroke her hair, feeling a bit awkward. After all, faced with such fervor, he found it difficult to refuse her. Her continuous expressions of gratitude left the inexperienced young man even more flustered. In the face of this situation, Ing Tian also felt an unprecedented, enchanting sensation, as though he were enveloped in warmth and acceptance, his confidence soaring. My lady, there is no need for such gratitude. I merely intervened to assist you because I could not stand by idly. It was but a trifling effort, he stated. Observing Li Zixuan shyly fiddling with the items in her hands, Ing Tian felt a pang of reluctance to say more, simply conveying his sentiments. Then please, my lady, do not say any more. Since you have saved me, I naturally wish to find an opportunity to repay your kindness. Gazing at the bustling street, filled with an array of delectable foods and trinkets, Li Zixuan looked at Ing Tian with a fervent desire to draw closer to him. Although Ing Tian felt grateful, he still gently declined. My lady, you have already treated me to noodles. Such lavishness is unnecessary. Oh dear, this makes me quite embarrassed. You have already been so kind to me. There is no need to take me elsewhere. Truly, I have only done what I could, though touched by her enthusiasm. Ing Tian remained resolute in his refusal. My lord, do not say such things. It will only anger me. Li Zixuan asserted firmly, I was the one who saved you first, so your return of favor is only right. It is a small matter, not worth dwelling upon. Seeing both of them so adamant, Ing Tian's resistance immediately vanished. They exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, the atmosphere delicate. Ahem, enough of this. It cannot continue like this. The old sword god, feeling a bit anxious, interrupted their silence. Do not blame me for interrupting. What is going on between you two? I cannot fathom what you are thinking, he complained. Ing Tian cast a sardonic glance at the sword god, pondering, before awkwardly smiling and looking back at Li Zixuan. They locked eyes again, unable to suppress their laughter. You are quite clever with your words. Ing Tian decided to disregard the sword god, turning to take Li Zixuan's hand and walk forward. Hey, you little rascal, are you serious? Wait for me. Do not walk so fast. The sword god, seeing Ing Tian ignore him, hurriedly chased after them, questioning. The two bantered back and forth on the street, while Li Zixuan watched. Bemused, amidst the vibrant market, The presence of the two unfamiliar figures added an unusual tension to the bustling scene. The trio continued to wander through the lively marketplace, their senses overwhelmed by the sights. Such prosperity was unprecedented in their familiar Qin dynasty. A common man loudly hawked candied hawthorn, drawing the attention of the crowd. The vendor persistently called out, and upon seeing the young people weaving through the throng, he approached to inquire if they wished to purchase. Ying Tian noticed all of this, and, observing Li Zixuan's curious eyes, couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so fascinated by everything? You seem to be looking around as if you have never seen these before." Li Zixuan candidly replied, "Of course, I have not had the opportunity to go out for a long time. This time, I snuck out. Otherwise, how could I see all of this? Sneaking out? Why would you need to sneak away? Would it not be better to come out openly? Just say goodbye to your elders at home." Ying Tian, somewhat puzzled by her response, thought that such matters could easily be resolved with a simple notification to her family. Yet she had to leave home in secret. "There are some things I do not wish to discuss with you. I have my special reasons." Li Zixuan glanced around, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Her thoughts entirely captivated by the myriad of trinkets in the street, occasionally glancing this way and that, even rushing to a stall to play with the merchandise. Ying Tian watched her youthful exuberance with a sense of fondness swelling within him. A feeling that was new and indescribable. He observed a young figure approaching the candied hawthorn vendor, calling out loudly, "Boss, I want 3 skewers of candied hawthorn." "Certainly." Coming right up, the vendor promptly retrieved 3 skewers from the bamboo sticks and handed them to the young man, who was none other than Ying Tian. At this moment, Li Zixuan appeared eager, her childlike curiosity ignited, running back and forth. Ying Tian approached her, thinking to himself, "This girl is like a child who has never seen the world. How can she be so playful?" Li Zixuan dashed to a shop selling dolls, suddenly extending her hand, clutching a string of red items, which astonished Xiao Ai. "Wow, what is this?" Her eyes sparkled with wonder, as if she had never seen such common items before. Ying Tian was taken aback, realizing he had to introduce something to Li Zixuan, who was completely oblivious to candied hawthorn. "This is candied hawthorn. It's sweet and sour on the outside and tart inside." Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan implored, "Then let me have a taste." Ying Tian handed her a skewer, and after tasting it, she revealed a satisfied smile, asking, "Have you never gone out before? You do not even know about this." Ying Tian looked at her innocence with a tinge of bitterness in his heart, hastily apologizing, "I am sorry. I did not know you would react this way. If you have any secrets you do not wish to share, let us not discuss them. Just be happy." His flustered demeanor led onlookers to believe he was bullying a vulnerable girl, and passers-by cast sympathetic glances. "Do not cry. If you continue, I shall leave," Ying Tian hastily threatened, witnessing her tear-streaked face. He felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, he devised a plan to make a silly face to scare her, only to receive a slap that brought him back to reality. While those around them assumed it was merely playful banter between a couple, Ying Tian, fuming, complained while covering his swollen cheek, which bore 5 distinct handprints. The old sword god laughed heartily at the scene. Seeing Ying Tian's predicament as he appeared utterly disheveled, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, Ying Tian, feeling humiliated, questioned the old sword god, yet the latter remained undeterred, continuing their quarrel. Ying Tian felt his pride wounded, a mix of shame and helplessness washing over him. "Forget it. I shall not hold it against you. You may go wherever you desire," he declared. "I still need to accompany the lady for a stroll. I lack the time to chat with you." Ying Tian casually pulled away from the situation, sensing that the irate old sword god was secretly pleased. Turning around, he noticed that Li Zixuan had quietly wandered off. Not far away, a familiar figure lingered at the candied hawthorn vendor's stall. "This girl is truly a glutton. There is no way to handle her." At that moment, that figure appeared before Ying Tian. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Zixuan, who had been accompanying him earlier. "Hey, hurry up. What are you looking at?" Ying Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, gazed at this seemingly naive girl, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a large hand landed heavily on Li Zixuan's shoulder, who had been engrossed in observing flashy trinkets. The sudden force startled her, and she quickly shook off her shoulder, turning to shout, "What do you want?" Upon recognizing the person, Li Zixuan immediately realized it was Ying Tian, who had been walking alongside her. "Sorry, I was just curious about that person, so I quietly came over. I did not disturb you." "Did I?" Ying Tian felt somewhat uncomfortable at her reproach, sensing that he had been misunderstood. "My lady, there is no need to mind. I was merely discussing matters with that elder. It was nothing to trouble yourself over." Ying Tian attempted to explain, However, might I inquire about your circumstances at home? You appear as though you have never left your doorstep. I am curious about how strict your family must be if you have never even encountered the candied hawthorn I just gave you. Ying Tian continued to probe, but Li Zixuan seemed reluctant to elaborate. You will understand in time. Let us change the subject for now. My lord saved me, and I am immensely grateful, but I shall repay your kindness when the time is right. At this moment, Li Zixuan heightened her guard, unwilling to divulge her family situation. Her father was alone in the kingdom of the Yuezhi, and her outing was driven by personal motives. She feared that revealing her father's whereabouts might endanger him. Thus, she hesitated to express her gratitude for Ying Tian's life-saving intervention. Since you do not mind, I shall not be overly polite. Li Zixuan intentionally shifted the conversation. Ying Tian perceived her intent, but chose not to press further. There is no need for politeness. Let us enjoy ourselves today, he stated, glancing at the carefree old sword god, feeling somewhat disgruntled. What are you dawdling about? Can't you see how crowded it is here? Ying Tian urged from the side, while the old sword god, growing impatient, retorted, Do not concern yourself. I have company beside me. You go accompany him, and do not meddle. With that, he turned away, ignoring them. All right, you two, stop arguing. Li Zixuan smiled as she spoke to Ying Tian this moment. The sun was gradually setting in the west, the once blinding light softening considerably, while a gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake. The number of pedestrians on the street was dwindling. I must express my gratitude for your generosity, my lord. Otherwise, I would feel quite guilty. Li Zixuan conveyed her appreciation. There is no need for thanks. It is what I ought to do. From now on, we are friends. Feel free to seek me out whenever you need, Ying Tian replied. Ying Tian, with a hearty slap on his chest, earnestly addressed the elegant Li Zixuan. She smiled shyly, lowering her head in embarrassment, firmly believing in Ying Tian's capabilities. The old sword god was rendered speechless, fully aware of Ying Tian's strength. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously, and the sky lit up with flashes of lightning, transforming the once bustling street into a shadowy realm as people hurriedly gathered their belongings and retreated home to escape the impending rain. Ying Tian keenly sensed a menacing aura approaching, prompting the old sword god to immediately summon his protective essence, searching for the source of the threat. Perhaps we should retreat for the time being. This fish is likely about to spawn. Li Zixuan feigned expertise, though she was acutely aware of the lurking danger. The trio found themselves in a perilous situation. With Li Zixuan's formidable prowess, she undoubtedly stood among the elite of this youthful generation. How could she remain oblivious to such an approaching presence? In this critical moment, she must not carelessly reveal her profound cultivation, for the consequences of living as an ordinary person in that era would be unimaginable. Old senior, have you discerned the origin of this aura? Ying Tian inquired gravely, engaging the sword god in discussion, typically dismissive of minor disputes. They now stood united against the impending peril. I have yet to detect the source of the aura. The sword god replied, urgency creeping into his voice. It draws nearer. We must remain vigilant. Who seeks to bring us to our demise, shrouded in such mystery? Ying Tian pondered aloud. Maintaining his alertness. It may be linked to your actions today. Your attempt to save that woman involved the demise of several individuals, perhaps those connected to them, the sword god speculated. Didn't you only kill one today? The others may have returned to spread the word. The troubling Tian had left the sword god in a state of resigned exasperation. However, he thought, it mattered not, should they come, he would vanquish them one by one. Is there a problem? If they dare approach, they shan't return alive, Ying Tian exclaimed, his eagerness for battle evident in his fierce gaze. His ruthless demeanor reassured Li Zixuan, who remained hidden in the shadows, faced with this impetuous youth. She felt an unfamiliarity. You, reckless fool, do as you wish. If you insist, then please take care of it. You are courting death, Ying Tian retorted with a smirk. I jest. I merely find you a tad arrogant. He clarified hastily. Chapter 5. Into battle. The time for delay has passed. We must swiftly uncover the source of this enigmatic aura that threatens us, the sword god urged urgently. With that, Ying Tian and the elder anxiously scanned their surroundings. The sky darkened abruptly, thunder crashing, debris scattering, buildings crumbling, and smoke billowing that a faint light sliced through the heavens, followed by countless flying swords cascading down like a great serpent from the sky. Upon witnessing this, the sword god instantly felt invigorated. Ah, this swordsmanship is quite intriguing. Since the esteemed elder finds it captivating, I shall leave this adversary to you. I sense more than one aura present, Ying Tian deduced. Hearing this, the sword god immediately engaged in combat, as the flying swords surged forth like a tidal wave towards Ying Tian. The sword god wielded his sword, the roar of the dragon resounding. As he fiercely countered the onslaught, the clash of their powers generated a formidable wave of essence, with the flying swords bombarding the sword god's dragon incarnation, leaving him entirely unaffected in the realm of celestial phenomena. Such force was but a mere provocation to the sword god.is that all you've got. Unleash your true skills, he taunted, provoking the hidden adversaries to reveal themselves. Suddenly, two figures leaped down from the rooftops. Charging towards the duo, the sword god arrogantly shouted, "Have you come seeking death? You'll regret your decision today. It's likely you won't return." Hearing this, Ing Tian felt his confidence surge, eager for action. The two cloaked figures appeared, their faces veiled by dark fabric, exuding an air of mystery. They demanded, "Who are you? Why have you attempted to assassinate us? Reveal your orchestrators, and we shall grant you a chance at survival." Ing Tian bellowed in anger, his fury escalating. "You scoundrels, do not be so presumptuous," one of them declared, their intentions unmistakable. "Prepare to witness a true battle. Do not afford them an opportunity," Ing Tian urged the sword god. His own spirit ablaze with the desire for combat, the cloaked figures approached them nonchalantly, their faces obscured beneath veils, enhancing their enigmatic presence. "If I don't let you experience the taste of my fist today, you may find it disappointing," Ing Tian proclaimed, standing boldly in the street, gazing up at the two figures above, his voice resonating with fervor. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the air, unhesitatingly channeling his essence. The energy enveloped him like a dense fog, forming a protective armor of essence. A yellow blade materialized in his grasp, the very curved yellow blade he had previously acquired. "You two shall likely regret this for a lifetime," Ing Tian declared, his voice unyielding, relentlessly questioning the two figures in the AIRDAT this moment. The two figures were ignited by Ing Tian's words. Their desire for blood awakened. "You sharp-tongued brat, today, you shall witness my beloved's power. Your life is now mine to claim," the other figure declared fiercely, as the mysterious individual by Wei Lu's side swiftly summoned their essence. Countless flying swords rained down from the sky towards Ing Tian, resembling a ravenous maw intent on devouring him. They lunged forth with ferocity, akin to wild beasts. Each sword that sliced through the air drew the sword god's essence towards its razor-sharp presence. Faced with such potent sword intent, curiosity filled his heart. As the flying swords approached, he urgently summoned his weapon, the heavenly dragon sword. As he unleashed the sword, the roar of the dragon echoed across the skies, its presence overwhelming. The heavenly dragon sword easily suppressed the smaller flying swords. In the face of such a breathtaking scene, the mysterious individual felt no fear. Instead, they regarded the old swordsman with newfound respect. They took a defensive stance, exclaiming, "Your sword intent is formidable." With a crushing force, he pressed against the swarm of flying swords, the dragon's roar filling the sky. The collision of the flying swords with the heavenly dragon sword produced a cacophony of sounds. While the mysterious individual, confronted by the overwhelming power, coughed up blood, their strength momentarily diminished. "How can this old man be so powerful?" they mused, puzzled, for the intelligence they possessed had described the youth as far inferior to the elder. Yet the reality before them was starkly different. The two exchanged glances, silently resolute in their mission, determined to succeed. "What is the meaning of this intelligence? Who sent you?" the old sword god bellowed, demanding to know the true identity of the mysterious figures. "Only you are worthy to converse with me," one retorted disdainfully. "Consider your own capabilities before speaking." With that, the old sword god summoned his essence with all his might, warping the space around him. The surrounding aura growing tumultuous, he swung the colossal dragon manifested by the heavenly dragon's sword, launching it mercilessly at the cloaked figures. Meanwhile, Ing Tian stood poised against his adversaries, though they remained still. He refrained from acting recklessly, his essence coiling with potential. "You fool, are you truly unaware of your fate? If you wish to die, I shall oblige," the other cloaked figure sneered, swiftly conjuring their sword. Ing Tian offered no reply. In an instant, he summoned the yellow blade, its gleam radiating with golden light, striking forth with dragon patterns. The blade surged forward, its pressure palpable, aimed directly at the cloaked figure. As the moment of impact drew near, Ing Tian expertly manipulated the blade's trajectory, creating countless afterimages that confounded the eye. Sensing danger, the cloaked figure hastily positioned themselves defensively. A resounding clash echoed, a deafening metallic sound that reverberated through the street, causing residents to scream and cover their ears in agony. Li Zixuan observed the powerful duel, her heart shaken by the display before her. In the midst of the celestial battle, Her heart had already surrendered to the spectacle. "Young master, please be careful. Do not let them harm you," Li Zixuan anxiously cautioned, her gaze fixated on the conflict between Ying Tian and the cloaked figures. Clearly, she was deeply concerned about the potential actions of the two dark-clad assailants against Ying Tian. "Have no fear. I shall handle this," Ying Tian replied confidently, thumping his chest and offering a reassuring smile to Li Zixuan below. Turning back, he re-engaged in the fierce confrontation. As he witnessed the cloaked figures using their swords as shields against his relentless assaults. He once again channeled his essence into the yellow blade, infusing it with immense energy. Instantly, a brilliant yellow radiance erupted, the curved blade twisting through the air like a soaring dragon, recklessly darting in all directions as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. The area surrounding the cloaked figures appeared ensnared within an invisible web, leaving them with no means of escape. So powerful, the cloaked figures marveled inwardly, their eyes widening in disbelief. According to the intelligence, he was merely a competent youth. How could this be? They struggled to accept the truth, for the reports had merely described him as ordinary. Yet the reality before them was undeniable. The strength of the youth surpassed expectations. And the cloaked figures gradually felt overwhelmed. At this juncture, Ying Tian closed in, dozens of yellow blade phantoms swirling in the air, slicing through the atmosphere, rendering the cloaked figures immobile. "Do you not understand? Today, you shall experience my prowess." Ying Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Know this. The line between life and death is but a fleeting moment." Without mercy, he struck towards the cloaked figure. With essence swirling around him, a potent aura enveloped Ying Tian, rendering him fearless. Clenching his fist, he drove it straight towards the cloaked figure. "Do not evade. I want you to witness true power," Ying Tian declared fiercely. Seeing this, the cloaked figure hurriedly raised their shield to defend, only for it to shatter into fragments with a resounding crash. Ying Tian's fist crashed heavily into the cloaked figure's chest, blood erupting forth like a fountain. The figure clad in black became acutely aware of the dire situation, urgently calling out to his companions to flee, but alas, it was too late. The comrades spectating the fierce battle had not anticipated such a turn. Utterly engrossed in the thrill of combat, they disregarded their allies' warnings. Faced with the opponent's formidable sword intent, he felt a surge of challenge coursing through him, an overwhelming desire to hone his martial skills. Witnessing the immense power of his adversary ignited within him a fierce courage, one that embraced the notion of facing death without fear. The fallen figure in black, observing his companion's retreat, struggled to escape. Yet Ying Tian would not allow him to disturb the peace of innocent civilians. Channeling his true essence, Ying Tian commanded the yellow blade, pursuing the black-clad man with a tenfold ferocity. The dragon-like patterns upon the yellow blade sprang to life. The entire sword resembling a living dragon, its imposing aura resonating through the heavens and earth, the dragon's roar piercing and regal, reminiscent of a sovereign. The great dragon lunged forth at a speed tenfold, causing the black-clad man to panic, his trousers becoming instantly soaked. This comical scene did not evoke laughter from Ying Tian. Against such a villain, he needed to steel his resolve. He understood that sparing him would lead to endless troubles. Thus, he chose the most ruthless method to resolve the issue, simultaneously uncovering the puppet master behind the scenes. He recalled the girl he had rescued that day. She might be linked to this matter. Albeit vaguely. In that moment, he had but one goal: to eliminate the scoundrel and expose the truth. To let this rogue go free would surely invite countless troubles in the future. He had no desire to live under such threats day after day. The mighty dragon fixed its gaze upon the black-clad man, its eyes fierce as torches, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, the dragon spun rapidly and then dove with full force towards the fallen figure. In that fleeting moment, Ying Tian did not strike immediately. He glared intensely at the black-clad man on the ground. "I shall grant you one last opportunity. Speak or remain silent. Your life hangs in the balance today. This is your final chance. Treasure it, or I shall take your life instantly. Can you hear me? Can you withstand this?" Yet, the rogue stubbornly crawled forward, evidently intent on escaping as quickly as possible. Ying Tian, unable to endure any longer, could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, with a sigh, Ying Tian softly declared, a colossal dragon-like figure descended from the heavens. In that instant, the sky ceased its thunder, dark clouds gathering ominously. The yellow blade in the dragon's grasp shone brilliantly, illuminating the previously dim sky with a blinding radiance. The dragon's roar echoed through the firmament, the yellow blade emitting dazzling light. Yet, the black-clad man continued to struggle in such an environment. With a thunderous crash, The dragon struck downwards, causing the ground to collapse instantly. Surrounding structures reduced to mere dust. The black-clad man perished, leaving behind a mangled corpse. Onlookers marveled at the sight, astonished by the young man's formidable power. Finding it hard to believe, they rubbed their eyes, questioning the reality before them. Even those hidden in the shadows retreated in fear. The distant crowd quickly shielded their children's eyes, fearful of scaring them. Incredible. This youth is truly powerful. To possess such strength at such a young age, his future is boundless. Perhaps he could achieve the mythical realm spoken of by those martial artists, given his current talent and age. He is destined to become a legendary figure. Remarkable. He dispatched his opponent with such ease. You should have seen the sky roaring when those men arrived. It was terrifying indeed. Indeed, this young man is exceptional. He effortlessly eliminated them. Sigh. What a pool of talent. These individuals, concerned for their own safety and that of their families, observed the black-clad man's companions retreating in horror at the sight of their fallen ally, now reduced to a bloody pulp. Realizing their own similar strength and the rapid demise of their comrade, they recognized the gravity of the situation and contemplated fleeing. However, how could the sword god easily let him go? Just moments ago, Yun Tian had already taken action. Should he attempt to escape, he would find no path to survival. As the black-clad man attempted to flee, Yun Tian refrained from excessive interference, instead observing the old sword god's combat prowess. What a young fellow. You easily defeated my companion. Just how strong are you to slay such a master with ease? What skills do you possess? You seem no simple opponent. My superior grows increasingly interested in you. If I do not eliminate you today, I fear I will have difficulty explaining myself upon my return. In this battle, life and death will be determined. The black-clad man gazed at Yun Tian with anguish, while the sword god remained silent. Knowing the rogue could not escape his fate today, did I say, lad, cease your struggles. Your strength is comparable to that of your companion. Any resistance is futile and merely a waste of effort. Surely, you cannot be foolish enough to think otherwise. Tell me, what did your superior send you for? Be honest, who sent you? If you confess, we may spare your life. Why risk your own for another's folly? Such foolishness. Yun Tian relentlessly mocked the black-clad man, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts that he pondered the origins of this adversary, capable of dispatching such a formidable foe. Had he not reached the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon, he might have suffered the same fate. You speak too much, boy. Knowing too much will only harm you. Who our superior is has nothing to do with you. It would be best for you to resign yourself to death quietly and mind your own business. The black-clad man, now utterly arrogant, bore a twisted grin, his tongue flicking out to lick his lips, a sight that turned the stomach. You are insufferably arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. You appear so lost. Allow me to show you my methods. Yun Tian finally could no longer suppress his boiling anger in the face of such arrogance and the unwillingness to disclose the forces behind him. Despite the other's intentions to eliminate him, he found himself unable to strike. As the 16th prince of the great Qin dynasty, burdened with great responsibilities and aided by the system, he was confident that no one could rival him. His destiny lay in his own hands. To easily forsake his life would be a loss to the great Qin. He was the son of Ying, of unparalleled nobility, unmatched by any, and his sense of duty left no room for error. This had been his mission for many years. With this in mind, how could he possibly endure? Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, he was timely halted by the old sword god beside him. The old sword god, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this opponent must be dealt with by him alone, lest complications arise. Thus, he urged, "Young master, allow me to handle this matter. Do not intervene. Leave this scoundrel to me. Simply observe how I deal with him. He is far too arrogant. You need not lift a finger. He may be attempting to bait you. You could be in danger. He surely has something to hide, and for your safety, I cannot disregard your well-being." The old sword god was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Yun Tian hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced to the old sword god. "Very well, I shall leave it to you. I can no longer manage this fellow. His arrogance nearly caused me to faint. Since you wish to take action, by all means, proceed. I shall rest on the sidelines. I have already expended much of my energy and am quite fatigued at this juncture." Yun Tian paused, realizing his strength was not so easily exhausted, especially at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon. He would not tire immediately after battle. Thus, he cautioned, "Old predecessor, be cautious. This fellow is formidable. He is a swordsman and may pose a threat to you. Take great care to protect yourself and avoid injury." Chapter 6. Hurry back. Having said that, Yun Tian swiftly departed, casting his gaze upon the earlier battle, filled with concern for the old sword god's safety. Liz Xuan, however, was wholly engrossed in the fray. Having long forgotten her own existence, Yun Tian did not respond to her cheers, but remained focused, anxiously monitoring the battle, for the old sword god's strength was vastly superior to his own. Rest assured, young master, I shall return soon. This fellow is not as formidable as you may believe. I will resolve this matter swiftly, the old sword god declared confidently. Yet, Yun Tian felt a twinge of worry in his heart. Fearing the old sword god's overconfidence might lead to a misstep in battle. Liz Xuan stood on the street, gazing up at Yun Tian in admiration and affection, hearing calls from below. Yun Tian turned to see Liz Xuan, smiling in acknowledgement and waving in greeting. You flatter me. You hold me in too high regard. I am merely slightly superior to that individual. His strength is too feeble. I have only recently stepped into the realm of martial artists. Achieving such a state in a short period is merely luck. You need not praise me so. This is simply a common means of self-preservation. Miss, you are far too polite. I truly cannot bear such accolades. Yun Tian humbly replied from the air, feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of admiration directed at him. He scratched his head awkwardly before gesturing once more and rejoining the fray between the old sword god and the black-clad man. The old sword god wielded the heavenly dragon sword, thrusting it toward his opponent. The black-clad man, commanding a multitude of flying swords, swirled around the old sword god like a tempest, attempting to envelop him from all angles in a bid to secure victory. The old sword god had long since sensed the encirclement. Drawing forth a golden bell he always carried, he channeled a massive amount of true essence to protect himself. Soon, the golden bell shimmered with radiance, his true essence surging into it, causing the bell to expand rapidly. The golden light banished the surrounding darkness, the runes and scriptures suddenly illuminating. Golden halos encircled the old sword god, a sight he had grown accustomed to. In that moment, he focused entirely on his foe, unhesitatingly enveloping himself in the golden bell while simultaneously directing the heavenly dragon sword to transform into a dragon shape, aimed directly at the black-clad man. In an instant, the sound of collision rang out sharply in the air. Immediately, the venerable sword god found himself surrounded by countless flying swords that collided with a golden bell, their sharp clamor echoing across the skies and even penetrating the streets below, causing the onlookers to cover their ears in alarm. The cries of terror reverberated through the thoroughfare. Witnessing this, Yun Tian was initially inclined to rush to the rescue, but upon observing the sword god's calm demeanor, he seemed to grasp something profound and halted his advance. The sword god, with unhurried grace, commanded the flying swords, transforming them into a colossal dragon that lunged at the figure cloaked in black. The adversary found it difficult to withstand such an onslaught, facing a foe whose might far exceeded his own, leaving him in a perilous predicament. A subtle smile curled at the corners of the sword god's lips, indicating he had anticipated the unfolding events. He wielded control over the situation, and in a mere moment, the black-clad figure was drenched in blood. Seeing the composed elder, the black-clad man felt a surge of panic, realizing escape was futile. Yet, how could the sword god permit him to flee? Streams of sword light erupted from his form, striking directly at the black figure. To think you could capture me with such trifling skills is but a foolish dream. Should you manage to seize me, you may adopt my surname. Best to take a breather. Your abilities are hardly commendable. The black-clad man, incensed by the sword god's intent to capture him as he attempted to flee, hastily invoked his secret arts. Do not be so smug. If I do not slay you today, surely someone will seek retribution in the future. Even if I escape today, I cannot evade the grasp of others. You give your life for your leader today, and tomorrow your fate shall mirror that of another. Unless you reveal who orchestrated this, you shall not leave today. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The sword god declared from the air with an authority that resonated through the heavens. Below, the ordinary folk, hearing this commanding voice, mistook it for a divine manifestation and bowed in reverence. Very well. I shall see what you are capable of. Your only recourse lies in your protective shield. Why not remain sheltered within your shell? Must you seek your own demise? Today, I shall not flee, so you may witness my true might. The black-clad man, provoked by the sword god's derisive words, cast aside his hesitation and suddenly produced a battered bowl. This bowl appeared ancient and tattered, its edges frayed, yet it still emanated a mysterious aura. For a sword god of the celestial realm, to combat with such a decrepit vessel was utterly inconceivable. If word of this spread, how could he maintain his standing among warriors? Hey, brat, are you intentionally trying to provoke my ire? You dare to use a broken bowl against me, showing utter contempt. Do you truly believe that such a vessel can contend with one of my caliber? You must be dreaming. Look at you now. You resemble a beggar. Perhaps you should take that bowl and beg for alms. The elder sword god spoke bluntly. Despite the ridicule being hurled at him, the black-clad man remained defiantly arrogant, which increasingly irked the sword god. He longed to end this arrogant fool's life to relieve his frustration. Yet, this man seemed ensnared by some paralysis, refusing to flee and instead using the broken bowl as a taunt, which was utterly laughable. Should this incident become known, he would be the subject of ridicule. The sword god, his face a mask of fury, swiftly summoned the golden bell, intent on subduing his opponent in an instant. You old fool. Your vision is tragically short-sighted. Why would I resort to a broken bowl against you? I have no need for such measures. Look at yourself. Do you possess the qualifications to act so arrogantly? You dare spout such nonsense, and at your age, you should fear throwing your back out. How could I be unaware of your capabilities? Using this broken bowl against you is already a concession on my part. You should be grateful, yet you continue to prattle on. Perhaps you wish for an early demise. Consider it done. In an instant, the black-clad man hurled the bowl into the air, infusing it with his essence, causing it to swell in size. The bowl then opened wide like a gaping maw, drawing toward the sword god with insatiable greed, as if it were a black hole consuming all in its vicinity. To perish beneath my transformation bowl is a fitting end for you. Your pitiful life is fortunate to conclude within the transformation bowl. You may be unaware of its power. It can transmute decay into the miraculous. Even grant rebirth. Your limited perspective shall be your downfall today. Originally, I had no intention of seeking you out. Had it not been for my leader's interest in us, you would never have crossed paths with me. But the death of one only reveals your insufficient skills and methods. Now that you face me, your return is uncertain. Allow me to collect your worthless lives. The arrogant black-clad man laughed malevolently in midair, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, instilling terror among the patrolling guards below, who recoiled in fear, unwilling to speak lest they be drawn into peril. Arrogant fool, today I shall grant you a swift demise. Enlightening you to the reality of your ignorance, you must be clinging to life in desperation. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to prevent future troubles. As the words left his lips, the sword god swiftly summoned the treasured bell, which expanded instantly, radiating golden light. The faint sound of incantations resonated through the air, imposing a formidable presence upon the black-clad man. He, unwilling to yield, attempted to resist, but the transformation bowl above him morphed into a massive mouth, expelling spheres of dark energy. Yet, under the protection of the sword goddess Bell, the energy was diminished to insignificance. In the next moment, a golden chain erupted from the bell, ensnaring the black-clad man. Realizing the dire situation, he sought to flee, discovering that the transformation bowl was ineffective against the bell. In a state of panic, with the golden chain drawing near, he refused to succumb passively and began to escape. What technique have you employed? How could you diminish the power of my transformation bowl to naught? What incredible force is this? It is astonishing, he questioned while fleeing. However, the sword god regarded him with disdain, eager to conclude this confrontation swiftly. Why do you bother asking so many questions? You cannot even safeguard your own life. Yet you still inquire. Save your breath. Let me collect your worthless life today. The sword goddess' tone was harsh. He found the man's persistence an affront, wishing to resolve the matter without further ado. Yet, the black-clad man's tenacity infuriated him, prompting the sword god to tighten his control over the bell, the chains binding the opponent tighter in an attempt to extract the truth behind the conspiracy. Chapter 20. Insolent accusations, confusion for Ing Tian. The ethereal scriptures surged toward the black-clad man, weaving through the air like serpents, seemingly tracking his escape route. Yet, the black-clad man paid no heed to the surrounding crowd. His strength paled in comparison to the sword god, and the golden chains fashioned from the scriptures were poised to ensnare his feet. Faced with imminent danger, he could not help but force a bitter smile, momentarily lost in thought. Quickly regaining his composure, he lifted the transformation bowl defensively, as the sword god intensified the pressure from the golden bell. The golden chains shot forth at tenfold speed toward the black-clad man. The transformation bowl lost its efficacy under the scripture's power, its dark aura consumed, and its advantage vanished in the instant that the chains swept past. The bowl disintegrated into dust. In that fleeting moment, despair enveloped the black-clad man. Stop, stop, must I plead further? Cease your intimidation. I am already terrified. I beg you, spare me, and I will answer any question. Yet, the sword god remained unyielding, tightening the chains around the black-clad man, rendering him powerless to resist. Ing Tian, captivated by the riveting clash, was wholly engrossed, oblivious to Li Zixuan below at this moment. Li Zixuan, filled with indignation, was displeased by Ying Tian's neglect. A twinge of jealousy stirring within her, Li Zixuan deliberately raised her voice in complaint, attempting to draw Ying Tian's attention. "Hey, what are you looking at? I am all alone here. Can you not show some concern? I was nearly attacked just now, and you stand idly by." Her tone was laden with dissatisfaction and grievance. Upon hearing her words, Ying Tian immediately rushed to the ground, expressing concern for Li Zixuan's safety. Seizing this opportunity, Li Zixuan feigned victimhood. Ying Tian, upon hearing her deceit, felt a surge of anger, astonished that he would be misinterpreted as someone who caused trouble. Faced with Ying Tian's apparent indifference, Li Zixuan grappled with conflicting emotions, both fury and reluctance, but she endeavored to suppress her feelings. Unable to articulate her grievances to Ying Tian, she simply lowered her head in silence. Ying Tian, observing Li Zixuan's despondency, was filled with confusion, their relationship now intricate and delicate. How could this woman be angry with him for reasons even she could not comprehend? This left Ying Tian, who was utterly oblivious to the complexities of male-female relations, in a state of bewilderment. In light of the situation, he found himself unable to react. "I apologize. I truly did not mean to overlook you. Please do not remain angry. If you continue this way, I may find myself hesitant even to battle the enemy. Should emotions spiral out of control, I might lose my life. You need not worry about me." "All right. My intention in fighting is primarily to protect you. Otherwise, I would not provoke such troubles. Being with me inevitably involves risks, and I wish for your safety. I sensed the latent dangers when I rescued you before. And now such circumstances have arisen. I must resolve this swiftly, or there will be greater troubles ahead." Ying Tian hastily offered his apologies, his confusion deepening upon witnessing Li Zixuan's furious demeanor. He could not fathom what had transpired. He had acted out of goodwill against those who instigated trouble. Otherwise, in unfamiliar territory, he would never have resorted to violence. He was acutely aware that, at his age, there would not be another as exceptional as himself. Yet, at this moment, Ying Tian found himself ensnared in chaos. Observing the wrathful silhouette before him, he hurriedly approached to offer solace. All right. Do not be angry anymore. Come back. Do not run off recklessly. If you continue to wander, should danger arise, who will protect you? Please, refrain from such behavior. Otherwise, if something were to happen, I would be consumed by guilt. I cannot bear the thought of placing you in peril, for that would haunt my conscience." With a hint of embarrassment, Ying Tian spoke as he gazed at the furious Li Zixuan, feeling utterly at a loss. In an effort to placate her, he resorted to these words. Indeed, Li Zixuan's anger gradually subsided, her hurried steps slowing as she strolled down the street. Suddenly, she came to a halt and turned to face Ying Tian. He, too, appeared somewhat astonished by her actions. Confronted by Li Zixuan, Ying Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Awkwardly lowering his gaze while scratching his head at that moment, he was exceedingly anxious, looking at the irate girl, completely devoid of a plan, unsure of how to proceed. "Come now, were you not quite eloquent just a moment ago? Now that I have returned, you have fallen silent. How peculiar. You were just bombarding me with questions, and now that I am back, you cling to me. I simply cannot fathom your behavior." As she observed the silent Ying Tian, Li Zixuan's displeasure resurfaced. She looked down at his innocent expression, rendered speechless. Chapter 7. Unable to restrain, Ying Yun furrowed his brow and moved forward slowly, while the agitated Li Zixuan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Torn within, she felt an irresistible urge to act. "Oh, you fool, I truly am at a loss with you. Fine, I concede defeat. Ignoring you earlier, only for you to come back and apologize, is nothing short of absurd. Should you act like this again, I will simply walk away." Li Zixuan muttered to herself, though a glimmer of agreement shone in her eyes. Gazing at the endearing Ying Tian before her, she nearly allowed some impulsive words to slip out. But in that fleeting moment, she realized she might have misunderstood him, leaving her with a sense of confusion. Seeing Li Zixuan no longer seething with anger, Ying Tian promptly turned around, beaming with a smile as he reassured her. Hey, as long as you are not angry, I am at a loss as to how to make amends. If you were to leave in anger, I would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. I recognize my mistake. I shall not provoke your ire again, nor will I ignore you." Their dialogue unfolded like a tender exchange between sweethearts on the street. Observers in the distance witnessed this scene, some stifling laughter, while others could not resist chiming in with admonitions. "Miss, please wait a moment. The battle is far from over. The danger has not yet passed. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not fret. I shall handle it. Be patient, dear lady. I will resolve this matter swiftly. Though these adversaries are indeed troublesome, with my father and me here, you need not be overly anxious. Li Zixuan regarded Ying Tian's sincerity and nodded gently. Observing his youthful vigor and indomitable spirit, her heart raced uncontrollably, and a flush crept upon her cheeks. All right, you may go, but do not hesitate. Otherwise, I truly will be angry. Hurry and deal with that individual. He is quite bothersome, Li Zixuan said, her tone somewhat irritable. Ying Tian, with his endearing demeanor, gazed at her with unwavering affection. Her heart became a whirlwind of emotions, pounding fiercely. Miss, I shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself. Look after yourself until I resolve this matter. Once you are safe, we shall reunite. Ying Tian earnestly advised the slightly disheartened Li Zixuan, watching the old sword master still engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked figure. He could no longer suppress his inner turmoil. Witnessing his companion facing off against the enemy while he jested with the girl felt profoundly awkward. Thus, he waved her goodbye and immersed himself fully in the fray. The intensity of the battle before him ignited a sense of urgency within Ying Tian. The confrontation between the old swordmaster and the cloaked adversary remained fiercely contested, the atmosphere thick with tension. The chains, depicted in gold upon the golden bell, tightly ensnared the cloaked figure. The smile on the adversary's face seemed to conceal an unknown scheme. Old man, be cautious, he warned. That fellow may possess yet undisclosed tricks. Underestimate him at your peril. As Ying Tian perceived the precariousness of the situation, he hastily called out to the old swordmaster suspended in midair. Confronted by the self-assured swordmaster, the opponent appeared slightly flustered. Observing the adversary's composed demeanor, Ying Tian mustered the courage to remind the old swordmaster. What are you saying? Do you wish for my demise? I have already restrained him completely. Without hesitation, Ying Tian pointed out. However, the cloaked figure produced a small object from his waist, eliciting confusion from the old swordmaster. How could he still make such moves when bound? Arrogant old fool, you celebrate too soon, before you take my life. Consider your own capabilities, the cloaked figure retorted, brimming with confidence that in that instant, he swiftly retrieved a small, yet dazzling object from his waist. The ropes that had ensnared his limbs were undone in the blink of an eye. The old sword master stared, bewildered, unable to comprehend the ease with which the bonds were broken. Though he prided himself on his skill, witnessing such a feat left him utterly astonished. Despite the old sword master's age, he remained confident in his abilities. The enchanted ropes he wielded could only be undone by those who reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Ordinary methods would find little success. Yet now, facing an opponent beneath his level, who so effortlessly freed himself, even the self-assured old sword master began to feel a twinge of panic. The object in the enemy's hand continued to emit a blinding radiance, exuding a chilling aura and a murky presence. What exactly are you holding? How could you so easily unravel my bindings? This is unprecedented. Aside from myself, no one has managed to escape these ropes. You are the first. Who are you? And who stands behind you? The sword master demanded, his voice stern as he threatened. Speak the truth, or your life is forfeit. In response, the old sword master exhaled audibly, clearly unfazed by the threat. Faced with this arrogant individual, he found it hard to take the outlandish statements seriously. The cunning adversary reminded him of a slippery eel, making him feel utterly powerless. Very well, in light of your profound understanding of swordsmanship, I shall divulge the nature of this item. It is specifically designed to counter individuals like you. As for its precise nature, I shall not elaborate further. Its capabilities are sufficient to dismantle your so-called magical barriers and dispel evil, the cloaked figure added haughtily. Gazing at the mysterious silver needle in his grasp, the sword master felt a surge of confidence. Do not deceive yourself with such empty bravado. Today, I shall ensure your demise and make you taste the consequences of your folly. Infuriated by the flippant remarks of his adversary, the sword master clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Confronted with the sly opponent, he struggled to contain his impulses and suddenly erupted. He immediately summoned his true essence, commanding the immense golden bell. As the radiance of Buddhism illuminated its surface, a brilliant light shone upon the overcast sky, dazzling all who beheld it. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, compelling onlookers to kneel in reverence. Seeing this, the cloaked figure wasted no time in attempting to flee, yet realized the old sword master was seething with rage. That if not now, then when? He thought. Fleeing was undoubtedly the best course of action. However, Having reached this point, did he still harbor dreams of escape? Do you wish for me to ridicule you? The old sword master seethed with fury. Realizing his opponent's cunning nature ignited a fire within him, he swiftly channeled his true essence to command the golden bell. In an instant, the bell expanded many times over, and seeing the enemy about to flee, he wasted no time in bringing it crashing down from the sky. The space warped in the wake of the bell's descent, revealing the power of the celestial realm. Observing the golden bell's approach, the cloaked figure hurriedly retrieved an unknown shield, its surface adorned with patterns reminiscent of a tortoise shell, appearing incredibly sturdy as the bell descended with tremendous force. The pressure of the heavens rendered everything else trivial. In that fleeting moment, the cloaked figure hastily raised the shield to block the impending strike. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating through the skies. Ying Tian watched anxiously, his heart racing as he observed the old sword master struggling against the onslaught. He wished to intervene personally, but understood the old sword master's character would not permit it, faced with the cunning adversary. Ying Yun felt flames of anger igniting within him, yet he could only bear witness. Old man, I wish to assist you. This fellow is far too cunning. If we combined our efforts, we would have dealt with him long ago. Ying Tian questioned in confusion. Why waste time? The old sword master is in a precarious state. Watching the old sword master struggle painfully in midair, he yearned to lend a hand, yet feared it might disrupt the old sword master's focus, potentially jeopardizing his safety. Thus, he remained quietly observing the battle. Young master, danger, quickly return. Do not get caught up in this. Come back to my side. Ying Tian shouted from the sidelines, his concern for the young master palpable. Yet feeling utterly helpless, he understood the perilous situation of the old sword master and could only wait, hoping he would resolve the conflict independently. Do not worry, my lady, all will be well, as long as I act swiftly. There shall be no repercussions. He reassured the girl beside him. Moreover, no matter how fearful you may be, it is futile. No one is here to capture you, right? Ying Tian proclaimed loudly from above, dismissing Li Zixuan's concerns for him, as his thoughts were solely focused on the sword master engaged in fierce combat. Very well, young master. You must prioritize your safety. You cannot afford to be injured. Should you sustain harm, Li Zixuan anxiously whispered from the sidelines, her eyes brimming with concern for the young man, fearing that he might become embroiled in this fierce battle. Fear not, young lady, you are well aware of my capabilities, Ying Tian muttered as he hovered in the sky, clearly feeling that Li Zixuan's worries were somewhat unwarranted. With that, he promptly turned his gaze towards the clash between the sword god and the cloaked figure. You stubborn old fool, daring to obstruct me at this moment. I wasn't even using my full strength, Ying Tian scoffed, incredulous that the opponent would persist in their entanglement. Have you never tasted the sting of a fist? Today, you shall experience the essence of fear. The cloaked figure taunted brazenly. Observing the sword god struggling, Ying Tian's confidence surged. The cloaked figure then withdrew a massively enlarged wooden staff from the heavens, forcefully bringing it down upon the sword god's golden bronze bell. The shadow of the staff loomed ominously in the sky, bearing down with an oppressive force akin to dark clouds upon the radiance of the Buddha light. The standoff left onlookers in stunned silence, too intimidated to utter a sound. What an exquisite display of skill! To encounter such a master before my very eyes, someone marveled, their gaze filled with reverence. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Their prowess is beyond comprehension. At that moment, an ordinary man standing on the ground exclaimed with astonishment, indeed, it is rare to witness such levels of mastery even on the main roads, and yet it has come to our humble Yu clan kingdom. How exhilarating! Others echoed his sentiments, engaging in fervent discussions. Faced with the breathtaking scene, the crowd instinctively covered their mouths, daring not to make a sound. This dazzling confrontation was likely a spectacular sight they would behold only once in their lives. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to witness your true capabilities. Ying Tian provoked, eager to see how long his opponent could endure. I shall end your life shortly, the aged sword god retorted furiously. Showing no mercy towards his arrogant adversary, the sword god unleashed his full might, the sword light swirling chaotically, yet the cloaked figure seemed unfazed, hastily summoning a shield to defend. The clash of their forces erupted into a thunderous cacophony, reminiscent of a tempest. Though the battle was fiercely contested, the old sword god pressed on without hesitation. You certainly possess some skill, old man, Ying Tian remarked triumphantly, noticing the opponent's faltering resolve. What other tricks do you have? Allow me to send you on your way. As the intensity of the assault escalated, the sword god remained resolute in his determination, not rushing for victory. Ing Tian watched anxiously, a wave of unease washing over him for the old sword goddess' plight. Hey, old man, is this fellow truly that difficult to handle? You've been at it for ages without resolution. He felt a surge of defiance bubbling within him, thinking to himself, just leave it to me. And watch how I deal with him. With my strength, I can eliminate him with ease. Ing Tian shouted, internally conflicted. No, no, no. I shall handle this. You mustn't intervene. Chapter 29. The Importance of Combat Conviction. This pertains to my confidence in battle. Please don't undermine me. The old sword god was consumed by anxiety, fearing that Ing Tian's impatience might disrupt his fighting spirit, which would also affect his comprehension of the sword's essence. Hearing the old sword god's words, Ing Tian, unable to alter the situation, could only wait helplessly that he gazed at the old sword god, fervently wishing for his victory in this battle. The cloaked figure swiftly hurled his shield, which trembled rhythmically. As if imbued with life. The moment the heavenly dragon sword collided with the shield, it appeared to be affected by the scales upon it, showing no intent of aggression. The old sword god found his advantage waning. The power of the golden bell and the heavenly dragon sword diminished. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he immediately recalled the heavenly dragon sword, channeling his essence energy into it in an instant. The heavenly dragon sword's might surged, radiating a dazzling light from its blade. In the blink of an eye, countless phantoms of the heavenly dragon sword appeared before the old sword god, evoking awe. Moments later, it seemed as though tens of thousands of uncountable heavenly dragon swords gathered before him, their sharp brilliance aimed squarely at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure, witnessing this, hurriedly infused his true essence into the shield, exclaiming, "Mystic Turtle Shield, arise!" As he called out, the originally diminutive shield dramatically enlarged, its scales moving in an orderly fashion as if infused with life. Each tremor produced a chilling sound, seemingly warning the old sword god to surrender. The scales of the mystic turtle shield vibrated rhythmically, sometimes emitting a sharp sound. Upon closer inspection, it was as if the voice of the shield's previous master, hidden within the armor, resonated. Such a technique, capable of summoning the power of a former master, was exceedingly rare, likely a secret art of some sect. Chapter 8. What is this thing? What manner of creature is this? Someone gasped, astonished by its incredible prowess. Their eyes filled with confusion, yet they were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle before them. The old sword god, refusing to back down, immediately commanded the multitude of heavenly dragon swords to charge towards his opponent. All swords returned to their origin. The old sword god roared into the sky, his presence akin to a raging flood, pressing towards the cloaked figure. Realizing the dire situation, the cloaked figure hastily activated the mystic turtle shield to defend himself. The air crackled with popping sounds as the old sword god infused a majority of his essence into the heavenly dragon sword, unleashing a relentless assault upon the mystic turtle shield. At that moment, the old sword god further amplified the heavenly dragon sword's power, a shadow of a dragon forming around the blade. He then executed the same technique he had used against the cloaked figure earlier, summoning a colossal blue dragon that twisted the very space around it. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the arena, a powerful pressure nearly suffocating those present. However, the cloaked figure remained unfazed, recalling the earlier encounter between the young man and his companion. Noting the similarity to the old sword goddess' actions, without excessive concern, "Old man, have you truly exhausted your repertoire?" he taunted. "You dare to employ the same trick as your companion. Do you believe I am akin to him? My strength far surpasses his. You are daydreaming." The cloaked figure asserted that this maneuver would be ineffective against him, commanding the old sword god to surrender in response to the cloaked figure's arrogant declarations. The old sword god decided to remain silent, directing the heavenly dragon sword to charge forth with thunderous might. The cloaked figure, unyielding, fortified his defenses, activating the mystic turtle shield to confront the impending onslaught. "This fool truly knows not the gravity of his situation," he mused, pondering why the cloaked figure would wish to engage in a drawn-out struggle. Did he truly desire to perish here? Yet, as the old sword god approached, the thunderous blue dragon collided with the mystic turtle shield. The scales upon the shield ceased their movements upon impact, the scene seemingly frozen in time. The cloaked figure felt a pang of doubt arise within him, quickly replaced by a smug grin. "You are merely wasting your efforts," he proclaimed. "Stop struggling. No matter what means you employ, this artifact will be impervious to your attacks. This shield is a relic of ancient immortals. You cannot hope to shatter it. I advise you to surrender promptly, lest you squander your time here." The cloaked figure's arrogance reached new heights, his smile twisted, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixed his eyes upon the old sword god, clearly resolved to drag him down with him at the end. "Young one, Do not become too complacent. Just as the words left his lips, the old sword god smirked slightly, his body hovering in the air. Quietly observing the mystic turtle shield, as faint sounds began to emit from it, cracks appearing, he had anticipated such a scenario. After all swords returned to their origin was his trump card, yet he not only employed it, but was also above the cloaked figure in cultivation. How could he possibly lose? Facing the arrogant and unruly cloaked figure, he could no longer contain himself and utilized his ultimate gambit. The cracks in the shield gradually widened, its once brilliant glow dimming. The entire shield losing its luster, resembling a long-sealed ancient shell. The fissures grew larger, as if it were on the brink of shattering. That it cannot break. It cannot break. If the shield shatters, the old man will surely kill me. The cloaked figure muttered, terror evident in his eyes. What am I to do? If I return, my life will surely be forfeit. He lamented, his gaze hollow as he stared at the shield, his expression desolate. If your master were to discover the armor's destruction, he would surely flay you alive, the sinister old man declared triumphantly from the sidelines, relishing the sight of his downtrodden opponent. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, intensifying his assault, the cloaked figure, witnessing the old sword god's unwavering resolve, swung a hammer toward him. Sensing the impending danger, the old sword god hastily raised the golden bell to block the ferocious attack. Yet facing such a tenacious opponent left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. You still possess some leeway, young one. Allow me to demonstrate my strength, the old sword god declared, his tone laced with displeasure. Despite his desire for a swift resolution against the cunning adversary, he found himself unable to match his fervor. The hammer tore through the air, compressing it with a suffocating rhythm as it barreled toward the old sword god. The old sword god swiftly positioned himself to defend. The impact resonating with a thunderous boom that shook the heavens. Spectators were left in awe. Having never before witnessed such an intense confrontation, some even retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Seeing that the old sword god still showed no signs of retreating, the cloaked figure turned with renewed vigor, the hammer's power multiplying as it surged forward, its aura swirling ominously. Yet, the old sword god remained undaunted. His heart ablaze with fury, determined to fight to the bitter end. Without hesitation, he unleashed the heavenly dragon sword once more, the golden bell, an ancient sword transforming into a massive dragon, encircling the hammer and exerting tremendous pressure upon the cloaked figure. What manner of technique is this? It defies all logic, the cloaked figure exclaimed, taken aback by the old sword god's formidable prowess. Yet, it was evident to him that defeat was inevitable. Witness how I shall teach you a lesson. Old man, the old sword god, dismissing the provocations, remained focused on the battle, unperturbed by distractions. At that moment, he was eager to conclude the conflict, unwilling to prolong it any further to avoid wasting precious time. Simultaneously, he noticed the anxious demeanor of Ying Tian beside him, likely due to unresolved tasks weighing on his mind. Their aim was not to engage in combat, but rather to identify the trusted allies of the Qin dynasty within the Yuezhi kingdom. To meet with them, and to gain insight into the internal affairs of the Yuezhi kingdom as preparation for their next offensive. The unexpected situation arose from their insufficient understanding of the Yuezhi kingdom, which only exacerbated the sword god's anxiety. Faced with a cunning and formidable adversary, he resolved to show no mercy and to exert his full strength. The cloaked figure, perceiving the old sword god's determination, sensed the urgency of the situation. He realized that this elder might not hesitate to confront him with ruthless force. Aware of the disparity in their strengths, the cloaked man felt a surge of panic. He was not willing to risk his life so easily. Just as the heavy club hurtled toward the old sword god, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden giant bell expanded exponentially, meeting the impending attack with overwhelming might. The clash of the club and the silver needle produced a thunderous sound, yet the onlookers, concealed in the shadows of the street, had grown accustomed to such spectacles. They had witnessed prolonged battles with no clear victor, rendering such tumult a mere norm. A deafening roar echoed from above, leaving both parties astonished. The cloaked man gazed at the steadfast golden bell, which the old sword god guarded like a rock, and inwardly doubted its efficacy. He realized that if this weapon proved useless, he might be left without any means of self-preservation. After all, his opponent was a master of the heavenly phenomenon realm, plunging him into a state of panic, compelling him to intensify the force behind his club. As chaotic energy enveloped the scene, the celestial dragon sword struck once more, transforming into a magnificent blue dragon, lunging toward the cloaked man in an attempt to reclaim the golden bell. However, confronted with the unknown, mysterious gas, the old sword god felt uncertain. Yet, he understood the significance of the golden bell. It was crucial that he did not falter. Without hesitation, he commanded the sword energy, and the dragon surged toward the cloaked man, enveloping him in its formidable presence. Under the immense pressure from the celestial dragon sword, the chaotic gas dissipated, revealing the golden bell once more, which brought a sigh of relief from the old sword god that he recognized that this bell was not only a treasured acquisition, but also his bastion of strength. As a swordsman, he possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. The dual support of the golden bell and the celestial dragon sword significantly bolstered his confidence. Losing either would greatly impact his future endeavors to assist Tian in governing the Qin dynasty. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, the old sword god rode the dragon, opening its fearsome maw to pounce upon the cloaked man. Despair washed over the latter as he realized the weapon was mere fade, devoid of true power, and in his panic, he sought to flee. However, the old sword god offered no respite, intensifying his assault as the dragon realistically charged at him, instilling profound fear within the cloaked man. He could never have anticipated such a dismal outcome. This was not a deliberate betrayal by their leader, but rather stemmed from his ignorance of the weapon and, indeed, his own inadequacies. Arrogant youth. Today you shall witness the might of the old man. You shall understand the consequences of your earlier words. Life may come, but death is certain. In that moment, the old sword god's eyes blazed with fury, his wrath nearing the brink of eruption. Yet, in that instant, the old sword god acted decisively. The blue dragon opened its gaping maw, claws swirling, and its body twisted as it maneuvered through the air. It then bit down upon the cloaked man, forcibly tearing off his head and dragging it toward the ground. Instantly, dust erupted, and a haze enveloped the area, obscuring all vision. Once the winds cleared the mist, a deep crater revealed itself. Surrounded by a dense crowd, it became evident that the man's body had turned to blood and mud, his essence seeping into the earth from that pool of crimson. Wisps of indistinct black smoke occasionally emerged, hinting at the underlying significance. Tian understood immediately. He realized that this individual's background was far from simple, likely tied to some undisclosed secrets. At that moment, a cloud of uncertainty loomed over him as he pondered who might wish him dead. His arrival had involved changing his name and concealing his whereabouts solely to save a maiden in the Yuezhi kingdom, resulting in the death of one of their own. Yet, he had yet to uncover any further movements in mere moments. He could not comprehend why someone would target him. The old sword god, sensing Tian's bewilderment, hurried to his side. Who dares to lay a hand on you, young master? Truly, they possess audacity beyond measure. If they cannot even ascertain your identity, they must be utterly reckless and devoid of fear. He remarked, these individuals speak not a word beyond necessity. Should we press for answers, we may invite even greater troubles in the future. We must remain vigilant to prevent any covert assaults. The old sword god expressed his displeasure while surveying the gruesome scene before him. The once cunning youth lay in a mangled state, and though his rage had subsided, no one could provide clarity to his inquiries. Old man, who could possibly wish to slay us? Perhaps these are enemies we have crossed paths with in the past. Whoever it may be, their organized assassination attempts suggest that their motives extend beyond mere vengeance. Tian mused, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the tragic tableau, fixating on the pools of blood. He swiftly connected the dots to the orchestrators behind the scenes. However, he knew little of the true mastermind. Enough of this. I shall not dwell further. They cannot harm us any longer. With these men dispatched, the shadowy figures behind them will find it challenging to confront us. Let us seek out the trusted allies of the Yuezhi kingdom and gather intelligence. We must strike decisively. This is the most prudent course of action. Time is of the essence, young master, Tian urged, his heart racing with anticipation at the old sword god's words. These matters were ones he had preferred not to overthink. Then let us proceed immediately. We must locate the allies of the Yuezhi kingdom. Our offensive cannot be delayed. Otherwise, we risk losing a vital opportunity, one that neither of us can afford. Though I am the 19th prince of the Qin dynasty, I must not abuse my power. Such actions would incite discontent among the court, jeopardizing my position. Tian articulated calmly, already formulating their next course of action, confronted with the sudden emergence of adversaries. His plans had been thrown into disarray. If the young master has come to a decision, then let us depart without delay. We must not hesitate any longer or squander precious time. Our priority must be to locate the trusted allies. Tian affirmed, slowly nodding in agreement. The two then leapt down from the sky, landing to find Li Zixuan nearby, her gaze fixed upon them. She emerged from the shadows, her comical demeanor eliciting laughter from the two. Miss, we must take our leave. What are your intentions? We have urgent matters to attend to. Where do you plan to go? Ying Tian inquired, a sense of reluctance washing over him as he regarded the delicate young woman, hesitant to leave her behind alone. Chapter 9. The aftermath. After all, she had just endured a harrowing experience, and abandoning her in such a state seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, there appeared to be no alternative. Faced with the current predicament, Ying Tian also felt the pressure mounting. Upon hearing his words, Li Zixuan erupted in indignation. She had never anticipated that they would hastily dismiss her right after the conflict, leaving her feeling like an extraneous presence. Hey, what do you mean by this? Do you expect me to remain in such a perilous place? Surely you do not wish for me to be left here alone. She retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. Perhaps we do not wish for that. But if anything were to happen to me, would you still consider yourselves men? She continued, her exasperation palpable. Leaving a frail girl like me in this place must surely have ulterior motives. Li Zixuan's words struck a chord, leaving her feeling a mix of humor and exasperation. Given the urgency of their situation, they could not afford to linger, faced with the young woman's unreasonable outburst. Ying Tian felt reluctant. You must not speak so. We are not those kind of people. The threats have been dealt with. You may stay here, but we are unaware of your destination that we can escort you to wherever you wish to go. That is the least we can do, he said cunningly, glancing at the furious Li Zixuan, his patience wearing thin. His mind was occupied with worries about the Qin dynasty, and matters of the heart were not ones he wished to complicate. If that is the case, then you may proceed with your urgent business. I shall not impede you, she replied resignedly, her voice laced with disappointment as she watched the two hastily depart. Do not bother with niceties. Spare me the pretense of kindness as if you hold any regard for me. You should focus on your pressing matters and not linger here, Li Zixuan stated, her tone leaving no room for argument as she acknowledged their urgency. Behind her unrelenting words lay a character not devoid of civility. As she watched them prepare to leave, she felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. The sharpness of her earlier remarks stemmed from her feelings for Ying Tian. Yet now she knew she had to remain composed and not force their company. With a heavy sigh, she gazed at their retreating figures, a pang of loneliness settling in her heart, reflecting on the moments they had shared. Laughing and strolling through the vibrant world, the prospect of separation was a burden too great to bear. Yet, Li Zixuan had no choice but to accept the reality, since you have made your decision. Let us part ways. If there are urgent matters, signal me, and I shall come swiftly. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to fulfill, as a token of gratitude for your assistance, Ying Tian said. A hint of awkwardness in his tone as he regarded the fragile young woman, though he was reluctant. The urgency of the situation compelled him to act. The issues surrounding the Yuezhi kingdom demanded resolution, particularly with the nefarious forces lurking that could pose a threat to the stability of the Qin dynasty. Dear Prince, there is no need for such formality. You have your own matters to attend to. Please, do not let me hinder you, Li Zixuan remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Ying Tian sought to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Ying Yun, prompting them to change their course and leave Li Zixuan behind. Her silhouette fading into the distance, tinged with sorrow. Let us depart, young master, and cease dwelling on such matters. We bear a heavy responsibility and cannot allow our sentimental attachments to hinder our national affairs. The old sword master urged, observing the unfamiliar yet somewhat comprehending expression on Ying Tian's face. Very well, let us hasten our departure and not squander any more time here. First, we must locate an insider within the Yuezhi kingdom. In a flash, the two figures darted toward the capital of the Yuezhi kingdom, leaping atop the rooftops. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan, who had been wandering through the streets, paused to watch Ying Tian fade into the distance. Her heart heavy with sorrow. How deeply she admired this young man, yet he was compelled to leave due to his duties. This feeling was ineffable, akin to that of a wandering child, her heart laden with grief. The determination she once had to run away from home now made her realize the necessity of honing her own skills to match Ying Tian's unparalleled future on the rooftops of the Yuezhi kingdom's residences. The two moved swiftly toward the capital, their thoughts racing amidst the daunting task ahead. If we fail to find any signals, we may end up searching here for a lifetime. Young master, think of a strategy quickly. The Yuezhi kingdom's confidants are crucial, and we risk losing an important piece in this game. This could significantly diminish our advantages for the future. This is unacceptable. Young master, you must devise a plan. The old sword master urged anxiously. Ying Tian continued to race toward the Yuezhi kingdom's capital, the old sword master shaking his head in resignation before following suit. Do not rush, young one. Complete the task at hand first. We cannot recklessly seek out other confidants. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. I will think of a solution, but our immediate priority is to address the current situation. This is the prudent course of action. The system's mission far outweighs these individuals in importance. Do not rush me. I have my own methods. Upon hearing Ing Tian's reasoning, the old sword master's worries seemed to dissipate, leaving him considerably lighter in spirit. The two swiftly approached the capital of the Yuezhi kingdom. A vast city unfolded before their eyes, with soldiers lined up orderly at the city walls, standing vigilant and patrolling incessantly, instilling a sense of awe. The old sword master gazed at these soldiers, feeling a twinge of unease. Young master, does the Yuezhi queen not possess an excessive amount of caution? So many troops stationed at the capital merely to protect one person. How are we to gain entry? This seems nearly impossible, he asked helplessly. Faced with such a solemn atmosphere, the meticulously arranged soldiers patrolled back and forth, exuding a suffocating authority. Old man, be quiet. Why are you so anxious over such a trivial matter? What will you do when faced with greater challenges in the future? We must respond with composure, observe carefully, and refrain from rash actions. If we are discovered, we may be apprehended on the spot. If the queen recognizes our identities, would that not hand the Qin dynasty over on a silver platter? Upon hearing Ing Tian's analysis, the old sword master understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, Ing Tian maintained his composure, surveying the imposing Yuezhi castle while contemplating how to elude the soldiers. Old man, have you noticed the peculiarities among these soldiers? He suddenly inquired, halting the perplexed old sword master. I have not observed anything unusual. They all appear to be merely human, the old sword master replied, unable to discern any anomalies. However, upon Ing Tian's suggestion, he seemed to grasp something but could not articulate what was different. They exhibit a pattern in their patrols. For instance, the squad we see now has a time gap of approximately half an hour from the next patrol unit. Ing Tian patiently explained. The old sword master then enlightened. Exclaimed with realization. At that moment, a commotion arose from the shadows, and the patrolling soldiers turned to discover their presence. Ing Tian and the old sword master tensed, with Ing Tian silently chastising the old sword master for his restlessness. What on earth are you doing? Have you not seen them patrolling? Your fidgeting has drawn their attention, and now we are finished. What shall we do now? He shouted at the old sword master. The old sword master, realizing his blunder, hurriedly apologized. Young master, it was my fault. I did not foresee this outcome. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. If we do not deal with them, the consequences could be dire. You need not worry. We can simply enter boldly. Is that not a prudent strategy? As his words fell, a robust hand landed upon the old sword master's head with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed in the shadows. Yet the distant soldiers remained oblivious. The old sword master was momentarily dazed and confused, turning to find that it was Ing Tian who had struck him. However, he could not retaliate. After all, he was the esteemed 19th son of the Qin kingdom, a position beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Young master, I fail to comprehend why you find it inappropriate to strike me. Why not eliminate them all? Then you could enter without any issues. The old sword master queried, his mind filled with confusion. Daunted by Ing Tian's serious demeanor, he dared not speak further, fearing another reprimand. You fool, you were thinking far too simplistically. Should you kill them all? The noise would undoubtedly attract the Yuezhi army. To confront such overwhelming forces with just the two of us is sheer folly. What on earth are you contemplating? Your audacity is astounding. The soldiers are already taking notice of us and are approaching. You must devise a solution for the current predicament. Do not waste time on futile thoughts. The old sword master, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the gravity of his earlier recklessness and the potential consequences. Should they truly eliminate the patrolling soldiers, the Yuezhi army would undoubtedly pursue them, resulting in catastrophic repercussions. He trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably, seeing the old sword master in such a state. Ing Tian quickly contemplated how to divert the soldiers' attention to avoid revealing their whereabouts. An idea struck him, and he procured a duck. Ing Tian swiftly propelled the duck, which quacked loudly, flapping its wings as it headed toward the soldiers. The duck's cacophony startled the soldiers, who found it absurd to encounter such a mundane creature in such a solemn setting. Despite their doubts, they followed the commotion, capturing the duck to present it to the patrol captain, who then resumed their orderly patrol. Ing Tian, witnessing the success of his ploy, concealed himself in the shadows. Chuckling at the soldiers' comical disarray, the old sword master clutched his stomach in laughter, praising Ing Tian's cleverness. Young master, you truly possess remarkable ingenuity to conceive such a scheme, he exclaimed, laughing heartily, having not anticipated Ing Tian's resourcefulness. Ing Tian, observing the old sword master gasping for breath and laughter, felt a twinge of annoyance. I must say, do not create such troubles for me in the future. We nearly exposed our whereabouts just now. If those soldiers had discovered us, we would be in dire straits. Ing Tian's tone was stern as he regarded the seemingly frivolous old man, his anger palpable. The old sword master, feeling sheepish, lowered his head. Acknowledging his mistake, "Young master, I apologize. I was in the wrong. I assure you I shall not repeat such an error. Let us resolve the matter at hand." The old sword master hastily apologized, glancing at Ing Tian with a hint of embarrassment. Feeling ashamed of his near blunder, seeing the old sword master admit his fault, Ing Tian chose not to dwell on it further and decided to take action. In that case, let us move swiftly. We shall discreetly slip inside and complete our task while the patrolling soldiers change shifts. Ing Tian focused intently on the line of patrolling soldiers, preparing to seize the opportunity at the heavily guarded Yuezhi Palace. Ing Tian had anticipated this very scenario. He seized this rare opportunity, vowing not to relent. At that moment, he concealed himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the departure of the patrolling soldiers. After a while, the soldiers vanished from sight, and the replacement patrol had yet to arrive, creating a precious window of opportunity. The old sword master, recognizing Ing Tian's astute insight, quickly reminded him in a secluded area. Ing Tian was acutely aware of the significance of this chance, and the two swiftly advanced into the Yuezhi Palace. Within the dimly lit palace, they found themselves devoid of any guards, a feeling of unease creeping in. Yet, they did not linger on this thought. Knowing that soldiers could be lurking in various corners, they had to proceed with utmost caution to avoid detection by the patrolling guards. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. "Master, what shall we do now? We need to reach the core area of the palace," the old sword master inquired, studying the pensive Ing Tian as he surveyed the dark surroundings of the Yuezhi Palace. Losing all sense of direction, do not rush. Let us first observe the layout of the castle and identify alternative routes. The soldiers are currently changing shifts. We need not be hasty, Ing Tian calmly analyzed. Fully aware of the palace's complex structure, which allowed him to remain composed, the old sword master felt a sense of satisfaction at Ing Tian's tranquility and nodded in agreement. He took pride in this young talent's growth. Reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness, noting how much more mature he seemed now. "Very well, let us heed your advice and observe the castle's layout. We must act cautiously and avoid detection by the soldiers," the old sword master said nervously, fearful that any misstep would displease Ing Tian. Ing Tian responded sternly, "Old man, do not move recklessly. If we are spotted by the patrol or guards, we will find ourselves in dire straits. We managed to escape before, but now we are deep within enemy territory and our situation is precarious." The old sword master, upon hearing this, awkwardly rubbed his head, understanding Ing Tian's concerns but unable to articulate a response. Ing Tian resolutely assured the old sword master to trust his judgment, promising not to hinder him again. Faced with Ing Tian's reproach and expectations, the old sword master felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. He comprehended Ing Tian's position, recognizing that he ought to concentrate on assistance rather than interference. Consequently, their discourse ceased, and their gazes fixed upon the intricate moonlit palace. The two men observed with utmost caution, refraining from making any significant noise. As the sentinels on duty approached, Ing Tian and the old sword master instinctively held their breath and swiftly concealed themselves in the shadows, lest they be discovered by the hurriedly patrolling soldiers. They were so tense that they dared not even exhale, fearful of detection by the guards. Should they be discovered, their situation would become exceedingly perilous, potentially even life-threatening. "Young master, why don't we devise a strategy together?" the old sword master suggested. "We are not familiar with the internal layout and terrain of this Moon Clan castle," he continued. "Perhaps formulating a strategy tailored to the castle's complex design would enable us to address the challenges more effectively. There is no need for an in-depth study of the terrain. A straightforward approach could suffice to accomplish our mission." The old sword master surveyed the surroundings contemplatively, feeling perplexed by the intricate landscape. Ing Tian too was lost in thought, yet suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, only to swiftly fade. Under such vigilant scrutiny, accomplishing their task with ease felt as daunting as scaling the heavens. Both men were fraught with anxiety, nearly driven to madness. Abruptly, Ing Tian appeared to have an epiphany, hastily retrieving an item from his waist. The old sword master's eyes widened in astonishment. How had he not considered the utility of this object? Frustration washed over him as he slapped his forehead, berating himself for his own folly. "Oh dear, how could I be so foolish as to overlook this tool? I possess one as well. I can now cleverly evade the soldier's watchfulness. Such an invaluable instrument, how could I have forgotten it?" Truly, I am quite silly. The old sword master stood there, gazing at the treasure in Ing Tian's hand, astonished at how close he had come to disregarding its worth. My goodness, young master, your item is extraordinary. This will enable us to navigate the enemy's stronghold undetected, effortlessly resolving our predicament. The old sword master marveled, recalling the treasures he possessed, his excitement mounting. We can utilize these two artifacts to seize the core area of the Moon Clan castle with ease. He grew increasingly exhilarated, feeling satisfied with Ing Tian's plan. Chapter 10. Overconfidence. However, Ing Tian cautioned, do not become overconfident. If there are traps or unresolved magical formations within the castle, our actions may provoke complications. There are risks yet unconsidered. We must proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, the old sword master's earlier enthusiasm evaporated in an instant, as he recognized the potential dangers. What he had believed to be fully under control now seemed fraught with uncertainty. And Ing Tian's concerns reignited his worry. He fell silent, yet internally he anxiously sought a resolution. Ing Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. If magical formations were set within this castle, one must account for timing, terrain, and human factors. Various possibilities flitted through his mind, but he quickly dismissed one notion. The old sword master, sensing his unease, inquired about his thoughts. Ing Tian confided, I have an idea, but I fear it lacks security, as it overlooks other potential hazards. I am apprehensive that the castle may not be as simple as it appears. Should our plan fail, all our efforts would be in vain. Ing Tian regarded the old sword master with dissatisfaction. Unwilling for matters to become so convoluted, he reminded himself not to be swayed by his past self, but to focus on the task at hand. The thought of the intricate passageways further furrowed his brow. I understand what you are thinking, Ing Tian stated calmly, fully aware of the weighty responsibility upon his shoulders, leaving no room for error. But now we must consider all possible scenarios. If we act rashly and alert the Queen of the Moon Clan, her forces will mobilize, and we shall become their sole target. Even if we are strong, our stamina will ultimately impose limitations. Have you contemplated the consequences of this? Ing Tian spoke vehemently to the anxious old sword master. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity but resolved to remain focused on the immediate task. Observing the layers of patrolling soldiers, a new idea formed in his mind. Young master, if you are concerned about the existence of traps related to magical formations within the castle, we can employ the artifacts for defense. Typically, mechanisms pose little threat to such treasures. Furthermore, the artifacts can withstand physical assaults, alleviating much of our anxiety. Regarding magical formations, we can use the artifacts to detect their presence ahead. If they exist, we can avoid them. Wouldn't that be preferable? The old sword master suggested. Yet, Ing Tian gazed at the somber castle, its intricate structure rendering him somewhat impatient, shaking his head at the old sword master's words. He replied, I scarcely know how to admonish you. Should we trigger a magical formation, the Queen will immediately become aware of an intrusion. At that moment, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Have you considered the repercussions? We cannot haphazardly activate the formations. Our objective is to evade them without triggering any alarms, while simultaneously accomplishing our core mission. With so many factors, have you truly thought them through? Ing Tian looked at the seasoned, yet somewhat obtuse figure with dissatisfaction. They remained motionless until a strong wind swept through the castle, the hollow sound echoing in their ears, heightening the tension in the air. Captain, while on patrol, we discovered a duck. Should we stew it for the minister's nourishment? One of the younger soldiers suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing the commotion, Ing Tian and the old sword master quickly concealed themselves, straining to listen. The general received the duck, offering praise to his subordinates. Well done. You have been considerate, understanding the hardships of my role as captain. You may rest today. I will assign others to take your place. Enjoy yourselves and relax as you see fit. Seeing the general's magnanimity, the younger soldiers cheered, expressing their gratitude to the captain before hastily departing. Subsequently, the soldiers taking over approached the castle walls, daunted by the stern captain, who dared not utter a word. I shall reiterate. Today we must bolster our defenses. No one is to slip through, or you shall bear the consequences. The captain warned sternly, causing the younger soldiers to tremble with fear. He waved his hand and, satisfied, returned to the camp, still clutching the unfortunate duck. Ing Tian and the old sword master witnessed this scene, their hearts racing, observing the previously vigilant soldiers being reprimanded. They realized that their discipline would be even stricter. With this in mind, Ing Tian, filled with indignation, contemplated rushing out towards the core area of the Moon Clan castle. Young master, are you prepared? Such reckless action if discovered by the soldiers, will leave us little chance of escape. Perhaps it would be prudent to linger a while longer, devising a strategy before advancing into the core area. Hurried actions will only ensnare us in difficulty, the old sword master observed with a face full of concern. Clearly reluctant for the situation to escalate, their animosity with the Moon Clan had deep historical roots, spanning a century. Your concerns have already been taken into account, Ing Tian replied, but we cannot afford to squander any more time. Fixating on trivial matters, he reminded. Did you not hear that fellow instructing the soldiers to maintain a vigilant watch? If we do not make our move soon, those soldiers may establish an even tighter net of scrutiny. In such a scenario, we might find it impossible to secure a hiding place, Ing Tian lamented, having intended to act only once their plan was thorough, but now felt compelled to proceed. Before he could finish speaking, Ing Tian leapt forth, ascending the stone steps of the Moon Clan castle. The old sword master followed closely behind, both men entering the castle without a trace of fear, swiftly retrieving their invisibility artifacts, the items capable of rendering them unseen. Ing Tian displayed the celestial map gifted by the system, donning it instantly, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the old sword master concealed himself within the golden bell, and the two completely vanished from view. Were it not for their first-hand observation, one could hardly detect their presence. The castle lay desolate, devoid of any figures, leaving no trace of their passage. The two moved with utmost caution, fearful of triggering any mechanisms or ancient magical formations. Fully aware that Ing Tian was prepared to execute their mission, even at the cost of their lives. Young master, do you truly believe such ancient magical formations exist? The old sword master inquired anxiously. Proceeding with great care that if triggered, we may find ourselves unable to escape today. His incessant questioning revealed his mounting unease. The castle was shrouded in darkness and silence, with only faint glimmers casting shadows in the corners. The scars of blades and moss on the walls bore witness to the passage of time. Despite the eerie environment, they steeled their resolve to continue onward. As they approached their objective, Ing Tian remained silent, and the old sword master too quieted, closely trailing behind. Old man, cease your complaints. We must expedite our resolution, Ing Tian declared with determination. This vacant castle may indeed harbor something sinister. The queen's lost treasures may well be concealed within these walls. Is it merely that? Ing Tian questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. I refuse to believe it. We must prioritize caution, fully committing ourselves without wasting a moment discussing these matters. Ing Tian's heart raced as he surveyed the dark castle. The old sword master inadvertently stepped on a loose brick, and in an instant, a shadow darted towards them at a terrifying speed, accompanied by a resounding crash. Clang! The old sword master was struck. Reeling in shock. I ask you, how could you be so careless? How could the mechanisms detect us? Ing Tian chastised, his irritation flaring. Did you step on another trap? I warned you to be cautious, confronted by the sudden onslaught of mechanisms. His anger ignited. How was I to know? The brick was beneath my feet. It did not warn me against stepping on it. Ing Tian retorted indignantly. Who knew that brick would serve as a switch? Meanwhile, the old sword master continued to explain loudly, evidently unwilling to compete in blame with Ing Tian. He was also unclear about the location of the mechanism. Thus, the two of them could only huddle in a dim corner. Trembling with fear, they were unwilling to attract a throng of soldiers with a loud noise, especially not Finfin. If that were to happen, they would likely be unable to bear such a predicament. As the unknown object fell heavily to the ground, the old sword master hurried forward to inspect it. Only after confirming that his golden bell was safe and sound did he feel a slight sense of relief. I told you, isn't this a mechanism? Look, you stepped on the switch. Acting recklessly now could cost us our lives. Ing Tian and the old sword master exchanged accusations in the shadowy corner, muttering incessantly. How can you blame me? The mechanism is hidden in the dark. How was I to know? You stepped on it, and that's that. You were merely lucky not to have triggered it earlier. To blame me like this is utterly unreasonable. The old sword master replied, his tone displeased, feeling quite aggrieved. Mechanisms typically lurked in shadows, easily triggered by unintentional contact. Now, Ing Tian began to cast blame upon him, further aggravating the old sword master's sense of injustice. Enough, stop blaming me. We must hide quickly. The soldiers are likely beginning their search here. Such a loud noise has surely drawn attention. Trembling in the darkness, the old sword master and Ing Tian set aside their grievances. Survival was the priority. They had come here on a mission, daring to infiltrate enemy territory alone. If His Majesty Ing Zheng were to find out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before long, the castle of the Yu clan echoed with the sharp, powerful sound of footsteps. The two felt an intense tension, their hearts racing with dread. Soldiers rushed in, their footsteps a relentless din, filling the corridor with noise as both men's hearts raced, growing increasingly anxious. Keep quiet. Don't attract any more trouble. If we're discovered, it will be the end for us. We cannot afford any mistakes at this moment, Ng Tian warned, casting a wary glance at the old swordmaster. Unwilling to expose them both because of the latter's blunders, they had gone to great lengths to resolve this matter swiftly, to locate the confidants of the Yu kingdom within the Qin dynasty. If they succeeded, they would gain a detailed understanding of the Yu kingdom's weaknesses, allowing them to devise an effective attack strategy based on troop strength and terrain, encircling their foes and striking decisively. At this moment, another round of crisp footsteps echoed within the castle. A pair of long, youthful legs came into view, revealing a slender figure with an exquisite visage. The queen of the Yu kingdom possessed a gaunt face and profound, captivating eyes. Despite the striking individuals surrounding her, none dared to act recklessly for fear of their lives. What on earth are you all doing? After such a prolonged assault, you still haven't breached the defenses? Are the soldiers of the Qin dynasty made of iron and stone? If you cannot handle these foes, what use are you? The queen's reprimand resonated throughout the palace, as ministers prostrated themselves on the ground, none daring to utter a sound. Her strength had reached the celestial realm, and her authority was not to be challenged. As a woman firmly seated upon the throne, she commanded the respect and submission of her subjects. Faced with the queen's wrath, they could only placate her. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. This is beyond our control. The enemy boasts a 1,000,000-strong army and possesses formidable warriors above the celestial realm. It is no small feat to conquer the Qin dynasty. We implore you to understand our plight, that we all wish for a swift end to this war, to prevent such incidents from recurring. Securing victory in this conflict is our shared aspiration. One minister trembled as he beseeched the queen for mercy, the palace engulfed in an oppressive silence. Although the Yu kingdom had suffered considerable losses, this was merely the beginning of their offensive. Should they persist with this strategy, it would surely lead to their annihilation. I advise your Majesty that if our forces are too weak in the face of the Qin dynasty, we may need to seek alliances with other factions. This would provide a precedent for opposing the Qin. In such a scenario, we could reap the benefits while quietly launching our own strikes. Like a sparrow capturing a cicada, the queen listened to the minister's proposal, remaining silent. She was acutely aware that forming alliances could introduce numerous uncertainties in the future. After all, the strength of those factions was comparable to her own. Should an alliance be formed, it could disrupt the balance of power, which was not her desire. I understand your points. If we ally with them, we will inevitably have to share the spoils of war, which is not what I wish. Even if we cannot triumph, we should not hastily form alliances, as that would imply our inability to stand against the Qin facing the Qin dynasty. Does that not indirectly suggest our inferiority? They may take advantage of us, and we cannot become their sacrificial lambs. At this moment, we require a more meticulous plan. History is replete with examples of the few triumphing over the many. We have sufficient confidence that inflicting heavy damage upon the Qin is not impossible. For now, we must concentrate on strategic planning. Equally important is to maintain the morale of the troops, ensuring that none become lax. Upon hearing this, the ministers immediately sprang into action, accepting their orders, bowing in silence, for the urgency of the situation warranted it. The queen's anger was entirely justified. You may withdraw for now. Allow me some solitude. Return tomorrow to report, unless there is a significant development. Depart at once. The moon goddess queen spoke with irritation. Observing her cadre of inept subordinates, she felt a surge of anger with no outlet. The standoff with the Qin dynasty had persisted for decades, and they had yet to breach the defenses, leaving her humiliated. Since her ascension to the throne, she had vowed to expand the territory of the Yu kingdom 1,000-fold, until it consumed the Qin, providing a better life for her people. That was her goal. Yet, decades of effort had yielded no progress, leaving her deeply dissatisfied and restless. Sighs echoed within the palace, faced with the panic of her soldiers. The queen felt powerless, unable to alter the current situation, burdened with guilt towards her subjects. In the corridor, the sounds of hurried footsteps approached. As anxious soldiers rushed towards the stairs, they only saw a sword left on the ground, the desolate scene rendering them like headless flies, utterly at a loss. Concealed in the shadows, Ng Tian and the old sword master utilized the power of their artifact to remain hidden in the dark corner. Their cunning and agility allowed them to evade the searching soldiers, who returned empty-handed, only hearing their superiors berate their incompetence. Tian observed all this with growing confusion. Such harsh reprimands from the superiors could only demoralize the troops. Yet at this moment, he was solely focused on completing their mission, turning to the cowering old swordmaster with a plan forming in his mind. As the scolding subsided, Tian swiftly maneuvered past the soldiers, eliciting a fleeting sense of unease. Yet the soldiers remained oblivious and soon dismissed it. Currently, Tian and the old swordmaster arrived at the heart of the castle. The previously scolded soldiers began a massive, thorough search, leaving no clue unturned. Any discovery must be reported immediately. If anyone harms Her Majesty the Queen, you will all face the consequences. Just wait and see, the team leader roared at several soldiers before him, his complexion ashen, having lost his composure. If an unknown intruder had indeed infiltrated, it was likely that a death sentence awaited them. Old man, let us move quickly. This task might soon be accomplished. That way, we can leave this cursed place. Tian muttered hastily, gazing at the visibly shaken old swordmaster. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Was it truly necessary to be this frantic, with the power of the artifact? Their combined strength, coupled with the ordinary soldier's eyes searching for them, it was nearly impossible for anyone to detect their movements. At this moment, there was no need for undue fear of discovery. Tell me, old man, is it really necessary to be this afraid? With the artifact's power, we need not worry about those fellows discovering our tracks. Even if there were a hint of evidence, with the artifact's enhancement, they would not pose a threat to us. Tian expressed his dissatisfaction, observing the old sword master's timorous demeanor, feeling that prolonging this was pointless. I am not afraid. I am merely cautious of the formation you mentioned earlier. If indeed there is a formation, we would be trapped, forget the artifact, and nothing else would assist us, leaving us to await our doom. The old sword master replied helplessly, watching as everyone searched frantically for them. Yao Jiansheng felt anxious as well. Should they be discovered and inadvertently trigger an ancient formation, it would spell disaster. Your concerns are unwarranted. We have arrived at the check-in point. Enough with the chatter. We must complete the mission promptly. Not dawdle. Time is of the essence. Act swiftly. Tian insisted impatiently, noticing the old sword master still on high alert for any formations around. Suddenly, a strong, powerful hand struck the old sword master's golden bell, producing a resounding noise that echoed in the open space, capturing the attention of the searching soldiers. Hey, what are you doing? Is that not courting death? Such a loud commotion? Do you want to lead them to us? If we're discovered, it would all be in vain. The old sword master explained anxiously. Tian's fury boiled within him. This commotion was undoubtedly a road to ruin. It left him both vexed and bewildered. However, Tian remained indifferent, for if he did not create some noise to compel the old sword master, how could he expect cooperation in completing the check-in task if they lingered in the castle for too long? Even the slightest leak of information could expose their presence, leading to their ultimate failure. Hurry, complete the task, and we will evacuate immediately. Do not delay. This matter is of utmost importance. Do not hinder. Tian urged irritably, pulling the old sword master along as they hastily made their way to the check-in point. Upon arriving, Tian took a deep breath and immediately called for the system, while the old sword master stood by quietly awaiting his turn. In this moment, he yearned to ascertain the circumstances surrounding him before meticulously devising his next course of action. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed at the pinnacle of the castle remained in a state of anxious search for the whereabouts of Lao Jinshin and Tian. Suddenly, the mechanism emitted a series of ominous rumblings, followed by the resounding blast of gunfire. As the walls trembled, the entire Moon City castle quaked in unison. Abruptly, a swift shadow darted towards one of the soldiers. This soldier, engrossed in his quest to uncover the elusive figure, was caught unawares. It was too late for him to react, and he fell, an arrow embedded in his body. The nearby comrades, witnessing their fallen companion, were struck with shock and trepidation, and one of them immediately raised his voice amid the chaos, exclaiming, "Beware, we are under attack. Exercise caution. It could be the rogue lurking in the shadows." His warning reverberated through the ranks, urging vigilance against the intruder who might eliminate them all. In a frantic rush, he dashed to the captain to report the dire situation. Within moments, the atmosphere was charged with urgency as a multitude of soldiers commenced their frantic search. The walls reverberated once more with a thunderous noise, as numerous dark figures unleashed a volley of arrows in all directions, the whistling of projectiles filling the air. The harrowing cries of the wounded echoed above the castle, underscoring the severity of the casualties. Realizing the impending peril, the unscathed captain swiftly rallied his troops, comprehending that a clandestine infiltrator had indeed breached their defenses. Were it not for this breach, the situation would not have spiraled into such chaos. The thought of the queen being endangered spurred him into action. As he bellowed at a surviving soldier beside him, "Dispatch reinforcements immediately to ensure Her Majesty's safety. Do not allow her to remain alone in the castle. There is undoubtedly an intruder among us. Only a fool would trigger the mechanism," he commanded. "Protect the queen at all costs. There must be no room for error." The captain found himself in a dire predicament. Confronted by an unknown adversary, utterly powerless to respond. In that moment, he felt akin to a living target. Despite his vast experience, he appeared helpless under such circumstances. His only priority was to safeguard the most vital figure of the Yu Kingdom, the Yu Queen. The consequences of losing her protection were too dreadful to contemplate. This thought consumed him. The captain, filled with urgency, cast a disapproving glance at the indecisive soldier, delivering a swift kick and commanding him to hasten to the queen's side. Ing Tian and the old sword master, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, astonished by the treachery of the mechanisms at play. For an ordinary individual, the likelihood of survival in such a situation was virtually non-existent. Now, with numerous soldiers suffering devastating losses, only a handful remained alive. Fortunately, they possessed magical artifacts that concealed their presence and shielded them from physical and chemical assaults, a stroke of good fortune indeed. The two silently rejoiced at the strength of their protective treasures. The captain, like a frenzied wild dog, brandished his weapon, fearful of an enemy lurking in the shadows. Hesitating to strike, he shouted, "This is bad. The queen is in danger." The soldier, who had just been kicked to locate the queen, rushed to the palace doors with remarkable speed, only to be obstructed by the guards, unable to gain entry. How could the queen, a figure of celestial prowess, remain oblivious to the unfolding chaos? Curiosity gnawed at him, compelling him to uncover what could incite such panic among the trained soldiers. Do not impede him. "Let him enter," the queen commanded sternly, her eyes blazing with authority. "Any who dare obstruct shall face dire consequences." Gazing upon the empty hall, a flicker of unease coursed through her. What is happening? Why the commotion? Speak clearly. Though her tone was sharp and her patience waning, her curiosity eclipsed her irritation. Indeed, it was impossible to conceal the truth from Her Majesty. The soldier began. "While patrolling, we repeatedly heard unusual sounds emanating from the Yu Fortress, strange noises that eluded our attention in daily life. We dispatched a significant number of troops to monitor these disturbances and subsequently trace their source to the castle's uppermost tier. However, upon arrival, we found no one present, only an arrow left behind by the mechanical devices. And the barren surroundings offered no guidance. Thus, we dispersed to search every nook, yet the results remained disheartening, yielding nothing. At that moment, countless mechanisms suddenly activated, inflicting severe casualties upon our brothers. The elusive intruder has yet to reveal himself, rendering the situation exceedingly bizarre. The captain is deeply concerned for your safety. Hence, I and the remaining soldiers hasten to protect you. Should you fall into peril, the entire Yu Kingdom would face annihilation. For we rely on your leadership to guide us to glory. You must not falter at this critical juncture." Chapter 12. Melancholy. The soldier furrowed his brow in anxiety, addressing Her Majesty with a heart laden with trepidation. As he beheld the unscathed queen, her demeanor solemnly fixed upon him, he felt a dual sensation of warmth and chill. This unexpected crisis was unprecedented, leaving him utterly flummoxed upon hearing her subordinate's account. The Yu Queen's fury ignited instantaneously. It was inconceivable that such audacity could infiltrate her domain. This affront not only humiliated her, but also ignited an eagerness to confront this audacious individual herself. "Mobilize half the nation's forces and encircle this castle. I refuse to believe he can escape. Even if I must lay a trap, I shall unearth this scoundrel," she declared in fury, experiencing a moment of unprecedented disgrace. Feeling utterly powerless against the cunning foe, "Your Majesty, the captain dispatched us to protect you. If you send us away, what shall become of you?" the soldier expressed, concerned that the queen might fall into the enemy's clutches. A situation he could not justify to the captain, as she was the sovereign of the nation, and he wished for her safety. The soldier bowed his head, unable to meet the queen's gaze. Evidently intimidated by her imposing presence, having spoken, he quickly led his contingent towards the castle's exit, fearing that even the slightest delay would invite the queen's wrath. "Wait. Deliver this to your captain and inform him that it can pinpoint the enemy and trace any clues," commanded the queen, her fury yet to dissipate, eager to resolve the matter of this audacious interloper swiftly to preserve the Yu Kingdom's reputation. watching the soldiers hastily depart, her brows knitted in concern. Shortly thereafter, the soldier who had come to deliver news and protect her vanished, inciting a wave of suspicion within the queen. She had already identified potential suspects, perhaps linked to recent upheavals, yet remained uncertain. She resolved to set a comprehensive trap swiftly and personally apprehend this individual, seeking retribution. This wretched scoundrel is incredibly brazen, daring to defy me. The Yu Queen clenched her teeth, her anger intensifying. She could scarcely tolerate the audacity of this individual, who had brought her such embarrassment within the Yu Kingdom. He must be brought to justice. With hurried steps, the two concealed themselves beneath their magical artifacts, fleeing towards the outskirts of Ruetu Castle. Eager to depart from this place, old man, move swiftly. Something feels amiss, as though a great weight presses upon my heart, making it hard to breathe. The old sword master gasped, trailing closely behind the youth. Ing Tian, desperate to escape. Though he wished to follow Ing Tian's lead, his age hindered his stamina, leaving him feeling increasingly inadequate. Young master, do not fret. I shall keep pace with you, he reassured, urging the young man to forge ahead. Unbeknownst to them, a vast assembly had congregated outside the Yu Castle, sealing off their escape route. The soldiers dispatched by the Yu Queen had converged with the captain, encircling them completely. Old man, do these people not sense anything at all? I refuse to believe they are unconcerned about our threat. Ing Tian pondered, perplexed, as the Yu Kingdom's prowess and tactics should have drawn attention, yet they seemed utterly indifferent to their presence. This Yu Castle must possess some undisclosed means or influence. Their lack of vigilance is exceedingly strange. Ing Tian mused, feeling the weight of uncertainty regarding the expected response from the Yu Kingdom. Youth, cease your wild speculations. Their ignorance of our presence is our fortune. If we are discovered, the ramifications would be dire. We must escape swiftly, the old sword master urged as they continued towards the exit, only to find themselves heavily surrounded just as freedom seemed within reach. Surely not. Have we already been detected? The old sword master exclaimed in alarm, though he remained unaware of the encroaching peril. Panic rising at the sight of the imposing army. Old man, do not panic. We have magical protection. We shall surely evade capture. We must leave no trace, Ing Tian cautioned, observing the vast army surrounding them. Realizing the gravity of their predicament. In that case, we shall not delay any longer. We will charge through. With our strength, we need not fear them. Moreover, they cannot even ascertain our whereabouts. How could they capture us? The old sword master, upon hearing this, surveyed the surroundings, feeling the weight of the predicament. If all was as Ing Tian proposed, then charging headlong into an army of thousands was indeed reckless. Young master, we must not be so impulsive. Should they discover us, we would be ensnared amidst this legion of iron steeds with no means of escape. Perhaps we should devise a more prudent strategy. The old sword master's mind swirled with a multitude of plans, recognizing that the current situation could not be treated lightly. Before them lay an army of millions, without the aid of their magical artifacts. They would have long since been exposed. Now, to survive even momentarily, a means of escape must be swiftly devised to avert disaster. Hearing the old sword master's composed analysis, Ing Tian's heart steadied. His original plan had indeed been flawed. A reckless charge would only draw attention, and should the adversary possess special capabilities, the consequences would be dire. Young master, I suggest we break through directly. These people pose no threat to us. Lingering will only waste time. We must act swiftly and decisively. The old sword master, anxious, regarded the throng of soldiers, feeling the urgency mount. Ing Tian, upon hearing this, felt a stir of determination. He no longer wished to linger in this place. The mission was complete, and it was time to depart from this cursed location. The growing impatience to escape, as he faced the encircled masses, propelled him to act immediately. Since we are already surrounded, let us rely on our strength to burst forth and flee this place. Thus, they resolved to go all out. Old sword master, you must act swiftly. Once we break through, flee with all your might. For even the slightest trace could become our undoing. Ing Tian prepared for their retreat, deciding against further concealment. Facing the darkened masses, he no longer opted for hiding. The old sword master nodded in agreement, and both turned their gaze towards the crowd, ready to follow Ing Tian's lead and make their escape. Ing Tian hastily drew forth a yellow curved blade from his waist, this time taking care as he gripped it. Vanishing into the void beneath the cover of the celestial map, like a specter leaving no trace. Without hesitation, he charged forward, crashing into the densely packed throng, instantly stirring a commotion, as dust and smoke enveloped the area. This audacious move left the soldiers stationed outside the castle astonished. Although the scene was clear, none perceived the anomaly. The captain, witnessing this unfold among the masses, felt a surge of alarm but found himself too late to intervene. He bellowed a warning to the gathered troops. "We must not let them escape. Surround them tightly. Do not grant them a single chance to flee. Release them, if Her Majesty pursues this matter. None of you will retain your heads. There will be excruciating suffering." Yet, at this moment, Ing Tian disregarded the captain's warning, singularly focused on his escape. Like a battering ram, he broke through the encirclement, and wherever the Huang Dao passed, blood spattered. The soldiers, once as formidable as a city wall, were forcibly torn apart by him, with severed limbs strewn across the ground, painting a gruesome tableau. The soldiers, paralyzed with fear, scattered in all directions. The captain, witnessing this, was consumed with rage. He seized a soldier attempting to flee and knocked him down with a single blow. "You worthless lot. All you do is eat and drink. You cannot even capture this man. And yet you claim to protect yourselves?" He furiously interrogated them, threatening dire consequences should Her Majesty learn of their failure. The soldiers, petrified, dared not move, compelled to obey the captain's orders to apprehend others. In the throes of anger and indignation, his heart burned with fury as he watched the man prepare to escape, his restlessness mounting. "Captain, this is the Queen's command. I entrust this to you. This is a treasure bestowed by the Queen, and now it is easily placed in your hands." Clearly, he harbored apprehensions regarding this adversary. "You must capture him. This treasure possesses boundless power. The Queen commands you to apprehend this scoundrel without fail." Suddenly, a spirit talisman appeared in the soldier's hand. His gaze was resolute as he looked at the captain, who was deeply moved, realizing his responsibility to seize the foe. "Soldiers, heed my command. Join me in capturing that scoundrel. We shall ensure his dismemberment. The Queen has granted me this treasure. Today, we must bring him to justice. Once I deploy the treasure, we act in unison to bind him and bring him back." The captain commanded imperiously amidst the throng. The soldiers who had intended to flee were now invigorated by the captain's words, most halting their retreat, no longer gripped by fear. Determination gleamed in their eyes. Victory was imperative. Meanwhile, Ing Tian, having already burst through the crowd, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the captain's pronouncement. Completely unprepared for the opponent's capabilities, he desperately needed a strategy to counter this. As his safety was at stake, the enemy seemed intent on tracking him relentlessly, heightening Ing Tian's anxiety. He glanced back at the old gentleman who had been following him, resolved to cease hesitating and once more sprint towards the castle. Behind him, the soldiers pursued fervently. A cold smile crept across his lips as he drew a spirit talisman from his waist. The captain instantly threw it, the talisman dancing through the air, absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy. Then emitting a sudden movement, tightening Ing Tian's chest as he quickly distanced himself. However, it was too late. The talisman surged towards him at several times the speed. The old sword master sensed impending danger. As if besieged by the throng, and unsheathed the Tianlong sword, its dragon roar resonating throughout the venue. The Tianlong sword cleaved the heavens, stunning the soldiers as they realized their enemy still possessed the strength to counterattack. The captain, undeterred, launched an assault towards the direction of the Tianlong sword, the two artifacts colliding midair, light and darkness intertwining, instilling terror in the soldiers below. Ing Tian watched in awe, astonished by the captain's strength. He could withstand his Tianlong sword, altering his perception. "Senior, there is no need for prolonged conflict. The mission is accomplished. Flee swiftly," he urged urgently. Yet watching the old sword master shield him from harm, his hesitation vanished, further solidifying his resolve to retreat. "Young master, do not concern yourself with me. You leave first. This foe is mine." The old sword master's eyes were steadfast, wholly focused on ensuring Ing Tian's safe departure. Unafraid of any challenge, now was the moment to display their prowess. Impulsiveness could no longer be tolerated. Just as Ing Tian hesitated, a spirit talisman suddenly adhered to his body. In an instant, Ing Tian perceived its presence as it rapidly approached him, causing his heart to race. Without delay, he pivoted and dashed downward, employing precise angles and agile movements to evade the pursuit. The captain closely followed Ing Tian's aura, trailing his remnants. "You cannot hide forever. You rogue, what kind of hero lurks in the shadows, striking from ambush? Reveal yourself. We shall face each other honorably. You have been nothing but a cowardly specter. Your audacity is astonishing, daring to intrude upon the territory of our Yu kingdom. My soldiers have had enough of your provocations. If I capture you today, I shall ensure you are reduced to mere fragments. The captain, concealed behind his soldiers, bellowed at the distant Ing Tian, though reluctant to reveal himself. His seething rage was undeniable. Ing Tian heard these venomous curses, but refrained from immediate response, understanding that he must not reveal any clues. Should he be discovered, the talisman would surely be directed at him. He was acutely aware that the talisman was a treasure bestowed by the Queen of Yu, and it must not fall into enemy hands that moment. Ing Tian ceased his contemplation, for Lin who was entangled with him. He felt the situation was dire, yet he could not expose himself. Thus, without hesitation, he summoned the Huang Dao in his hand. Its blade sliced through the atmosphere, sending tremors through the air, the overwhelming momentum instilling terror in the soldiers below. The captain, incensed by Ing Tian's disregard, seethed with fury. Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall demonstrate my prowess today. No matter where you flee, you cannot evade my grasp. With that, he resolved to no longer wait. Channeling a vast amount of true essence to manipulate the talisman in relentless pursuit of Ing Tian hurled the Huang Dao at the talisman with incredible speed. However, after a thunderous impact, he was left astonished. The Huang Dao in his grasp had zero effect on the talisman, not even leaving a scratch, leaving him utterly stunned. Confronted by this formidable adversary, Ing Tian recognized he could not linger in battle. He must first resolve the immediate dilemma. Meanwhile, in the other arena, the old sword master was engaged in a fierce clash with the captain's other weapon, the black iron staff, and the Tianlong sword. The sound of their collisions deafening, causing agony among the soldiers. The old sword master, leveraging his strength and speed, nimbly evaded attacks, while the soldiers below, gripped by fear and chaos, found themselves in dire straits. Losing patience, the old sword master thrust his sword forward, the Tianlong sword slicing through the air, accompanied by its dragon roar, instantly causing several soldiers to be torn apart. Witnessing this carnage, the timid soldiers fled, while the captain remained fixated on chasing Ing Tian, indifferent to the rest. This fellow is truly a headache. He insists on compelling me to a life-and-death struggle. This man is utterly fearless. It seems I must resolve this today. He is trapped, and I shall see how Su Lauda forces him out. You, young scoundrel, prepare to be reduced to mere fragments today. The captain's heart brimmed with rage as he glared at the adversary lurking in the shadows. The prior provocation yielding no results. Faced with an adversary who seemed to have no solution, the captain felt powerless, yet he resolved to persist, confident the opponent could not hide forever. Since you seek death, today I shall teach you a lesson. You are truly an annoyance. Clinging to me like this, you shall suffer today, and I shall show you the terror of my peak celestial realm power. Ing Tian, unable to endure further, chose not to evade the cunning enemy anymore. Even if he escaped the Yu Kingdom, that individual would likely pursue him relentlessly. This was not his style. Such a predicament tarnished his dignity as the 19th prince of the Great Qin Empire. At this moment, Ing Tian did not immediately remove the Tongtian map but opted to engage in battle, utilizing the advantage of his hidden position. As the talisman controlled by his enemy approached, he swiftly maneuvered the yellow curved blade, and the talisman collided with a powerful force, causing the Yu castle to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, the captain remained unwavering. Confronted by this formidable foe, Ing Tian chose not to flee, but rather channeled his true essence directly into the talisman, causing its energy to surge, amplifying it several dozen times as it rushed towards Ing Tian. What kind of treasure is this? So difficult to deal with. The yellow curved blade seemed utterly ineffective against it. It appears that if I do not resolve this scoundrel today, I shall be unable to leave. After careful consideration, Ing Tian resolved to decisively eliminate the present threat to avoid wasting time. Even if he did not eliminate him now, this individual might become an insurmountable obstacle in future assaults on the Yu Kingdom. Given the opportunity to engage, he determined to seize it and thoroughly vanquish his opponent, allowing him to witness the might of a great Qin warrior. Since I have come, let us proceed. Today you shall witness my strength. The captain, gazing at his adversary, prepared to counterattack. He manipulated the talisman, which shifted unpredictably, vanishing swiftly into the AIR.AT that moment. Ing Tian recalled the black armor gifted by the system. This could be an opportune time to test its defensive capabilities. Since I am here, I might as well test my black armor. I wonder how strong its defense truly is. The old sword master, sensing the gravity of the situation, sought to intervene, fearing the armor's insufficient defense might endanger Ing Tian. He anxiously called out, "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. Are you aware of the armor's defensive capabilities? This is merely a probing tactic against the enemy. The armor's defensive strength can be assessed later. For now, we must defeat him and retreat. If you act so impulsively and an accident occurs, how will I explain this to Her Majesty? The old gentleman was beside himself, witnessing Ying Tian's reckless actions, utterly losing his composure. Nevertheless, Ying Tian paid him no heed, focusing solely on the adversary before him, clad in black armor, resolute in his intent to shatter him into pieces. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Today, I will ensure you experience suffering. Ying Tian shouted hoarsely at his foe. In that moment, a tremendous force erupted from his fist, soaring skyward, warping the very fabric of space as it surged towards his opponent. The Yu captain, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the head by a precisely aimed punch. As Ying Tian turned around, brimming with confidence and believing victory was assured, he was taken aback to find his opponent seemingly unscathed, save for a slight deformation of the head. Floating before this individual was a talisman, the very same one that had previously shielded Ying Tian from a powerful assault. The captain, after stumbling to his feet, managed a cold smirk. Sensing the dire situation, Ying Tian attempted to create distance, but his movements were a fraction too slowed. In an instant, the talisman adhered itself to him, and he felt his strength waning. At that moment, a familiar notification rang in his ears. System has detected the host's strength being forcibly absorbed. Would you like to activate defense mode? Overjoyed, Ying Tian marveled at the system's timely intervention, offering him a glimmer of hope. Activate defense mode. Despite his ignorance regarding its specific workings, he understood this was his lifeline. In an instant, the vast sky illuminated as a brilliant radiance emanated from Ying Tian, rapidly coalescing around him. This brilliance seemed to reclaim the strength that was slipping away, thwarting the talisman's absorption. Wow, this defense mode is astonishing. It can withstand the assault of a mysterious artifact, he mused, becoming increasingly excited and momentarily forgetting his surroundings. Not far off, the captain, noticing the talisman's ineffectiveness, was incredulous that such a treasure had lost its potency before him. He felt like a headless fly, bewildered and at a loss. Kid, what trick did you employ to render my talisman ineffective? The captain seethed, glaring at the invisible Ying Tian. Meanwhile, Ying Tian quietly muttered to himself, dismissing the captain as merely an illusion of power bolstered by his artifact. Truly nothing more than an insignificant insect to be feared. However, Ying Tian still could not shake off the talisman's grip. It clung to him like glue, and no amount of struggle proved effective. He found himself at an impasse, unable to devise a solution against this troublesome artifact. What is going on? Why can't I dislodge it even with defense mode activated? He pondered, perplexed. Was this artifact truly indestructible? Maintaining his composure, he observed the situation calmly. The sword god, sensing danger, was about to intervene, but the black iron rod struck again, forcing the sword god to evade swiftly. Enraged, the captain manipulated the iron rod, enlarging it severalfold, and hurled it towards the sword god. In a state of panic, the sword god realized the gravity of the situation. As the black iron rod was about to strike, Ying Tian remained at a loss. The talisman seemingly fused with him, making escape impossible. In a moment of desperation, he drew his yellow knife and struck the talisman, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. He was terrified of falling victim to another forced absorption of his strength. He had no desire to repeat that experience. If the talisman continued to exert pressure on him, he would soon be drained of vitality. This was not an outcome he desired. He was not prepared to meet his end here. There were still many unfinished matters that he could not afford to abandon so recklessly. At this moment, Ying Tian was fraught with anxiety. He hesitated at the thought of the system's defense mode. After all, the system had activated this mode for his protection, but he was uncertain if it would continue to do so in the future. Likewise, he was unclear whether this defense mode had a time limit, filling him with uncertainty and concern. Regarding this artifact, Ying Tian felt like a headless fly, utterly powerless. The captain, witnessing the talisman clinging to Ying Tian, had fixated his target solely on him. After careful consideration, he bellowed to his subordinates, "Everyone, surround that talisman. Don't let it escape. Whoever captures it today will be handsomely rewarded. Remember, this is a mandate from Her Majesty the Queen. Whoever can capture it will earn her generous favor. With so many of you, are you afraid of just one person? Besides, I've already subdued it. Hurry, seize it and bring it back." The captain shouted wildly, spouting nonsense to his subordinates, uncertain of the truth in his own words. He simply sought to capture Ying Tian before him, feeling a lack of confidence. He had exerted all his strength, sensing the formidable prowess of his opponent, without the talisman bestowed by the queen. He might have paid the ultimate price today to restraining Tion.at. That moment, another notification chimed. Ding. External foreign substance detected adhering to the host. Would you like to activate the chemical damage elimination mode of the cosmic diagram? Tion was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the talisman to be such a headache, his thoughts spiraling to the brink of madness. Yet, the familiar voice of the system brought him joy. He had forgotten the system's previous reminders and now required its assistance to awaken his memory. Activate the cosmic diagram's chemical damage elimination mode. Without hesitation, he issued the command. For he had no time to ponder further. Faced with this troublesome talisman, he was thoroughly exasperated. The irritating individual nearby mocked him, and he yearned to see them torn to shreds. In that fleeting moment, a luminous glow enveloped Tion, and the black armor he wore vanished beneath his skin. The cosmic diagram reattached itself to him, radiating dazzling light. Only he could perceive this extraordinary luminescence. Invisible to the naked eye, the cosmic diagram shimmered like the stars of the universe, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. Gradually, these vibrant hues whirled, forming a small vortex that soon expanded exponentially, transforming the cosmic diagram into a terrifying black hole, yet aglow with resplendent colors. Meanwhile, the talisman remained affixed to Tion, but the moment the cosmic diagram activated its elimination mode, it trembled and was swiftly drawn into the vortex. In less than a quarter of an hour, the talisman was utterly obliterated by the cosmic diagram. Witnessing this scene, Tion was ecstatic. At last, he had freed himself from this troublesome artifact and could direct his full attention towards the one he loathed. Everything felt surreal, almost dreamlike, leaving him in disbelief. At this juncture, Tion had no time for reflection. He was determined to resolve the immediate threat and depart, for he had more pressing matters at hand that could not be delayed. He turned to face the captain, his eyes ablaze with fury, as an imminent battle loomed. Unable to contain his anger, Tion longed to reduce his exasperating opponent to mere pulp. With a swift leap, he lunged towards the captain, unleashing a punch with the force of a battering ram. Warping the very fabric of space and instilling an overwhelming pressure. He showed no mercy, pouring every ounce of strength into his assault. The captain, sensing the peril, hastily retreated, determined not to allow this adversary to evade his attack easily. Once more, Tion surged towards the captain with ferocity. In that moment, the captain resembled a cornered animal, desperate and fleeing. Tion was nearly upon him. Each punch he threw resonated with the sound of rupturing air. In the midst of this harrowing spectacle, the soldiers below felt an ominous dread. Observing their captain's frantic flight, some soldiers grew wary. Just moments ago, they had aimed to swarm him. Yet several who attempted to charge forward were sent reeling by Tion's strikes. With gaping wounds resembling bloodied maws appearing on their chests, the carnage gruesome and brutal. Tion, having long grown accustomed to such scenes, remained unfazed in the face of this chaos. He continued his relentless pursuit. Showing no regard for the fallen soldiers, his sole focus was on closing in on the captain. Amidst the captain's floundering escape, Tion felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Albeit trivial, he was consumed by a desire to rend the captain to pieces. The time wasted gnawed at him relentlessly. This fool is courting death. Observing his beleaguered opponent, Tion resolved to disregard everything else. Wherever his fist landed, flora withered, and flesh was rent asunder. This sight caused the nearby soldiers to hesitate. Torn between charging forward and fearing a similar fate, the captain, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. This adversary was far too powerful. The sheer might of his punches was terrifying, capable of creating immense gashes in the bodies of muscular soldiers. Trembling, the captain, drenched in sweat, fled desperately to avoid becoming Tion's next meal. At that moment, Tion granted him no respite, accelerating towards the captain once more. The captain remained ensnared in his plight. Tion closing the distance. Realizing the captain had reached his limits, Tion suddenly vanished, leaping into the air and landing a decisive kick upon him. The captain lost his balance and plummeted to the ground, the earth sinking beneath him as dust scattered. Hovering above, Tion sneered down at the prostrate captain. "Weren't you quite arrogant, planning to tear me to shreds? Without that artifact, where has your bravado gone? Is this all you can muster? Merely idle talk. You are but an insignificant insect, and to engage with me tarnishes your hands." Tion looked down at the captain with disdain, his form suspended in the air. The captain, having been struck down, felt the residual force of his opponent. Yet, he had no opportunity to turn the tide. The value of the artifact had been nullified by Tion. Now, he could only gaze up at his foe. Powerless like an ant, kid, "Don't be so arrogant before me," Ing Tian retorted. "You are but a grain of sand in this world. What use is it to be carried away by pride? You, an insect, dare to boast here. Remember, don't let your hubris lead you to folly, lest Her Majesty the Queen make you regret it." The captain, contemplating the Queen's presence, felt a surge of confidence. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, he staggered to his feet, coughing repeatedly. Clearly, Ing Tian's kick had injured him. The Queen's power could easily bring this insolent fool to ruin. He could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, he might face dire consequences. The Queen had already dispatched word, and he would be crushed beneath her iron heel. The captain gazed at Ing Tian suspended in midair. His heart brimming with animosity, he was unwilling for the Queen to intervene personally. The mess of the day must be resolved by him alone to preserve his dignity. Thus, he provocatively declared to Ing Tian, "You are but a mere ant. How dare you act so arrogantly here?" He then inquired, "How formidable is the Queen who stands behind you?" Tian discerned his thoughts. A true confrontation would yield unpredictable consequences. He resolutely shed his disguise, revealing his true self. As he looked at the captain, the latter clutched his wound, his eyes fierce with rage. "Your strength is hardly impressive, yet you boast of wanting to shatter me into 1,000 pieces. Is that not a mockery?" Tian scoffed. "With your abilities, you are scarcely enough to contend with 3 of me. You are merely a coward hiding behind a facade of power. I advise you to find a cooler place to stay. Do not futilely struggle. You are no match for me." Ing Tian glared fiercely at the captain, his defiance palpable. The pain from his wound caused the captain to cough incessantly. That earlier punch had evidently inflicted severe injury. And blood gushed from his mouth. At last, "You reveal yourself," he spat. "Though I may not be your equal, I am certain that Her Majesty the Queen will support me. Do not become too complacent. When she arrives, you shall suffer greatly." Chapter 14. Unwillingness. The captain lay on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Faced with this profoundly skilled youth, he recognized his inferiority and was filled with shock. Observing this young man of extraordinary prowess, he could not help but feel a surge of jealousy. However, his words undeniably provoked Ing Tian. He could not allow himself to engage the Queen prematurely, lest unforeseen complications arise. Leaving him unable to report to the soldiers of the Qin state, he could not afford to recklessly confront the Queen and her army alone. With this in mind, Ing Tian ceased his contemplations. His form launching upward as he advanced toward the captain once more. He executed a powerful kick in midair, his speed akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, the air momentarily solidifying into azure flames. Radiating brilliance, the captain looked up, struggling to rise while clutching his wound. Faced with Ing Tian's fierce assault, his pupils dilated in sheer terror, and he yearned to flee. Yet, how could Tian allow him to escape so easily? A swift kick sent the captain splitting in two, blood and entrails scattering in a gruesome display. Witnessing this horror, the soldiers in the vicinity were paralyzed with fear. Some lost their wits, while others wet themselves in terror. They all sought to flee the scene, but Ing Tian would not allow any information to be divulged. Should the Queen of the Yu State become aware, all their efforts would be in vain. In such a critical moment, bravado would only lead to ruin. As the soldiers attempted to escape, Ing Tian showed no mercy, crushing the skull of one soldier beneath his foot, brain matter splattering. Nearby, another soldier crumpled in fright, desperately attempting to flee. The scene was chaotic, strewn with blood and entrails, attracting countless flies. Without hesitation, Ing Tian turned to the old sword master, whose expression was one of astonishment, unable to bear the sight. Tian understood the old sword master's thoughts. Yet he was eager to depart. Having no time for explanations, he urged the old sword master to act swiftly, then turned to leave the direction of the Yu State castle. The old sword master remained silent, nodding in agreement before following closely behind Ing Tian. At that moment, Ing Tian had already vanished from sight. If they lingered any longer, they would surely hesitate, fearing an encounter with the Queen of Yu. Continuing to linger would only result in mutual harm. At this moment, Ing Tian frequently glanced back at the castle of Yu, observing the once vibrant individuals who now lay in a grotesque pool of blood and flesh, remnants of his earlier onslaught. The scene was profoundly brutal, rendering even Ing Tian unable to gaze upon it directly. Indeed, his methods were excessively cruel, but this was war, necessity dictated such actions. Young master, your actions have indeed been excessively brutal. Those individuals were innocent. Your behavior was impulsive, and there was no need to annihilate them all, should the Queen of Yu behold her subjects lying in such a tragic state before her palace. She would surely fly into a rage, losing her reason, and might immediately incite a new war, which would not bode well for us. Accelerating our assault on the Yu Kingdom would be disadvantageous, as we have yet to secure their internal intelligence. Without such an advantage, swiftly conquering the Yu Castle would prove exceedingly arduous, the old sword master expressed anxiously, still unsettled by the sanguinary scene. Do not speak so. They previously obstructed my dignity. I merely sought to eliminate the hindrance promptly. There is nothing more to discuss. We must hasten to seek internal intelligence. Delaying will only squander time. Ying Tian replied nonchalantly, surveying the bloodstains without pausing for remorse, for this was war. Its mercilessness was its very nature, and he was solely focused on expediency. The old sword master silently nodded, refraining from further comment. The two rapidly sped toward the residential area of the Yu state. It was midday. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, reflecting in the sky, blindingly bright. Yet they persisted in traversing the streets, searching for the internal informant of the Qin dynasty. Yet to no avail. Young master, do you suppose that the informant may have already been discovered and dealt with by the forces of the Lui Kingdom? Why have we yet to locate them? The old sword master pondered. Had they been in a prior situation, they surely would have been detected at once. Yet now, after such an interval, it was likely they had fallen into peril. As the old sword master contemplated, Ying Tian suddenly turned around, sensing someone stealthily trailing them. He immediately perceived a chill creeping down his spine, swiftly grabbing the old sword master as they veered into a nearby alley. The pursuer followed closely, realizing the two had vanished, and hurriedly entered the dim, narrow passage. Upon entering the shadowy alley, the mysterious figure fully melded into the darkness. The oppressive gloom made the already damp alley feel even more stifling. Thick green moss coated the walls, rainwater dripped from the eaves, and the faint sound stirred unease within him. As he glanced back repeatedly, only to find emptiness behind him, he continued forward, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his face, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. In the darkness, a scream erupted. The mysterious figure clutched his face, wailing in agony, evidently enduring immense suffering. Ying Tian and the old sword master stood before him. Gazing at this unassuming, plain-looking man, Ying Tian could not help but reflect, how utterly disgraceful is my appearance. This fellow is far too ordinary. With such a visage, even if he were to become a prince of the Qin dynasty, no one would recognize his identity. Then he lifted his head, obscuring his face, and looked at the two towering figures before him, their silhouettes ominous in the dim light. The sight sent him reeling backward in terror, half of his trousers now damp with fear. Who are you? What do you want? He stammered, panic-stricken. Please, I have done nothing wrong. At that moment, the man was seized by trepidation, surveying the terrifying beings before him. His heart racing as he blurted, I must escape. He then turned to flee the dark alley. How could Ying Tian and the old sword master permit such an inconspicuous individual to slip away so easily? Despite his unremarkable appearance, he possessed potential value. Ying Tian contemplated that such a facade would likely attract others with similar intentions, amplifying his advantages or sending him on missions. He had already sensed this individual trailing them. Now that this man had seen him, the predatory gazes of Ying Tian and the old sword master filled him with dread, making him acutely aware that fleeing was illogical and fraught with peril. You shall not escape. Halt! Ying Tian commanded as he leaped forward, instantly appearing before the cowering figure. The frail, mysterious man froze, staring at Ying Tian's sudden appearance. Panic-stricken and calling for help. He had already been gripped by fear. And now he was utterly disoriented, his voice trembling. Attempting to turn and flee in another direction, he quickly realized the narrow alley offered only two exits, both now blocked by enemies, with the old sword master stationed firmly in place, effectively encircling him. The mysterious man was completely undone, collapsing to the ground. Aware that he had nowhere to escape, Ying Tian and the old sword master advanced. He grew increasingly anxious, observing this desperate situation. He resolved to surrender. My lords, do not kill me. I am innocent. I was ordered by my master to follow you. I am willing to divulge everything I know. Please, I implore you, do not take my life. He hastily prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading with Ying Tian and the old sword master. At that moment, a pungent liquid seeped from beneath his trousers, prompting Ying Tian and the old sword master to burst into laughter within the alley. Faced with such a pitiful sight, Ying Tian found it amusing. Are you truly so terrified of me? I merely wish to understand why you are following me. In your current state, are you not afraid that upon returning, your master may take your life? You are revealing every secret without reservation. At this, Ying Tian felt both exasperated and amused. This fellow was truly absurd, as he began spilling everything before Ing Tian could even finish his inquiry. Observing the man's cowardice, Ing Tian shook his head in resignation, his tone softening. Why did you follow us? Who sent you? What do you intend to do? The old sword master, remaining behind, inquired, gazing at the trembling individual without pressing too hard. My master is a prominent figure in the Yu Kingdom, having settled here many years ago and never departed. They claim to be rogue martial artists, and their courtyard is filled with peach trees. Earning them the local moniker of Peach Blossom Elder, the man cried out, casting a glance at the two. Ing Tian interrupted him. Do not think you can depart so easily. Halt right there. Have you obtained my permission? Do you wish for death? Just moments ago, you were so timid, and now you dare to sneak away right beneath my very eyes. Do you no longer wish to live? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ing Tian leapt forward once more, confronting the man. This time, he was no longer gentle. With a powerful arm, he constricted the other's neck, nearly choking off his breath. You have yet to finish speaking. And you wish to flee. If you dare to act recklessly again, I shall break one of your legs, believe it or not. Today, I will not let you go. You shall not escape unless I give my consent. Your life remains firmly in my grasp. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the man, already terrified to the point of losing his humanity, felt his legs go weak, overwhelmed by fear, and could only nod vigorously. Tears welling in his eyes. Esteemed leaders, I beseech you to spare me. I am merely following orders. I have not caused any harm to either of you. Please, show mercy and let me go. I have divulged all that I know. And it is of no use to you now that I only wish to return and report this matter to my master. Rest assured, I pose no threat to your safety. Please allow me to return. The man fell to his knees, persistently pleading for Ing Tian to spare him. He prostrated himself until his head bled, yet he could not sway Ing Tian's heart. He trembled as he knelt, struggling to inch closer to Ing Tian, desperately trying to display his pitiable state. However, Ing Tian had already seen through his ruse. He was determined not to let this man escape. This individual, sneaky and arrogant, had the audacity to follow him openly on the street. If left unchecked, he could become a target for ambush in the future. It was imperative to uncover the truth. If this was indeed directed at him, he would seek out the mastermind behind it, and the consequences would be dire. What is this Peach Tree Lord? Quickly tell me this fellow's name. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Upon uttering these words, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the air. The old sword god and Ing Tian simultaneously pinched their noses, casting disdainful glances at the man kneeling before them. Is it truly necessary for you to be so terrified of us? Have you soiled yourself in fear? Can you not display even a modicum of masculinity? You are truly a pitiful wretch. Just moments ago, you spoke of breaking a leg, and now you have lost control. How amusing. Ing Tian mercilessly mocked the hapless man while contemplating his origins. After all, they had just escaped from the battle at the Yushur castle, and being followed was evidently linked to the Queen of Yushur. That Ing Tian had not acted immediately was already a gesture of leniency. Seeing Ing Tian's expression soften slightly, the man felt a modicum of relief and trembled to his feet. Esteemed leaders, please do not be angry. This Li Gonggong is not well known in the Yushur kingdom. However, his neighbors are all too familiar with his name. He stammered, fearful of inadvertently provoking the two. I care not whether you are Li Gonggong or Zhang Gonggong. Clarify who sent you and what your purpose is in following us. The old sword god could no longer contain his frustration. He had initially sought a swift answer, but the man's hesitance ignited his anger. I truly do not know the specifics. My master has been secretly observing you and instructed me to keep a close watch. I must report your daily movements to him. But beyond that, I know nothing. My master did not divulge further information. The man said urgently, terrified of inciting further wrath, refusing to speak. Do you believe I will not break your leg? Speak clearly, or I shall ensure you regret it. The old sword god had lost his patience and was prepared to take action against him. As the old sword god advanced, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing, the man was so frightened that he lost control and attempted to flee. You wish to escape before you have finished speaking. Today, if you do not confess, I will ruin your legs. Before he could finish his sentence, the old sword god seized the man's legs and forcefully pulled him back. The man felt immense strength in his legs and promptly fell to the ground, being dragged backward. He howled in terror, tears streaming down his face, his demeanor akin to that of a frightened fool. I will speak. I will speak. I implore you, spare me. I am merely an innocent man. Why must you treat me this way? I should not have revealed this information, but if I speak carelessly, my master will surely not spare me. The servant trembled as he spoke, his fear palpable. I will tell you everything now. But you must ensure that my master does not find out. If he learns of this, my life will be in peril. I beg of you, spare me. The situation is as follows. A few days ago, my master saw you engaged in battle with the men in black on the street. He immediately recognized that you were not from around here, and your attire and appearance closely resembled that of the great Qin people. Now that you remain in the Yushi kingdom, lingering without departing, my master has grown suspicious. He had already dispatched me to secretly follow you during your battle with that black-clad individual, monitoring your movements. Moreover, my master only instructed me to report your daily whereabouts. He did not elaborate on your specific activities, and I fear I am equally in the dark regarding those matters. This is all he has revealed to me. The trembling servant stood nearby, shaking uncontrollably, his trousers thoroughly soaked, clearly terrified beyond measure. This is all I know. Should you conceal anything further, do not blame me for the consequences. If I discover any deception, your fate will not be a pleasant one. Do you understand? If your account proves true, perhaps you may yet escape with your life. Think carefully. Are your words indeed genuine? Ing Tian fixed his gaze upon the trembling servant, his demeanor stern and imposing. Deep within, he yearned to ascertain the truth. If this were indeed the case, he would have more grounds for his suspicions. Indeed, I swear, esteemed leaders, if you still doubt me, I have no further words to say. Even if you were to maim me, I would maintain my stance, for this is the truth. I have divulged all that I know. At this moment, the old sword god stroked his chin, his brow furrowed as he attentively listened to the man before him. Despite the man's resolute demeanor, the elder found himself believing his words to some extent. After all, in such dire circumstances, if the man truly intended harm, he would not maintain such composure. Very well, for now, we shall take your words at face value. However, have you considered the consequences should your lies be exposed? Even if we remain silent, you are well aware of what awaits you. I hope your claims are not false. We do not wish to witness your suffering at our hands. Ing Tian's piercing gaze scrutinized the quaking servant, his sympathy for the man's fragility clashing with the harsh reality they faced. Chapter 15. The truth. Since you claim to speak the truth, the old sword god interjected, his gaze malevolent as he regarded the servant. Then take us to your master so that we may meet him and discuss why he is tracking us. Should there be any other matters, we can negotiate. We shall not trouble him unduly. First, lead us to him. Faced with the old sword god's relentless pressure, the servant was gripped by terror, his body quaking. He realized that bringing them to his master would undoubtedly invite trouble. He did not wish to do so. But with no means of escape, he could only choose to compromise, though the dilemma left him in a state of anxiety. Esteemed leaders, it is not that I do not wish to take you. The situation is too precarious. Would it not trouble my master, who would invite trouble upon themselves? Is this not akin to jumping into a fire pit? Please spare me. In the future, I will arrange for you to meet my master. The servant's voice grew increasingly feeble as he faced a dire predicament, trembling both in body and spirit. Do you believe we are putting you in a difficult position? Simply be honest with your master. It is not as daunting as you make it out to be. Take us to meet him. No more words. Lead the way. The old sword god, clearly growing impatient, observed the servant's reluctance with rising anger. Just as he was about to exert further pressure when he was halted by Ing Tian. Predecessor, do not frighten him. This fellow is crucial to our cause. If we scare him further, he may become completely incapacitated. Should he indeed panic, who will guide us to meet that Li Gonggong? Ing Tian urged, his tone earnest, his gaze fixed upon the trembling servant. You must calm yourself. Do not act impulsively. This fellow is of great importance to us. He is a treasure we cannot afford to treat carelessly. Ing Tian spoke gravely to the old sword god, his heart a tumult of thoughts as he scrutinized the servant before him. Since you have put it this way, we shall refrain from further insistence. However, I hope you will take us to your master, if only for a brief meeting. Should we meet, we will intercede on your behalf. Laying the matter bare, after all, our intention in seeking your master is to ascertain whether he is indeed our kin. Our journey is fundamentally about seeking family ties within the Yushi kingdom. Your master's actions resonate with some of my memories, though they seem somewhat at odds, yet still plausible at this moment. Ing Tian adeptly endeavored to persuade the servant, aiming to uncover the true identity of the man's master. If indeed he was a confidant of the great Qin dynasty, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for them. Thus, their search would become unexpectedly simpler. The servant, upon hearing Ing Tian's words, was taken aback. his eyes reflecting confusion as he regarded Ing Tian's appearance. He felt a semblance of resemblance to his master, yet he could not be certain. However, out of caution, he had no intention of easily bringing Ing Tian to meet the master. He found himself ensnared in a cycle of hesitation, fearing that such an action might embroil the master in trouble and even jeopardize their safety. Two esteemed gentlemen, you claim that I am a relative of the master. Yet I remain skeptical. After all, your appearance differs somewhat from that of my master, but there are similarities that I cannot articulate. If you insist on my introduction, then so be it. I cannot unilaterally decide. If I lead you to him, and he holds me accountable, my life would be at stake. I implore you, kind sirs, to spare me and cease this torment. The young servant continuously pleaded with Ing Tian and the old sword saint, eager to return and report to the master without further delay. Upon hearing his entreaties, both the old sword saint and Ing Tian felt somewhat at a loss, as they were reluctant to acquiesce to threats. Ing Tian found himself in a quandary, as neither gentle persuasion nor coercion seemed effective against the uncooperative servant. Suddenly, an idea struck Ing Tian. He looked at the servant and then at the old sword saint. At the moment the old sword saint lifted his gaze, they exchanged a subtle glance, as if reaching a silent accord. Very well, we are not rogues of the underworld. Since we have caused you distress, we shall let you go this day. Depart swiftly and do not follow us further. Return to your master and inform him that you have been discovered by us. Henceforth, do not send anyone to tail us. We harbor no grievances against you, and there is no need for such measures. Should anyone continue to shadow me, it would be upon you to bear the consequences. Ing Tian addressed the servant with a stern countenance, causing the servant to cower on the ground, paralyzed with fear. While Ing Tian contemplated the underlying motives at play, the servant's initial trepidation transformed into a glimmer of hope upon hearing these words. Observing the servant's transformation, the old sword saint felt a tinge of regret, realizing that releasing him would yield no useful information. They had initially expected to extract intelligence from this individual, yet now they were letting him go, which seemed a waste of time. Just as the old sword saint opened his mouth to speak, Ing Tian silenced him with a glance, urging him to remain quiet. Ultimately, Ing Tian hastened the servant's departure, warning him that lingering would result in dire consequences. Ing Tian's gaze bore into the servant, who remained indecisive, eliciting a sense of impatience within him. A sly smile crept upon Ing Tian's lips as he observed the servant's impending flight. When the servant heard Ing Tian's furious shout, he became utterly terrified and fled in a panic, losing a shoe in his haste. However, he did not dare to look back to retrieve it. The fear had consumed him entirely. Witnessing the servant's pitiable state, Ing Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was indeed as timid as a mouse. Reflecting on this, Ing Tian was reminded that in this world, strength ultimately prevailed. Hey, young master, why did you let him go? Ing Tian pondered, realizing that this confidant of the Qin dynasty could have guided them to the hidden location within the Yuezhi kingdom. By releasing such an ally from Qin, am I not casting aside an opportunity that was nearly within grasp? He recalled the servant's earlier words, suggesting that the elder suspected they hailed from Qin, which prompted the tracking. I conjecture that this individual is undoubtedly linked to the confidant we seek. In this manner, we could circumvent numerous detours and save invaluable time. Isn't your action merely courting trouble? The old sword saint interjected, clearly dissatisfied. Observing the now calm demeanor of Ing Tian only fueled the old sword saint's ire. It is not my intention to criticize you, but what on earth were you thinking? Others would not behave in such a manner. This was a prime opportunity to identify that person and confront them directly if they truly were part of the Qin purging operation. We could have gleaned insights into the Yuezhi kingdom's activities over the years and devised our next plan. Now, you have let him go, and we must expend considerable effort to locate that confidant. Have you lost your senses? The old sword saint continued to grumble. Ing Tian regarded him with an expression akin to speaking to a brick wall. His gaze deep in thought. The old sword saint resolved to refrain from further complaints and approached Ing Tian, asking urgently, do you possess an alternative method to locate that Qin confidant? Remembering their earlier exchange of glances, he began to grasp Ing Tian's underlying strategy. Ing Tian lifted his gaze, seemingly dispelling his previous thoughts, and nodded in response to the old sword saint. He gazed toward the bustling streets in the distance before turning back to the old sword saint, a smile gracing his features that was unlike his usual demeanor. Young master, have you conceived of something? Would you care to discuss it with me? If you have any other suggestions, I will do my utmost to assist you. The old sword saint urged, advising him not to withhold any thoughts. lest they miss a golden opportunity. Old sir, if you continue to delay, you may find yourself regretting it, he added anxiously, observing Ing Tian's calm demeanor. Feeling a sense of urgency that Ing Tian was being overly indecisive, Ing Tian patiently explained, the situation is rather straightforward. That individual is reluctant to divulge any information. We can let him go for now and seek alternative methods. It is a simple enough plan. After he departs, we can secretly follow him, concealing our presence and tracking him back to the master's residence. Under the cover of night, we shall infiltrate his abode and confront him for answers. This way, we shall save our breath and precious time. With that, Ing Tian observed the old sword saint's realization with interest, then turned to move forward. Young master, where are you headed? Wait for me. Do not rush off. We must act in unison. The old sword saint hastily followed, refraining from further questioning, but trailing closely behind. He mumbled to himself, do you truly understand? We need only follow that fellow and avoid wasting time. His prior words had been crystal clear, yet it seemed Ing Tian paid them no heed. As Ing Tian swiftly advanced, he kept pace with the servant, who was frantically fleeing in all directions. Eager to merge with the throngs of people to evade the earlier threats, that fearsome countenance, driven by terror, glanced back intermittently, suspecting whether the two were still in pursuit. Imagine if he were to be followed all the way to the master's abode. Hearing urgent whispers in his ear, hurry, quickly, do not let them discover you. He must report without delay, lest he fall into peril. If captured, his life would hang by a thread. Continued entanglement would only invite punishment. The servant nervously scanned his surroundings, confirming that the two had vanished, and finally exhaled in relief as he hurried toward the master's direction. However, Ing Tian and the old sword saint had already utilized the power of the Tongtian map and the golden bell to slip into the void. Stealthily trailing the servant until they arrived at the entrance of Taohua Gonggong's residence, the bustling splendor along the way failed to capture their attention, as Ing Tian's mind was solely fixated on locating the elder with haste. Young master, do you believe he will truly lead us to the master? Something feels amiss, the old servant murmured anxiously, his heart racing at the thought of potential treachery. Ing Tian scoffed in reply. Fear not. Even if he intends to harm us, with our prowess, he is not but an ant. What could such a lowly creature possibly threaten us? He emphasized his superior standing, asserting that he would never be manipulated by such insignificant individuals. Old man, cease your unfounded worries. We must keep close to him and locate Li Gonggong's residence, then devise our next steps. Ing Tian had already formulated a plan and began to propose strategies to the old sword saint. Though the old sword saint's eyes still held concern, he understood Ing Tian's intentions and reluctantly nodded in agreement, following behind. Ing Tian continually reminded him to remain vigilant to avoid inadvertently revealing their presence. Knowing well that any lapse could lead to danger, the servant moved stealthily ahead, his peculiar behavior stemming from inner turmoil. Soon, he vanished into the throng, swiftly turning into an alley. Observing this, Ing Tian and the old sword saint grew increasingly anxious, quickening their pace until they reached the alley's entrance, only to find it entirely deserted, stirring a sense of urgency within them. They leaped into the air, soaring upward. Ing Tian and the old servant peered downwards, revealing an expansive view, desperately searching for the servant's silhouette. After meticulous scrutiny, Ing Tian finally spotted the servant and couldn't suppress a smile. The servant was knocking on the door of a house, oblivious to his purpose, and it was evident that this was not the residence of the master, as the master's courtyard was filled with peach trees. However, there was nothing amiss about this house. It merely had a towering old tree, and the courtyard appeared dilapidated, lacking the grandeur of a noble family. The servant had entered this household, anxiously waiting, before being led inside by the one who answered the door. At that moment, Ing Tian felt perplexed, unable to comprehend the servant's intentions. He did not immediately return to report to the master, but instead chose to enter a decrepit dwelling. This bewildered Ing Tian, as he was left pondering the servant's true motives. Chapter 16. Actions. Observing the servant's strange behavior, Ing Tian resolved to investigate further. Old man, let us observe from a corner of that house. What could this fellow be up to? He wouldn't he be betraying us, would he? Quickly, we must ensure the old man doesn't linger there. I am uncertain, but we must ascend and take a look. Ing Tian urgently approached the old sword saint, disregarding his response, and dashed downward. The old sword saint barely had time to react, only to see Ing Tian already landing in the crumbling courtyard. Alas, this fellow is truly reckless. Should he be discovered, it could draw attention to our search for the Qin dynasty. This is far too hasty. When will it end? Could we not have waited for him to emerge before following? The old sword saint grumbled. Watching Ying Tian poised atop the house, preparing to pry off the roof tiles, the old sword saint quickly followed. He could not allow Ying Tian to act recklessly alone. You are too impulsive. If we are discovered, it will be the end for us. We will all be exposed. The old sword saint admonished. He observed Ying Tian meticulously inspecting the state of the room. Choosing to remain silent, Ying Tian, fully engrossed, peered through the tiles and noticed several figures clad in black encircling the young servant. They were uniformly dressed and vigilantly watched the entrance, as if guarding against some impending threat. The servant commanded, "Everyone, stay alert. Do not let them discover us. If we can evade them today, we may live to see another dawn. This fellow is indeed a troublesome one. That we must ensure that those men do not find our master. If they come in the morning, we must leave no survivors." Ying Tian and the old sword master felt utterly bewildered. The previously panicked servant now exhibited a cold, steely gaze that was deeply unsettling. Indeed, the black-clad figures inside glared menacingly at the door, responding in unison, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Both Ying Tian and the old sword master on the roof felt an oppressive weight. Speculating on what the other party might be guarding against, Ying Tian pondered, could it be that they are wary of us? After all, we did frighten him earlier. The old sword master mused. The fact that he has dispatched so many to keep watch surely indicates our involvement. The servant has only encountered the two of us. His anxiety stems from a fear of being discovered. If we linger any longer, we may miss our opportunity. Yet, it is not entirely clear. They bear us no deep-seated grudge. We have already spared him. There is no reason for such heightened vigilance. What could this fellow be scheming? Moreover, we have not revealed ourselves. He cannot possibly know of our presence. A sense of unease enveloped Ying Tian. The servant's actions were inexplicably strange, as if he were preparing for some dire danger. Very well, let us first ascertain what he is guarding against, he resolved, deciding to refrain from delving into other possibilities. For this matter seemed only tangentially related to them. After all, he had merely intimidated a few individuals and had not committed any truly egregious acts. To assert that he was on guard against the two of them was clearly illogical. There must be others posing a threat. All right, we shall observe for the time being. This fellow is not so simple. He may have encountered a formidable challenge. If we lend our assistance, we might find it easier to connect with the elder. Then, we could avoid the need to stealthily infiltrate his estate under the cover of night. They refocused their attention on the movements within the room, their eyes fixed on the tightly shut door. The individuals inside held their breath, fearful that any sound might betray their location and jeopardize their lives. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the dilapidated courtyard, stirring up dust and sending dead leaves swirling into the air. This eerie atmosphere left both the old sword master and Ying Tian on the roof feeling a sense of dread. This fellow must have some deeper intention. He is undoubtedly in trouble. Which explains his peculiar behavior. The expressions of those inside were tense, as if facing a formidable foe. Outside, people were sweating profusely, gripping their weapons tightly, and warily watching the closed door. Reckless movements without my command. He must be coming. Listen to the sounds outside. Someone is making a move. Everyone must exercise caution. The leader continuously reminded those inside. Observing their tense demeanor, it was evident that this was not their first encounter. Ying Tian and the old sword master regarded them, sensing that these individuals were far from confident. Confronted with such a bizarre atmosphere, they felt as though they were facing some terrifying entity. The once chaotic courtyard was now engulfed by a wild wind, leaves tumbling in every direction, and a gloomy aura slowly permeating the room. The tension among the people was palpable. Some, gripped by fear, could not suppress their voices, only to immediately cover their mouths, afraid to make even the slightest sound, their eyes glued to the large door. Suddenly, a small whirlwind in the courtyard changed direction, barreling toward the door of the room. As the noise grew louder, those inside became drenched in sweat, their anxiety escalating. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open under the assault of wind and falling leaves, a chilling breeze invading the room. The group formed a tight circle, their faces etched with tension, fearful of being left alone. Did you think this day would never come? I have finally tracked you down, remnants of the great Qin. Today you shall witness the extent of my power. There is no escape for you. A mysterious voice echoed through the courtyard, surging into the room and plunging everyone into a state of panic. A black-clad figure, weapon trembling in hand, fixed his gaze on the now open door, peering into the courtyard outside. Remnants of the great Qin, what nonsense are you spouting? We are commoners of the Yuezhi kingdom. Why would you accuse us? We have lived in Yuezhi for many years. We are Yuezhi in life and Yuezhi in death. As the crowd within protested, the previously mysterious atmosphere intensified. One individual, brimming with aggression, advanced menacingly, causing the others to retreat. Taken aback by the ferocity of their opponent, the leader spoke sternly, I ask you, when will you cease your pursuit of us? We are not what you presume. We are merely ordinary citizens of Yuezhi and do not deserve such cruelty. You must verify whether we truly fit your description. He glared at the aggressive figure, his heart racing, weapon quaking in his grip. Observing the eerie ambience of the courtyard, his unease deepened. Spare you? Impossible. My instincts honed over the years tell me that you hail from our archenemy, the spies of the Great Qin, surely sent to infiltrate the Yuezhi kingdom's secrets. Recently, spies have infiltrated the castle. I will not let you escape. The figure remained hidden in the shadows of the courtyard, invisible to the crowd within, who were now gripped by sheer terror. The opponent's strength exceeded their own, and the situation had turned dire if they did not swiftly devise a countermeasure. A bloodbath awaited them. Everyone, keep a close watch on this person. Do not let him breach our defenses. If I meet with misfortune, our master will also be unable to find peace. We must not allow him to reveal our position. The leader warned anxiously. Several tense companions clad in black beside him stared intently at the mysterious presence in the courtyard, their hearts equally filled with dread. Suddenly, the hidden figure ceased its concealment, leveraging the rising wind to launch a fierce assault on the room where they were gathered. In an instant, the sky erupted with wind and sand, the chaotic elements surging toward the occupants within, creating utter disarray. Everyone was drenched in sweat, unable to fathom that on this seemingly ordinary day, they would be subjected to a surprise attack by spies from the Yuezhi kingdom. However, the individuals inside did not hesitate. They bravely faced the tempest, wielding their swords with determination. Where the blade struck, deep gashes marred the interior, the very structure of the room trembling under the onslaught of the black-clad figures. Amidst the gale, a shadow emerged. Although it stood merely 2 feet tall, its formidable presence was intimidating. Yet, the crowd quickly suppressed their doubts, steeling themselves for the next wave of assault. Is that all you have? What further resistance do you intend to mount? The shadow taunted. You would do well to surrender. Otherwise, your struggle is in vain. Become my fallen souls. Is that not more straightforward? Your resistance will only prolong the time I expend on you. The figure boasted arrogantly, its tone rife with disdain. The leader and the others seethed with fury upon hearing those words. Yet their lack of cultivation rendered them powerless to retaliate. Their origins had prevented them from fully dedicating themselves to training. And being so ruthlessly oppressed by the adversary stoked their resentment. You wish to kill us? Perhaps you should first consider your own limitations. Such a brash individual is likely nothing more than a bully. The leader scoffed, while the mysterious figure in the courtyard remained elusive, igniting a sense of urgency in Ing Tian. He concealed himself beneath a magical cloak, anxiously watching alongside the old sword master and the injured. Should the mysterious figure make a move, the consequences would be dire. Without the leader's assistance, they might never locate the elder known as Tao Hua Gong Gong. Young master, we must take action. That fellow is about to strike at the leader, the old sword master urged anxiously. Ing Tian recognized the urgency of the situation but cautioned the old sword master against rash actions that could reveal their identities. Should the enemy discover them, they would face a comprehensive hunt within the Yuezhi kingdom. We cannot stir up trouble in the enemy's stronghold, he stated. They had just escaped the palace of Yuezhi and could not afford to take further risks. Seeing Ing Tian's calm demeanor, the old sword master realized his rationality, yet the pressing circumstances rendered him unable to remain composed. But the leader is in imminent danger, the old sword master exclaimed. If we do not act swiftly, we may miss our chance. Ing Tian understood, but he knew that acting recklessly now would only lead to greater complications. The mysterious figure's continued absence surely had its reasons. They must remain vigilant and wait for the opportune moment. Let us observe first, then devise our plans, he declared solemnly. Faced with the old sword master's anxiety, Ing Tian's words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Yet he understood that only by maintaining their composure could they ensure their safe escape. The fate of the leader appeared precariously balanced on the edge of the storm. Observing Ing Tian's prolonged silence, the old sword master remained eager to rescue the one in imminent peril. Ing Tian anticipated that the old sword master would not heed his advice. That moment, he grasped the old sword master's arm, sensing his distress, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Trust me for now. This individual will surely be preserved. But now is not the right moment. We must simply await developments. Once that person fully reveals himself, We can take action then. Any rash movements now will surely alert the adversary. Ying Tian implored, exasperated. Looking at the old sword master, who was fraught with anxiety, he was reluctant to elaborate further, for the fellow had become a source of great irritation. He had never witnessed the old sword master behave so erratically. Your conduct today is most unusual. He did not mention encountering any crisis. There is no need for you to be so anxious right now. First, remain calm and observe before speaking. Ying Tian emphasized helplessly from the side. At this moment, maintaining composure is the only way to ensure the smooth execution of the plan. Recklessness could jeopardize the entire endeavor. Ying Yun turned back once more and, seeing the resigned demeanor of the old sword master, he breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he continued to focus on the movements of the individual below. While the old sword master, though somewhat exasperated, seemed to understand something upon seeing Ying Tian's profound gaze, he sensed that Ying Tian had his own intentions, and with a resigned nod, he joined Ying Tian on the rooftop to observe the unfolding events below. At this moment, that person was charging towards the leading figure among the black-clad individuals. Noticing the tense black-clad men, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he vanished into thin air under the cover of the wind. Witnessing this scene, the leader and the other black-clad individuals displayed signs of anxiety as they glanced around the empty surroundings, realizing the dire situation and attempting to retreat. However, there was no escape for them. As danger approached, their panic intensified, and they immediately surrounded the leader, vowing to protect him. Chapter 17. Crisis averted. If anything were to happen to that individual, they would pay with their lives. Just then, the previously vanished figure suddenly reappeared from within the room, prompting a black-clad man to exclaim in alarm. The old sword master sensed the disturbance and attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Ying Tian. Ying Tian shook his head, leaving the old sword master with no choice but to endure once more. The black-clad individuals cried out in terror, retreating hastily. Yet, at that moment, it was too late. The person who had vanished earlier charged forward, wielding a magnificent longsword that radiated a formidable spirit, instilling fear even in the old sword master. Observing the opponent's use of the sword from above, the old sword master couldn't help but feel intrigued. Concentrating intensely on the situation below, the people inside watched anxiously as, in the blink of an eye, the individual vanished again. Everyone hurriedly took steps back. However, at that instant, the previously elusive figure reappeared, and each person gripped their weapons tightly, hearts pounding with fear. The leader, drenched in sweat, cautiously surveyed the empty room, his voice trembling as he issued a warning to the mysterious individual. If you wish to fight, then fight. Stop with the tricks. What is the point of playing these games with me? Your strength is not even enough for a fair contest. These petty antics are meaningless. The leader bellowed angrily, deciding not to tolerate the elusive opponent any longer and to deliver a decisive blow. Well, you certainly have a big mouth. Today, I shall grant you this opportunity to understand your limitations. How dare you provoke me so brazenly? The hidden adversary, infuriated by the leader's words, emerged from the void, brandishing his sword and striking directly at the black-clad man. The black-clad individual, in a moment of clarity, chose to confront him head-on, but he was clearly outmatched. As the fierce clash unfolded, the black-clad man gradually exhausted his strength, and the assailant seized the opportunity, his sword adorned with patterns that shimmered like a halo, exuding a dense energy. A tremendous force surged through the sword, striking toward the black-clad individual, despite the latter's desperate defense. It was too late. With a mere flick, his defeat was sealed. Chapter 67. Arm severed. In an instant, the weapon-wielding individual effortlessly severed the arm of the black-clad man, who let out a piercing scream, filling the room with anguished cries. The leader, unable to bear the sight any longer, hastily commanded his subordinates to launch a fierce assault against the assailant. Faced with such a brazen opponent, his fury raged. But he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and inability to resist. Infuriated by the brazen and oppressive figure before them, he felt an overwhelming rage but was powerless to act. Young master, we must rescue the leader quickly. The situation is dire. If we do not act soon, should anything happen to him, our hopes will be utterly dashed, the old sword master urged anxiously from the side. As he recognized the leader as a crucial figure in the Qin dynasty they discovered in the Yuezhi kingdom, how can we allow this individual to brazenly slay such an important figure? The old sword master's words were laden with anxiety. Yet, Ying Tian remained unmoved, and upon seeing this, the old sword master could no longer contain his frustration. realizing that further patience was unreasonable. That I understand your urgency. But we cannot act recklessly. We must wait for that individual to let down his guard and then strike decisively. This will yield better results than entangling ourselves in confusion. Ing Tian's gaze was calm and resolute, clearly indicating that he had devised a meticulous plan. Observing this, the old sword master's worry diminished somewhat. Since you have a plan, I shall follow your lead, but we must seize the opportunity. We cannot afford to let the leader perish. He is a key figure in our search for the Qin dynasty's confidants, and we must not waste time over him. The old man watched anxiously, aware that the perilous situation would be intolerable if they continued to remain inactive. Witnessing someone who could aid them in such danger, he found it difficult to stand idly by, for he too was a top-tier expert. The current restraint was no longer feasible for him. Ing Tian interrupted the old sword master's admonitions. Enough with the chatter. Focus on that individual. If he truly makes a move, the consequences will be yours to bear. Are you still chatting as if this is not serious? After saying this to the old sword master, he turned his attention downward, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. At this moment, that individual moved like a specter among the black-clad men. And the room below had become a river of blood, a scene too horrific to behold. Several black-clad individuals bore wounds deep enough to expose bone, blood splattering everywhere. And the overwhelming stench of blood caused both Ing Tian and the old sword master to feel uneasy. The previously disarmed black-clad man lay motionless, clearly lifeless from excessive blood loss. You pitiful creatures, engaging with me is nothing short of a joke. You are as inconsequential as ants, and I have no desire to waste time on you. Allow me to end this swiftly to avoid further hindrance, the individual declared coldly, his face radiating murderous intent while his eyes glinted with ferocity as he stared down the black-clad men. Upon seeing the fierce gaze of the assailant, the leader crumpled to the ground once more, as he was all too familiar with that look. It was one he could not endure. The assailant suddenly leaped into the air, the sword's light cleaving through the air, producing a deafening boom. The leader, witnessing the impending danger, was paralyzed with fear, his body weakened to the point of losing control over his bodily functions, leaving him utterly humiliated as a man reduced to such a state. Young master, hurry down to save him. It will be too late if you delay any longer. The old sword master glared at the foes below with fury, his anger boiling as he could not allow such tyranny to persist in the world. Believing that such individuals only brought suffering. Chapter 68. In the face of danger he watched the assailant prepare to strike at his beloved. Ing Tian could no longer contain himself and leapt downward without hesitation. Ing Tian did not stop him, for this was precisely the opportunity he had been awaiting. Following the old sword master's lead, he leaped into action, joining the fray, originally intending to eliminate the key figure before him. He suddenly encountered two fierce opponents descending from the sky. Faced with the unmasked murderous intent of the assailant, the old sword master felt his own rage surging, his eyes brimming with a thirst for vengeance. Observing such an arrogant and oppressive opponent, the old sword master silently assessed within himself, this is hardly the demeanor of a true martial artist. Meanwhile, the assailant had already sensed the presence of the two. Utterly shocked, he had not anticipated the appearance of anyone at such a critical moment. The atmosphere in the room became suffocating as the blood of the fallen black-clad men pooled on the ground. The stench of blood permeating the air and the intermittent wails of despair echoed throughout. Ing Tian witnessed it all, unable to bear the sight. Years of training had tempered his impulsiveness, but he knew he must swiftly deal with the individual before him to protect their objective. The target lay weakly on the ground, clearly shaken. Slowly raising his gaze, he saw the two standing before him, feelings of gratitude swelling within him. It was a revelation that he was not alone. And for the first time, he felt an unprecedented sense of safety. However, the target suddenly recognized that the two before him were the same individuals who had pressured him in the dark alley. He could hardly believe that these two had come to his aid. That a mix of emotions swirled within him as he began to piece together some of the circumstances. "Brothers, what brings you here? How did you find this place?" he queried, bewildered, wondering if the older brother had been trailing him all along. Ing Tian retorted coldly from the side, "Since you do not require our assistance, you may leave. However, feel free to try dealing with this individual on your own. You seem quite capable." He shot a scornful glance at the incapacitated target, derisively stating, "At this moment, do you appear to be much of a man? You've even soiled yourself." This remark led Ing Tian to question the target's worth, beginning to doubt whether it was worth the risk to save him. "Brothers, please don't leave. I was wrong. I beg you to help me deal with him. He wants to harm me. Please, The target implored urgently. I swear, I will lead you to my master. Seeing the target plead for assistance, he hurriedly stepped forward to prevent the two from departing, feeling remorseful for his earlier words. At this moment, the target recognized his precarious situation and scrambled to Ing Tian and the old sword master's feet, begging for their help. However, faced with such a character, the old sword master and Ing Tian found it amusing. Yet considering the plan, they decided to cooperate for the time being. Ing Tian looked at the target resolutely, promising, "As long as you help us deal with that scoundrel, I will certainly serve you." Upon hearing this, the old sword master and Ing Tian, though reluctant, decided to take action. They understood that this was merely a part of the plan, and seeing the outcome, they acted decisively, preparing to swiftly resolve the situation with the target. As the target observed their impending confrontation with the enigmatic figure, they hastily concealed themselves, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 69. The tense showdown once again. They anxiously watched how the two would contend with the mysterious individual. Ing Tian and the old sword god exchanged a glance, and in the face of this deeply skilled adversary, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within them. A fierce glint of malice erupted in Ing Tian's gaze. Without hesitation, he brandished the yellow crescent blade in his hand. As the blade sliced through the air, its sharpness surged from the spine to the tip, hurtling towards the mysterious figure with an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, the old sword god, equally resolute, drew forth the heavenly dragon sword. As the sword tore through the void, it emitted a resonant hum, brimming with power. The two warriors' true essence surged, continuously flowing into their respective weapons. As they unleashed a ferocious assault upon the enigmatic individual, the mysterious figure, undeterred, wielded a sword of remarkable resilience. However, at his command, it transformed into swathes of white fabric. These pieces seemed to harbor a profound sword intent. Piquing the old sword god's interest, he swiftly brandished the heavenly dragon sword, directing it at the mysterious figure. Intensifying the pressure, a smirk appeared at the corner of the mysterious figure's mouth as he infused a substantial amount of true essence into his sword. The fabric encircled him like sharp blades, enveloping Ing Tian and the old sword god like a cocoon, rendering their forms nearly invisible. Ing Tian and the old sword god found themselves in a precarious situation and quickly summoned the golden bell under the old sword god's guidance. The bell radiated the power of Buddhist scriptures, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the fabric. However, the fabric advanced like blades towards the golden bell, sparking wildly. The cloaked adversary recognized the tenacity of his opponents. Falling into a quandary, he escalated his assault, but the battle grew increasingly fierce. At this juncture, Ing Tian, unwilling to be outdone, magnified the crescent blade several-fold in an instant, launching a grand offensive towards the mysterious figure. Creating a formidable onslaught, the cloaked figure, feeling a wave of unease, retreated repeatedly. He drew a shield from his waist, its surface smooth and seemingly ordinary, yet concealing a hidden mechanism. Ing Tian, perplexed, questioned the intentions of this cloaked individual. Ing Tian's yellow crescent blade fiercely struck the shield, but the shield emitted a powerful allure that intermittently severed the connection between Ing Tian and the blade. He stared in astonishment at the black shield, which began to swirl, drawing in the surrounding air. The mysterious figure wore a knowing smirk, evidently wielding some special technique. Ing Tian, feeling a sense of dread, attempted to retract the crescent blade, but it was too late. The shield absorbed the blade, rendering it lost to him, inciting his fury. In that moment, a blazing inferno of rage ignited within Ing Tian, unable to accept that his formidable weapon had been so easily destroyed by his foe. The loss of the yellow crescent blade severely diminished his capabilities, causing him profound distress. Yet, he did not relent. He resolved to retaliate fiercely, brandishing the weapon bestowed upon him by the system, the ever-reliable Thunder Spear. He prepared to conclude this battle decisively. The expression of triumph on the mysterious figure's face abruptly froze, as he had not anticipated that his opponent possessed such a formidable weapon. Chapter 18. Pressure. This realization weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to once again utilize the shield in an attempt to reclaim control. Yet, Ing Tian was not so easily deceived. He discerned the opponent's intentions, revealing an expression of insight, and poured his entire being into a single, forceful strike aimed directly at the mysterious figure's shield. That he firmly believed that this time, the shield could not absorb his weapon as it had before. At that moment, Ing Tian channeled his true essence into the Thunder Spear, leaving no trace of obstruction in its wake. The room filled with an atmosphere of restless energy, and sparks of lightning emitted from the thunder spear illuminated the previously darkened space, without hesitation. Ing Tian intensified his infusion of true essence, causing the thunder spear to erupt in blinding radiance, charging towards the mysterious figure. He had never anticipated such overwhelming power from the thunder spear, leaving him astounded. With time pressing, he had no opportunity to study this weapon further, yet he plunged into battle, feeling somewhat conflicted. Nevertheless, he resolved to employ the thunder spear against his adversary, and the outcome astonished him. Ing Tian perceived that the thunder spear was not inferior to the yellow blade that had vanished. It could even surpass it. He no longer mourned the loss of the yellow blade. It was inconsequential now. Clutching the divine weapon in his grasp seemed to mend the wound in his heart. Glaring at the mysterious figure who had stolen his treasure, Ing Tian's eyes blazed with fury. Filled with a burning hatred, "How dare you take my weapon? Today, I shall make you pay. You have the audacity to commit such heinous acts in broad daylight. Do the laws of the Yu Kingdom no longer apply? Today, I will teach you a lesson, so you understand that this is not a place for your tyranny. Arrogant and presumptuous, who are you to deem me unworthy of defiance? If you possess the courage, present your evidence to convince me. Speak so boldly, yet first defeat me. Foolish boy, you are far too inexperienced." Facing the mysterious figure, the young Ing Tian's gaze remained unwavering, observing the steadfast resolve of this young man. The mysterious figure's lips curled into a smirk, having already foreseen the inevitable outcome. This young man was destined for defeat. Thus, the mysterious figure summoned forth the black shield once more, the whirlpool continuing to spin, casting a terrifying allure that enveloped every corner of the room. Sensing the power of the shield, Ing Tian felt a surge of vigilance. He understood the threat posed by such a formidable weapon. Fearing that once he utilized the thunder spear, it might become a tool for his opponent, he abandoned the thought and retracted the spear, its once brilliant glow dimming significantly. However, Ing Tian did not capitulate. In the face of a cunning adversary, though he felt helpless, he had no plans to yield. He glanced back at the old sword god, who shook his head in resignation. He lacked the array of treasures that Ing Tian possessed, and the loss of the extraordinary yellow blade had already left him astounded. Seeing Ing Tian turn towards him, the old sword god could only shake his head in futility. That I end this stalemate. Both were left powerless against their sly opponent, rendering them humiliated. After careful consideration, Ing Tian resolved to change his strategy. If the shield was indeed mysterious, he would circle around to launch a surprise attack. This was a wise move. With this thought, Ing Tian's eyes brightened. Why had he not considered this method before? He sprang into action, and as the cloaked figure prepared to strike, Ing Tian leaped above him, landing lightly and stealthily positioning himself behind the adversary. Seeing Ing Tian's swift agility, the mysterious figure felt a chill of fear. Quickly turning to defend himself, that a thunderous crash resounded, deafening, causing the other cloaked figures in the room to clutch their ears in agony. Cries of distress filling the air. The leader, filled with terror, watched the fierce battle unfold, sweat soaking his brow. Observing the two selfless benefactors who risked their safety to rescue him, a surge of gratitude welled up within him as he gazed at them. For this arduous battle, tears shimmered in his eyes, which he quickly blinked away, the tears vanishing. His expression then softened. "To my two benefactors, please be cautious. Do not let that fiend harm you. The priority is to ensure your own safety. I still need to take you to meet my master." However, at this moment, Ing Tian and the old sword god had no time to regard the existence behind them as if it were mere air. Faced with the enemy before them, both appeared anxious. Neither Ing Tian nor the old sword god wished to see their treasured weapons harmed due to this individual. With determination, Ing Tian chose not to hesitate any longer. He charged forward to engage in battle once more. The old sword god promptly followed suit, and together they fought side by side, under the old sword god's focused manipulation of true essence. The heavenly dragon sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Within the room, a resplendent light gradually coalesced. The old sword god continued his control, magnifying the heavenly dragon sword severalfold, igniting an even greater fighting spirit within Ing Tian. With the old sword god joining the fray, Ing Tian refused to be outdone. Wielding the thunder spear in his grasp, the atmosphere within the room crackled with intensity, sparks of lightning erupting in every direction. The tension palpable as if the scene could collapse at any moment. The mysterious figure before Ing Tian and the old sword god now tightened his grip on his sword, directing its tip towards them. The sword instantaneously transformed into dozens of strips of white fabric, resembling ethereal blades aimed at Ing Tian and the old sword god. These seemingly fragile strips possessed immense power. The fabric sliced through the air like blades, prompting Ing Tian to once again swing the thunder spear, conjuring a thunderous electric dragon to strike. He leaped swiftly, adjusting the trajectory of the thunder spear, and skillfully gripped it, delivering a piercing blow to the shoulder of the mysterious figure. Such rapid movements left the old sword god astounded. He had not anticipated that the opponent's techniques and agility would be so deft. Catching the cunning adversary off guard, the old sword god was shaken. And faced with the injured foe, he immediately summoned the heavenly dragon sword, manifesting multiple illusions that mirrored the heavenly dragon sword. The radiant blades materialized in mid-air and under the old sword god's command. They blazed forth, illuminating the entire room. In that instant, the old sword god resolutely thrust the heavenly dragon sword along with countless radiant blades towards the mysterious figure. The blades closed in rapidly, leaving the figure no time to scream. As he hastily retreated, he found himself in a dire predicament, glancing around and realizing the confined space could not accommodate them, leading all three to leap together. Breaking free from the building, the structure crumbled in an instant, and the old sword god swiftly transferred his true essence to the leader hiding nearby, forming a protective barrier against the falling debris. The leader, in shock, had not anticipated such destruction. The old sword god had already cast a spell to shield him, and as the leader opened his eyes, he discovered himself enveloped in a white flow of energy. Overwhelmed by the profound protection offered by his two benefactors, tears streamed down his face. "You are my saviors. I cannot possibly take you to meet my master without expressing my gratitude. First, you must deal with this fiend. If you succeed, I will surely honor my promise to take you to meet my master. Please, exercise utmost caution." He was overwhelmed with gratitude. "First, ensure your own safety. We shall discuss the rest later. This adversary is quite troublesome. You must protect yourself, and we will address him afterward." Before the leader could respond, the old sword god, Ing Tian, swiftly leaped into action, pursuing the direction in which the mysterious figure had vanished. In an instant, the entire house collapsed with a thunderous roar, debris scattering like refuse, wooden planks splintering and creating a scene reminiscent of a desolate wasteland. Under the old sword god's protection, several cloaked figures, along with the leader, stood unharmed in their place. At that moment, the black-clad individual had emerged outside, witnessing that the old sword god and Ing Tian were still closely tailing him. It was evident that this was a battle to the death. Sensing the dire situation, he attempted to flee, yet the relentless pursuit of his adversaries left him feeling powerless, faced with the continuously escaping foe. Ing Tian no longer hesitated, quickening his pace to confront the opponent now within arm's reach. A swift strike felled the enemy, and without a moment's pause, Ing Tian unleashed his fists, each blow revealing the dents upon the mysterious figure's body. He showed no mercy, while the old sword god, observing the fierce battle, refrained from intervening, acutely aware that his involvement would be ill-advised. Ing Tian, witnessing the enemy's battered visage, felt a surge of fury within. For his precious curved blade had been seized by the foe, its condition unknown to him. Yet, he was resolute not to allow the adversary an easy escape, delivering relentless blows to the enemy's chest until the foe's ribcage caved in. Blood gushing forth, Ing Tian threatened that the return of his weapon and belongings might spare the mysterious figure's life. Otherwise, he would not relent. The mysterious figure roared wildly, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. His fury palpable, the old sword god, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that this deranged individual posed an even greater threat, he understood that if the treasures belonging to the mysterious figure were indeed returned, he could very well find himself facing death. He declared firmly that he would never yield, even at the cost of his own life. At this juncture, Ing Tian continued his assault, each punch leaving deep imprints. And the mysterious figure's injuries worsened, nearing a breaking point. Finally, he produced the shield he had previously wielded, raising it before him to withstand Ing Tian's onslaught. A deafening crash ensued as the shield connected with Ing Tian's palm, the immense force threatening to dislocate his arm. Ing Tian focused all his vitality to counter this overwhelming power, while the shield seemed to go berserk, its resistance escalating. In that life and death moment, the battle reached a crescendo as countless blades of light cascaded from the heavens like celestial flowers, seemingly capable of rending space itself. The sharpness of their approach resembled that of a wild beast, poised to devour the mysterious figure. Dust billowed like a torrential wave, engulfing the surroundings. Confronted with this cataclysmic force, The mysterious figure felt a wave of trepidation, hastily retreating with all his might, while the light blades detonated upon the ground like leaves caught in a tempest. The ferocity of the atmosphere was unnerving. As Ingtian gripped the thunder lance, sparks of lightning erupting beneath him as he charged toward the mysterious figure, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent, akin to a bloodthirsty predator on the hunt. The mysterious figure hurriedly raised the shield once more, which instantaneously multiplied into dozens of shields, spinning rapidly in the air under his command. The shields whirled chaotically, presenting a challenge even in their multitude. But Ingtian, undaunted, surged forth with wild vigor towards the mysterious figure. The old sword god did not falter, once again unleashing the transcendent technique of thousands of swords returning to one. The sky blazed with brilliance. Illuminating every corner of the Moon Kingdom, even the darkest recesses became glaringly bright, rendering it impossible to behold, as if deities had descended. The dragon sword transformed into myriad blades of light, their might vastly exceeding that of before. Hovering ominously in the air, the sword aura pressing down like a palpable force, the mysterious figure on the ground, gripped by terror, realized that the old sword god was poised to deliver a lethal blow. And he frantically turned to flee. However, Ingtian's attack was but a breath away, and he swiftly deployed his shield once more, positioning it defensively. In this critical moment, the old sword god unleashed a thunderous strike against the mysterious figure. With thousands of blades of light surging forth alongside the dragon sword, the mysterious figure leaped into the air, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the might of his adversaries, knowing escape was his only option. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, Ingtian's thunder lance pierced him, leaving yet another wound. Wails echoed throughout the courtyard as the mysterious figure bled profusely, his breath weak, yet still standing. Ingtian intensified his assault, and the mysterious figure hastily summoned the earlier shield to block in front of him, simultaneously drawing his treasured sword, its blade shimmering as he attempted to fend off Ingtian. Yet, he understood that opposing such a formidable foe was nothing short of folly. The weakened mysterious figure charged with his sword, desperately seeking an escape. Observing this, Ingtian brandished the thunder lance, effortlessly severing the obstructive sword. Realizing that the opportunity to flee was rapidly diminishing, the mysterious figure noted that the old sword god's blades of light were still in hot pursuit, the situation growing increasingly dire. Chapter 74. The mysterious figure, sensing the urgency, swiftly enlarged the shield in his grasp by several dozen times. As the colossal shield positioned itself behind him, it braced against the onslaught of countless blades of light. At this moment, the old sword god recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately intensified the flow of vitality into the dragon's sword. In the sky, thunderous roars reverberated. Tens of thousands of blades of light tore through the air, tracing arcs across the sky. In an instant, the civilians below were terrified, clutching their ears against the deafening clamor, cries of distress filling the air. However, in this critical moment, the old sword god showed no mercy. Faced with such a cunning adversary, he sought to join forces with Ingtian to deliver a decisive blow. The moment the radiant blades sliced through the heavens, they surged towards the mysterious figure with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the massive shield began to crack under the relentless barrage of thousands of blades. As the assault continued, the fissures expanded, threatening to reach the edges, sensing imminent danger. The mysterious figure attempted to flee, but it was evident that he was no match for the two formidable warriors. The old sword god, unwilling to let him escape, increased his force once more. The shield shattered under the ferocity of the attack, splintering into countless fragments like shattered pottery. In his frantic flight, the mysterious figure felt a surge of dread, realizing the peril he was in. He strained to control his vitality, hastening towards his place of concealment. If he could escape this place, perhaps there was still hope for survival. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The feelings of fear and initial panic were now magnified manifold, filling the mysterious figure with overwhelming terror as he fled in disarray. Ingtian surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to his foe. With a firm grip on the thunder lance, he thrust it forward, piercing directly through the enemy's chest, creating an even larger wound. Chapter 19. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the civilians below, unable to comprehend that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such terrifying power. Instilling them with hope for the future of the Moon Kingdom. One civilian remarked, "Look at this youth. With such strength at his tender age, give him a few more years, and he may become even more fearsome. A talent like him will surely lead the Moon Kingdom to prosperity. With such individuals, our nation is destined to endure for eternity." At this moment, the mysterious figure felt as if he had lost the ability to speak. Glancing down at the gaping wound in his chest, and he screamed in horror before collapsing, breathless. Ing Tian swiftly withdrew the thunder lance, stomping forcefully to the ground, then unleashed the technique of thousands of swords returning to one. Akin to a wild beast pouncing upon the mysterious figure, in an instant, the foe's body was reduced to nothing more than a mass of flesh. The old sword god observed this spectacle with an impassive expression. Having long since grown accustomed to such sights, Ing Tian, too, regarded these actions as merely a matter of course. The civilians below, witnessing such brutality, felt a mix of awe and shock. Within the palace of the Moon Kingdom, the queen sat upon her throne, exuding an air of authority. Her ministers knelt before her, reporting the events. Upon hearing the news, her clenched fists emitted a cracking sound, her fury palpable. She had not anticipated such intruders. She demanded, "Have you ascertained their origins? They are certainly not subjects of our nation. They are outsiders. From whence do they come? How did they so easily infiltrate our realm? What are you all doing?" The queen's countenance was severe, her heart laden with concern. These two individuals had silently entered her domain, and if they continued to create chaos, what would become of her reputation? With this thought, her anger intensified. Nearly overwhelming her composure, she bellowed at her ministers, "Find out their identities. By any means necessary, you must uncover the truth. Those two must be brought to justice and rigorously interrogated regarding their intentions. If they are spies from the Great Qin Empire, we shall all face catastrophic consequences." The Moon Queen, originally aflame with rage, now displayed profound anxiety as she spoke. She gazed at her many ministers in the vast Moon Kingdom. If under her rule the nation were to decline, she would feel immeasurable shame. She must strengthen this country and not allow these two traitors to thwart her grand ambitions. The ministers trembled under the queen's authoritative gaze, hastily voicing their agreement. Soon, the palace was left with the queen alone. She moved from her throne to the window of the castle, peering out at the distant civilian quarters, her worries deepening to this moment. She resolved that no matter what, she must capture the two intruders. Otherwise, allowing them to wreak havoc would render her reign beneath contempt. Unable to command respect. At this point, Ing Tian and the old sword god had dealt with their adversaries. The old sword god, noticing the gaze of the civilians upon them, promptly restrained Ing Tian. Regaining his wits from the frenzy, Ing Tian hurried to the old sword god's side, who advised, "Young master, we must leave at once. This place is no longer safe for us. There are many eyes in the city, and should we be discovered by the guards, the Moon Queen may already be aware of our presence. She will dispatch troops to capture us, and we will have no chance to escape." The old sword goddess' words were laced with anxiety, viewing Ing Tian as his anchor, for he always seemed to turn peril into safety. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian glanced back at his companions, who were still in shock from the recent events. Feeling somewhat awkward, he quickly followed the old sword god into a corner as the crowd diverted their attention. The civilians resumed their activities, astonished by the strength displayed, filled with reverence for the duo. Hiding in the corner, the old sword god and Ing Tian took note of the black-clad individuals and the stunned companion they had previously protected. The old sword master jested, "You truly have a knack for evasion. You nearly met your demise beneath a falling board." The young man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and glanced at his savior, who stood before him unscathed, letting out a sigh of relief. Both the old sword master and Ing Tian regarded the youth, equally relieved that everyone had emerged unscathed. However, as the young man felt their gaze upon him, anxiety began to creep in. Ing Tian and the old sword master exchanged knowing glances and slowly approached him. The young man grew increasingly tense, as if confronted by two demons. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired nervously, his eyes darting about, intimidated by the imposing presence of Ing Tian and the old sword master. He hastily took a step back. Ing Tian chuckled helplessly. "There is no need for such fear. I am no beast. Were your previous words spoken in earnest?" Without hesitation, Ing Tian posed the question. Upon hearing this, the young man scrambled closer, noticing the benign expressions of the two adults, which eased his wariness. "Esteemed sirs, I swear, had you not intervened, I would have already met my end. Since you are willing to take such risks to save me, I shall honor my promise and lead you to my master," he exclaimed in one breath. Ing Tian recognized the weight of this responsibility and refrained from further comment. "You are quite astute. Had you chosen to renege, we would have been prepared to deal with you. Now, do not hesitate any longer. Let us set forth at once," the old sword master urged impatiently. Gesturing for everyone to proceed, the young man quickly made his decision, extricating himself from the ruins, followed closely by the dark-clad figures. The courtyard lay in shambles, a scene of utter devastation, yet they pressed on without a backward glance. Walking ahead, Ing Tian and the old sword master felt a twinge of doubt as they observed the restless young man before them. They found this trust rather precarious. "Listen, lad, you had best be forthright. Do not forget how we came to your aid. If we could deal with that foe, we can easily handle you lot. Consider your life carefully and refrain from foolishness." The old sword master cautioned anxiously. Upon hearing this, the young man's legs went weak, and he turned back unsteadily, speaking with trepidation. "Since you esteem sirs risk your safety to save me, I shall guide you. I sincerely hope you no longer doubt my intentions." His voice trembled as he professed his loyalty. Ing Tian and the old sword master ceased their doubts, responding solemnly, "If that is the case, then lead the way. Words without action betray a lack of sincerity. If we are to trust you, you must take us to meet your elder." The old sword master spoke with unwavering resolve. Thus, the young man hurriedly took the lead, anxious that any delay might provoke the two behind him. They navigated through winding alleys, traversing bustling streets, where the throngs of people dissipated, leaving only desolate pathways that heightened the tension felt by Ing Tian and the old sword master. Before long, they arrived at an opulent residence. The house exuded understated luxury, devoid of ostentation. The surrounding architecture mirrored this, and the streets were devoid of the earlier crowds, creating an eerie silence. Sensing an impending ambush, Ing Tian regarded the young man with a fierce gaze. As the young man approached the entrance, Ing Tian contemplated seizing him, but restrained himself, recognizing that such an action might lead to unnecessary complications. He cautioned the old sword master against recklessness. Their strength could handle any unexpected developments, but prudence was essential, as their objective was the elder, and impulsiveness could lead to an unpleasant outcome. While soothing the old sword master, Ing Tian patted his shoulder, his expression softening. The old sword master nodded in resignation, understanding the need for composure. As the young man rapped on the door, sounds emanated from within, where he conversed with the steward, occasionally gesturing toward Ing Tian and the old sword master. Although the steward's eyes flickered, the communication appeared to flow smoothly. Ing Tian noted the steward's scrutiny and immediately adopted a friendly demeanor, with the old sword master following suit. Eventually, the steward lowered his guard, beckoning the trio to enter the estate. Much to the astonishment of Ing Tian and the old sword master, they puzzled over how the young man had garnered the steward's trust. For the steward appeared seasoned and unlikely to permit strangers entry so easily. "This fellow must have said something," the old sword master mused. The young man, unfazed, replied calmly, "It is quite simple. I merely informed the steward that we are searching for someone. While I am uncertain if you are indeed the individuals I seek, this serves as a convenient ruse. If you are, it would be a remarkable coincidence. If not, it matters little, for my master would not mind. At the very least, he can see that I am earnest in my duty, a win-win situation." At this moment, the young man walked ahead, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked to Ing Tian and the old sword master, "You truly are a crafty old fox, devising such a meticulous plan." The old sword master could not help but commend the young man. Navigating the intricate corridors, they arrived at the estate's courtyard. Ing Tian and the old sword master gazed up, appreciating the ancient, profound architecture as the young man had described. The courtyard was adorned with peach trees, their pink blossoms enlivening the aged surroundings. The gentle floral fragrance wafted into the nostrils of the old sword master and Ing Tian. Yet an involuntary shiver coursed through them, invoking an ominous sensation. "Come, my master awaits in the courtyard, likely preparing to greet you. There is no need for hesitation. Please follow me to meet him," the young man urged anxiously. Noticing the dark-clad figures trailing behind them, Ing Tian's unease grew. "Why do you have so many following us? Kindly instruct them to retreat. We come merely to gather information, harboring no ill intentions. Should you treat your guests this way, do not blame us for being unmerciful." The old sword master also turned to regard the dark figures. Upon hearing these words, the young man promptly gestured for them to withdraw, then anxiously looked at Ing Tian and the old sword master. Once Ing Tian confirmed the young man's sincerity, he ceased his aggressive stance. The presence of so many dark-clad figures was indeed displeasing. "What do you esteemed sirs think? I have instructed them to withdraw. Let us proceed to meet my master. I suspect he may be growing impatient," the young man urged, his eyes filled with anxiety. Confronted by the flustered young man, Ing Tian pressed on, and the group entered the courtyard. A solemn atmosphere enveloped them, and a colossal plaque hung above the entrance. Within the courtyard, A series of neatly arranged tables and chairs surrounded an elderly gentleman who was leisurely savoring tea, gazing kindly at the newcomers as he stroked his beard and rose to approach them. "Welcome. Please, take a seat. I apologize for the lack of hospitality today. It is due to the strict family rules that I hope you can understand," the elder humbly addressed Ing Tian and the old sword master. They responded courteously. "You are most gracious, elder. This occasion pales in comparison to my experiences on the battlefield. You need not be so formal. Speak freely. I trust you anticipated our arrival," Ing Tian stated without hesitation. Expressing their intent, the elder's eyes sparkled with delight. "You are quite perceptive. You immediately discern my thoughts. However, since we are on this subject, I shall not conceal any longer that I dispatched individuals to follow you. Seeking the emissaries of the Great Qin, we have awaited your arrival for decades. Despite the passage of time, we remain committed to our mission. Years ago, the Emperor sent us to infiltrate enemy ranks and eliminate remnants. Now, I hold an official position in the Yuezhi Kingdom, fully aware of the situation here. Yet, we have long awaited the emissaries of the Great Qin. It was only upon your stirring activities in the Yuezhi Kingdom that I realized emissaries might be arriving." As Ing Tian gazed upon the elderly man, a wave of emotions washed over him. This elder had sacrificed much to quell the turmoil over the years. Ing Tian understood the tremendous resources the court had expended on this endeavor. Even the emperor himself had invested considerable effort. Therefore, it was imperative to address the previous thorny issues without delay. Arriving in the Yuezhi Kingdom to meet with trusted allies, he recognized the urgency of the situation. "May I ask, what led you to conclude that we are emissaries of the Great Qin? Do you possess any evidence? After all, we have not explicitly declared our identities," Ing Tian queried, filled with curiosity. "Ah, it is precisely because you have not overtly revealed your identities that I am convinced of your origins. The many years have passed since I departed from the Great Qin. I am intimately familiar with the character of its people. To dare incite such a commotion in the Yuezhi Kingdom must undoubtedly signal the presence of foreign forces. Surely, it is the emissaries of the Great Qin fulfilling their commitments. I have approached this with caution. Hoping to verify my suspicions, please do not hold it against me. My intentions stem from a place of earnest concern, all for the sake of the unity of the Great Qin." The elder's face bore a frown, his eyes reflecting the weight of experience. Hearing these words, Ing Tian felt a lump in his throat, his eyes reddening. "You have endured great hardships. You are all valiant warriors of the Great Qin. The nation's heroes, your sacrifices shall be etched in the annals of history, and the Great Qin will remember. Your contributions today shall be repaid manifold in the future." He placed a hand on his chest as he spoke to the elder. "We seek no repayment from the Great Qin. We merely wish for swift unification to bring an end to the ravages of war, allowing the people to live in peace and happiness. That alone is sufficient." The elder's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed into the distance. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian looked at the elder with guilt, momentarily rendered speechless before the profoundly moving figure. The sword master beside him felt a pang of sorrow as well. "Even so, we shall no longer conceal our intentions. Dear elder, since you have spoken so candidly, we shall do the same. Indeed, we hail from the Great Qin, having just dealt with the Eastern Hu. After years of meticulous planning, we achieved victory. Now, we have come to unite with you. With this newfound transparency, we hope you can share detailed information regarding the Yuezhi Kingdom. In the realm of the Kingdom of the Moon. We cannot afford to be complacent. They have long been scheming, and it is only a matter of time before they conspire with other forces to launch an assault against our Great Qin. The situation is dire, and we must not sit idly by. Action is imperative. Otherwise, as their power grows, they will inflict a heavy blow upon our Qin. I refuse to witness such a future. Let us clarify matters at once and gain a thorough understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Kingdom of the Moon, so that we may decisively conquer it. This approach is far more prudent." Ing Tian's gaze was resolute as he conveyed his thoughts to the elder. Chapter 20. Tremor. Upon hearing this, the elder was deeply moved. Gazing at Ing Tian with tears glistening in his eyes, it was truly a fortuitous event for the Great Qin to encounter such a visionary, one with grand designs and strategies. Let us not delay any further. "Esteemed lords, I shall recount all I have learned about the Kingdom of the Moon over the years," he said, his voice filled with emotion. Do not speak so. He is the 19th Prince of Qin. "Please address him as Prince 19, the sword god interjected hastily. The elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his hands in apology to Ing Tian. "My apologies, Prince 19. I was unaware of your status and did not mean to offend." I hope you can forgive me. He expressed his respect towards Ing Tian. Ing Tian waved his hand dismissively. It is quite all right. There is no need for such formality. We are all striving for the greater good of Qin, and we need not be overly concerned with the decorum of ruler and subject. After saying this, he turned to glare sharply at the sword god before continuing his dialogue with the elder. The sword god, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and bowed his head in contemplation. Even so, please, Prince 19, have a seat. Let us continue our discussion in detail. The elder respectfully invited Ing Tian, and the assembly took their seats. The elder fell into a deep reminiscence. The reality was that the Kingdom of the Moon was not as formidable as it appeared, but a direct confrontation could yield catastrophic consequences. He spoke slowly. Ing Tian, at his side, appeared somewhat puzzled. Come now, old man. We are of the same age. Spare us the riddles. The old sword god seemed to grow impatient, unable to endure the elder's hesitance any longer. Hearing this, the elder dared not conceal any further details. Surely, your highness is unaware of some of the Queen of the Moon's tactics. It is said that she possesses a treasure of great power. It can summon celestial phenomena, shaking the very foundations of the world. With but a gentle wave, mighty mountains can be reduced to nothingness. Furthermore, she wields an ancient array yet to be activated, awaiting a substantial supply of materials to unleash its power. She will not employ it until the critical moment, the elder explained hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian furrowed his brow. This queen is no ordinary adversary. To possess such a treasure, and even an ancient array beyond my imaginings. It seems that conquering the Kingdom of the Moon will not be an easy feat. Your Highness, do not fret. While the Queen of the Moon possesses many precious artifacts in the support of a powerful ancient array, which appears formidable, there exist clever methods to counter her easily, the elder urged. The once anxious Ing Tian now appeared to see a glimmer of hope, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What method could ensure an effortless victory? Surely, apart from direct confrontation, no other strategies exist. Does the elder possess some secret knowledge? His mind was filled with questions, and as he gazed at the elder, his eyes seemed to penetrate deeper into the matter. You truly are perceptive, your highness. Even so, allow me to reveal this to you. Please keep it confidential, for it is a matter of utmost secrecy concerning the Kingdom of the Moon. The elder's expression turned serious as he cautioned. He reiterated, I shall keep it strictly confidential and ensure that no one else is privy to this information. Rest assured, we are both warriors of Qin, serving the royal cause, and I shall not be negligent. Ing Tian pledged earnestly, his gaze unwavering upon the elder. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Speak plainly, the sword god grumbled, his frustration simmering. Faced with the irritable old sword god, Ing Tian felt a surge of guilt. Witnessing his subordinate being chastised left him momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Ing Tian turned to the elder with a smile. Please, do not mind him. Quickly inform me of the detailed circumstances surrounding the Kingdom of the Moon. I must commence the next phase of our plan. His eyes were resolute yet tinged with anxiety, clearly affected by the sword goddess emotions. Seeing Ing Tian's understanding, the elder hastened to detail the information he had gathered over the years. I have heard from a trusted official of the Queen of the Moon that the ancient array she controls possesses a fatal weakness. It is said to be constructed from 5 ancient dark iron pillars, which require external materials to activate. Should your highness besiege the city, if you can destroy these 5 pillars, the array will become ineffective, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy and potentially shaking their morale. For it is the guardian of their nation. At this point, the elder was visibly excited, eager to take action. The sword god could only shake his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian leaped from his seat in exhilaration. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. With such a method, the Kingdom of the Moon will be as insignificant as ants. Let us depart at once. His heart brimmed with anticipation. What did you say? Are you ready to take action? The elder was incredulous, rising from his chair in shock. I see. Truly, you are the crown prince. Your deliberation is commendable. Everything has been arranged, and I shall await your favorable news, the elder said, stroking his beard, his gaze softening as he smiled at Ing Tian. Then, Ing Tian and the sword god, unhurried yet resolute, stood to bid farewell to the elder. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice rang out. Father, who has arrived? Why did you not call for me? Others might think I am aloof and proud. A young woman emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at the young woman. His pupils dilating in astonishment, he had never expected that the person before him was none other than Li Zixuan, from whom he had recently parted ways. How can this be? Ing Tian murmured. Incredulous, the elder, sensing something amiss, inquired curiously, Crown Prince, do you know my daughter? Ing Tian replied, Indeed, We became acquainted through a unique ordeal. I was in danger at that time, and now seeing her safe brings me relief. However, we shall not impose further. We take our leave. Ing Tian resolved to refrain from involvement in personal matters, dedicating himself entirely to the affairs of the state. The sword god did not intervene. Understanding Ing Tian's decision as he observed the determination in his eyes, the two swiftly departed the residence. We bid farewell to your highness. The elder and the butler, among others, respectfully bowed as they watched them leave. Li Zixuan attempted to intercept, but the elder quickly restrained his daughter. No, he is the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, of noble status. How can you behave so disrespectfully? He has pressing matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. The elder admonished his daughter earnestly. Li Zixuan, dissatisfied, retorted, I do not care how he feels. He cannot treat me this way. I will not let this go. With that, tears streamed down her cheeks. The elder, filled with anger, commanded, confine her to the study, facing the wall for 3 days. No one shall release her without my permission. Watching his daughter's despair, his heart ached, yet he had to be firm. Ing Tian left without looking back. Departing as Li Zixuan knelt on the ground, weeping, he understood that only by being resolute could he ensure the best for both of them. The sword gods silently followed, and the two made their way directly to the gates of the Kingdom of the Moon. At this moment, Ing Tian realized he could no longer allow personal feelings to hinder state affairs, quickening his pace. The once bustling streets now felt eerily empty, and he sensed an unusual silence. The two exchanged glances, and the sword god too noted the strangeness of the situation. Chapter 81. Where is everyone? Not a soul in sight. Could some unforeseen event have transpired? It is broad daylight. Could they be plotting something? The old sword god mused that we cannot afford to dwell on such details. We cannot predict these unforeseen circumstances. We must quickly establish contact with the military camp until the Kingdom of the Moon is dealt with. Our actions cannot proceed. The Queen of the Moon is surely making moves in the shadows. With the commotion we have caused in City 980, that lofty queen cannot possibly remain unaware. Furthermore, we have grasped the core secrets of the Kingdom of the Moon. If she seeks a direct confrontation, we shall meet her challenge head-on. We are no longer afraid of her. No matter how cunning the Queen of the Moon may be, we are aware of the flaws within her city. Regardless of her machinations, she cannot disrupt our plans. Ing Tian pondered as he devised subsequent strategies, while the old sword god nodded silently in agreement. Consequently, Ing Tian immediately set off with the old sword god towards the city gates. The atmosphere within the city was exceptionally eerie. Lingering any longer could hasten their entrapment by the enemy. The two advanced swiftly and soon reached the city gates. My lord, what shall we do now? What are the enemy's intentions? We cannot fathom their plans. If they truly discover us, we should not remain passive. We must confront them directly, the old sword god proposed. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian felt reassured. For the current situation was well within their control. With battle imminent, it was the only course of action. Before he could finish speaking, Ing Tian gestured for the old sword god to follow him. The two pressed on without pause. With war looming, there was no room for complacency. Ing Tian felt a twinge of anxiety as they proceeded. The two landed steadily, entering the military camp. The bonfires blazed brightly. Soldiers were readying themselves, donning armor and helmets, eager for battle, their spirits high. Ing Tian strode into the camp, witnessing the warriors' resolve, which bolstered his confidence. He arrived at the core area and inquired, Has General Chun Bao arrived? Chapter 21. Fury. General Chun Bao has arrived, within the confines of the military camp. Your Majesty, you may seek him out now, a soldier urged anxiously. Ing Tian cast a glance back, not pausing as he strode towards the tent. Upon entering, he was greeted by the vibrant presence of Qin Bao. Qin Bao, you have finally come, with battle imminent. Who else can command this great army if not you? We cannot proceed without your leadership. Ing Tian expressed with concern. Qin Bao offered a slight smile and humbly replied, 19th Prince, you flatter me too much. Without my presence, your command and insight into the situation far exceed my own. Should I truly be absent, you would be more than capable of assuming the role of Grand General. However, Ing Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment at this remark, lowering his head as he scratched it and chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. I am well versed in the situation concerning the Yuezhi Kingdom. Whether we engage in battle or not is but a matter of orders. We are ready to march at once. Resolute determination illuminated Ing Tian's expression. Upon hearing this, Qin Bao was initially taken aback. Then after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Is it not too hasty to engage in combat now? We remain unaware of the Yuezhi Queen's intentions and tactics. An impulsive attack would only result in great losses. Ying Tian interrupted with a wave. The information we possess is of paramount importance. Would you care to know the details? These words filled Qin Bao's mind with questions. What is the matter? He pressed, his thoughts disrupted by the sudden influx of information, but he understood that an uncalculated offensive would lead to a futile assault. Meticulous preparation was essential to maximize the benefits of war. In truth, it is not as dire as it seems. The Yuezhi Queen wields an ancient array, said to possess immense power capable of annihilating 1,000,000 soldiers. Yet, we are aware of its existence. When we strike the Yuezhi Kingdom, we need only to discreetly dispatch a small contingent to infiltrate beneath the foundation of that array, Ying Tian explained thoughtfully. Chapter 82. Strategy to break the array by dismantling the 5 pillars forged from ancient mystic iron. Buried deep within the earth, we can collapse the ancient array. In doing so, the efficacy of this primordial magic will be nullified. At that juncture, our forces shall decisively conquer the Yuezhi Kingdom. How splendid that would be. Ying Tian elaborated on his plan with great interest. Upon hearing this, Qin Bao was momentarily stunned, but soon his face broke into a radiant smile. What are we waiting for? Rally the troops immediately and launch an assault on the Yuezhi Kingdom. We have the timing and intelligence firmly in our grasp. With no further hesitation, they set forth towards the battlefield. General Qin Bao, let us fight side by side to reclaim the dignity of the great Qin dynasty. Qin Bao vowed resolutely, thumping his chest in promise. Ying Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded in agreement. The old sword god said little, merely following silently. The trio exited the camp, greeted by a cacophony of drums and gongs. Chapter 100. Army assembly with words exchanged. There is no time for delay, let us depart at once. The old sword god urged after a moment of contemplation. Without hesitation, Qin Bao swiftly nodded in affirmation. Thus, they led the grand army forth to the battlefield. The soldiers marched in unison, their morale soaring, stirring Ying Tian's emotions profoundly. Qin Bao stood at the forefront, his expression stern, his gaze piercing. He addressed the troops solemnly. Men, the Yuezhi Kingdom lurks with malevolent intent. The dignity of our great Qin dynasty is under siege. The people are restless. It is time to rise. We have gathered intelligence on the enemy. Let us strike directly at the heart of their stronghold and restore honor to the great Qin. Though Ying Tian appeared contemplative, his heart was filled with urgency. He understood that should the war end in defeat, his standing in the court would be jeopardized. Therefore, he had to ensure absolute success. Gazing upon the magnificent army before him, akin to a river of stars, his worries lessened, and he nodded in determination. The great Qin dynasty shall endure for eternity. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Qin Bao looked on with pride at this united force, his confidence bolstered. Chapter 102. Preparations before departure. Having made the decision, there should be no further hesitation. We must depart immediately, the old sword god reminded. His eyes glimmering with anticipation for victory, Qin Bao showed no signs of doubt, resolutely nodding as he led the troops swiftly away from the camp. The dense ranks of soldiers surged forth like a storm cloud. Advancing towards the Yuezhi Kingdom as the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a majestic glow upon the 1,000,000-strong army. Dust billowed as Ying Tian and the old sword god rode at the forefront. Soon, they arrived outside the gates of the Yuezhi Kingdom, the brightly lit city appearing eerily silent. Under the cover of night, we shall exploit the enemy's ignorance and launch a surprise siege. The heavens, the earth, and the people are all on our side, Ying Tian declared with confidence. The old sword god watched anxiously, yet it was clear that Ying Tian was unfaltering in his conviction regarding the plan. However, I urge you to proceed with caution, for the city gates are formidable and the enemy's disposition is uncertain. A direct assault may prove challenging, the old sword god warned, his gaze filled with concern. The hopes of the gathered men rested upon Ying Tian, the 19th prince, who bore a heavy responsibility at this moment. Ying Tian smiled reassuringly. Fear not, my friends. Breaching the gates is but a trivial task. The true challenge lies in how we shall seize the Yuezhi Kingdom, that we must patiently strategize and await the opportune moment. Although Qin Bao and the old sword god remained somewhat apprehensive, they grasped the deeper significance of Ying Tian's words. Chapter 83. A turbulent mind, though his heart brimmed with a multitude of thoughts, words evaded him. For a time, the anxiety surrounding the siege left many in disarray. I have said it before, do not panic, Ying Tian admonished from the side, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. At his utterance, the entire battalion fell silent. The old sword god and Qin Bao, previously filled with anxious anticipation, were now engulfed in confusion. Faced with the formidable gates, they felt powerless, yet Ying Tian maintained his composure, seemingly harboring a premeditated strategy. The two men held their breath, fearful that Ying Tian's confidence might lead to misjudgment and squander a precious opportunity. The soldiers behind them, equally fraught with impatience, could no longer contain themselves. "Prince, do not toy with us any longer. I am well aware of your abilities. If you had a plan, we should have acted by now. Waiting idly serves no purpose." The old sword god's words failed to elicit a response from Ying Tian. His thoughts were solely focused on how to confront the adversary before him. "I have already advised against haste. My strategy involves waiting for the enemy to grow complacent. The sun has set, and now is precisely when they are most vulnerable. An impulsive attack would only invite fierce resistance. It would be far wiser to bide our time until they let their guard down, and then strike decisively." Ying Tian's gaze was sharp, fixated on the foe, akin to a hunter targeting his prey. The tense atmosphere enveloped all, including the old sword god and Qin Bao, who held their breath in anticipation, scarcely daring to make a sound. Observing the enemy's tight defenses, they pondered Ying Tian's strategy. Chapter 101. Departure. "Truly, you are astute, my prince. Had we led the charge ourselves, we would have clashed long ago, likely resulting in significant casualties, ending in mutual destruction," Qin Bao commented from the side. Yet Ying Tian paid little heed. As the sun sank lower, darkness crept in, accompanied by a chilling wind. The concealed soldiers felt the biting cold. Hesitating to launch their assault, the once eager troops grew tense, and despite Ying Tian's previous explanations, some struggled to quell their anxiety. The old sword god, unable to restrain himself, was about to speak when Ying Tian's sudden movement interrupted him. A massive pit abruptly formed in the ground, a powerful pressure radiating forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Unhesitatingly, Ying Tian surged towards the enemy at an almost imperceptible speed amidst the swirling dust. A straight path was carved upon the ground as Ying Tian's fist crashed against the city wall. The once tranquil fortifications erupted with a thunderous explosion, splintering apart. The soldiers atop the wall were left in shock, having believed their peaceful days were secure, only to be met with such a violent assault. The hidden Qin forces could hardly believe their eyes. The might of the 19th prince was truly fearsome. Within the Yuezhi fortress, a soldier rushed breathlessly towards the Yuezhi queen, panic etched across his features. "Report, Your Majesty." Chapter 102. Utterly terrifying, the Yuezhi queen regarded the soldier with cold eyes, her tone calm, yet foreboding. "What news do you bring?" "Soldier, Your Majesty, grave tidings. We are under attack by an unidentified enemy. The city walls have been breached. The enemy approaches with ferocity, and all our guards have perished. You must come swiftly to assess the situation." The soldier's words were laced with panic. In the court, numerous nobles prostrated themselves, cautiously observing the queen, afraid to breathe. Upon hearing the news, the queen's fury ignited. Her initial plan had been to consolidate her forces before launching a substantial offensive against the Great Qin. Yet now they faced an unexpected onslaught from an unknown assailant. Chapter 84. The universe within our grasp, what had been a meticulously orchestrated plan, was now disrupted by an unidentified disruptor. The Yuezhi queen's expression darkened, her thoughts racing yet resolute. She swiftly rose and dashed towards the city gates, a legion of troops following closely behind. It was evident that the queen had resolved to eradicate this enigmatic threat. As she gazed upon the bustling streets to the east, her heart was torn. For years, she had labored tirelessly for the stability and prosperity of her kingdom, sacrificing sleep to ensure her people lived in peace. Yet now, this unknown intruder dared to shatter their tranquility, something the Yuezhi queen had never anticipated. Someone daring to challenge her authority. In the eyes of the Yuezhi kingdom, this individual had become an intolerable presence. The more the queen contemplated, the more her anger swelled. The flourishing prosperity before her was, in large part, a result of her unceasing efforts. She would not allow anyone to disrupt her hard-earned peace. At this moment, the Yuezhi queen quickened her pace, racing towards the city gates. Within the Yuezhi castle, Ying Tian stood amidst the rubble, his fist clenched tightly as he struck the wall with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding crash. Chapter 102. Truly frightening, the heavy city wall crumbled into fine dust, clouds of debris swirling in the air as the cold wind swept through, scattering it far and wide. Ying Tian stood silently amidst the dust, while the concealed forces of the Qin army loomed in the shadows. Most of the soldiers were unable to discern his figure, and both Qin Bao and the old sword god appeared deeply troubled. The reckless venture of the 19th prince weighed heavily upon their hearts, plunging them into anxiety. With the prince's whereabouts shrouded in mystery, Their unease intensified, rendering them nearly restless, though the old sword god had much to express. The prince's insistence on acting alone left him with no choice but to sigh in resignation. A solitary figure paced in front of the army, the commanding general. "Hey, stop running around. I'm on the verge of madness. Can't you see the prince has vanished? Think of a solution. While you linger here, it's truly infuriating. If we delay any longer, the prince may lose his life." The old sword god was filled with dread. Should misfortune befall the prince, not only would he lose the chance to fulfill his mission, but the very essence of his existence would be rendered meaningless. With this thought, the old sword god hurried towards the enemy's direction. Qin Bao had just recovered from his shock when he turned to find the old sword god had already disappeared. He immediately glanced toward the enemy camp, where Ying Tian stood unharmed amidst the mist. And another figure swiftly approached. Only after confirming Ying Tian's safety did the old sword god breathe a sigh of relief. "You reckless fool, to charge into the enemy city alone and brazenly engage in combat. You truly fear nothing. With such a commotion, the queen of the Mo will undoubtedly be on her way here. What shall we do next?" The old sword god was acutely aware that the queen of the Mo would not remain idle, and his mind was in turmoil. He understood that a rash confrontation with her could lead to devastating consequences, thus requiring calm deliberation. "Do not fret. Even if she arrives, she poses no threat to us. Our primary task is to swiftly clear the path and allow our forces to seize the Mo kingdom. We shall set aside concerns regarding the queen for the time being and focus on completing our immediate objective." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a powerful punch against the already crumbling city wall, which instantly collapsed, burying the corpses below. Ying Tian remained indifferent to this destruction, fixated only on encircling the Mo kingdom and ensuring no one escaped, thereby executing the original plan flawlessly. Upon arriving at the city gate, the queen of the Mo was engulfed in fury at the sight of the ruined entrance. She had never anticipated such devastation. A mere nameless soldier had wrought such chaos, causing her to lose face. Gazing at Ying Tian, who stood amidst the morning fog, her eyes blazed with rage, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, Ying Tian appeared unfazed. Dismissing the queen of the Mo entirely, he had intended to command his forces to attack the city directly, but the queen's sudden arrival caught him off guard, with the enemy now so close. Ying Tian wasted no time, conjuring a spear that crackled with electricity, emanating a palpable energy that stirred the air. Unfazed by the hovering queen of the Mo, Ying Tian raised his arm, directing the lightning spear towards her. Chapter 85. A sudden thunderstorm upon the city walls. A colossal surge of lightning erupted like a flash, illuminating the scene in an instant. Chapter 103. Who are you, boy? The remnants of the city wall crumbled in an instant, dissolving into dust. This provocative act enraged the queen of the Mo, who hovered above, looking down at her adversary. "Who are you, boy? How dare you act so brazenly, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth? If you seek death, do not blame me for granting it to you swiftly." The furious queen could no longer afford to be restrained. Faced with an encroaching enemy, she recognized that yielding would only bring shame upon herself. Without hesitation, she charged towards Ying Tian. Their figures colliding midair, a resounding crash echoed through the sky as the queen of the Mo wielded a radiant sword, its brilliance blinding. Ying Tian's lightning spear was no less impressive. Standing firm against her assault. At this moment, the thunderbolt unleashed its full fury, surging forth without restraint. In an instant, the spear emitted a deafening screech as the power of lightning burst forth. Ying Tian leapt into the air, targeting the queen of the Mo without a hint of fear. As a peak manifestation of the heavens, he was but a step away from transcending into the celestial realm. Such prowess and skill would not allow any woman to underestimate him. The intensity of their battle escalated, leaving the old sword god in stunned silence below. Ying Tian's impulsive actions seemed to eclipse even the might of the queen of the Mo, earning his respect. This fellow indeed possesses considerable strength, otherwise he would not be so straightforward. He strikes without hesitation. It appears he is swiftly approaching the celestial realm. The old sword god was deeply astonished by Ying Tian's astonishing growth, envisioning that given 2 or 3 years, he would reach even more formidable heights. At this moment, he felt he could not keep pace with the strides of this young man in the heavens. The battle raged on fiercely, with a powerful punch poised to strike. The queen of the Mo gracefully leapt aside, evading Ying Tian's ferocious onslaught. Both were now caught in a fervent clash, refusing to yield. Yet even in this heated confrontation, Ying Tian remained composed, wielding the lightning as the air around him seemed to warp, unleashing the fury of nature itself. Suddenly, the power of lightning cascaded like threads, spreading in all directions. The Queen of the Mo, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly distanced herself, retreating quickly. However, Ing Tian was relentless, instantly channeling his true essence into the lightning, causing it to tremble ominously. Chapter 204. The battle intensifies. The lightning spiraled wildly through the air, suddenly transforming into a fierce thunderbolt aimed directly at the Queen of the Mo. In that moment, the lightning appeared to tear through the sky, showcasing astonishing natural power, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar that swept through the surroundings. The lightning dragon, fierce and menacing, lunged towards the queen, bearing down with overwhelming pressure. Fear gripped the Queen of the Mo as she realized that this seemingly ordinary boy possessed profound martial skills, capable of weaponizing his essence, clearly demonstrating mastery. Confusion and peril intertwined as the lightning dragon closed in, threatening to tear everything asunder. Aware that hesitation could spell disaster, the queen swiftly dodged in all directions to avoid being consumed by this terrifying force. She understood that, despite being in the early stages of her power, her opponent's strength was formidable, and she could not afford to be complacent. At this moment, the queen's vigilance soared, faced with a formidable and unfamiliar opponent. She dared not approach recklessly. Seeing her adversary retreating, Ing Tian keenly sensed an opportunity. With the advantage on his side, he was unwilling to let this moment slip away. He leapt once more, delivering a powerful kick to the tail of the lightning. Just as the lightning was about to strike, it was suddenly thrust back, unleashing a tremendous force that surged forward. The Queen of the Mo found herself unable to withstand it, allowing the shockwave to spread uncontrollably. The lightning dragon, enraged, roared in frustration as its power surged forth in the sky. Such might, if harnessed as an ally, would surely render the Qin dynasty's conquests effortless. This thought stirred within the Queen of the Mo. Gazing at the nameless soldier before her, she recognized that if such strength could be brought under her command, the conquest of the Qin dynasty would be within reach. However, the immediate challenge lay in the fact that Ing Tian was now wholly consumed by battle, making it difficult to convey her thoughts to him. Though her anger had subsided, a new strategy began to form in her mind. Confronted once more by the approaching lightning dragon, the queen contemplated how to win him over. In the face of such an uncontrollable situation, she understood that only by completely submitting to him could she hope to gain his allegiance. With a subtle smile, the queen raised her radiant sword. A holy aura enveloping the entire Mo kingdom, as if an angel had descended, her ethereal wings shimmering, a manifestation of her true essence. To ensure her safety, she needed to protect herself first. Chapter 22. An unexpected turn. Otherwise, should any unforeseen event occur, the consequences would be dire. In that moment, the queen found herself somewhat flustered. Observing Ing Tian, now within arm's reach, she summoned the lightning dragon back to her. Determined, she pressed forward. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, the queen unwilling to lose face, grasping her sword tightly as the blade's brilliance surged exponentially, charging at Ing Tian. Unfazed by the massive beam of light, Ing Tian unleashed the full might of the thunderbolt in his hand, the force transcending the heavens. The sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering as a chilling wind swept through. Below, the soldiers were astounded, and Qin Bao, no longer hesitating, joined the fray. Before the city gate, the queen commanded her million-strong army to surge forth, rendering the forces of the Mo kingdom insignificant against the tidal wave of assault. Though the soldiers trembled, they pressed on valiantly against the Qin army. The sky roared with thunder, as if to issue a warning, yet the Queen of the Mo did not falter. Facing the formidable Ing Tian, she resolutely swung her radiant blade. Intent on cleaving the very heavens, Ing Tian would not permit such arrogance. The pressure he exuded surged exponentially, countering her demonic assault as thunder erupted in the sky, the power of lightning amplifying 100-fold. A bolt of purple lightning descended like a whip, illuminating the night sky, leaving the soldiers below in stunned silence. Witnessing the formidable prowess of the 19th Prince of Qin invigorated their spirits. The soldiers roared, the battlefield awash in blood, severed limbs strewn about, as the surviving few mournfully lamented their fates. At that moment, the land of the Mo kingdom resembled a hellscape, unbearable to behold. As Ing Tian ascended with the thunderbolt, the powers of lightning intertwined with nature. A column of purple light surged towards the Queen of the Mo. A cataclysmic force of lightning rent the air, its brilliance blinding as the sky transformed into daylight. The once gloomy sky brightened, leaving Ying Tian himself astonished, though the queen of the Mo found herself straining against the peak of the heavens. She refused to retreat. If she could win him over, it would greatly benefit her nation. With this thought, determination flickered in her eyes as she realized the urgency of conquering this young and exceptionally gifted adversary before he spiraled out of control. She could not bear to see such a talented youth fall into ruin. Chapter 87. The Queen of the Mo leaps. Once more the Queen of the Mo swiftly regained her footing, leaping to the left before soaring directly above Ying Tian. The radiant blade that once rested in her hand dissipated into the air at that moment, replaced by a myriad of luminous blades swirling around her sword. A particularly sharp ray shot towards Ying Tian, who, realizing the imminent danger, hurriedly evaded. Had he not acted swiftly, the consequences would have been dire, prompting him to remain cautious and alert. Another blade struck the ground with tremendous force. At that instant, Ying Tian resolutely gripped the thunderbolt, bracing himself to confront the descending light blade. Thunder roared once more, and a surge of electricity coursed into the thunderbolt, causing it to shine brilliantly, as if it echoed the roar of a dragon. This rare spectacle left Queen Yushur utterly astonished. Below, the battle raged on fiercely, countless soldiers engaged in a life-and-death struggle, blood flowing like rivers, and corpses scattered about. Yet, none of this swayed Ying Tian. He remained wholly focused on his adversary. After unleashing powerful energy, the air around him seemed to tremble, a wild aura following suit. Sensing danger, Queen Yushur attempted to dodge. But the force of nature moved far quicker than she did. In an instant, a colossal power struck her, and a strange current intercepted that terrifying force. Before Queen Yushur, a white aura struggled to protect her. Evidently a shield formed from her own true essence. Merely a temporary barrier as the energy gradually waned. Ying Tian offered her no chance of escape. He swung the thunderbolt, and a pillar of lightning descended like divine radiance upon Queen Yushur. In her celestial realm, resisting such thunderous might was no trivial matter. As her shield neared its end, she leapt to the right without hesitation, with Ying Tian close behind. The tension escalating further, the thunderous power approached once more. And Queen Yushur resolved to no longer evade, but to confront it head-on. She understood that only by demonstrating her strength could she hope to conquer her opponent. This decision added a formidable warrior to the ranks of the Yushur kingdom, stirring her heart with fervor. However, when the intense lightning enveloped her entire being, despair overcame Queen Yushur in an instant. She gazed in horror at herself, her once radiant skin now scorched, the powerful current penetrating her body. An overwhelming numbness sweeping over her. Though devoid of pain, her heart was filled with regret. Out of curiosity, she looked down, only to find her skin charred black. Her plans for retaliation lay in ruins. Leaving her immobilized. In that fleeting moment, Ying Tian felt akin to dry kindling meeting a raging inferno, his body engulfed in excruciating pain, his visage transformed into something terrifying, a stark embodiment of fear. Ying Tian too was startled by this sudden turn of events, his heart racing in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the techniques he had painstakingly cultivated would yield such dreadful repercussions. For a brief moment, he was torn between relief and sorrow. Choosing to abandon his assault, he regarded the woman before him, whose countenance had been utterly obliterated, her skin charred. Queen Yushur realized that her beauty was forever lost. No longer was she the most celebrated queen of the Yushur kingdom. As a woman, her appearance was her most cherished asset. Yet, it was this young man who had thrust her into such disarray. She understood that she might never regain her former visage, and fury consumed her. In that instant, she resolved to harness her true essence, slicing her fingertip to let her blood fall. This bizarre action left Ying Tian perplexed. It was utterly irrational, and he struggled to comprehend her intentions. According to Ying Tian's expectations, she should have been filled with rage, launching a fierce counterattack against him. However, the scene before him left him astonished. Unable to fathom her motivations, what on earth do you intend to do? If you wish to fight, then fight. Stop dawdling, he retorted coldly, devoid of mercy. Ying Tian displayed little interest in the unfolding events, fixated solely on swiftly conquering the Yushur kingdom. Meanwhile, Queen Yushur, seemingly unfazed by Ying Tian's presence, wore a slight smirk, as if contemplating something. This piqued Ying Tian's curiosity. Her peculiar behavior led him to suspect she might have ulterior motives. What do you mean by this? Are you afraid? Even so, you must obediently surrender your kingdom, comply, and I may spare your life today. Seeing that the queen had not responded, Ing Tian seized the opportunity to posture. Queen Yushur closed her eyes, and the white aura emanating from her cascaded to the ground like a waterfall, powerful energy flooding the earth that a wave of unease surged within Ing Tian. He sensed she was about to activate an ancient formation. He immediately recognized the imperative to intervene. Otherwise, thousands of soldiers would face annihilation, and the Qin dynasty would pay a devastating price. Anxiously, Ing Tian adjusted his breathing and dashed toward the queen. He observed her channeling immense energy into the ground, which began to tremble, ominous rumblings echoing as a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. This was dire. She was on the verge of succeeding. Ing Tian felt a desperate urgency to prevent her from succeeding, for the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus, he surged forward, exponentially increasing his speed, lunging toward the queen. She regarded him with an alluring gaze. Sneering, "Do not resist futilely. You cannot impede this. This ancient formation is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals like you. Prepare to witness its power. You are merely a fleeting threat. You are not worthy to challenge this formation. Unless you can surpass me, surrender gracefully. Any struggle is merely a waste of time." Ing Tian's ears echoed with the queen's taunts, but he remained undistracted, intent on thwarting the formation if he allowed her to succeed. The ramifications would be unimaginable. He glanced at the soldiers below, fighting valiantly, particularly Chun Bao, urgently conveying, "Quickly, go beneath the formation and stop her. We cannot allow her to activate it. Remember." Upon receiving the command, Chun Bao swiftly led his team toward the underground foundation of the formation. The sound of hooves echoing throughout the Yushur kingdom, Chun Bao was relentless, charging straight towards the objective, passing through a scene of carnage, where bodies lay strewn and blood flowed like rivers. Ing Tian surveyed the scene with satisfaction. With such capable subordinates, the unification of the Qin dynasty was but a matter of time. With this thought, a surge of power welled within Ing Tian. Faced with the impending activation of the formation by Queen Yushur, he showed no signs of retreat. Queen Yushur, witnessing this, was taken aback. Such bravery was unprecedented in her experience. He seemed utterly unconcerned for his life. As the battle loomed, he showed no inclination to back down, leaving Queen Yushur bewildered. Are you truly opposing the Yushur kingdom? What grievance do you hold against us? Who are you, that you refuse to reveal your identity? Are you perhaps of a troubled lineage, nameless and unrecognized?" Under the weight of her derisive words, Queen Yushur regarded him with anticipation, hoping for a swift response. Ing Tian, however, was perplexed. This woman sought to uncover his identity. Should she learn he was the 19th prince of the Qin dynasty, her wrath would surely be incensed. From her gaze, Ing Tian discerned her desire to court his favor. Should she truly know, how would she respond? He internally reveled. "My identity is of no concern to you. You need only surrender the Yushur kingdom to me. There is no need for further inquiries. As for your peculiar methods, they are merely the flailings of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Cease your futile resistance and surrender the Yushur kingdom." At this moment, Ing Tian regarded Queen Yushur with cold detachment, her vacant gaze eliciting no sympathy from him. The standoff continued, and Ing Tian was unwilling to prolong the stalemate. If he did not act swiftly to thwart her, the consequences of her activating the ancient formation would be dire. He immediately tensed, unleashing a ferocious assault upon the thunderbolt, lightning sweeping across the battlefield. Confronted by the encroaching foe, Queen Yushur showed no fear, even mocking him. She continued to channel her true essence into the ground, causing the earth to split asunder. The once smooth surface now laid to waste, revealing the abyss below. Chun Bao and his team arrived at the edge of the chasm, swiftly dismounting and rushing into the entrance. Chun Bao was singularly focused on destroying the 5 pillars forged from ancient black iron that supported the formation, believing this would facilitate the swift conquest of the Yushur kingdom by the 19th prince. With this thought, he was filled with excitement, and the soldiers surged forward. Meanwhile, Ing Tian began to act. Halting momentarily before the composed Queen Yushur, he hesitated. This woman, so proud, disdainful of evasion, must have some hidden agenda. Ing Tian paused, the power of lightning abruptly ceasing, the restless energy in the air seemingly dissipating. He saw Queen Yushur still infusing energy into the ground and rushed to impede her. A tremendous crash echoed as a piece of divine essence magnetite transformed into a bottomless pit. The sense of oppression enveloped him as the 5 pillars faintly emerged, and Chun Bao's team reached the formation's foundation, their eyes widening at the pile of gems below, igniting a frenzy of joy within him. "Take anything of value," Chun Bao urged his comrades. "Destroy everything. Not a single pillar must remain. Leave no valuable trinkets behind. Those who excel will share in the treasures today. Let us push on. Charge. He laughed heartily, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the riches before him. As the 5 pillars were on the verge of materializing, Ing Tian's anxiety peaked. He swung the thunderbolt, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged through the ground. At that moment, the 5 massive pillars erupted with sparks of lightning, akin to brilliant fireworks, cascading into the abyss below. Swallowed by the endless void, observing this seemingly bottomless chasm, which seemed capable of consuming all, Ing Tian remained unperturbed. Facing the imminent summoning of the ancient formation by Queen Yushi, Ing Tian did not waver. He unleashed a powerful punch, propelling himself towards her with great force. His fist, imbued with tremendous energy, hurtled directly towards the queen. Queen Yushi, quick-witted, evaded just in time. Had she not, she would have sustained grave injuries. This thought caused Ing Tian to break into a cold sweat. He had no desire to repeat past mistakes. The thunderbolt once more grasped firmly in his hand. The formidable natural energy erupted from its tip. Racing towards Queen Yushi, the blinding light incited the soldiers below into anguished cries, intensifying their frenzied emotions. Following closely behind, Ing Tian leaped into the air, delivering a crushing kick upon the Moon Clan Queen. However, to his astonishment, this strike failed to inflict any harm upon her. Instead, the Moon Clan Queen radiated a dazzling brilliance, a kaleidoscope of colors that pierced through Ing Tian's heart with a pang of disbelief. What is this? Such an effect exists. I exerted my full strength in that kick, yet she remains unscathed. His heart was filled with shock. Nevertheless, Ing Tian did not hesitate. He launched another fierce assault on the queen. For he understood that the moment was of utmost significance. If he did not act now, the ancient war would be inevitable, and the consequences would be dire. Cease your resistance. This is the ancient rainbow armor, capable of withstanding all physical attacks. Your struggle is futile. Surrender now to spare me the waste of time. The queen's eyes brimmed with disdain as she exclaimed sharply. Ing Tian glared at her, his heart ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated such a formidable opponent, not only powerful in strength but also cunning in defense. He felt as though he were battling a wily tortoise. With the queen embodying the Moon Clan, confronted with the current predicament, Ing Tian showed no hesitation. The power of thunder crackled fiercely between the pillars, leaving them battered and scarred. The Moon Clan Queen, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily enveloped herself in a comprehensive shield of true essence energy. However, as the lifelike sculptures emerged before the onlookers, depicting the 5 great beasts, they seemed to come alive. Swirling around the pillars, heralding the impending activation of a perilous ancient formation, the scene of bloodshed loomed ominously before them. Ing Tian's heart trembled. This battle was far beyond his expectations. He resolved to amplify the thunderous force to assault the protective barrier. Retrieving a silver needle, an artifact he had acquired during his confrontation with a mysterious foe, said to dispel chaotic energies, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he decisively launched the needle. The Moon Clan Queen gazed at Ing Tian's struggles with surprise, a scornful smile flickering across her face as she coldly regarded him. You obstinate fool, relinquish your defiance. This is one of the top 10 ancient deadly formations. Chapter 23. The Array. Yet, what transpired next left him wide-eyed. A beam of light flashed, and in an instant, the entire airflow protective layer was engulfed by the radiance. Following that, the silver needle appeared to absorb all the true essence energy, causing the protective barrier to collapse instantaneously. Scattering into fragments, the Moon Clan Queen was left in utter disbelief. She had never envisioned such an outcome. What shocked her even further was the ensuing chaos that nearly shattered her composure. As the airflow protective layer crumbled, the 5 pillars also fell. The once mighty sculptures of the 5 great beasts reduced to mere shards, disintegrating like dust. Ing Tian too was astonished, for he had just prepared to act. The Moon Clan Queen stared in disbelief at the unparalleled weapon, now effortlessly demolished, even the treasured assets of her nation. This was beyond her imagination. Yet, the reality stood before her, and she found herself without an escape route. The ancient formation had been destroyed, and all methods seemed to vanish in an instant. The queen was engulfed in confusion, baffled as to why the ancient formation had been so easily compromised. Could it be that someone had secretly sabotaged it? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. In that moment, the Moon Clan Queen resolved to delve underground to investigate, but Ing Tian would not grant her that opportunity. To yield entirely would only embolden her adversary further. She prepared to penetrate the foundation, Ing Tian unhesitatingly aimed his thunderous wrath at her. I advise you to remain here obediently. You are no longer my match. Without the protection of the ancient formation, your Moon Clan kingdom will be left defenseless. Ing Tian's tone was resolute. If she wished to resolve the matter, she must comply with my commands without resistance. Otherwise, the outcome could be mutually devastating. Oh no. It is you who will suffer far greater injuries. Ing Tian's cold retort met the obstinate Moon Clan queen, and his anger swelled within him. Yet, the queen's perplexity made Ing Tian feel somewhat troubled. He had assumed the array would activate smoothly, only to witness its sudden collapse. In the face of Ing Tian, the queen's eyes flickered with curiosity and reluctance. Do you wish to know the answer? Ing Tian whispered, a wicked smile gracing his lips as if revealing a secret. The Moon Clan queen, intrigued, leaned closer, only for Ing Tian to deliver a sharp slap to her face, though she was a woman. In the ruthless eyes of Ing Tian, such distinctions meant little. The battlefield recognized no gender. You dare strike a woman? How brazen! Are you a disgrace among men? The Moon Clan queen scoffed. Ing Tian chose to ignore her. Observing the helpless foe before him, he no longer concealed the truth. It mattered little at this juncture. Since you desire to know, I shall be magnanimous this once. Ing Tian fixed his gaze upon the Moon Clan queen. Arms crossed. Thanks to the officials within your court, information was leaked. Otherwise, our undercover agents would not have been discovered. The Moon Clan queen was taken aback. She had not anticipated an insider's betrayal. That a series of events left the Moon Clan queen's mind in turmoil. She had never imagined her kingdom would fall into such dire straits. As the queen, she felt deep remorse towards her people. Before her subjects, she could only cover her face, acknowledging that you are now aware of everything. And there is no need for further resistance. If you act according to our plan, I may consider sparing your life. Witnessing the queen's predicament, a flicker of sympathy crossed Ing Tian's heart, yet the Moon Clan queen's gaze was filled with disdain. She could not accept that Ing Tian had achieved victory through treacherous means. Did he expect her to yield? Not a single inch of the Moon Clan kingdom would be surrendered, even if it meant stepping over my fallen body. If you do not believe me, then feel free to test it. Her words ignited a fury within Ing Tian. Gazing at this obstinate individual, he turned to his troops. Qin Bao, the general who had completed the destruction of the ancient formation, was now leading numerous soldiers, bearing countless precious gems acquired from the array. Observing Qin Bao's simple demeanor, Ing Tian felt somewhat speechless. Without delay, he unsheathed his sword, his piercing gaze fixed upon the Moon Clan queen. Then turning towards the distant Moon Clan kingdom, he proclaimed loudly, Soldiers, heed my command. Let us march against the Moon Clan kingdom. Those who slay 100 foes shall be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Those who vanquish 1,000 shall be gifted with unparalleled weapons. Those who defeat 10,000 shall be granted titles and bestowed with treasures. At this declaration, tens of thousands of troops erupted with a deafening roar. The soldiers stirred with anticipation. They understood the significance of slaying enemies. This proclamation ignited a fervor within them. That moment, the soldiers of the Qin army speculated among themselves, recognizing this as the ultimate motivation. With this thought in mind, they charged towards the Moon Clan kingdom like a tempest. Ing Tian was unfazed. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. If there was no alternative, wealth and treasures would indeed sway these rugged warriors. Meanwhile, the Moon Clan queen was left in utter shock. Seeing her astonished expression, Ing Tian seemed to recall something. Boy, let me tell you, I am the 19th prince of the Qin kingdom, the arch-nemesis of the Moon Clan kingdom. Now do you recognize my identity? If you regret your choices, there is still time. Turn back now, or bear the consequences. Ing Tian declared fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malice. The Moon Clan queen gazed at him in disbelief. The unfolding events exceeding her expectations. One event after another overwhelmed her. She had not anticipated that her foe was the long-standing rival, and that the ancient formation had been compromised due to treachery from within her own ranks. All of this left her gasping for breath. As she looked down at the Qin soldiers fervently charging towards the Moon Clan kingdom, she quickly realized that preserving the lives of the innocent was her only recourse to honor her ancestors. A single tear slipped from her eye. Though reluctant, reality forced her to concede. Faced with the inevitable, she chose to submit, noticing her wavering resolve. Ing Tian raised his voice again. As it seemed the slaughter of the Moon Clan's populace and soldiers was imminent. The Moon Clan queen rushed forward, desperately seeking peace. Very well. Since I am now convinced, continuing this battle is meaningless, let us cease hostilities. I will no longer attack the Qin kingdom, but rather support you. Would that not be preferable? The Moon Clan queen spoke, her gaze darting as she weighed the pros and cons. Ying Tian too contemplated the matter. With negotiations failing, a resolution through force appeared inevitable. The Moon Clan Queen's strength was vastly inferior to his, so there was no need for concern that if necessary, he could always strike back. For this weakened nation, unification was the best strategy. Seeing the anxious expression on the Moon Clan Queen's face, Ying Tian immediately halted the soldiers' advance. Soldiers, the Moon Clan Queen is willing to seek peace and has vowed not to invade our lands again. Now, retreat. Since she has surrendered, there is no need for further conflict. Cease the attack. Under duress, the Moon Clan Queen ultimately chose to yield. Despite her deep reluctance, she surrendered the National Jade Seal and military maps to Ying Tian. With their forces replaced, the Moon Clan Queen would still govern the territory. No need to pay homage to the new Lord. As Ying Tian's words fell, the soldiers united in a resounding cheer. Long live the Lord! Though the current fervor may not match the past, it resonated with solemnity. However, the shift in identity had become a reality. She no longer held dominion over the situation, leaving the Moon Clan Queen with a sense of loss. Yet, ensuring that future generations had a place to stand could be considered a satisfactory conclusion. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu chieftain Tu-Man was like an ant on a hot pan, completely unaware of Ying Tian's position and movements, aware of the might of the Qin army and the genius that was Ying Tian. Their territory was bound to be at risk. Tu-Man fidgeted restlessly, weighing his options, and ultimately resolved to seek an alliance. Come forth, dispatch envoys to discuss a potential alliance with the Moon Clan Queen. He called to his subordinates, his tone urgent. Forming an alliance with the Moon Clan was the optimal choice. Their strength could ensure mutual safety, and with their formations, negotiations could be carried out. Moreover, the Moon Clan was their neighbor, having maintained peace for many years, making the possibility of an alliance all the more likely. Moreover, in the event that the Yuezhi are conquered, their next target is likely to be them. Once the emissary is prepared, Tu-Man Chanyu writes another letter, stating that due to the urgency of the situation, he has been unable to prepare lavish gifts. However, if the alliance is successful, they may choose freely from the national treasury. With the flourish of his pen, the emissary immediately sets forth. Having already become part of the Qin, the emissary, upon witnessing this scene, surmises the precarious position of the Yuezhi and promptly returns to report. Tu-Man Chanyu awaits anxiously, while Ying promptly conveys the news back to Xianyang, where the court convenes. Truly, my good son, so extraordinary, conquering the Yuezhi in such a short time. Upon reading the battle report, King Zheng of Qin is overjoyed. And the ministers whisper amongst themselves, remarkable indeed. It is said that the Yuezhi's formation is exceedingly fierce, such valor displayed in just a few days. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Today, the entire nation rejoices. With feasting set to continue for 3 days, King Zheng, filled with excitement, issues the command, and the ministers extend their congratulations. The emissary sent by Tu-Man Chanyu hastily kneels before him, exclaiming, "My lord, it seems the Yuezhi have been annihilated." The emissary reports nervously, "Had I not been cautious, I might have met a tragic fate. How could this be? How could it happen so quickly?" Tu-Man Chanyu questions incredulously, his emotions surging to "My lord, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Yuezhi soldiers have been replaced by Qin troops." The emissary insists that To think that the Yuezhi could be so easily subdued is astonishing. Tu-Man Chanyu calms himself, overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, far away in Xianyang, King Zheng celebrates with his ministers, surrounded by beautiful women, as a slightly inebriated minister approaches to offer hearty praise for Ying Tian. King Zheng, filled with delight, graciously accepts the accolades. The 19th prince is short on provisions. Can we ministers contribute to supply him? One minister proposes. Chapter 24. Worthless. Upon hearing this, King Zheng suddenly recalls the matter and nods in agreement. My son is truly exceptional. I shall support him wholeheartedly. Dispatch elite troops and ample provisions. You shall be responsible for the transport. He assigns this task to that minister, and all the officials commend his decision. Meanwhile, on the side of the Yuezhi, after resting, Ying Tian discovers a new reward. Congratulations, host. New territory unlocked, and a substantial increase in cultivation. Upon learning this news, Ying Tian immediately begins his cultivation, pleasantly surprised to find himself a mere step away from the celestial realm. This progress fills him with indescribable excitement, especially given his previous slow advancement. If each conquest yields such rewards, he is certain to break through to the Celestial Realm next time. The Celestial Realm is vastly different from his current state, and Ing Tian yearns to seize more territory swiftly. After a brief rest, invigorated by his newfound power, Ing Tian feels almost restored to his peak condition, even more relaxed than usual. Indeed, after the enhancement of his abilities, he feels an overwhelming sense of ease. He muses, "It is time to act." The Yuezhi Queen, upon hearing his voice, quickly tidies herself and appears, inquiring sweetly, "How may I assist you?" That night, the Yuezhi Queen hardly rests. Deep in contemplation within her chamber, she believes that the best strategy at present is to win Ing Tian's favor, for his influence in this land is immense if she can secure his goodwill. There may be a chance to genuinely grasp power in the future, as long as the Yuezhi remain under her control. She is confident she can reclaim the regime. Ing Tian is taken aback by the Yuezhi Queen's attitude, but refrains from speaking much. Merely appreciating her foresight, that he examines the military map of the Yuezhi and cannot help but acknowledge her capability. Had their roles been reversed, this city would undoubtedly be entrusted to her governance. However, at this moment, he must seek other candidates. The Yuezhi Queen personally prepares breakfast for Ing Tian at the dining table. She immediately begins to praise him, presenting the meal before him. Ing Tian, without a second thought, indulges in the delightful fare and then intends to inspect the Yuezhi training grounds. The Yuezhi Queen hastily offers to accompany him, and although Ing Tian is surprised, he expresses no hesitation and simply nods in agreement. Together, they proceed to the training field. "Soldiers, you are now subjects of the Great Qin. This prince shall lead you into valiant battle." Ing Tian's impassioned speech invigorates all present. He emphasizes the importance of teamwork and mutual support, urging them to avoid internal discord. The Yuezhi Queen quickly adds, "The Great Qin will protect our people and our homeland." Upon hearing the Queen's words, the spirits of the Yuezhi soldiers soar. They believe her decisions are beneficial to them. This cooperation from the Yuezhi Queen surprises Ing Tian, but it also alleviates his pressure. The previously planned deterrent measures are no longer necessary, which he finds quite agreeable, as it allows for a swifter progression to the next phase of action. He then inquires, "Do you have enough provisions?" The Yuezhi Queen's expression falters, revealing that part of their surrender was due to a shortage of supplies. However, what she did not anticipate is that Ing Tian's provisions are also limited. Yet, from another perspective, even if Ing Tian's supplies are insufficient, completely defeating them would not be easy, as their formation is already broken. Ing Tian could handle it alone. The Queen realizes that her decision to surrender was indeed wise. "Our provisions are also running low, and the soldiers lack sufficient food supplies," the Queen informs Ing Tian candidly. Although Ing Tian's provisions are adequate, sustaining numerous Yuezhi soldiers is no simple task. He feels a sense of regret for not addressing this issue sooner. However, considering that the Yuezhi have already surrendered, he cannot afford to be biased regarding supplies, lest it incite discontent or even rebellion. Distribute all provisions to ensure the soldiers are well fed and warmly clothed. Ing Tian decrees, invigorating the Yuezhi soldiers, who have not felt such reassurance in a long time. Subsequently, Ing Tian further promises appropriate severance pay to soldiers willing to return to farming or visit their families. As the soldiers gradually become convinced, Ing Tian presses on. "Soldiers of the Great Qin, do not dwell too much on your homeland. Every place I traverse shall be regarded as a hometown. Upon our triumphant return, everyone shall have the opportunity to visit their families." The formerly despondent Qin soldiers, upon hearing these words, regain their spirits, cheering in unison, "Prince is mighty! Prince is mighty!" Upon receiving news from the front that King Zheng has dispatched a substantial number of troops and provisions, which are soon to arrive at the camp, Ing Tian is filled with joy, as this signifies their ability to advance further. This influx of supplies is a timely boon for Ing Tian, laying a solid foundation for the upcoming offensive. Meanwhile, reports from the Xiongnu also reach the court. "My lord, dire news." A messenger rushes before Tuman Chanyu, disregarding all formalities, his expression fraught with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Tuman Chanyu is equally worried. Ing Tian's actions likely herald an impending assault. That it is revealed that the King of Qin has not only reinforced his troops, but also sent a large quantity of provisions, which should now be within the Qin army's encampment. Hearing this, Tuman Chanyu collapses into his chair, feeling powerless. Initially, he believed that Ing Tian's forces could still be challenged, but now the situation has turned against him. Even with the Yuezhi soldiers combined, Tuman Chanyu could deploy more commanders. Victory in battle was not entirely hopeless. Yet now, with the increase in troops and the reinforcement of elite forces, if this is indeed the case. Engaging in prolonged warfare would undoubtedly favor the Great Qin, who possess ample supplies that in contrast, his own side may face shortages. However, a decisive battle is not the optimal strategy, judging from the comparison of forces. It would be akin to eggs colliding with rocks, a scenario devoid of hope. Moreover, the opponent has just achieved victory, while Tumen Chanyu's army has long been deprived of real combat experience. Their training has devolved into mere formality, and they would certainly be in a state of panic in this moment. Mobilize immediately. Tumen Chanyu believes that regardless of the circumstances, the disparity in numbers must not be too great. There may still be a chance for a turnaround. Otherwise, passively waiting would only lead to the fate of surrender. Following his orders, the various Xiongnu tribes swiftly receive the summons. Yet, no one steps forward to join, confronted by the formidable and victorious Qin army. Despite the presence of patriotic men, their families have confined them at home, and no one is willing to risk their children's safety. Tumen Chanyu waits anxiously in the camp for a day. Yet no new soldiers arrive, his impatience mounting as night falls. Gazing at the tardy summoned troops, Tumen Chanyu mutters to himself, could it be that there are no able-bodied men left among the Xiongnu? His heart is heavy with unease. If there truly is no one, how shall he respond? Yet, Tumen Chanyu refuses to believe that his people are all cowards. Nevertheless, years of peace have left them softened. The once valiant warriors have aged, now burdened with families. If he were to order them to battle at this moment, they would likely become deserters, unable to protect their own homes. A holistic thinker. How could Tumen Chanyu overlook this fact? A nation is its home. Without the nation, there is no home. Soon, the summoned troops return, but only a mere handful accompany them. Upon seeing this, Tumen Chanyu is restless. Why are there only so few? Where are the others? Chapter 25. Worthless people, are you all worthless? Just this few after a day? He cannot help but roar in frustration. Even so, the summoned troops offer no explanation, for they do not comprehend why. Prior to the announcement, they could see able-bodied young men, yet soon the streets were deserted. Those remaining are vagrants or orphans, merely seeking food and shelter. What are you still doing here? Get out? Seeing the crowd fall silent, Tumen Chanyu's anger intensifies, urging them to leave. After everyone departs, the leader of the summoned remains behind. What are you still doing? Tumen Chanyu impatiently questions. The leader explains, my lord, are you not aware of the reason for the absence? Everyone knows that war is imminent, and many families are reluctant to let their sons take risks. Furthermore, some individuals have no desire to participate in combat, having grown complacent in their comfortable lives. Upon hearing this, Tumen Chanyu is filled with emotion, realizing that years of peace have led him to this predicament. He grits his teeth and declares, from tomorrow onward, compulsory conscription. All able-bodied men must join the army. Though this decision is painful, he understands its necessity. My lord, think carefully before you act. The chieftain was taken aback by his ruthless methods. Tumen Chanyu, showing no mercy, harshly ordered the chieftain to depart. Though this was the most extreme measure, it proved to be the most effective. Once inducted into the army, they would be compelled to undergo rigorous training merely for survival. This notion brought a slight sense of solace to Tumen Chanyu. The following day, the news swiftly spread across the various tribes of the Xiongnu, and Meng Tian, upon learning of the matter, immediately reported it to Ing Tian. As time passed, the population of the Xiongnu tribes dwindled sharply, with people hiding in their homes to avoid the possibility of Tumen Chanyu issuing even more cruel commands. Nevertheless, the recruitment of new soldiers increased significantly, bolstering the Xiongnu's strength. Meanwhile, Meng Tian reported to Ing Tian regarding Tumen Chanyu's measures and the expansion of the army. To his surprise, Tumen Chanyu was intent on resisting to the bitter end. Ing Tian, stroking his fingers with a hint of disdain, thought that after subduing the Yuezhi, the Xiongnu should have surrendered on their own. A procession of soldiers surged out of the tent, causing onlookers to initially believe they had wandered into the wrong place. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed the soldiers of the Great Qin, which put them at ease. Soon after, Ing Tian and Meng Tian, seated in the grand tent, caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Unable to resist, Ing Tian stepped outside to behold a spectacular sight. Several soldiers were gathered around a sheep, roasting it over an open fire. It seemed that their recent days had indeed been arduous. Ing Tian, feeling a pang of compassion, remarked, at this age, they are the treasures of their families, and now, fighting far from home, they may barely remember their parents' faces. This thought stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "Brothers, does the mutton smell delightful?" Ing Tian inquired, observing their satisfied smiles. Indeed, the soldiers responded without hesitation. "Once I conquer the Xiongnu, we shall feast on mutton every day. What do you say?" Ing Tian rallied their spirits. "Excellent." All the soldiers were filled with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Meng Tian and Ing Tian returned to the grand tent, where a roasted sheep was brought in by the soldiers. Ing Tian, satisfied, dismissed them, rubbing his hands in anticipation of the meal. He drew a sharp knife from his waist, but momentarily hesitated on how to begin. Meng Tian, observing Ing Tian's confusion, smiled and approached with his own knife specifically designed for cutting meat. He skillfully sliced off a piece of tender, crispy meat and handed it to Ing Tian, who promptly stuffed it into his mouth with delight. The flavor was slightly different from what he had tasted in Xianyang. Meng Tian continued to cut the mutton into slices, placing them on a plate, while Ing Tian savored each bite, sipping wine. After they had eaten their fill, Meng Tian and Ing Tian collapsed into sleep. A lifestyle that felt long forgotten to Ing Tian. However, he knew that happiness was often fleeting. As a prince, he understood that he must fulfill all his missions before relishing life. For him, managing territories was but a trivial task. His greater concern lay in how to enhance his strength. The system had not granted him any rewards for quite some time, leading to a stagnation of his power, which was his greatest worry. The next morning, after leaving a letter, Meng Tian set off with his troops by noon. Ing Tian awoke to find the army had been training under the scorching sun for quite some time. The climate here was even more sweltering than in Xianyang, and many soldiers struggled to acclimate. "Your Highness, this morning nearly 100 men were seen vomiting. Could there be an issue with the mutton?" A general inquired with concern. "No, it's merely the heat. Let them rest for a while, and we shall depart in the afternoon," Ing Tian commanded upon seeing the soldiers in poor condition. He then visited the sick soldiers in the infirmary. "Greetings, 19th Prince." The soldiers, though weak, still honored him with their respect. "Rest well. It's just the heat. A short break will help you recover," Ing Tian reassured them, aiming to prevent any decline in morale. However, the situation was now set, and they could only move forward. Retreat was not an option. At present, the only course of action was to seek solutions to the problems at hand. I must admit, I lack sufficient experience regarding these matters. Perhaps you could offer some solutions. Meng Tian, taken aback, realized that the challenge had now shifted onto his shoulders. Nevertheless, he did not complain and pondered for a moment before speaking. "In the short term, altering their physical condition is nearly impossible, but we can attempt other methods. For instance, we have cooling soups to relieve the heat, along with ample water. Apart from that, I can think of no better alternatives." After hearing Meng Tian's suggestions, Ing Tian found himself unable to propose a superior plan, thus resolving to adopt a trial-and-error approach. "Then let us ensure these preparations are made before we depart tomorrow." Chapter 119. Battle Readiness. After deep contemplation, Ing Tian stated, "In truth, I do not concern myself with the exact numbers of our adversaries, as we hold no fear, regardless of how many they may be. Their numbers are inconsequential compared to our formidable army. What truly troubles me is the condition of our own forces. If they are unwell, they will resemble sickly cats, and our combat effectiveness will undoubtedly suffer." With this in mind, Ing Tian deemed it crucial to improve the soldiers' well-being. As long as he could restore the warriors' vigor, that was all that mattered. Noticing Ing Tian's brow relax, Meng Tian felt relieved and immediately summoned the singers to dance and play music, instantly invigorating the previously somber camp. The soldiers faced the impending battle without fear. At that moment, Chen Bao entered the camp. "Your Highness, we have captured a Xiongnu scout," he whispered urgently into Ing Tian's ear. As Chen Bao spoke, the music and dancing ceased. After hearing the news, Ing Tian cast a glance at Meng Tian beside him. "You may all leave." Meng Tian quickly understood Ing Tian's intent and instructed the singers. Before Meng Tian could inquire further, Chen Bao gestured to the people at the entrance. Soon, a blindfolded figure was brought in. "How can you treat a future compatriot in such a manner? Remove the blindfold." Ing Tian remarked with a hint of mockery. Chen Bao stepped forward to remove the blindfold. "I wonder what purpose the king has in sending you." Ing Tian continued his inquiry. However, the individual, undeterred, spat defiantly at Ing Tian. "Is this how you Xiongnu treat your guests?" Before Chen Bao could act upon Ing Tian's command, Meng Tian, unable to contain himself, rushed over and delivered a kick, knocking the man down without a sound. Expressing his discontent, Meng Tian, unable to tolerate the affront, proceeded to unleash a flurry of blows, causing blood to seep from the man's mouth, yet he remained silent. Ing Tian was momentarily taken aback. Enough. Let him go, and tell your king that in 2 days, I shall personally experience his throne. With that, Ing Tian signaled to Qin Bao. Qin Bao took the man away. Why let him go? Meng Tian questioned in confusion. Such a scoundrel is better off eliminated. No need. One is sufficient, Ing Tian replied nonchalantly. After a brief entertainment, the time grew late, and they began to organize the army. Once they were prepared, Ing Tian returned to his tent to rest. He had grown accustomed to warfare and no longer sought excitement in it. However, he still felt a thrill before seizing new territories. Yet once they were captured, he found the endeavor rather mundane. The following morning, Meng Tian and Qin Bao meticulously organized their respective troops. Meng Tian retrieved a map from the main camp, analyzing the current situation. The vast grasslands of the Xiongnu were theoretically easy to conquer. But Tumen Chanyu's capital was perched atop a steep mountain. If they suffered excessive losses during the initial battles, scaling the mountain would present significant challenges. Thus, meticulous planning was essential to ensure a smooth breakthrough when the time came. Otherwise, they risked total annihilation at the hands of Tumen Chanyu. After scrutinizing the topographical map, Ing Tian summarized his strategy. We shall divide our forces into 4, leaving one contingent to guard the main camp, while I will command the other 3. The plan is to launch simultaneous assaults from 3 directions. The territory of Tumen Chanyu is vast, and we must advance gradually to minimize losses. Each team will select its strongest commander, coordinating successive attacks. The grasslands may appear flat, but we must remain cautious in our siege. Ing Tian briefly outlined his plan, leaving Meng Tian and Qin Bao with little to say, for Ing Tian's strategy was already quite thorough. After numerous battles, Ing Tian had developed a methodology of his own. Even the most challenging tasks could be handled with ease. He was not one to adhere rigidly to convention. Once war commenced, he consistently proposed innovative strategies. Even if previous tactics had proven ineffective, he would never resort to the same approach. Chapter 26. The return. Meanwhile, Tumen Chanyu anxiously awaited in his main camp. The scouts he had dispatched had yet to return, indicating they had encountered trouble. Should the truth emerge, the consequences would be dire. Just as Tumen Chanyu was growing increasingly restless, a guard rushed into the grand tent. My king, the scouts from yesterday have returned, but the situation is dire. Upon hearing this, Tumen Chanyu wasted no time and dashed outside. Noticing the blood at the corners of the scout's mouth, he realized the man was unable to speak. The scout attempted to communicate with Tumen Chanyu, but his injuries prevented him from responding swiftly. Tumen Chanyu immediately bent down to listen. They're on their way, the scout managed to say in fragmented sentences before taking his last breath. A wave of anguish washed over Tumen Chanyu's heart. Finding another scout in the military camp would now be nearly impossible. However, he began to prepare defenses, immediately order the left general to lead elite troops to defend Yongqing. Tumen Chanyu swiftly made the decision and issued the command. Others were yet to fully grasp the situation, but from Tumen Chanyu's urgency, they surmised that a major battle was imminent, likely resulting in heavy casualties. With this thought, Tumen Chanyu gazed sorrowfully at the newly conscripted soldiers, but given the circumstances, they could only fight to the death. Ing Tian and Qin Bao each selected 10,000 elite soldiers, and Meng Tian and his troops were also ready to march. The 3 teams advanced straight toward Yongqing. As they approached, Ing Tian began to survey the terrain. To the left of Yongqing were steep mountain peaks, while the right and front were flat grasslands, negating the need for all 3 teams to act simultaneously. Ing Tian decided to consolidate their forces. Meng Tian, you lead your troops to the right side. Once we commence battle here, you may act, but do so as quietly as possible. Meng Tian immediately nodded in acceptance of the command. Ing Tian then assigned a task to Qin Bao, who, despite harboring doubts, resolutely agreed. Qin Bao led his troops to challenge the inhabitants of the city, proclaiming that surrender would spare their lives, while refusal would lead only to certain death. Qin Bao called out loudly. Yet no one responded. Momentarily at a loss, he looked to Ing Tian for assistance, who offered him an encouraging glance. As Qin Bao attempted to speak again, the city gates creaked open, revealing a lone rider. The newcomer arrogantly taunted, "Are you all so eager to meet your demise this early in the day?" This was a tremendous affront to a battle-hardened troop, and while they were eager to retaliate, they found themselves immobilized by the absence of orders. The challenger further provoked them, inquiring if anyone dared to engage in a one-on-one duel to demonstrate their prowess. The soldiers stirred with excitement. After careful consideration, Qin Bao selected an individual, spurred his steed, and boldly charged into battle. "Let us see what you are truly capable of." However, the opponent was imposing in stature. a stark contrast to the lean fighters on Ying Tian's side. Yet, this did not diminish their combat effectiveness, for they were all seasoned warriors, agile and astute. Just as Qin Bao began to gain the upper hand, the city gate swung wide open, and the challenger swiftly retreated into the city. The gate slamming shut behind him, Qin Bao and his men were caught off guard, forced to retreat. "Your Highness, what could their actions signify?" Qin Bao inquired, perplexed. Such behavior must carry significant meaning. Otherwise, retreating would dampen troop morale. Should this occur frequently, the soldiers of Tumen Chanyu would lose confidence, and even if they were to engage, it would be akin to marching to their deaths, rendering them a disjointed force with no threat to Ying Tian. "Establish camp here," Ying Tian commanded, and all immediately set up their encampment 30 miles from the city gate. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the city, as the left general hurriedly inquired, "Have all civilians been evacuated to safety?" In truth, this was a deliberate act by the left general, aimed at dispersing the populace. However, this was not the directive of Tumen Chanyu, who considered civilians to be mere burdens that a guard reported that the enemy had established camp outside the city. After pondering for a moment, the left general asked, "How many are they?" "Approximately 20,000, came the reply. The left general nodded in satisfaction. Now, with 30,000 troops stationed in Yongcheng, an assault by the enemy would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking their own demise. However, a direct confrontation would likely result in even greater losses. The only strategy left was to strike unexpectedly. Upon learning that Ying Tian's forces had set up camp, Meng Tian's soldiers began to grow anxious. The oppressive heat made concealment exceedingly arduous. "Do not fret. If we require assistance, the prince will signal us." Meng Tian softly reassured those around him, but as time slipped away and night descended, Meng Tian's men began to suffer from thirst. Finally, as darkness enveloped the land, Ying Tian led the troops to stealthily approach Meng Tian. "First, take your troops back to rest. We shall keep watch here. The camp's proximity to the city gate is essential. Firstly, during the day, our 10,000 elite soldiers can encircle the enemy at critical junctures. Secondly, should the enemy remain idle and continuously expend their resources, their camp will pose a threat, potentially prompting a sneak attack. The elite soldiers will serve as vanguards, providing cover for the following troops, thereby exhausting the enemy and securing victory. Yet, this would deplete manpower, leaving the soldiers utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, it was the method that incurred the least loss. Other strategies could lead to catastrophic casualties. The deep night wore on. Dawn approached, yet the city remained eerily tranquil. Just as Ying Tian was about to allow everyone to rest, faint footsteps were heard. Instantly, the troops became alert, lying low and ready as the footsteps drew near. Ying Tian issued a command, swiftly capturing all who approached. Only 10 in total. "Who are you?" Ying Tian demanded in a low, threatening tone. A blade pressed against their necks. These individuals were not deserters sent by the left general. Witnessing the scene, several were gripped by terror, realizing that silence would lead to their demise, sensing their fear. Ying Tian inquired further, "We come to surrender?" One of them suddenly responded. However, Ying Tian scorned the deserters, unwilling to accept them. Yet, upon hearing the speaker, he sensed the situation was not as straightforward and ordered the immediate execution of that captive. "Speak the truth, or you shall meet a similar fate." Ying Tian continued to press. "We were conscripted against our will, and having received little training, we were sent here. The calluses on my hands bear testimony to our plight." The man displayed his hands. After scrutinizing them, Ying Tian discerned they did not resemble seasoned martial artists. Recalling Meng Tian's words, he began to entertain their claims as truth. After inspecting each individual, he brought them back to the main camp as captives. They had indeed come to surrender. Executing them outright would be excessively brutal, and this was the most humane course of action, though their fate thereafter remained uncertain. The captives would not be killed, but they would endure torment. As dawn broke, the left general's men discovered the deserters. "Left general, some escaped yesterday," a patroller promptly reported. The left general had anticipated this, for this hastily recruited cohort. Desertion was merely a matter of time. His concerns lay with the current predicament. Qin Bao once more approached the city gate, where the guards had been replaced by Meng Tian and Qin Bao's soldiers. "Will you not surrender? Those who have surrendered have already begun to enjoy their rewards." Qin Bao mocked. This derision was unbearable for the left general and his men, yet they were powerless to retaliate. The left general had a sudden inspiration and summoned a trusted aide. "You shall engage in battle. But before you strike, ascertain how the deserters located us yesterday," he commanded his confidant. The aide accepted his orders, galloping out of the city to confront the enemy. while the left general observed from the city wall. That must be the city's chief general. Ng Tian, noticing this, informed Chun Bao, who looked on as the city gates swung open once more. Who claims that we have deserters among us? The aide questioned as he exited the city. No one replied, all waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Faced with Ng Tian's formidable forces, the left general felt an inevitable trepidation. His own troop strength was limited, comprised of makeshift soldiers, and it would take time to properly train them. Ng Tian regarded the left general's bluster with a cold smile. This pretender Chan Yu was truly laughable, surrounded by ineffectual followers. Meng Tian sought Ng Tian's guidance, and Ng Tian gestured for him to handle the situation. Meng Tian rode forth to the forefront, disdainfully addressing the aide. Do you dare to question us? Your own people are mingling among us and enjoying themselves. Upon hearing this, Ng Tian's men erupted into laughter. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The left general, unwilling to let his troops suffer such humiliation, signaled his capable lieutenant to retaliate. Enraged by Meng Tian's provocation, the lieutenant understood that a confrontation was unavoidable. To salvage his dignity, he clenched his teeth and continued to hurl insults. Are you insinuating that our manpower is insufficient, and thus blaming us for harboring traitors? Yet, look at your own numbers. They are hardly impressive. Ng Tian perceived that the lieutenant was attempting to extract information and discreetly signaled to Meng Tian to withhold details about the captives from the previous night. Receiving the signal, Meng Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Intentionally vague, he remarked about the captives. Indeed, I noticed your rear guard's rudimentary equipment. They likely possess no battlefield experience. Truly absurd. The lieutenant was evidently incensed, while the left general recognized that extracting information from Meng Tian would prove futile. However, the realization that their soldiers lacked experience suggested that the traitors may have disclosed critical information about the encampment, complicating the battle further. Yet, in this situation, combat had become inevitable. Meng Tian ceased his exchange with the lieutenant, brandishing his blade, and rallied his soldiers, shouting, "Charge, brothers! They lack any combat experience. While we are valiant and skilled, how could we possibly lose to them?" Meng Tian's rallying cry ignited the morale of his troops. They yearned to achieve glory and provide for their families. Realizing their adversaries were not formidable, their confidence surged, believing that one of them could withstand 5 of the enemy. The lieutenant, witnessing Meng Tian's fervor, felt a creeping fear of perishing in this clash. Yet the warrior within him insisted that even in the face of death, he would meet it honorably. The left general similarly rallied his troops, declaring, "This is our territory. They have invaded our home. Can you stand idly by?" Leading the charge himself, the other soldiers, unwilling to be outdone, were fueled by the memories of their homes, families, and dreams. They roared, "Brothers, we vow to defend our homeland to the death." Tension crackled in the air as swords clashed, and the battlefield erupted with the cacophony of combat. Ng Tian observed from the vantage point, ready to adjust his strategy at a moment's notice. The left general understood the critical nature of the first battle. A loss would severely impact morale. Meng Tian and Chun Bao split their forces, one attacking the left general's left flank and the other the right. Gradually, the left general realized that Meng Tian and Chun Bao were closing in on him with encircling tactics. Should he be surrounded, the consequences would be dire. Panic-stricken, the left general swung his blade errantly, allowing Ng Tian's small troops to seize the opportunity. Striking at the flank of the left general's steed, the startled horse bolted, carrying the left general away in a frenzy. For a general, this was a life-and-death moment. Ng Tian, observing the left general's mount in chaos, chuckled softly that it seems that assaulting the Xiongnu is not as challenging as I imagined. They are truly a source of amusement. Meng Tian had not anticipated that before he could approach the left general, the latter would already be ensnared in a predicament. Truly, what began as a careless oversight had blossomed into an advantageous situation. The left general, internally flustered, sought to regain his composure, swiftly strategizing an escape from this perilous situation. Ng Tian watched with keen interest as the left general grappled with the crisis. After all, he was surrounded by soldiers, with no avenue of escape. The left general recognized that he could no longer remain passive. If this continued, he would meet his end. Gritting his teeth, he scanned his surroundings, identifying a possible route, and with all his might, he yanked the reins, attempting to steer his steed toward the chosen path. However, the horse seemed to be playing tricks on him, veering instead toward Meng Tian's side. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Meng Tian pondered that this was an extraordinary opportunity to claim the head of the opposing chief commander in the very first battle. Chapter 27. Sacrifice. However, General Zhou made a perilous decision. He abruptly tightened the reins, forcing his steed to accelerate in response to the pain. Meng Tian watched in astonishment, questioning whether General Zhou had lived too long and sought to offer himself up willingly. Suddenly, Meng Tian realized General Zhou intended to sacrifice both himself and his horse to create a diversion. A cold sweat broke out on Meng Tian's back. The likelihood of General Zhou escaping on foot was exceedingly slim. Especially on the battlefield, if he faltered even slightly, the enemy soldiers would seize the opportunity to strike, and he could lose his life before even mounting a defense. Understanding General Zhou's intentions, Meng Tian hastily urged his horse to evade. But it was too late. General Zhou was now less than 50 meters away. Meng Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately called out to Chen Bao. Chen Bao, use the rope, upon receiving the command. Chen Bao swiftly grasped Meng Tian's plan and retrieved a rope, preparing to rescue Meng Tian. However, General Zhou's blade was swifter. In the blink of an eye, he leaped off his horse, using Meng Tian's steed as a springboard. Aiming directly for Meng Tian's head, Meng Tian was no fool. He quickly countered with his blade, responding with remarkable speed. But General Zhou had concealed weapons. He drew a small dagger from his chest, thrusting it toward Meng Tian's heart. Meng Tian, in disbelief, quickly rose to scrutinize the battlefield, fearing for Meng Tian's safety. Meng Tian found himself at a disadvantage due to General Zhou's sudden assault, while General Zhou understood the importance of retreating while the going was good. He swiftly dismounted from Meng Tian's horse, seeking cover from his own soldiers to return to the main camp. Meng Tian urgently commanded his subordinates to hasten Meng Tian's return. Damn it, who knows if General Zhou's weapon was poisoned? Meng Tian began to feel unwell, surrounded by enemies. He quickly turned his horse towards Meng Tian's direction and galloped away. The battlefield remained a stalemate. From the current situation, Meng Tian held the upper hand, with his soldiers exhibiting formidable combat strength, in stark contrast to General Zhou's inexperienced troops. Meng Tian, how are you? Meng Tian inquired anxiously upon Meng Tian's return, summoning a medic for treatment. Meng Tian waved his hand, indicating that his injury was not severe. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This minor wound is of no consequence, Meng Tian asserted resolutely. Meng Tian, filled with concern, replied, Do you wish to disregard your own life? If you do not value your own life, how can you expect others to? Medic, treat him at once. He was unwilling to see any of his comrades harmed. They were all friends fighting alongside him. Fortunately, the medic later informed him that Meng Tian's injury was likely due to the enemy's hasty attack combined with Meng Tian's underestimation. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and General Zhou's assault had not inflicted significant losses on Meng Tian. The first battle ended in a stalemate for both sides. Meng Tian contemplated how to confront General Zhou, while Chen Bao, noticing his distress, suggested, I believe we should launch a direct assault, although it may cost many lives. It is an efficient method that could save time and resources. Meng Tian shook his head, considering Chen Bao's proposal too one-sided. Given the formidable power of two-man Shan Yu, a direct assault might not guarantee success. General Zhou was as tough as a hardened bone. Without General Zhou, victory would be certain, but with him present, a direct attack would prove challenging. General Zhou was seasoned in warfare, and the challenges he posed were immeasurable. He would not easily succumb to defeat. Send someone to scout General Two-Man's tent, Meng Tian ordered coldly. For now, this was the only way to defeat General Zhou. Yes, I will dispatch someone immediately, Chen Bao replied before departing the military tent. While Meng Tian contemplated strategies, this battle would undoubtedly be arduous. Yet should he emerge victorious, he would be rewarded with an advanced manual from the system. Despite the stronghold captured by two-man Shan Yu being as secure as a fortress and their own troop strength being limited, the system suddenly appeared, and Meng Tian sensed an ominous foreboding. This system notification might portend misfortune. While this battle was challenging, victory would grant him access to the advanced manual provided by the system. The cold information echoed in his mind. What type of manual is it? Meng Tian inquired. Currently, I cannot disclose that, but it will greatly aid your cultivation. The system was always like this. Meng Tian had grown accustomed to it and could only resolve to face the battle with all his might. When Meng Tian entered, he noticed Meng Tian's furrowed brow and understood his concerns. Do not worry. My injury is nothing at all. I can return to the battlefield to slay enemies immediately. This war, we will undoubtedly win. Seeing Meng Tian able to move freely and even vocally chastise the Xiongnu, Ying Tian's worries dissipated instantly. Ying Tian smiled in response, no longer concerning himself with Meng Tian, but instead focusing intently on the sand table, racking his brain to devise the next tactical maneuvers. Observing this, Meng Tian refrained from interrupting and quietly accompanied him, pondering strategies together that in the homeland. While it appeared calm, the specter of war loomed. The Qin state was well supplied, but prolonged conflict could lead to disaster. Thus, some ministers had proposed halting the 19th Prince's continued military campaign against the Xiongnu, the underlying reasons being self-evident. The court's dynamics were beyond Ying Tian's immediate knowledge on the battlefield. Even if the minister's decrees were enacted, it would take at least a month to reach the battlefield. Meanwhile, Two-Man Chanyu was exceedingly displeased with the outcome of the first battle, angrily questioning why they had not gained the upper hand. General Zhuo knelt in apology, admitting his mismanagement, but emphasized that their primary task was to fight. Though they had greater numbers, their opponents were valiant warriors. Two-Man Chanyu understood that most of the troops he commanded were merely for show. Achieving victory would not be an easy feat. He was unwilling to relinquish the fruits of years of effort and, as a leader, could not accept failure. He warned that if they were defeated, General Zhuo must come to see him in person. Chapter 103. Two-Man Chanyu furiously hurled the ornamental objects from the table to the ground, striking General Zhuo directly. This battle, he must secure victory at all costs. Otherwise, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Get out. All of you, get out. Two-Man Chanyu bellowed in rage. He maintained this group of people, yet found them utterly useless. General Zhuo was acutely aware that his duty was to win the battle. However, this fierce confrontation made it difficult to ensure victory. He could only leave it to fate. Sometimes, destiny has its own arrangements. Those destined to win will win, and those who lose cannot change their fate. Ying Tian stared intently at the defenses of Two-Man Chanyu City, lost in thought. This city was as solid as a fortress, nearly impossible to breach. He could not send cavalry to directly smash through the city gates and launch a large-scale assault, for their gates were indestructible. Mere human strength could not shake them, let alone those tools that were inferior in durability. Even constructing ladders to scale the walls would be perilous, as the Xiongnu were skilled archers, and the soldiers might not even ascend a few rungs before being shot down. Attempting to attack with ladders would likely lead to significant casualties. How could he win this battle? Ying Tian pondered deeply. If he could timely grasp the direction of the Xiongnu's attacks, he could seize the initiative on the battlefield. In that case, capturing the Xiongnu would merely be a matter of time. However, finding a trustworthy and capable spy who could earn Two-Man Chanyu's trust was no simple task. Ying Tian waved his hand, summoning his subordinates, instructing them, select several young and beautiful women, train them as spies to relay information. His subordinate immediately understood Ying Tian's intent, to use the allure of beauty to distract the Xiongnu warriors, who were solely focused on fighting. Yes, I understand. I will immediately select suitable candidates and ensure the task assigned by your highness is completed swiftly. The territory occupied by the Xiongnu was vast and sparsely populated, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Their archery skills were exceptional, allowing them to face 10 enemies on the battlefield. However, the Xiongnu were currently grappling with a shortage of population, although they had more troops than Ying Tian. Most were merely for show. Ying Tian was brimming with confidence for this battle, convinced of his impending victory. General Zhuo, however, felt perplexed. How could he secure victory? General Zhuo, I believe the enemy's forces are not as ample as ours. Although some of our troops are hastily recruited, if we adopt a strategy of overcoming the few with the many, victory is not impossible. Inside the military tent, the Xiongnu debated fervently, yet had not finalized specific tactics. Even though they were well aware that Ying Tian would come to attack, many Xiongnu generals had witnessed Ying Tian's prowess. He was like a celestial being descending to earth, adept in warfare. Ying Tian always seemed to anticipate their next move, ensnaring them in his traps, which instilled fear. I know Ying Tian excels in strategy, but brothers, do not be disheartened. We grew up on horseback. We have endured hardships before. And Ying Tian is nothing extraordinary. Generals were recognized that Ying Tian was renowned as the god of war in the Qin state, and his subordinates had clashed with Ying Tian multiple times. Fully aware of his formidable strength, the immediate task was to boost morale. They could not allow the troops' spirits to plummet, for that would spell defeat even before the battle began. Indeed, even if Ying Tian is a master tactician, how could he possibly triumph over our numerous warriors with his meager forces? General Zhou thought to himself wryly. Perhaps a third of his own soldiers were merely for show. This was destined to be a challenging battle. General Zhou, I have a suggestion. How about we launch a surprise attack? Someone proposed, suggesting that under the cover of darkness, when Ying Tian's tents were dark, they could send a portion of their forces to set fire to his supplies. Once the supplies were cut off, it would be difficult for them to maintain a prolonged resistance outside the city. They could turn crisis into opportunity and take the time to train new recruits. Upon hearing this, General Zhou found the strategy clever. Indeed, this idea is commendable. Once the supplies are severed, they cannot hold out for long, and with their ample reserves, victory in this war is assured. General Zhou weighed the pros and cons of this plan carefully before stating resolutely, "So be it. At the hour of the rat tonight, dispatch a small team to set fire to the supplies." Understood. As midnight approached, General Zhou assembled dozens of elite soldiers selected by him on the grassy field. Bidding them farewell, "I am aware that the task ahead is formidable, yet you have endured trials of life and death, coming to the aid of many in peril. I have faith at this time. 2. We shall transform danger into safety and bring forth good news." After uplifting their spirits, General Zhou distributed fine wine to fortify them for their journey. Simultaneously, the system alerted Ying Tian. "Please expedite the reinforcement of camp defenses to guard against a possible midnight raid by the enemy and to safeguard our provisions." A sense of vigilance gripped Ying Tian as he realized the Hun scheme. Upon learning that the Huns intended to launch a surprise attack, Ying Tian immediately summoned his subordinates, commanding urgently, "Swiftly bolster the defenses of our camp. We must not allow any suspicious individuals to breach our gates. Should we spot anyone resembling a Hun, capture them immediately. We cannot be lenient." Upon hearing the orders, his subordinates understood that the Huns would undoubtedly send a small contingent to ambush them tonight. However, it was already deep into the night, and most soldiers were fast asleep. Time was of the essence. Without the luxury of formalities, his men rushed out of the tent to relay the message of reinforcements. Despite having issued the orders, Ying Tian remained troubled. If the Huns become aware of the heightened defenses, might they reconsider their assault? "Wait a moment. Come back." Ying Tian called after a departing subordinate, who turned back. Puzzled as to whether there was another task, Ying Tian altered his strategy. "I have decided to lure the enemy deeper. Go fetch Meng Tian and Qin Bao to my tent for a detailed discussion." Though the subordinate was unclear about Ying Tian's new plan, he complied, and shortly thereafter, Meng Tian and Qin Bao arrived at the tent. Ying Tian unfurled a map, explaining, "I believe the Huns will attempt to raid our camp tonight. We need only reinforce our defenses on the east, west, and south sides, and when they see reinforcements in these three directions, they will naturally choose to attack from the north. At that moment, they will be weary, and we can seize the opportunity to defeat them." Meng Tian quickly grasped Ying Tian's intention, but whether it would unfold as planned depended on the Huns' actions. Ying Tian was uncertain as to when they would strike. Yet he was convinced that there would be movement under the cover of night. "First, we shall reinforce the three sides, while appropriately diminishing our forces to the north, providing them with an avenue to exploit. Tonight, I will personally lead the capture." With that, Ying Tian prepared to change into civilian attire. Disguised in plain clothing, he stealthily made his way to the northern encampment, discovering that Meng Tian and Qin Bao had already led their soldiers into hiding. Awaiting the enemy's approach. 15 minutes later, Ying Tian keenly sensed movement in the underbrush, suspecting that the infiltrators were drawing near. Silently, he signaled to Meng Tian, who seized the opportunity, lunging at the edge of the grass and thrusting his blade into the suspected location. Striking true against the hidden assailant, blood splattered, staining Meng Tian as the ambush team, now exposed, scattered in retreat. Ying Tian had long set traps, capturing them one by one. Initially hoping to take a few alive for interrogation. He was taken aback when the captured individuals, upon facing Ying Tian, chose to end their own lives in despair. Observing the carnage that littered the tent, Ying Tian could not pose questions and merely shook his head, instructing his men to handle the aftermath. These individuals had shown such loyalty, sacrificing their lives for Tumen Chanyu, yet Tumen wasted his days in indulgence, hunting, and reveling. It was truly unworthy. Meng Tian scorned Tumen's lavish lifestyle. "Now, it is late. Let us rest. Tomorrow, Qin Bao will continue to provoke. We must let the Huns know that their raiding party has been completely annihilated." Ying Tian rubbed his temples, while Qin Bao, accompanied by his subordinates, brandished the heads of the assailants from the previous day, loudly mocking the Huns within the city. The inhabitants of the city, hearing Qin Bao's taunts, felt a heavy gloom despite the still dark sky. Although they were unaware of the attackers' identities, they surmised from Tumen Chanyu's features that the slain were likely their own kin. General Zhuo was taken aback by the complete annihilation of his forces. And the enemy's provocations at dawn filled him with unprecedented dread. This will be a fierce battle. I am prepared to share fate with this land. Are you ready? General Zhuo's tone was stern, showing no mercy towards Qinbao's provocations. Since Ying Tian declared war against the Huns, they had remained on edge, perpetually anxious. General Zhuo's anger burned fiercely, yet he could not reveal his emotions before his subordinates. His reason was slipping from his grasp. General, this is my homeland. I was born here, and I shall die here. For generations, I wish only to serve the Huns. I vow to defend my home with my life. Hearing his subordinate's oath, General Zhuo's fury subsided slightly. He understood that he could not allow Qinbao to continue his provocations at the city front, as it would result in irreparable losses for his side. Therefore, General Zhuo gathered his troops, tightened his grip on his sword, donned his armor, and marched straight out of the city to meet the enemy. Do you wish to know how the families of the Central Plains men who fell before our city grieve? If they were to learn of their loved ones' sacrifice from afar, would you still find joy in your mockery? General Zhuo retorted sharply, upon seeing General Zhuo take to the battlefield. Ying Tian promptly commanded his subordinates to relay battle orders to Qinbao. Act immediately, take advantage of their unpreparedness, and strike where they are defenseless. Qinbao, upon receiving the signal, was filled with rage and charged forth like a wild hare, racing towards General Zhuo's location, ready for a decisive confrontation. General Zhuo did not anticipate that Qinbao would launch an attack so eagerly. He had expected a verbal exchange akin to the previous day before any blows were struck. They aimed to catch each other off guard. Ying Tian closely monitored the battlefield, continuously issuing commands to Qinbao until he was assured that the situation was firmly in his grasp, at which point he released the tension that had gripped him. This battle was crucial. Yesterday had ended in a stalemate, and today's victory would ensure a worry-free future. Although the Huns had greater numbers, we would engage in a war of attrition. How could the fresh recruits stand against us? Meng Tian, observing from the sidelines, coldly mocked General Zhuo. Due to his injuries, Meng Tian could not directly participate in the battle. Ying Tian had allowed him to rest, yet he insisted on witnessing the frontline action. Understanding Meng Tian's eagerness, Ying Tian permitted his presence. We shall capture this city within 10 days. Thereafter, we must contemplate how to bring the Huns to submission. Ying Tian sat in his position, gazing at Tumen Shanyu's fortress. Filled with confidence, Meng Tian, taken aback, cautioned, 10 days? While I know your highness to be exceptionally clever, that time frame is too tight. The battlefield is ever-changing. We must proceed with caution. Ying Tian, brimming with confidence, replied, Fear not. I have my plans. We need only consider how to ensure the Huns submit. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing Ying Tian, if you conclude within 5 days and achieve victory, you will receive a piece of equipment as a reward. Upon hearing this, Ying Tian felt a surge of relief. Yet he also recognized that achieving such a feat would not be trivial. General Zhuo had fought on the battlefield for many years. Easily defeating him was nearly impossible. Those who have been tempered in the crucible of war understand that the tides of battle can shift unpredictably, and General Zhuo always adeptly adjusted to confront the challenges. He was indeed a worthy adversary. Meng Tian, do you believe we can capture this city within 5 days? Ying Tian pondered before inquiring. Securing this city is no simple task, but with determination, anything is possible. Meng Tian's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he asked, 5 days? Your Highness, are you certain? Capturing a city in such a short time is no easy feat. Not only is there a disparity in forces, but the fortifications are unparalleled. Although he verbally expressed disbelief, Meng Tian secretly yearned for a swift resolution to end the protracted conflict. Concluding the war quickly would naturally reduce casualties, representing a significant gain for the Qin state. Indeed, within 5 days, I hope for our success. I will carefully consider our subsequent strategy against the Huns. As the signal to cease hostilities sounded, Ying Tian's expectations were confirmed. Qinbao emerged victorious. Swift action is key. Striking unexpectedly and seizing the initiative ensures we gain the advantage on the battlefield. Generals with soldiers, lacking actual combat experience, stood at a disadvantage against Ying Tian's troops, who fought with courage and seasoned experience, sacrificing their lives for today's victory. Tonight, let us hold a feast to celebrate our triumph and properly reward our soldiers for their arduous journey. Ying Tian instructed his subordinates to prepare a grand celebration, while Meng Tian excitedly chimed in, Your Highness, do you truly believe we can secure victory within 5 days? If so, it would become a tale for the ages. The thought thrilled Meng Tian, as everyone aspired to be a hero in history. Ying Tian resolutely replied, Yes, I assure you we will achieve victory within 5 days. Very well. You should also prepare for the victory banquet. Do not leave Qinbao to bear the brunt of the battle alone while also managing the celebrations in the rear." Meng Tian chuckled as he withdrew, while Ing Tian had already devised a strategy. The optimal approach against Tumen Chanyu was to go all out. Given Tumen's nature, he should lack the courage to engage in mutual destruction upon encountering such formidable strength. Meanwhile, the queen of the Yuezhi found herself in dire straits, having exhausted her supplies. Although Ing Tian had left ample provisions for the Yuezhi before departing, the recent repairs and efforts to calm the populace had clearly depleted their resources, rendering them unsustainable for prolonged survival. "Your Majesty, should we seek assistance from Ing Tian? To my knowledge, they are engaged in battle with the Huns at the front. Did he not previously mention a desire to unite with us as one family?" You dare to trust Ing Tian's words? To what extent have you lost your senses? The queen of the Yuezhi glared sternly at her subordinate, fully aware of Ing Tian's character, recalling her own request for supplies during her surrender. She now questioned why she hadn't insisted on more bloodshed among her people back then. Could she truly hope for his aid in providing food? He was embroiled in a fierce struggle at the front, possibly facing a shortage of provisions himself. How could he possibly assist the Yuezhi? Our supplies will only last 3 days. If we cannot resolve this food crisis within that time, it may lead to utter devastation. The subordinate was perplexed. If Ing Tian had promised assistance in times of trouble, should they not seek him out regarding the food crisis, since the Yuezhi had become a vassal of the Qin army? They ought to take care of themselves. Otherwise, what claim could they make to being one family? The queen understood the gravity of their situation, yet what could she do? She cannot conjure food out of thin air. You may leave now. Allow me a moment to contemplate a solution and first to soothe the people's emotions. Night fell. At the celebratory banquet, Ing Tian sat in the foremost position, raising his cup in toast to the soldiers below. "Esteemed warriors, it is thanks to your valiant efforts on the battlefield that we have achieved today as triumph that I raise my glass to you, and I hope that in the days to come, we may collaborate closely to conquer this city together." With that, Ing Tian downed his drink in one gulp, leaving not a drop behind. "Splendid. Your generosity is admirable, Your Highness. Such grand words leave us humbled. Following Your Highness guarantees us bountiful rewards. Indeed, Your Highness is thoughtful. It is thanks to you that we have achieved consecutive victories. Without you, we might still be suffering from hunger. To serve Your Highness is a blessing of a lifetime. I vow to follow you to the end." The subjects below fervently expressed their loyalty, and Ing Tian understood the art of winning hearts. He knew when to refrain, faced with the praises of his subordinates. Ing Tian remained humble, merely responding with a smile. "It is my honor to fight alongside you against the Xiongnu. Without your sacrifices on the front lines, we, the Qin people, would not enjoy a peaceful existence." Meng Tian concurred, saying, "Your Highness, were it not for your exceptional leadership, we would have perished on the battlefield long ago. Every time a crisis arose, it was you who stood forth to protect us. I would gladly sacrifice my life for you. I raise a toast to you." As the banquet progressed, Ing Tian successfully stirred the atmosphere. For them, promotion and nobility were their greatest aspirations. His promise of advancement upon returning to Qin was a mere formality. After the feast concluded, Ing Tian returned to the military camp. Shortly thereafter, a commotion arose outside the tent. Curiously, he stepped out to find Qinbao escorting a Xiongnu man toward his tent. "Your Highness, you were just in time. I discovered the Xiongnu behaving suspiciously while on patrol, so I apprehended him. He appears to be a deserter." The onlookers murmured among themselves. However, Ing Tian sensed that the matter was not so simple. The intelligence agents previously dispatched had all been eliminated by him. Logically, the left general would not send anyone to scout again. Moreover, only one Xiongnu had been found. "Speak. Why were you lurking outside my tent?" "My father is Xiongnu, and my mother is from the Central Plains. 15 years ago, when the Xiongnu invaded, my mother was forced to remain there, and I was abandoned after birth. The Xiongnu paused, tears welling in his eyes. "When my mother found me, I was already 5 months old. She did not wish to harm the innocent, so she left me behind. Yet, my appearance makes it difficult for me to survive in the Central Plains." He then recounted how his mother, striving to make a living, disguised herself for trade, only to be robbed and humiliated to death by the Xiongnu. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian felt sympathy for the misfortunes of the young Xiongnu. Yet a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. If this individual had harbored resentment against the Xiongnu for so long, why had he remained there all these years? Perhaps he was a spy sent by the Xiongnu. As Ing Tian pondered this, he gazed at the frail youth, his interest in the war intensifying. Then what comes next? Meng Tian inquired with curiosity. Subsequently, I became a servant to a prominent Xiongnu leader. And I am here to pledge my allegiance. I know of a gap in the city that allows a small contingent to infiltrate, and once we coordinate from within and without, we can humph. Mere trifles, he scoffed disdainfully as he faced Chun Bao's anxiety, calmly asserting, there is no need for alarm. The fact that the Xiongnu do not emerge indicates their fear of us. Their cowardice in battle stems from the humiliation of their previous defeats. Ying Tian recognized that General Zuo was adept in strategy, a formidable opponent, yet today's disregard had caught him off guard. He inquired about Meng Tian's injuries. How is your condition, if you have yet to recover? There is no need for you to take to the battlefield. Meng Tian responded that he was well enough and willing to serve Ying Tian. Nodding, Ying Tian pointed to the map on the table. There lies a small hill. From its summit, one can survey the layout of the city. The round trip will take merely 2 hours. You must hasten to the peak to gather intelligence. Though the distance is great, you may discern some valuable insights. Time your return precisely, and you shall arrive by noon. Although Meng Tian was puzzled by the purpose of the task, he agreed to go. Ying Tian had his own motives. He surmised that General Zuo would not merely deploy archers, but would surely possess additional contingencies at the same time. Ying Tian noticed thick smoke rising from within the city, leading him to speculate that they were crafting new weapons, thus avoiding direct confrontation today. Upon hearing this, Chun Bao felt a surge of anxiety. Ying Tian gestured for him to remain calm, confident that everything was under control. And so what? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes. It is impossible for them to develop new weapons in a single day. You possess greater understanding of military equipment than I, and I am already well informed about the Xiongnu's situation. Chun Bao, reassured by Ying Tian's confidence, felt his worries dissipate. Your Highness is mighty. The soldiers yearn for the swift conclusion of this war, that we may achieve victory and return triumphantly to the court. After nodding, Ying Tian descended from the platform, addressing the soldiers below. Warriors, I am aware that you long to return home, and I too wish for you to end this tumultuous existence. Therefore, let us showcase our true capabilities. Together, we shall sweep the Xiongnu from our lands. Ying Tian understood that inspiring morale at this moment would undoubtedly ignite the fiercest fighting spirit. With emotions running high, the soldiers rallied with fervor, their leaders charging to the forefront. Should battle commence now, they might even seize the city gates in one fell swoop. However, unbeknownst to them, General Zuo chose to remain sheltered behind the city walls, and reinforcements could not arrive in a timely manner. Outside the city, the situation grew dire, leaving General Zuo feeling powerless. The enemy advanced with vigor, seemingly well prepared, while he faced a hasty battle, unable to withstand for long. Just the day prior, a mysterious man had approached him, suggesting that to secure victory, certain sacrifices would be necessary. Unwilling to let his homeland fall into Ying Tian's hands, General Zuo had asked no further questions and consented. The mysterious figure, pleased with General Zuo's willingness, handed him a package. Upon opening it, General Zuo discovered a detailed blueprint outlining the construction of a formidable weapon, complete with a list of required materials, akin to a step-by-step guide. Elated by this revelation, General Zuo felt that if he could mass-produce such a weapon swiftly, he would no longer fear Ying Tian's threats and might even have the opportunity to conquer the Central Plains. Eagerly, he presented the blueprint to Tumen Chanyu, yet the Chanyu did not endorse the plan for mass weapon production. You expect to gather such a multitude of hands to forge this trinket in mere days? You must be mad. Tumen Chanyu failed to grasp the weapon's potential, only recognizing that their forces were already stretched thin and frontline battles were arduous enough. Generals were requested additional troops to assist in weapon manufacturing, a notion that the Chanyu found intolerable, and no matter how persuasively General Zuo argued, Tumen Chanyu remained resolute, insisting all forces be concentrated at the front against Ying Tian. Left with no choice, General Zuo discreetly contacted the blacksmiths within the city to commence weapon production. Some of General Zuo's subordinates, recognizing the immense power of the weapons, volunteered to assist. When Meng Tian returned with his team, it was already noon. Upon seeing Meng Tian, Ying Tian eagerly inquired about the situation. Meng Tian, his expression grave, replied, "Due to the great distance from the city, my view is limited. However, we observed a multitude of people flooding into the blacksmith shop. How can you ascertain that it is the blacksmith shop? The chimney of that building belched forth thick smoke, and the volume of work has evidently increased, with smoke billowing continuously. It must be the blacksmith shop." Chun Bao's heart sank at this revelation. He had not anticipated that the Xiongnu were indeed forging new weapons within the city. What could this mean? Tension enveloped the group. Ying Tian understood that stabilizing the troops' morale was imperative, for fear must not impede their combat readiness. He declared, "We are already aware of the Xiongnu's situation. They pose no threat to us. We need only breach the city gates to secure a powerful advance. Once we enter, the lands of the Xiongnu shall be ours for the taking." Your Highness is correct. The gap mentioned by that young Xiongnu yesterday has been confirmed. We need only dispatch a small team as insiders to easily seize control. Moreover, weapons cannot be produced overnight. As soldiers, we understand that such tasks cannot be accomplished in mere days. Thus, we must strive for a swift resolution. Encouraged by Ying Tian's words, the group came to believe that the Xiongnu's production of new weapons was not an insurmountable obstacle. Summon the ladders and prepare the battering ram to assault the city gates this afternoon. That I refuse to believe that we stand at their doorstep, and they will remain unresponsive. Upon hearing the plan to batter the gates, Chun Bao's spirit soared, and he jumped from the ranks to accept the task. Understood, Your Highness. I shall execute it flawlessly. With that, he blinked eagerly at Ying Tian. Ying Tian nodded, and with clear instructions, Chun Bao hurriedly departed the tent, as if fearing another might usurp his mission. Chun Bao's enthusiastic demeanor elicited a chuckle from Ying Tian. His eagerness to engage in battle was driven by a desire for glory. Well then, Meng Tian, you have worked hard. Take this opportunity to rest and regain your strength. Meng Tian, puzzled, replied, But I have recovered significantly. Why must I still rest? Your Highness, this is unfair. I too wish to batter the gates. Why am I not allowed? Because I still require you to manage the aftermath. This is a task only you can handle appropriately. Hearing Ying Tian's reliance on him filled Meng Tian with joy, a broad smile spreading across his face. After bowing to Ying Tian, he stepped back. By the afternoon, Chun Bao led an elite squad, equipped with apparatus, to fulfill the command to assault the gates. Prior to Ying Tian's arrival, he had gleaned insights into Tumin Chanyu's character. The Chanyu would undoubtedly not ignore this matter, should General Zhua continue to linger at the blacksmith shop, attempting to forge so-called new weapons. He would likely face the Chanyu's wrath in the next moment. Send the word down. Let all soldiers exert their full strength against the gates. Upon receiving Ying Tian's command, Chun Bao steeled himself, leading the soldiers in a series of fierce strikes against the gates. The citizens within the city, startled by the relentless battering, hurried back into their homes, leaving the streets eerily silent. This news reached Tumin Chanyu within minutes, upon learning that Ying Tian had commenced the battering ram tactic. The Chanyu was thrown into a state of panic. Although the city walls were robust, he understood the principle of being invulnerable was not absolute. Where is General Zhua? Summon him to the front at once. We cannot allow them to continue their assault on the gates, the messenger stammered, struggling to articulate General Zhua's whereabouts. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Tumin Chanyu took it upon himself to seek out General Zhua. Upon arrival, he found General Zhua fervently leading a team in the crafting of weapons. Why have you not dispatched forces to the front line to intercept? They are about to breach the gates. General Zhua, equally anxious, noted that the soundproofing of the blacksmith shop, coupled with their accelerated pace and weapon fabrication, drowned out the noise of Ying Tian's assault on the walls. Thus, General Zhua and his subordinates remained oblivious to the onslaught that had already begun. Swiftly, General Zhua organized his troops to respond at the gates, while Ying Tian commanded Chun Bao to gather a large contingent of soldiers at the gate, preparing to annihilate any Xiongnu who dared to emerge. Soldiers, should you slay 10 enemies in this battle, you shall be promoted 1 rank. 30 shall elevate you 4 ranks. 50 shall elevate you directly to the position of a Shurlang. Upon our return to Qin, you will be rewarded with 100 acres of land and a residence. This motivational strategy proved effective, as the soldiers cheered with enthusiasm, eager to display their valor and anticipating the glory it would bring. Thus, when the city gates swung open, the Xiongnu found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Ying Tian's forces. For Ying Tian's army, each enemy slain represented an increased opportunity for reward. Brothers, charge forth. If we can scatter these Xiongnu like fallen blossoms, we shall reap greater riches. In that moment, morale soared, while the Xiongnu, witnessing the fervor of their adversaries, hesitated, fear gripping their hearts. At this juncture, General Zhua stepped forward, addressing his soldiers. Comrades, our homeland lies just behind us. How can we stand idly by as it falls into ruin? Charge. Though Ying Tian and General Zhua employed differing methods to inspire their troops, their ultimate goal remained the same, to bolster their fighting spirit. Once morale surged, Anything was possible. Standing outside the gates, Tumen Chanyu observed the battle, recognizing that in the previous two skirmishes, his forces had been at a disadvantage. Yet soon, reinforcements would arrive. At that moment, he realized that the small army of Ying Tian posed a negligible threat. However, witnessing the valor of Ying Tian's soldiers, he suddenly feared that his walls would not withstand the onslaught for more than 2 days. Heavens, how can our soldiers be so inept? They cannot even wield basic weaponry upon entering battle. Where has all their training gone? Moreover, Ying Tian's aggressive tactics seized the opportunity to strike fiercely, gradually widening the breach. General Zhou sensed this vulnerability and inwardly cursed his misfortune. Should the assault continue, the gates would surely fall. Retreat, retreat. General Zhou called out urgently, leading the majority of his forces back to the gates, instructing his soldiers to place obstacles to hinder the opening. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Tumen Chanyu realized that despite his numerical superiority, he was no match for Ying Tian. What should he do? What should I do? How should I respond? He was in a state of frantic anxiety. Upon returning to the palace, Tumen Chanyu interrogated his subordinates. They, too, were at a loss. They had anticipated at least holding out until the return of the young master. But they did not foresee the formidable advance of Ying Tian's army. Days of continuous battle had left their soldiers utterly exhausted, while the enemy's morale remained intact, presenting a stark contrast. I have a strategy, one of the ministers proposed, which is to seek peace. Currently, we are insufficiently armed, and our soldiers lack rigorous training, leaving us with no chance against Ying Tian's forces. It would be prudent to pursue a peaceful resolution. Upon hearing this suggestion, Tumen Chanyu's heart burned with indignation. How could he, a dignified leader, negotiate with a mere boy from outside the city? Nevertheless, he had to concede that negotiating was the only way to preserve his strength at this moment. In a situation of isolation and lack of support, the prospect of victory was grim. I believe there is hope for negotiation, but if their demands are excessively harsh, we cannot acquiesce so easily. After all, our reinforcements will arrive shortly, and the young master is already en route. General Zhou articulated his viewpoint, only to be immediately challenged by another. The objection was that General Zhou might be feigning a desire for peace in order to await reinforcements, the arrival of which was uncertain, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps a month later. Tumen Chanyu was caught in the crossfire of the debate, unsure whose counsel to trust. Enough of this bickering regarding the peace talks. Allow me to contemplate it. Regardless, General Zhou, you must ensure that our defenses at the city gates are held steadfast. Ying Tian's forces must not breach our lines in the coming days. Internally, Tumen Chanyu leaned towards negotiation. For given the current situation, it was indeed the best option, yet he was reluctant to seek peace as it would tarnish his reputation, with the city gates already showing signs of vulnerability. Should they fall tomorrow, he risked capture. Your Highness, do you think Tumen Chanyu will propose peace to us? Although we currently hold the upper hand, I worry he may contact other tribes for assistance. Chapter 29, Indication. Thus, we must swiftly deal with Tumen Chanyu. Otherwise, once his reinforcements arrive, we will find ourselves in a precarious position, besieged on all sides. Qin Bao and Ming Tian engaged in hushed discussions, gathering in Ying Tian's tent to deliberate on the action plan for the following day. Ying Tian stated, Tumen Chanyu may propose peace, but it will not be sincere. Reinforcements will not arrive in the short term, certainly not within a month. What we need to do now is to resolve this swiftly. Qin Bao was somewhat taken aback. While he yearned for a quick resolution, the city walls were sturdy, and breaching the gates would require time. In such circumstances, how could they achieve a swift victory? Aside from yesterday's strategy devised by the Xiongnu youth, were there any other alternatives? I concur with your assessment. The breach may well be a trap set by General Zhou, and we must seize this opportunity. Ying Tian asserted resolutely, his tone unwavering. As evening descended, Ying Tian dispatched scouts to monitor the breach, ensuring the youth did not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. However, as night fell, the youth failed to appear. Just as disappointment began to settle among the group, a rustling sound emerged from the grass by the city wall. The troops immediately rallied, eager to investigate. The Xiongnu youth swiftly emerged from the breach, his eyes lighting up upon seeing familiar faces from the Central Plains. I have crucial intelligence. Quickly, take me to see His Highness. Upon hearing this, the troops hastily escorted the youth back to the camp. The moment he laid eyes on Ying Tian, he knelt and apologized. I should have met with your Highness at sundown, but I lost track of time. I hope for your forgiveness. Ying Tian understood that the youth's solo venture into Xiongnu territory could not have been simple. He must possess some valuable information. Now was not the time for lengthy discourse, especially since the youth claimed to have critical intelligence. Ing Tian was reluctant to linger on this matter for fear of losing the youth's trust. Rise, and first tell me your name. Ing Tian signaled to Ming Tian to assist the youth in standing before continuing their conversation. The youth insisted on remaining kneeling until Ing Tian punished him. Your Highness, I know I have violated our agreement. It is only right that you do not forgive me. Please punish me, and I will rise only after your judgment. Ing Tian was taken aback by the youth's demeanor. Even feeling a sense of admiration, the youth seemed to have control over his emotions, rendering Ing Tian unable to compel him to rise or to disregard him entirely. That I assure you, I will not punish you. Stand up and share your good news with us. With this, the youth ceased his insistence and stood. Your Highness, I possess a map, though I am uncertain of its contents, the youth explained. However, I know it is of utmost importance to General Zhua, as he has been closely guarding it these past 2 days. Taking advantage of General Zhua's slumber, the youth had pilfered the map. Ming Tian surmised it might be blueprints for a new weapon and rushed forward to snatch it. He glanced at it briefly, discovering it contained detailed instructions for crafting a formidable weapon. Seeing Ming Tian's astonished expression, Ing Tian grasped the gravity of the situation. The weapon depicted in the blueprints was evidently powerful. Otherwise, Ming Tian would not have been so taken aback. But how had the Xiongnu youth managed to approach General Zhua and obtain the map? I know your Highness must be curious about the details. I can request to speak to you privately in your quarters to elaborate on the entire process. The youth made his request. Chen Bao, however, was reluctant to allowing Tian to be alone with the Xiongnu youth. Fearing potential harm, the two alone could pose a threat to Ing Tian's safety. Despite the youth appearing harmless, it was universally understood that someone of the young master's stature should not be placed in jeopardy. Yet, Ing Tian felt an insatiable curiosity regarding what the Xiongnu youth wished to convey. He nodded in agreement to the youth's request. Very well, I will step outside to speak with you privately. Ming Tian, Chen Bao, you stay here and discuss the feasibility of the blueprints in detail. I shall return shortly. Your Highness, do you truly wish to go? Chen Bao attempted to dissuade him, urging caution. However, a mere glance from Ing Tian quelled his concerns. Rising, Ing Tian approached the Xiongnu youth. Noting the youth was half his height, he silently mused that the boy appeared malnourished. You have yet to tell me your name. I am called Aller. With that, Aller followed Ing Tian out of the tent. Ing Tian deliberately shielded them from the gaze of surrounding soldiers, then turned to Aller, stating, Now, if there is something difficult to express, you may speak freely here. I assure you, it will remain between us. Summoning his courage, Aller confessed to Ing Tian, Your Highness, as you can see, I am quite diminutive. I cannot be considered a normal man. General Zhua has a peculiar preference for males. And unfortunately, I happen to be his chosen one. Upon hearing this, Ing Tian clenched his fists and replied to Aller, I understand your plight. Your scars bear witness to your ordeal, and there is no need to expose them further to prove your loyalty. Aller, in my eyes, you are already a brave and valiant warrior. Aller looked up in astonishment, not expecting acceptance. Ing Tian smiled and nodded, saying, Rest assured, I will help you fulfill this wish. And those who have insulted your mother shall pay dearly. This is my promise to you. Aller, we shall fight side by side. Meanwhile, General Zhua discovered the map was missing, but he was unaware of who had taken it. Consequently, he ordered a search of everyone, only to find that his most trusted individual had vanished. Confounded, General Zhua could not fathom why betrayal would arise from someone he had trusted so implicitly. He slammed his fist on the table in fury, vowing to find Aller and exact vengeance. At the same time, a mysterious figure delivered the map to General Zhua, silently arriving at Tuman Chanyu's palace. There, Tuman Chanyu lay in bed, contemplating the possibility of negotiations. He was troubled by the thought of losing the people's support, yet whether peace talks would guarantee that Ing Tian would refrain from attacking remained an open question, regardless of the strategy employed. His forces were at a disadvantage, leaving him to dance to Ing Tian's tune. He seethed with resentment, for as a seasoned leader of countless battles, he found himself on the verge of defeat at the hands of a mere youth. Tuman Chanyu's woman endeavored to comfort him, but his agitation remained unabated. Deep down, he recognized that he was no longer a contender capable of matching Ing Tian. He convinced himself that reinforcements might soon arrive. Yet for now, he could only wait to that moment. The mysterious figure suddenly appeared, prompting Tuman Chanyu to assume he was an assassin, filling him with dread. However, upon realizing the figure bore no ill intent and was, in fact, a divine ally, his fear dissipated. The mysterious figure proposed a deal. If Tuman Chanyu would reveal Ing Tian's weaknesses, he would provide untold wealth to eliminate Ing Tian. Tuman Chanyu angrily retorted, asserting that Ing Tian feigned peace while secretly plotting an attack. Nevertheless, The mysterious figure reminded him that Ing Tian's ability to act swiftly stemmed from his profound understanding of two-man Chanyu. With every step calculated in advance. Chapter 113. Seizing the Weakness. Ing Tian happened to have a fiancée named Wang Yin, the daughter of Wang Bin, who was currently near their city that if someone were to capture Wang Yin, controlling Ing Tian would be as effortless as pie. The mysterious figure insinuated this to two-man Chanyu, who, upon hearing it, experienced a moment of clarity, exclaiming, "So the key to controlling Ing Tian is so simple. I merely need to seize the woman he loves. I have always believed that no one is perfect in this world. Surely, Ing Tian must have his vulnerabilities." Two-man Chanyu burst into boisterous laughter, as if envisioning the ease with which he would subdue Ing Tian. Despite Ing Tian's valor and charisma, he could ultimately not escape the bonds of affection. Just as the saying goes, even heroes are not immune to the trials of love. The enigmatic figure continued, "I have imparted to you the means to control Ing Tian. The outcome rests solely in your hands. Before he breaches the city walls, seize Wang Yin with utmost urgency." With that, the mysterious individual vanished without a trace, leaving the chieftain of Tumen immersed in her elation. Upon exiting the secret chamber, she removed her mask, revealing her identity as the astute Xinghuan of the Yinyang school. Xinghuan coldly inquired of her subordinates, "How goes the progress of your arrangements?" The subordinate respectfully replied, "In accordance with your commands, all is prepared, awaiting only your order to ensnare." Xinghuan, impassive, gazed into the distance at Ing Tian's encampment, her heart ablaze with the anticipation of victory. This was a moment of joy, heralding the imminent success of her plan, as well as an insatiable desire to vanquish Ing Tian, a moment she had long awaited. Inwardly, Xinghuan mused, "Ing Tian, this time you shall not escape my grasp. I shall unveil my true strength to you." Despite their previous encounters, she was resolute that Ing Tian would inevitably fall before her this time. At this moment, the chieftain of Tumen hastened her pace, disregarding the late hour, urgently summoning her ministers and Mao Dun. A report had just come in that Ing Tian's fiancée, Wang Yin, was in a nearby city. She commanded Mao Dun, "Lead 10,000 elite soldiers to capture that city and bring Wang Yin to me. With Ing Tian's fiancée in my possession, he will undoubtedly yield." However, generals was stepped forward to question the chieftain's strategy. "I believe this plan harbors flaws. Is Wang Yin truly in the border city? What if Prince Mao Dun discovers it to be a trap?" The chieftain of Tumen retorted angrily, "Ing Tian is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. Thus he is adored by the people that as for his feelings for Wang Yin, I am uncertain. Yet their engagement is a matter of public knowledge. What other means exist to swiftly resolve this issue than to seize Wang Yin?" Faced with the accusation, General Zhua could only retreat in silence. Observing no further dissent, the chieftain addressed her son Mao Dun, "My son, I am aware of your ambitions to eradicate Ing Tian. The task of capturing Wang Yin is entrusted to you. I have faith you will excel in this endeavor. Ensure that Wang Yin is secured. I wish to have Ing Tian firmly within my grasp." The chieftain anticipated a dual victory. She prided herself on her intimate understanding of Ing Tian's weaknesses. Understood. Though generals will wish to voice further objections, he considered the chieftain's temperament and accepted the task. The following dawn, Ing Tian intended to execute Aller's plan to assault the Xiongnu, but unexpectedly, the Xiongnu emerged from their city at daybreak, laden with treasures, claiming to seek peace. Tian was taken aback by the Xiongnu's sudden desire for peace, for they were known for their martial nature, unlikely to concede so readily. Thus, both Ing Tian and his subordinates sensed that something was amiss. "I suspect the Xiongnu's overture for peace is insincere. They are merely stalling for time, awaiting reinforcements to annihilate us." The assembly buzzed with discourse. "I concur. Not a single Xiongnu is to be trusted." Ing Tian remained silent, contemplating the chieftain of Tumen's character. Logically, she would not propose peace so swiftly unless compelled by unforeseen circumstances. Could there be discord within the Xiongnu ranks? At this juncture, Aller whispered, "Before my escape, I suggested to the chieftain of Tumen to seek peace, and as you anticipated, it is merely a facade. This is an illusion. The Xiongnu are inherently savage and would never willingly submit to another's command." Aller's words struck a chord, and the consensus was that the envoys sent by the Xiongnu were unreliable. Some proposed executing the envoy to demonstrate strength, but Ing Tian disagreed that he asserted that directly killing the envoy seeking peace would only provide ammunition for his adversaries, who could fabricate accusations against him within the Qin state, resulting in a serious crime. Once branded with such a notorious reputation, clearing one's name would become exceedingly difficult. The tale of slaughtering surrendering foes would be vilified for generations. Let us first summon the Xiongnu envoy to ascertain their strategy. Aller, you may withdraw for now, Ingtian commanded. However, Aller firmly opposed, declaring that having become a soldier of the Central Plains, he ought to remain by the prince's side. Unafraid of the Xiongnu, displaying an uncommon resolve, confronted with Aller's defiance, Ingtian did not impose but allowed him to stay in the hall. He understood that Aller's actions were meant to signal to the envoy that he had found new support. Though Ingtian had previously dismissed this notion, Aller's experiences evoked his sympathy, prompting him to offer assistance in this regard. The envoys entered the hall, and upon seeing Aller present, their eyes widened in surprise. Aller, sensing their gaze, straightened his posture, refusing to yield to their intimidation. Ingtian then spoke. You are the peace envoy, are you not? This is my newly appointed aide. Would you like me to introduce him? This statement was evidently Aller's declaration that he had no retreat, thus placing himself under Ingtian's authority. Having decided to accept Aller, Ingtian felt it prudent to assist him in minor matters. That will not be necessary. I appreciate your goodwill, but in our Xiongnu, they are of little regard. The envoys replied, the reason for my visit today, Your Highness, should be clear to you. The envoy's words seemed to imply that the Xiongnu had not faltered due to a lack of strength but were instead actively seeking peace, as if they had lost a war and were now discussing territorial concessions. Ingtian understood the Xiongnu's arrogant nature, yet he would not indulge it. He instructed Meng Tian to present an item to the envoys. Meng Tian, bring forth the item from outside and show them. Perhaps it is a friend from their youth. Upon hearing this, the envoy's countenance instantly shifted. He comprehended Ingtian's implication, yet buoyed by the Xiongnu's support, he felt unafraid. He also recognized that attempting to outsmart Ingtian would be unwise, but he had to perform theatrics to fulfill his mission. Meng Tian swiftly grasped Ingtian's intent, which was nothing more than to intimidate the envoy. He promptly exited to retrieve the item. When the decayed object was presented before the envoy, even he felt a wave of nausea, realizing that Ingtian was exerting psychological pressure. Thank you, Your Highness, for going to such lengths to bring this item. But I am here to negotiate peace. Such actions may dishearten the Xiongnu. The envoy expressed his dissatisfaction. The Xiongnu's strength is not entirely insurmountable. Perhaps we can await reinforcements. Is that so? I do not believe you possess sufficient qualification to speak to me in such a manner. It seems you remain unclear about which side you stand. Ingtian replied nonchalantly, yet his words brimmed with menace. The envoy realized that stalling was part of his task and could not afford further dispute. Feigning discomfort to excuse himself, while others engaged in fervent debate, Ingtian sat silently, preoccupied with his wine cup. Your Highness, there is someone outside with urgent business, a guard reported hastily. Ingtian gestured for the guard to admit the visitor. Just as the envoy returned from the restroom, filled with dissatisfaction, having expected discussions of peace, only to find Ingtian preoccupied with other matters. Your Highness, allow me to speak frankly. We should resolve the peace negotiations first. Rather than distract ourselves, the envoy proposed. Ingtian met his gaze coldly, questioning, Are you certain you wish to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Ingtian's words were succinct and impactful, causing the envoy to shrink back in fear. Rendered speechless, within Ingtian's tent, every movement was meticulously monitored by Xinghuan, who had embedded spies throughout Ingtian's ranks, fully aware of his every action. This chess game was meticulously designed to test Ingtian's courage in confronting her. Xinghuan had set an ambush along the path to the border fortress. Should Ingtian attempt to rescue Wang Yin, he would encounter peril on his way to her. A remarkably tall man was ushered into the tent. Ingtian racked his memory, but had never encountered such an individual. The giant entered the camp, silent, merely handing a package to Meng Tian. Meng Tian, puzzled, questioned, Which unit do you belong to? Why do you not pay your respects upon seeing the prince? Why not utter a word? The towering figure remained mute in the face of scrutiny. Chen Bao, intrigued by the man's peculiar demeanor, approached and kicked him lightly. However, upon contact with the man's calf, he vanished instantly, leaving only a pile of clothing, as if he had never existed. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, including Ingtian, who felt equally perplexed. Clearly, this package was a puppet created through sorcery, and the sender had gone to great lengths merely to transmit this parcel. The situation was evidently more intricate than it appeared, concealing a conspiracy. The envoy bore witness to these events, his expression one of sheer terror, exclaiming that this was witchcraft. Ingtian cast a sidelong glance at the envoy, unable to tolerate his shrieks, commanding that he be removed. Subsequently, Meng Tian proactively handed the package to Ingtian. Ingtian meticulously unwrapped the parcel, discovering it was layered with cloth. resembling a set of Russian nesting dolls. He could not fathom the sender's intentions, but it seemed far from benign, evoking thoughts of Pandora's box. Layer by layer, he peeled away the fabric until he finally uncovered a sharp object within a small cloth pouch. Chen Bao, concerned it might be a concealed weapon, attempted to prevent Ying Tian from opening it, fearing an unexpected outcome. However, Ying Tian's movements were swifter. In an instant, he had dismantled the package, revealing not a weapon but a hairpin used by a woman, clearly a personal item belonging to Wang Yan. Ying Tian immediately grasped that Wang Yan might be in grave danger. A surge of fury ignited within him. He knew not the identity of the parcel sender, but it was evident that their intentions extended beyond merely delivering a hairpin. The issuance of the hairpin signifies that Wang Yan finds herself in a perilous situation, prompting Ying Tian to disregard his image and become agitated. He immediately summons Ming Tian and Chen Bao, demanding, "Where is the messenger? Bring him forth. I have questions for him." Ming Tian and Chen Bao are perplexed by Ying Tian's fury. Ming Tian speculates it may be a provocation from the Xiongnu. But Ying Tian is not one to lose his temper easily. Unable to remain passive, Ying Tian is consumed by concern for Wang Yan's safety, fearing she may truly be in danger. Chen Bao wishes to inquire further, but, noticing Ying Tian's fury, refrains from speaking, apprehensive about being implicated. The messenger appears bewildered, unable to comprehend why he is being treated with such rudeness. "What is the meaning of this? I have come to negotiate peace, not to endure your insults. If you are not sincere in your intentions, simply say so. I can leave." The messenger maintains his haughty demeanor, which Ying Tian finds intolerable. "Bring him down. Break his legs." Though Ming Tian is uncertain of the reasons behind Ying Tian's wrath, he complies, striking the messenger with great force. The messenger cries out in pain, initially believing Ying Tian's threats to be mere bluster, only to find that they are acted upon. After all, should news of an attack on a peace envoy spread, Ying Tian's reputation for volatility would be further cemented. Who would willingly accept the rule of a tyrant? Speak quickly. What are your plans? How did Wang Yan's belongings come to be here? Upon this inquiry, the subordinates beneath the table grasped the implications. It seems the future of Lady Ying is at stake. Ying Tian, unwilling to converse further with the messenger, deduces from his unfamiliarity with Wang Yan's name that the messenger is entirely ignorant of her situation. However, the messenger brazenly exclaims, "How can this be? The Chanyu of Tumen would never abandon me. I have come to negotiate peace, and you dare to break my leg. I will ensure you regret this upon my return." His words are unrestrained. Upon hearing this, Ying Tian scoffs coldly, "Do you truly believe you will survive to return?" Ming Tian quickly comprehends Ying Tian's intent, recognizing the murderous intent directed at the messenger. Ying Tian subtly nods, and Ming Tian, understanding, swiftly draws a knife, aiming it at the messenger's chest. The messenger, having never anticipated such resolve from Ying Tian, contemplates further argument, but Ming Tian's actions are swifter. "Your Highness, what is happening? Has something occurred with Wang?" Chen Bao, equally dissatisfied with the messenger's behavior, chooses to remain silent as the messenger faces death, for he harbors a strong aversion to the envoy's demeanor. He knows that the immediate priority is to resolve the impending crisis. Ying Tian, no longer willing to wait, states directly, "Those Xiongnu are attacking Yin'er's stronghold. She is at the nearby border city." The tall man just now brought her personal belongings. Ying Tian's fists clenched tightly, the mention of this matter inciting his rage. Wang Yan's whereabouts have been well guarded. It should have been impossible for the Xiongnu to locate her. Yet, they have somehow discovered her position, indicating the presence of a traitor among them. Ming Tian, Chen Bao, stay behind. The rest of you, withdraw. With this command, all but the two remain in the tent. "Your Highness, you have kept us here alone because there is a traitor among us?" Chen Bao, astute, quickly grasps Ying Tian's intention. "Indeed that I cannot afford to dwell on this now. The assault on Chanyu Tumen is your responsibility. Ming Tian and I will take a troop to rescue Wang." Chen Bao had initially intended for Ying Tian to focus on the siege while he undertook the rescue mission, but he did not foresee Ying Tian's profound concern for Wang, even insisting on personally going to save her. Chen Bao refrains from further protest, acknowledging her status as the future Lady Ying, and nods in agreement. Ying Tian urges Ming Tian to gather forces, instructing Chen Bao, "If Chanyu Tumen has any further schemes, do not concern yourself, simply launch a direct assault. I wish to see how long he can endure. Ming Tian and I will make haste to return. This place is in your hands." After finalizing the arrangements, Ying Tian, accompanied by Ming Tian and a small troop, races towards the border city where Wang is located. "Your Highness, you need not worry excessively. Wang possesses formidable skills and is well guarded by experts. She will be fine. Observing Ying Tian's deep concern for Wang, which even affects his sleep, Meng Tian feels a pang of sorrow but can only offer silent comfort. Ying Tian remains resolute in silence. Focused solely on reaching Wang to ensure her safety, feeling at a loss in response to Meng Tian's reassurances. Just as Meng Tian wishes to speak further, faint footsteps are heard from the woods, prompting him to turn vigilantly. There are people in the grass. Meng Tian swiftly pushes Ying Tian aside, retrieving a concealed weapon and aiming it at the suspicious thicket, the figure hidden within the grass. Realizing its exposure, immediately rolls away into another patch of foliage, vanishing. Meng Tian pursues, finding only footprints left behind, with no further clues. Ying Tian arrives shortly after and notices the traces as well. Ying Tian furrows his brow, stating, "It appears my suspicions were correct. Many have sought my life during this time, and it is a trap. The situation with Wang may be more dire than we anticipated." Meng Tian comprehends Ying Tian's anxiety regarding Wang. He indeed wishes to hurry and protect her. However, the night is deepening, and continuing on will exhaust their men, a concern that Ying Tian recognizes. "Your Highness, perhaps we should send a small team to scout Wang's situation. Even on the road, rest is essential." Ying Tian understands Meng Tian's rationale. Despite his internal worry for Wang, even with her prowess, he cannot help but fear for her safety. "I know. Go forth and strengthen the perimeter guards. Since they have come once, they will surely come again. We cannot predict when the next attack may occur." After issuing the command, Meng Tian promptly dispatches additional patrol soldiers to prevent a surprise assault from the enemy. He is well aware that relying solely on himself will not ensure Ying Tian's safety. However, while Ying Tian's party has already fallen asleep in the tent, those mysterious individuals reappear near Ying Tian's encampment, plotting to eliminate him that very night. They easily evade the scrutiny of the camp guards, stealthily approaching Ying Tian's tent at this moment. Ying Tian remains in a deep slumber, yet he senses a powerful aura stirring around him. Ying Tian muses that these individuals have evidently resolved to take action against him here. He rolls out of bed, concealing himself behind the door, eager to discover who seeks to assassinate him. Layers upon layers of schemes tighten the noose. The mastermind behind these plots must be the same individual. He is capable of dispatching pursuers to himself, as well as sending operatives to Wang Yan's location. If he can extricate himself from this situation, he will glean the latest intelligence on Wang Yan. This person's meticulous planning is akin to an intricate web ensnaring him. Soon, the assailants reach Ying Tian's tent. Communicating through gestures, they ascertain that Ying Tian's guards are fatigued from their long journey and decide to infiltrate from the top of the tent. Once they carefully enter, they discover a figure lying on the bed. They stealthily approach the bedside and draw their weapons, plunging them towards the person resting there. Unfortunately, the outcome is not as intended. Blood splatters, revealing only a pile of clothing beneath the covers, with no living being present. At that moment, Ying Tian emerges from behind them and forces them back with a single strike that he shows no mercy, unleashing his full strength in the ensuing skirmish. Outnumbered 3-1, Ying Tian remains unyielding. Observing the futility of their situation, the assailants attempt to flee. Yet, Ying Tian is unwilling to let them escape easily. He had intended to summon the soldiers outside to encircle and capture them. But the sound of Meng Tian's astonished shout reaches his ears. Even from within the tent, Ying Tian can hear the clash of swords outside, indicating that the enemy has deployed a considerable force. It is not merely 3 individuals, but a well-prepared contingent. Their level of skill suggests that the mastermind behind this assassination has expended considerable effort in orchestrating this attack. The 3 in the tent are merely expendable pawns, while the larger force outside is the main event. In any case, you 3 cannot best me. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this plot? Ying Tian speaks coldly, undeterred by their presence. He understands that they are desperate men. Those who would act with such recklessness must be extraordinary. Could it be someone from within the court? That seems unlikely if he were to suffer such a large-scale assault while far away. It would surely cause an uproar. Ying Tian ponders this, and before long, he has subdued the 3. They attempt to flee, but realizing they cannot contend with Ying Tian, they resort to poisoning themselves, refusing to grant him the opportunity to interrogate them. Exiting the tent, Ying Tian is met with chaos outside, a melee comprising both his own men and unfamiliar faces. He swiftly joins the fray, quickly overpowering his opponents. "Your Highness, are you well? They have come prepared." It seems there are more waves to follow. Meng Tian warns anxiously, The chaotic situation exceeding his expectations, he had anticipated at least a few days of respite before another assault. Even if 10 more waves arrive. I need not worry. I will protect you all, Ming Tian asserts, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Indeed, as Ming Tian predicted, within the next hour, 5 more waves of assassins surge forth. Ming Tian discerns that the enemy intends to weaken him through attrition, allowing him to engage in combat while they deplete his strength. However, Ming Tian will not allow them to succeed. He tells Ming Tian, "You shall make the decisions here. I will scout the rear mountains to uncover the mastermind behind this." Ming Tian requires no further words. He surveys the group before him. Noting their utter lack of remorse, he acts decisively, slaying them all, leaving only one survivor. The last remaining individual attempts to poison himself. But Ming Tian swiftly severs his tongue. One after another. You think to use poison against me? You expect me to allow you to die so easily? Ming Tian drags the surviving assassin back to the camp. The battle within the encampment rages on, and Ming Tian hands the captured assassin over to Ming Tian, ordering him to extract information through severe interrogation. The man clearly bears the marks of having undergone rigorous training as an assassin. No matter the tortures inflicted upon him, he remains steadfast in his silence regarding the mastermind, indicating that a deeper investigation into his connections is required. Ming Tian proclaimed, eager to unveil their secrets in a bid to procure answers before reaching the frontier city. Due to the tribulations faced by his own party, he harbored concerns for Wang Yan's safety. Ignoring the admonitions of Ming Tian, he spurred his steed towards the border city. Ming Tian and his subordinates, equally apprehensive about Ming Tian's solitary venture into potential peril, followed closely behind. The group galloped forth, ultimately arriving at the frontier city where Wang Yan resided. However, upon reaching the city gates, they were met with the grim sight of Huns having already seized control. The Huns rampaged through the city, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage, subjecting women to indignities, and looting shops, leaving the streets in utter disarray, akin to an infernal realm. A wave of dread washed over Ming Tian, as he feared for Wang Yan's fate. Without further hesitation, he urged his horse into a frenzied gallop. Observing this, Ming Tian, undeterred by the risks, doggedly pursued Ming Tian, safeguarding his rear. Ming Tian raced to Wang Yan's residence, only to find the guards at the entrance slain, causing his heart to plummet into frigid despair. In that instant, he cast aside all hesitations, dismounted, and stormed into the mansion in search of Wang Yan. Wang Yan was besieged by the Huns, having experienced a peaceful morning that abruptly transformed into chaos as the sound of galloping hooves heralded the onset of horror. Unaware of the unfolding calamity, she was about to venture outside to investigate when she discovered numerous formidable adversaries lying in wait, poised to strike as she emerged. Despite being outnumbered by dozens of skilled fighters, Wang Yan's combat prowess shone through. As she held her ground valiantly, Wei Zhuang remained steadfastly at her side, dispatching any assailant who dared approach. Alas, the circle of our foes grows ever larger. They seem well prepared. We cannot endure much longer. What shall we do? Wang Yan felt the mounting pressure from the Hun forces, her heart racing as the fierce warriors advanced. The situation was dire, and she found herself at a loss. She could not fathom why the Huns had launched such a sudden and massive assault. Seemingly bereft of reason, as they should have been engaged in battle against Ming Tian's army instead. Wei Zhuang, focus on eliminating these Huns first and safeguarding the civilians, Wang Yan instructed, her confidence bolstered by her abilities. Though concern for the innocent citizens weighed heavily on her heart, she prepared to unleash her ultimate move. Raising her hand, her incantation completed in an instant. The Huns, sensing her intent, recoiled in fear of her sorcery, yet were compelled to capture her. Mao Dun was captivated by Wang Yan's display of power. He had never before encountered such a beautiful and formidable woman. Wei Zhuang, shortly I will unleash a potent area spell. Keep vigilant and ensure no one approaches, Wang Yan commanded before ascending into the air to cast her spell. Below, the Huns recognized her intentions and converged upon her with fervor. However, under Wei Zhuang's protection, they were thwarted in their attempts to reach her. With a swift strike of his sword, he repelled the Huns, sending them sprawling to the ground. Even Mao Dun, despite his distance, felt the backlash at that moment. As Wang Yan prepared to cast her spell, she suddenly sensed the ominous signs of an impending breakthrough, a calamity for her, as she would need to divide her focus between her demanding spell and the process of ascension, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Just then, Ming Tian arrived on the battlefield. As Wang Yan conjured her magic in midair, Ming Tian recognized the immense toll it was taking on her. He understood that soon she would be rendered weak and vulnerable. Without a moment's thought, he dashed into the fray, enveloping her waist in a protective embrace and channeling his strength to support her. Meng Tian, alongside his troops, joined Tian, relentlessly pursuing the Huns and vanquishing their foes. Fueled by rage, the two men struck down every Hun in their path, turning the tide of battle. The Huns, once fearsome beasts of the battlefield, now found themselves reduced to mere prey with Tian's arrival. Young master, what shall we do? It is certain that there are traitors among us, revealing our plans to two men. Otherwise, they would not have arrived so swiftly with reinforcements, Mao Dun lamented, as his elite forces dwindled. He swiftly resolved to find a concealed refuge within the city, biding their time before making their escape. As the Huns were too conspicuous, Mao Dun ordered the elimination of a remote farmhouse's inhabitants, gathering the villagers into a storage room while he and his troops temporarily stationed themselves. Are you all right? Do not cast such physically taxing spells again. It is too great a burden on your body, Tian said, tightly embracing Wang Yan. Despite her weakened state, she smiled in response. This is merely a temporary measure. Do not fret that I shall refrain from doing so again. But why have you come here amidst your battle with two men? How fares the conflict? Though Wang Yan was weak, Tian swept her up in his arms, carrying her toward the mansion, while Meng Tian led the troops in searching for any remaining Huns in the city, swiftly eliminating each one they encountered. Do not worry. I have the situation well in hand. A delay of a day or two will pose no significant threat. Are you truly all right? I noticed you seemed quite feeble while airborne. Wang Yan explained her weakness. The spell was not truly cast, so it is not a concern that I have merely ascended to the rank of Confucian Grandmaster. Tian's heart swelled with joy for her. Congratulations! You have advanced a level. Now you are a Confucian Grandmaster. I am truly delighted for you. Yes, the two shared laughter and joy. Xing Han, observing from the sidelines, felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He had believed he had meticulously orchestrated a plan, deploying considerable manpower, yet had failed to inflict even a scratch upon Tian. It became apparent that Tian had been concealing his true strength, only revealing his prowess during the prior night's battle. Frustrated by his defeat, Xing Han seethed. My lord, I have failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. Tian's strength is unfathomable. Xing Han, agitated by his subordinate's report, kicked him aside and roared. How dare you offer excuses? It is your inept training that allowed Tian to escape. The subordinate, fearing Xing Han's wrath, remained silent. Once Xing Han had vented his anger, he regained his composure and ordered, inform Xiao Ximing and Yun Zhongjun that we shall launch another assault in the city tonight. With that, the subordinate departed. Xing Han's gaze lingered on the intimate scene between Tian and Wang Yan. Bowing silently, Tian, unless I eliminate you, I, Xing Han, shall not rest. Meng Tian trailed behind Tian and Wang Yan, his heart brimming with sweetness. They say heroes struggle at the gate. Look at our Lord, who cannot even surmount this hurdle. He jested quietly to those behind him. After dinner, the two admired the moon, and Wang Yan suddenly inquired, will you miss the Central Plains? Tian replied, I occasionally reminisce about the people, the things, and the cuisine there. Wang Yan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as they retired to their respective chambers for rest. Meanwhile, Xing Han, Xiao Ximing, Yun Zhongjun, and a contingent of troops had assembled, poised to proceed to Tian's residence. Xing Han had initially believed that summoning Xiao Ximing and Yun Zhongjun would suffice to capture Tian, unaware that news had already reached him. My lord, is it true that the Yinyang clan plans to assassinate us tonight? Wang Yan asked Tian. Though they appeared to be resting, Meng Tian and the others were, in fact, waiting for the signal. His intelligence had never been erroneous. They merely needed to await developments. Indeed, within moments, Meng Tian detected the breath of several individuals outside the window. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tian, slowing his pace as he approached the window. Outside, a meticulously arranged ambush lay in wait, monitoring the incoming assassins. When Xing Han and his cohort were but 10 meters from Tian, a multitude of soldiers surged forth, encircling them completely. It was only at that moment that Xing Han comprehended why his repeated attempts to assassinate Tian had failed. A traitor lurked within their ranks. Very well, Tian, your tendrils have extended close to me. Xing Han gritted through clenched teeth. At that moment, Tian emerged from his chamber, stating, is it true? Xing Han, did you not realize I have also placed my own spies among you? How many of your men lie in wait here? Perhaps we should have a candid discussion. In truth, Ying Tian had long been aware of Xing Hun's machinations but had chosen to remain patient and silent. Xing Hun realized that defeat was imminent, yet he was unwilling to accept this fate. Xiao Ximing approached Ying Tian directly, and it dawned on Xing Hun that the traitor had always been Xiao Ximing. Xiao Ximing, I never imagined the traitor would be you. My kindness toward you has yielded such a result. In response to Xing Hun's accusations, Xiao Ximing remained impassive, coldly stating, You have shown me kindness. Yet the king once saved my life. From that moment, I vowed to serve the king for all eternity. Wang Yin stepped beside Ying Tian, gazing at Xing Hun as she queried, You have attained power and status. Why do you persist in harming others? Xing Hun offered a faint smile. Choosing silence, he fixed his gaze upon Ying Tian, launching himself forward like a ferocious beast. Ying Tian, having anticipated the assault, easily deflected the attack. However, Xing Hun's true target was not Ying Tian, but rather Wang Yin, fanning his aggression toward Ying Tian. Although Wang Yin was taken by surprise, her years of combat experience enabled her to react swiftly. Countering Xing Hun's assault with a lethal strike, Xing Hun evaded Wang Yin's attack, and upon witnessing the conflict erupt between their masters, the subordinates of the Yin Yang clan were not willing to back down. Meng Tian quickly recognized the urgency of the situation and led his men into the fray. Yun Zhongjun, sensing the escalating danger, sought to withdraw. However, Xing Hun and Ying Tian remained locked in combat. With no choice but to persist, he discreetly signaled to Xing Hun, We should seek another opportunity to deal with Ying Tian. Xiao Ximing's betrayal has inflicted significant losses. We must conserve our strength and retreat for now. The Star Soul, though reluctant to retreat, found itself compelled by circumstances. To persist in a futile struggle would yield dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, Then, let us withdraw. Within the confines of the Ying Tian residence, the conflict raged fiercely, with both sides striving to conceal the true state of affairs to prevent any leakage. His subordinate reported, Young master, it seems that the Ying Tian residence is under siege, and there appear to be others in the city seeking his life. Should we seize this opportunity to strike? They hoped to resolve the Ying Tian dilemma to avert a crushing defeat. Mao Dun remained silent, casting a cold glance at his subordinate. To attack with superior numbers against a lone adversary. Have you ever witnessed Ying Tian's defeat? His martial prowess is unfathomable. Do you know his current level of cultivation? Moreover, how would we escape after assassinating Ying Tian? The subordinate fell silent at these words. After a moment of contemplation, Mao Dun stated, While they are engaged in battle, the guards will undoubtedly be lax. We shall take this chance to flee. His subordinate wished to say more, but was silenced by Mao Dun's stern gaze. Mao Dun took the lead towards the city gate for reconnaissance. With his subordinates following in silence, the Star Soul and Yun Zhongjun seized the opportune moment, using their subordinates as cover, successfully escaping the Ying Tian residence. When Meng Tian and the others discovered that the Star Soul and Yun Zhongjun had vanished amidst the chaos, it was already too late. Their searches yielded no results. Meng Tian, feeling helpless, reported to Ying Tian, Your Highness, amidst the turmoil, the Star Soul and Yun Zhongjun have fled. I will dispatch men to pursue them immediately. Ying Tian shook his head. There is no need to pursue. They have escaped to a place beyond our reach. The Yin Yang faction is nothing to fret about. Wang Yin concurred. Indeed. The Star Soul is heartless, abandoning his subordinates to save himself. That hardly qualifies as fortunate. Ying Tian then turned to Wang Yin, reflecting, Everyone has their own destiny. That is simply his lot in life. Wang Yin inquired, When do you plan to depart for home? Ying Tian gently touched the tip of his nose, replying, Perhaps tomorrow. Wang Yin concealed her reluctance, but understood Ying Tian's responsibilities. Striving to mask her feelings. Very well. I shall remember today's rescue. You all have worked hard. Hurry and rest. Ying Tian could not offer Wang Yin comfort, but assured her, Rest easy. I will take good care of myself and will bear no scars. You too must take care, Wang Yin replied, nodding vigorously in understanding. Ying Tian tenderly caressed Wang Yin's hair, retrieving the hairpin she wore and handing it to her, gazing at her with affection. This hairpin. You must keep it safe. You cannot imagine how anxious I was when I saw it. Wang Yin, surprised to see the hairpin, questioned, How did you come by this? I thought it was lost. A few days ago, after I visited the elderly widow in the city, Ying Tian wished to shield Wang Yin from concerns about those around her, yet he could not tolerate dishonest individuals in her vicinity. Thus signaling Meng Tian with his eyes, Meng Tian promptly understood. Hastening away to seek out those near Wang Yan.it was merely something I stumbled upon somewhere, much like you. who lost it inadvertently. It is late now. You should rest, and I will attend to some matters before retiring, he said. Wang Yin obediently nodded in agreement. Well, I shall go to sleep now. You must be careful. What if they are unwilling to relent and attack again? Wang Yin expressed her concern for Ying Tian's safety. Ying Tian smiled and pinched Wang Yin's cheek lightly. Rest assured, I shall protect you. Sleep soundly. After Wang Yin departed, Ying Tian immediately summoned Ming Tian. Inquiring, how fares the investigation I tasked you with? Ming Tian elaborated on his findings. I questioned those who remained near Wang Yin. They reported that everything was normal that day. Wang Yin was merely alone with the old widow for a short while. With no other private encounters. In my view, that old widow is the most likely suspect. This is the frontier. She may have concealed her identity for years and could be a Xiongnu, Mao Dun speculated. Mao Dun and his subordinates traveled a considerable distance before finding horses, commanding his men to swiftly seize them. Soon, hunger gnawed at them, plunging them back into a dire predicament. Even Mao Dun himself found misfortune. His return journey fraught with obstacles, each day plagued by hunger. Chapter 31. Betrayal. Thus, when Mao Dun returned to the Xiongnu camp, he was filled with resentment. He could not fathom why two-man Shanyu would disregard his own safety, sacrificing him to Ying Tian. How could Ying Tian accurately predict their timing for attack? And why did he fortuitously return to the frontier city at the crucial moment to rescue Wang Yin? This deeply displeased two-man Shanyu, as Mao Dun had failed to accomplish the mission, suffering both losses and casualties, while Ying Tian seemed to appear as if by right. How dare you speak? Two-man Shanyu roared. I dispatched so many elite soldiers to capture Wang Yin, yet you handed them all over to Ying Tian, infuriating him in the process. You are nothing but a jinx. Mao Dun retorted defiantly. Is it not due to your father's misguided teachings that betrayal arose within? Had it not been for the traitor alerting Ying Tian, would he have arrived in time? If Ying Tian had not interfered, I would have captured Wang Yin long ago. Mao Dun defended himself. Two-man Shanyu and Mao Dun bickered incessantly in the hall, while the soldiers below dared not interject. After all, both wielded considerable power, and none would risk offending them. You still have the audacity to argue. You simply make excuses for your defeat. You know you are no match for Ying Tian. Yet you still dare to speak. Get out and reflect on your failures. Two-man Shanyu ordered furiously. Mao Dun was extremely dissatisfied with two-man Shanyu's decree, yet he understood the repercussions of challenging a monarch. Ultimately, he chose to endure in silence and went to contemplate his mistakes. After Mao Dun departed, two-man Shanyu was restless, pondering countermeasures. What should be done? He had hoped Mao Dun would seize Wang Yin. Yet he had not only suffered losses but also enraged Ying Tian. Once Ying Tian learns we have threatened his woman, he will undoubtedly return in a furious rage, directly assaulting our gates. The dreadful possibilities filled two-man Shanyu with terror. He was determined not to fall into Ying Tian's hands, for Ying Tian's methods were cruel, and there would be no favorable outcome for him. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. Why not shift all the blame onto another? His subordinates agreed. Ying Tian is formidable. This operation has cost us dearly, and he will harbor resentment against us. Our time is running short. If we push Mao Dun forward, claiming his actions were personal, his assault on the frontier has nothing to do with you, then we can resolve this issue. The suggestion resonated with two-man Shanyu. He had indeed planned to do so. Though a tiger does not consume its own cubs, in the face of life and death, two-man Shanyu chose to preserve his own wealth and status. He would first offer up Mao Dun's head to demonstrate our sincerity to Ying Tian. I believe Ying Tian is not unreasonable. If given a few years to recuperate, we shall surely be able to defeat him. This is a splendid idea. I propose we proceed in this manner. However, neither two-man Shanyu nor his subordinates realized that their conversation had been overheard by a guard outside. This guard was an insider secretly placed by Mao Dun beside two-man, tasked with monitoring and reporting on two-man's movements. Mao Dun had harbored thoughts of usurping two-man all along. However, due to the fact that two-man was Mao Dun's father, he had hesitated to act decisively. Yet, two-man's decision to place Mao Dun in jeopardy had left Mao Dun feeling utterly betrayed. Upon hearing two-man's intentions, the guard rushed to find Mao Dun, anxiously informing him, "My lord, I just overheard that two-man Shanyu seems to be preparing to turn against you. He intends to use your head to negotiate with Ying Tian, ensuring the safety of the Xiongnu." Mao Dun was utterly shocked that his own father would use him as a shield. He had once loved his father deeply, obeying him in all matters, but in this critical moment, his father had chosen to sacrifice him. Mao Dun seethed with anger. "What should we do? Two-man has already plotted to take my life tonight. We must act." The guard was concerned for Mao Dun's safety, as Mao Dun had once saved his life. He was fiercely loyal to Mao Dun, and hearing Two Man's rejection of him filled him with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, Mao Dun was heartbroken. This was the father he had relied upon since childhood. Now only concerned with self-preservation did he squeezed his eyes shut, reminiscing about the warm moments shared with Two Man Chanyu, who had once showered him with love and fulfilled his every need. However, as he grew older, the changes in Two Man became unrecognizable. Two Man had grown greedy and selfish, no longer resembling the father he once knew. Mao Dun never imagined their father-son relationship could deteriorate to this point. He had once believed they were heroic figures, yet now they were like strangers. He did not wish to dwell on it. Since Two Man had resolved to act against him, he would no longer remain silent. You take my token and inform everyone to assemble in the hall tonight. The guard saw Mao Dun retrieve the token and understood he had made up his mind, since Two Man no longer regarded him as a son. Mao Dun also saw him as an adversary. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by you. Though his father's actions were disgraceful, amidst the current situation, this was the best choice for Mao Dun. He quietly planned how to replace Two Man, while the guard quickly relayed the order to gather the troops. Upon seeing the token, the subordinates, though puzzled, understood it was likely a mission rather than a summons. It was only when they assembled in the hall and beheld the fully armed Mao Dun that they realized the gravity of the situation. Being armed in the hall could only signify intentions of usurpation. Mao Dun calmly addressed them. Having followed me for many years, you know my character. If it were not for necessity, I would not resort to violence. If anyone wishes to leave, I will not detain you. However, once you depart this place, should you succeed, it would mark your doom. His indifferent words rendered the guards within the tent reluctant to depart. They were warriors who had followed Mao Dun for many years. Mao Dun emerged from the tent, engaging in a bloody battle all the way to Two Man's tent, where Two Man was unaware of the chaos outside, engrossed in discussions with his subordinates about how to eliminate him. It was only when the screams erupted that Two Man mistakenly believed it was Ng Tian attacking, and he commanded, hasten to slay Mao Dun and bring his head as an apology to Ng Tian. However, the first to arrive was not Ng Tian, but the bloodied Mao Dun. Two Man, believing it to be the external conflict, was oblivious to Mao Dun's counterattack. Mao Dun nodded in acknowledgement, deciding this was his final opportunity to test his father. He turned his back on Two Man, deliberately exposing a vulnerability. Without hesitation, Two Man seized the sword from the table and thrust it towards Mao Dun's back. Yet, it seemed as if Mao Dun possessed a pair of insightful eyes. As he anticipated Two Man's move and countered with a sword that plunged directly into Two Man's chest, Two Man, in disbelief, had thought he would strike first, never expecting Mao Dun to foresee his actions, intended to assassinate Mao Dun. He found himself impaled on the very tip of his opponent's sword, blood gushing forth as he looked at Mao Dun with astonishment. How could you kill me? You, he stammered. Faced with this predicament, Mao Dun, unwilling to witness further, closed his eyes and turned his face away, responding coldly, Two Man, it was you who lunged at my sword. Was my counterattack deliberate? It is clear that you sought to kill me, and I was merely acting in self-defense. With that, he swung his sword towards Two Man, resolute in bringing their conflict to an end. This act would be the last vestige of their years of paternal bond. Within the tent, a subordinate who had long followed Two Man, and who had just advised him to abandon Mao Dun, quickly seized the opportunity to bow before Mao Dun, proclaiming, I welcome the new Khan. Mao Dun understood that only through his own strength could he garner respect. Yet he did not wish to attain it in this manner. He reminisced about the joyful time spent with Two Man, a past he yearned to return to, but he had now matured into adulthood. That night, Mao Dun faced a difficult decision. If he did not act, death awaited him. He stepped out of the tent and addressed the fighters still embroiled in battle, declaring, Two Man is dead, I am the new Khan. Further conflict would be a betrayal of my loyalty. Upon hearing this, both factions ceased their hostilities. Some accepted the new order while others were reluctant, but the death of Two Man and Mao Dun's ascension were undeniable truths. What Two Man did before, though you remain silent, I now hold power. The past shall not be pursued. I am willing to unite with the Xiongnu to resisting Tian and protect our homeland. He called upon all to defend their territory. We vow to follow Khan Mao Dun unto death. A response arose from the crowd. Before the tent, many knelt, expressing their allegiance to Mao Dun, for he was the sole legitimate heir of the Xiongnu. Upon learning of Two Man's demise, Ng Tian hastened back to the camp. Chen reported the situation of the past few days. As usual, we provoked the Xiongnu outside their city gates, while there were minor skirmishes. They were infrequent. Furthermore, there are rumors of discord within the Xiongnu. Racing back, Ying Tian, weary and with closed eyes, listened to Chun Bao's report until the mention of internal strife piqued his interest. Did Two-Man prevail? He inquired. Chun Bao replied. Two-Man did not triumph. He was defeated by Mao Dan. Two-Man lost. Ying Tian had anticipated he would endure until the city fell. Losing interest, he commanded, since I have returned, prepare for a great battle tomorrow to swiftly subdue the Xiongnu. In the court, the debate over whether to continue the campaign against the Xiongnu reignited. One faction advocated for recalling the 19th prince to weather the storm. The drought is worsening. We hope your majesty will recall the troops and allow the prince to return home soon. Conversely, another faction vehemently opposed. How can we withdraw troops at such a critical moment? The soldiers cannot abandon agricultural duties. Otherwise, how can we develop agriculture and ensure food supply? Emperor Qin Shi Huang, weary of the argument, was acutely aware of the pros and cons. Ultimately, he decided, let the 19th prince return first. Upon hearing this, supporters of the prince felt disheartened, while opponents expressed dissatisfaction. Qin Shi Huang had his own considerations. If the 19th prince possessed true leadership skills, he would understand when to take action to Ying Tian's camp. Preparations were underway for a final showdown against the Xiongnu. After all, the Xiongnu were currently embroiled in internal strife, and their border cities had suffered significant losses, rendering them a shadow of their former selves. Chun Bao, have the pre-battle preparations been completed? He inquired. Today marks our last battle to utterly defeat the Xiongnu. We must crush them decisively. Chun Bao nodded in affirmation, indicating readiness for combat. Your Highness, rest assured, today we shall annihilate the Xiongnu. Ying Tian nodded, gesturing for Ming Tian to lead the troops forward. The warriors were filled with fervor. As the war drums reverberated, Ying Tian's army commenced their assault on the Xiongnu gates. Initially, the Xiongnu resisted fiercely, striving to hold their ground. However, Ying Tian's forces gradually made headway, causing cracks to appear in the gates. Observing this, Mao Dan recognized that holding out was futile and swiftly led his trusted men out to engage in battle. Brothers, for our homeland, let us fight with all our might. Mao Dan rallied. Chun Bao, adhering to Ying Tian's strategic deployment, launched an attack on the southern gate of the Xiongnu city. Ying Tian's strategy was to have Ming Tian strike at the gates to draw Mao Dan's attention, while Chun Bao reinforced the assault. Given the gate's sturdiness, a swift conquest was unlikely. Hence, a tactic of dividing the enemy was employed in fierce combat at the southern gate. Although the Xiongnu were skilled archers, most had never experienced true battle. Ying Tian aimed to undermine them through peaceful means, as they faced predominantly inexperienced guards who feared for their lives. Our Lord promises that if you lay down your weapons and surrender, you shall be spared and your safety assured. Upon hearing this, the previously unsteady morale of the Xiongnu began to waver. Due to their harsh living conditions, many Xiongnu remained only because they had no other choice. Chun Bao's conciliatory policy began to yield results, with numerous soldiers laying down their arms in submission. Chun Bao advanced towards the city, ultimately breaching the southern gate. After opening the gate, Chun Bao and his team rushed in, preparing to welcome Ying Tian's forces and eliminate the remaining Xiongnu. As for Mao Dan, Ying Tian was unconcerned. He would leave that matter to himself. Upon discovering that Wang Yan's death was related to Mao Dan, Ying Tian was engulfed in fury, wishing to rend Mao Dan's body to pieces. Ying Tian unleashed his powers, wielding his weapons with unmatched ferocity. On the battlefield, any Xiongnu attempting to approach within a meter of Ying Tian would meet immediate demise. Realizing Ying Tian's intent, Mao Dan understood his forces were insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Thus, he sought to escape. However, his own subordinates were behind him, making retreat impossible. Wait, we will feign an attack. You advance eastward against Ying Tian, while I will strike westward. Together, we shall secure victory. After devising the strategy, Mao Dan stealthily maneuvered to Ying Tian's western flank, striving to evade his line of sight. Yet, Ying Tian was not so easily deceived. He had already sensed Mao Dan's maneuver and lay in wait for him to fall into the trap. Mao Dan feigned an attack on a minor soldier, but his true target was Ying Tian. Ying Tian, anticipating this, deliberately exposed a weakness, waiting for Mao Dan to ensnare himself. Mao Dan intended to strike the soldier, but his blade suddenly turned towards Ying Tian. Ying Tian was prepared, eagerly awaiting this moment. With a swift motion, he easily deflected Mao Dan's sword, leaving him unarmed. As Mao Dan's subordinates rushed forward to rescue their leader, Ying Tian countered swiftly, overpowering Mao Dan before he could react. His subordinate sought to intervene, but it was too late. Ing Tian's sword pierced Mao Dun, blood splattering across the ground. "Master, are you all right?" a subordinate cried out, rushing towards Mao Dun, but all was beyond salvaging. Mao Dun, powerless to resist, could only watch as Ing Tian plunged his blade into him once more. Blood soaking the earth, he was on the brink of death. The subordinate gazed at the two swords plunged into Mao Dun's vital areas, fully aware of Ing Tian's might. Words eluded him, facing his dying leader. His heart was filled with desolation. Ing Tian looked upon the defeated Mao Dun with indifference. He believed this to be the nature of war. Between the living and the dead, the battlefield was merciless. And the future was unpredictable. Ing Tian coldly regarded Mao Dun. Unmoved by his fate, he turned away, convinced that Mao Dun was no longer a threat after having struck him down. However, upon Mao Dun's death, his subordinate, overwhelmed by grief, gazed at Ing Tian's retreating figure. Consumed by thoughts of vengeance, he unsheathed his sword and charged at Ing Tian without hesitation. Ing Tian, of course, sensed the hostility behind him and turned to regard the subordinate, calmly stating, "It is not too late to surrender." Yet, the subordinate paid him no heed, charging straight at Ing Tian. Ing Tian simply shook his head, standing firm and waiting. When the distance between them closed to a mere meter, a flying sword pierced the subordinate's body, knocking him down before Ing Tian. Ing Tian understood that Meng Tian was observing from a distance, prepared for any eventuality. Thus, he had the confidence to remain unperturbed by the potential threat of the subordinate. "Your Highness, please do not act so impulsively next time. What if you were to harm yourself?" Meng Tian cautioned, to which Ing Tian nodded in understanding, yet he would not alter his course that a resounding crash echoed in the ears of the onlookers, prompting them to turn and investigate the source of the sound. Meng Tian focused and saw that the forces led by Chan Bao had successfully opened the city gates. Consequently, Ing Tian's troops would no longer need to struggle against the gates and could enter at their leisure. Ing Tian too observed the gates wide open, realizing that the Xiongnu had reached a point of inevitable defeat in this battle. Their legitimate leader perished mere moments ago beneath his sword. Meng Tian led his troops into the city, unstoppable in their advance. Ing Tian followed Meng Tian into the city, observing as Meng Tian ruthlessly slaughtered the Xiongnu. In this battle, the Xiongnu were severely weakened. Unable to restore their former glory in the foreseeable future, their army was in disarray, lost, and without direction. Now, with the Xiongnu leaderless and Modern deceased, they were powerless to resist. Ing Tian strode into the Xiongnu city with his head held high. Witnessing the breach of his own city gates, where terrified residents hastily retreated into their homes, too frightened to venture outside. At this moment, the Xiongnu had completely surrendered to Ing Tian. Both Tuman and Modern were gone, and no one could rival him. "Your Highness, we have gained control of the situation. The Xiongnu forces within the city have nearly been eradicated." Meng Tian hesitated, contemplating the grim reality before speaking. "What is it that you hesitate to say? Speak up," Ing Tian urged. After a moment of deliberation, Meng Tian replied, "Tuman led many who were unfit for battle, resulting in a populace predominantly composed of the old, weak, sick, and disabled." Ing Tian was taken aback and inquired, "Are they mostly women and children? Are there almost no men?" Meng Tian nodded slowly and continued, "Though we stand opposed to the Xiongnu, the elderly, the sick, women, and children in war are now, the 19th prince has vanquished the Xiongnu." Much to the dismay of the envoy, who had originally hoped to conclude the war and bring the prince back home. How infuriating! How could the 19th prince have so swiftly subdued the Xiongnu? Those Xiongnu are utterly ineffectual. The envoy returned to his quarters, seething with indignation. He had hastened there with the intention of halting the conflict, only to discover that the 19th prince had acted preemptively. This predicament left the envoy at a loss, unsure of how to respond. "Your Majesty, please do not be enraged. Although the 19th prince has quickly quelled the Xiongnu, their inherently warlike nature makes genuine submission impossible. Moreover, the long-standing grievances between our realm and the Xiongnu cannot be resolved with a single battle. Even with unparalleled capabilities, it is naive to believe that defeating the Xiongnu army would compel them to yield easily." After reflecting, the envoy recognized the wisdom in his subordinate's words. The Xiongnu possess not only a formidable army but also a populace whose veins run with the blood of their ancestors, making surrender a distant prospect. Contemplating this, the envoy's mood lightened, and he settled into a more tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, within the court, those who supported the continued military endeavors of the 19th prince remained anxious about the state of affairs, while those advocating for the retraction of the prince's military command reveled in their satisfaction. for they believed that without military achievements, Ing Tian would struggle to rival their favored candidates in the court of the Qin. Various factions vied for supremacy, each seeking to elevate their own prince to the throne, yet they had not considered the health of Qin Shi Huang, nor his stance on the matter. The next day, the envoy arrived at Ing Tian's camp to relay the edict of Qin Shi Huang at the relay station. The envoy was already aware of the news regarding Ing Tian's victory over the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu, upon hearing the news, wore expressions of dismay, yet found themselves powerless to act. Ing Tian did not reproach the envoy. Instead, he graciously invited him to return to the Qin, which the envoy politely declined. Expressing his intention to report back to Qin Shi Huang at the earliest opportunity, Ing Tian, discerning the envoy's true identity, did not impede his departure, allowing him to leave first. Ming Tian was puzzled as to why Ing Tian did not insist on the envoy accompanying him. Ing Tian slowly elucidated, "Many in the court do not wish to see me in power, as it threatens their interests. The envoy was dispatched to warn me, but he has witnessed my triumph over the Xiongnu and sees no further need for conflict. We must allow the envoy to return to the court and loudly proclaim our victory, garnering additional support and acclaim." Ing Tian understood that his position as heir apparent remained precarious. Qin Shi Huang, being a sagacious ruler, would undoubtedly comprehend his intentions. After all, those in high office often possess extraordinary insight, particularly someone of Qin Shi Huang's caliber, who had unified the 6 states. Thus, the envoy returned to the Qin, reporting the fact of Ing Tian's victory over the Xiongnu to the factions behind him. Although they wished to obstruct his ascent, it was too late, for their actions had inadvertently facilitated Ing Tian's return. Had he chosen not to return, they could have united the remaining Xiongnu against him. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. They had expected Ing Tian to falter in isolation. Yet he orchestrated a remarkable comeback. Soon, news of Zhao Gao's orders spread throughout the court, and nearly everyone began to discuss the matter. Doubts arose regarding whether the once revered warrior, Ing Tian, was merely a charlatan. Upon hearing these rumors, Ming Tian was incensed and immediately reported the situation to Ing Tian. After listening to Ming Tian's account, Ing Tian had already drawn his conclusion. These were merely rumors disseminated by those who wished to see him fail as heir. There were indeed individuals placed within the ranks of the army by Zhao Gao, and he knew precisely who they were. "You need not concern yourself further with this matter. I shall handle it," Ing Tian stated, gesturing for Ming Tian to withdraw. Ming Tian wished to say more, but upon seeing Ing Tian's signal, he swallowed his words. Since Zhao Gao dared to employ underhanded tactics, Ing Tian would ensure he faced repercussions. He silently resolved to retaliate against Zhao Gao. After all, Qin Shi Huang had decided upon him as the heir, and Zhao Gao could not possibly be his rival. The following day, when Ing Tian attended court, he deliberately donned resplendent attire to draw attention. "Look, why does the 19th prince wear such ostentatious garments? Though it is the same shade of yellow, why does the heir's attire appear so much more radiant?" The courtiers were perplexed, for the typically low-key and unassuming 19th prince had suddenly chosen to dress so conspicuously. Zhao Gao also noticed Ing Tian's ensemble and inwardly scoffed. What need is there for such flamboyance over a mere garment? He found Ing Tian's choice astonishing, considering the extravagant fabric was fashioned into such gaudy clothing. When Qin Shi Huang had initially appointed Ing Tian as heir, he had also bestowed numerous gifts, including the fabric of Ing Tian's outfit. It was said that there was no other piece of silk like it in the entire kingdom, making it a rare treasure. Zhao Gao, consumed by jealousy, thought to himself. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this would herald his downfall. Qin Shi Huang, equally captivated by Ing Tian's attire, inquired, "Is this garment made from that unique fabric I bestowed upon you previously?" Ing Tian nodded in confirmation. Pleased by the response, Qin Shi Huang was on the verge of praising him when Ing Tian interjected, "Father, I have a matter to report that requires your judgment." This statement piqued Qin Shi Huang's interest. Ing Tian continued, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but despite Zhao Gongong's service over these years, do you recall the initial issues surrounding weaponry during the wars?" This caught Qin Shi Huang off guard. At that time, Ing Tian had yet to be born, and although the matter had once made quite a stir, it had since faded from public discourse. Furrowing his brow, Qin Shi Huang deduced Ing Tian's intent. He was likely reminding him of certain issues. However, he was not entirely ignorant of these matters. As a ruler, being overly harsh toward his ministers could jeopardize his reign. After all, ministers are human too, with their own desires. If their needs are continually suppressed, they might seek other means of satisfaction. It was wiser to grant appropriate rewards. What appeared as rewards were, in truth, preventative measures against future transgressions. Ing Tian, speak your mind freely. In the court, you may express your thoughts openly. At this moment, Zhao Gao realized Ing Tian's intentions, fearing that he might expose his wrongdoings. Zhao Gao, burdened by his many misdeeds, was now gripped by a profound fear that Ing Tian would reveal what should not be spoken. Ing Tian continued, when father encountered issues with weaponry, I too discovered a batch of inferior equipment during my initial campaign against the Xiongnu. As for who was responsible, I need not elaborate. With these words, the gathered assembly grasped his implication. These matters had been under Zhao Gao's purview, and given his discord with the 19th prince, it was only natural that Ing Tian would begin targeting Zhao Gao now that he had ascended. Zhao Gao had not anticipated that the 19th prince would so swiftly acquire evidence against him, mistakenly believing that Ing Tian could not challenge him in the short term. Qin Shi Huang queried, "Is what you say true?" Ing Tian silently produced evidence from his sleeve, consisting of documents, properties, and testimonies concerning Zhao Gao. He laid these proofs before Qin Shi Huang. These are the findings I have gathered recently. Due to my presence on the frontier, I could not investigate personally, but I dispatched individuals to conduct inquiries. The issues with the inferior weaponry were initially suspected to be the result of internal sabotage, which has delayed resolution until now. Only upon my return was it revealed that Zhao Gonggong was the culprit. Qin Shi Huang scrutinized the evidence presented by Ing Tian, astonished by the extent of Zhao Gao's holdings. Why does Zhao Gao possess such a vast array of properties? He appears to be a wealthy magnate. Zhao Gao, realizing that Ing Tian was implicating him, ceased to remain a passive observer and immediately knelt in the grand hall, fervently protesting, "Your Majesty, please see reason. I have served faithfully at your side, managing affairs of state. How could I have had the leisure to engage in such activities? Furthermore, the military affairs have not rested solely in my hands for many years. Regarding the weaponry issues raised by the 19th prince, I truly had no knowledge whatsoever." Zhao Gao attempted to shift the blame onto others, but Ing Tian would not allow him to deflect. Directly interrogating, "If this matter is not of your doing, could it be the work of your disciples? Perhaps we should summon them to confront you directly?" Zhao Gao recognized Ing Tian's resolve and understood he was prepared to confront him openly. This was dire. He needed to quickly defend himself. However, Qin Shi Huang's agitation was palpable. Understanding Ing Tian's intentions, Qin Shi Huang concluded that Zhao Gao must be removed from power. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring to Zhao Gao, "You scoundrel, I once placed my trust in you and entrusted you with significant responsibilities, only to be met with such disappointing results that I am deeply disheartened. Guards, imprison Zhao Gao. He shall be executed in 3 days. The male members of his family shall be exiled to the frontier, and the females will be sent to the brothels." Zhao Gao wished to continue his defense, but Qin Shi Huang was no longer willing to listen. He was taken away by the guards, the entire process taking no more than 5 minutes, illustrating that Ing Tian had long been plotting against Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao sought to regain Qin Shi Huang's trust, but the emperor had resolved to protect Ing Tian instead. Aware of Qin Shi Huang's character, Ing Tian presented crucial evidence. "Your Majesty, this is newly gathered intelligence regarding Zhao Gonggong from the capital. I implore you to examine it." Qin Shi Huang accepted the document eagerly, anxious to ascertain how much leverage Ing Tian possessed against Zhao Gao. As he perused the contents, he discovered that Zhao Gao had established numerous illicit operations, with many high-ranking officials frequenting them. Enraged, Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, "You dare to scheme under my very nose, disregarding the laws of the court." In a fit of fury, Ing Tian quickly knelt as well. The courtiers, acutely aware of the impending danger, recognized that their interests were intertwined with Zhao Gao's. Now that he had fallen, they too could not escape their fate. The officials below ceased their self-defense. Fearing to question the contents presented by Ing Tian, Qin Shi Huang, consumed by rage, ordered the execution of those who had corrupted the court's integrity. However, Ing Tian interjected, "Your Majesty, the puppet master behind this is Hu Gao." Abruptly dismissing everyone could incite a great uproar. "This matter involves royal secrets and must be handled with care. I have already discreetly gathered some evidence against several individuals. At this juncture, Ing Tian exhibited the demeanor of a prince. Having commenced the suppression of those who did not support him, Qin Shi Huang showed no mercy in punishing the ministers, and all were imprisoned. Simultaneously, Ing appointed trusted confidants to replace those in their positions. On the highest throne, Qin Shi Huang suddenly realized that the cost of occupying such lofty heights might be the insincerity of those around him. He understood that Zhao Gao, as his father's most trusted aide, had betrayed that trust despite years of favor and reliance bestowed upon him. Ing Tian wished to comfort his father, but hesitated as he observed the solitude of the emperor seated upon his elevated throne. The emperor, having traversed a lifetime of experiences, seemed capable of handling Zhao Gao's treachery alone. Thus, Ing Tian resolved to take a step back for the moment, just as he was about to depart the grand hall. Qin Shi Huang called him back, saying, "Ing Tian, stay. I wish to converse with you for a while, as there are matters I would like to inquire about." Hearing this, Ing Tian reluctantly returned to engage in dialogue with him. Ing Tian approached the emperor, positioning himself for a more convenient exchange. The sudden summons from Qin Shi Huang could only signal trouble. Earlier in the court, Ing Tian had mercilessly exposed Zhao Gao's transgressions, undoubtedly humiliating the emperor and pressuring him into action against Zhao Gao. Having laid bare Zhao Gao's misdeeds, even the emperor would find it difficult to shield him from the consequences of his blatant crimes. With the officials present, any failure to address the situation justly could lead to public outcry, casting doubt on the emperor's capabilities as a ruler. After a moment of silence, Qin Shi Huang looked up at Ing Tian and asked gravely, "When did you first perceive all of this? Or when did you begin to covet the position of the Eastern Palace?" Ing Tian recognized the futility of evading the emperor's inquiries and replied candidly, "Ever since you brought us, your children, into this world, have we not harbored such thoughts? Otherwise, how could we merely wait for other siblings to suppress us based solely on our princely status?" Qin Shi Huang acknowledged the rivalry among princes and the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, recognizing that surpassing these barriers was not impossible. Yet, he yearned for harmony among his children. Witnessing their competition, which could ultimately lead to fratricide, pained him deeply. "Father, Zhao Gao is no virtuous man. You are undoubtedly aware of his deeds." It was merely unforeseen that his ambitions would swell to such proportions. After a brief pause, Ing Tian continued, "Father, a single Zhao Gao is hardly a cause for concern, especially given his malicious intent. Since my return to the capital, I have begun to strategize." Seeing Ing Tian's forthrightness, Qin Shi Huang refrained from further commentary, simply advising, "Do not engage in such actions again." Ing Tian understood and nodded, stating, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." After his departure, Qin Shi Huang was left to ponder how to confront the future, having eliminated his trusted Zhao Gao, yet faced with numerous challenges ahead. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Ing Tian found Meng Tian waiting. He handed Meng Tian the documents, his expression grave, stating, "Meng Tian, the issue of Zhao Gao has been resolved. I have reported his misconduct to father, and now we await his execution. Please send someone to inquire if he has any last words, ensuring that they are credible only after rigorous interrogation. Additionally, you must eliminate Zhao Gao's remaining loyalists without leaving any survivors." Meng Tian accepted the documents, noting the detailed accounts of Zhao Gao's subordinates, their responsibilities, residences, and even family members. He understood Ing Tian's intent was to eradicate Zhao Gao's support network. Although Meng Tian had questions, the sight of Ing Tian's exhaustion quelled his curiosity. The events of the morning court session, where Qin Shi Huang had questioned Ing Tian, had already spread throughout the Eastern Palace and beyond. Many believed that while Ing Tian had triumphed, it was a precarious victory. He had toppled Zhao Gao, but at the cost of losing the emperor's trust in Zhao Gao, a situation that could be deemed a Pyrrhic victory. Revealing his capabilities too early was not a prudent decision. Seated at his desk, Ing Tian rubbed his eyes, fatigued from the relentless pursuit of Zhao Gao's weaknesses over the past few days, almost to the point of exhaustion. Due to Zhao Gao's intricate web of relationships within the court, Ing Tian had to exert considerable effort, functioning like a machine that never ceased. However, in pursuit of his ambitions, he had no choice but to toil tirelessly. Had it not been for Zhao Gao's multitude of inept associates, Ing Tian might not have swiftly seized the evidence to bring about Zhao Gao's downfall. At that moment, a secret agent responsible for protecting Wang Yin returned with intelligence. In the distant frontier city, Wang Yin remained dedicated to the development of the territory, leading the populace in reinforcing the city walls and personally instructing the soldiers and civilians in combat and labor skills. His reputation there was steadily rising, winning the hearts of the local citizens. Having become a grand master of Confucianism, Wang Yan's influence had greatly expanded, with Wei Zhuang ever at his side as a protective shadow. Wang Yan also sent a letter to Ing Tian through a scout, which upon opening revealed the two words, "Do not worry." It seemed Wang Yan was faring relatively well on the frontier, and with Wei Zhuang safeguarding him, Ing Tian could focus on the affairs of the court without concern for Wang Yan's safety. What remained for Ying Tian to address were the rumors spread by Zhao Gao regarding himself. Zhao Gao was indeed a masterful manipulator, directly challenging the legitimacy of Ying Tian's military accomplishments, which had earned him the title of Crown Prince through countless victories. Should the origins of these achievements be called into question, any defense would struggle to find credence. Fortunately, the soldiers in the army trusted him and had taken it upon themselves to dispel the rumors. As for Qin Shi Huang, he had unreserved faith in Ying Tian. Fearing that Zhao Gao's slanders might become perceived truths, jeopardizing Ying Tian's claim to the throne. In regards to Zhao Gao's punishment, all of his servants were exiled to the frontier, forbidden from returning to the Qin state for generations. Their children were barred from military service or any governmental roles, while the women were assigned to the pleasure quarters, condemned to a lifetime of servitude. Zhao Gao, imprisoned, had not anticipated such a swift downfall at Ying Tian's hands. Now facing execution, unwilling to accept such a fate, he sought to secretly contact Hu Hai for assistance. However, the greedy jailers refused to help without payment. Zhao Gao was compelled to part with his only valuable possession, a cherished jade pendant. Upon seeing the jade, the jailer's eyes gleamed with avarice, as if they would devour him should he refuse to relinquish it. Zhao Gao, reluctant, hoped that the guards would plead his case to Hu Hai. But after accepting the pendant, the guards grinned and set forth their conditions. Zhao Gao, the emperor has expressly ordered that you are not to contact anyone. There are others monitoring your situation, and he remains unaware of your fate. One guard insinuated, rumors abound in the palace. If it were not for the emperor's directive, how could we remain indifferent? However, it is indeed his command that we do not speak your name. Rest assured. Zhao Darren, I will keep this jade, and each year at this time, I shall burn paper money in your memory. After saying this, the guard departed, ignoring Zhao Gao's desperate calls. In that moment of despair, Zhao Gao had believed that through Hu Hai, he might find a glimmer of hope, only to face a disheartening conclusion. He refused to accept his fate, convinced that Ying Tian's actions had threatened many interests, and that, should he manage to send word, he could topple him. Yet, this presupposed that Zhao Gao remained alive to convey any message. The inmates were not only aware of Qin Shi Huang's orders but had also received directives from the Crown Prince, strictly prohibiting Zhao Gao's escape or the transmission of messages, effectively isolating him from the outside world. The countdown to Zhao Gao's demise had begun, as Qin Shi Huang, fearing complications, had prepared the means for execution. He demanded a public execution. However, Zhao Gao remained undeterred, attempting to reach out for assistance. Zhao Gao firmly believed that as long as he could communicate with the outside, there was a chance for survival. Thus, he shouted to the guards, "You are Ying Tian's men, are you not? Tell him I possess the secrets he desires. If he can grant me an audience before my execution, I shall reveal crucial information." The guards dismissed him, yet one suggested, if Zhao Gao indeed has something significant to convey, perhaps his final words warrant consideration. We could inform the prince. The guard hesitated, observing Zhao Gao's pitiful state, doubting that even if Zhao Gao had something to say, the crown prince would deign to meet with him. Forget it. In his condition, I would avoid him as well. The prince certainly would not come forth, even if he had business to attend to. The guard remarked. Another guard concurred, asserting that Zhao Gao, now a prisoner, could not sway the crown prince with any plea. Qin Shi Huang harbored intense animosity toward Zhao Gao, eager for his swift removal. Should he inform the crown prince of Zhao Gao's fabrications, and the prince were to believe them, seek him out in prison, and engage in conversation, the consequences would be catastrophic. In the depths of his cell, Zhao Gao, aware that his end was near, was met with silence from the guards, who chose to disregard his desperate cries. Despite his frenzied calls for help, they resolutely ignored him, silencing him with a cloth, rendering him voiceless. Time passed, and the executioners arrived, escorting Zhao Gao to the execution ground. Due to Qin Shi Huang's orders, Zhao Gao was denied any final meal, leaving him unable to express his thoughts. Zhao Gao, akin to one who refuses to shed tears until faced with the coffin, continued to struggle futilely even in the face of doom. The crowd below surged with loathing, branding him a traitor, a parasite, and a figure of profound sin. Hearing the accusations, Zhao Gao's heart was a tumult of emotions. He acknowledged his wrongs but also recalled the good he had done for the common folk in times of need. As the executioner prepared to carry out the sentence, Zhao Gao realized that death was inescapable. His head was placed upon the block, and he was subsequently beheaded, marking the end of his life. He had once manipulated the court, but now all was finished. Qin Shi Huang, upon hearing the news of Zhao Gao's death, felt an involuntary stir within him, though he had some feelings for Zhao Gao. The memories of his actions brought forth feelings of weariness and detachment. In a moment of distraction, Qin Shi Huang nearly stumbled, prompting the palace maids and eunuchs to rush to support him. Summoning the physician. Although the emperor intended to assure them that he was unharmed, he suddenly fainted. His advanced age rendered him vulnerable to the strain. After the physician's examination, Qin Shi Huang gradually regained consciousness to finding Tian anxiously awaiting by his bedside. Aware of his deteriorating health, he saw the relief wash over the faces of those around him as he awoke. Tian reassured Qin Shi Huang that there was no need for undue concern regarding court affairs, advising him to focus on recuperation, promising that once he recovered, they could enjoy familial bliss together. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was grateful for Tian's goodwill, yet he understood that establishing an heir signified a transfer of power, and he could not maintain his position indefinitely. He smiled in acknowledgement, dismissed the palace attendants, and sought solitude. The death of Zhao Gao sparked considerable interest within the palace, with rumors suggesting that Tian would ascend as the new emperor. As Qin Shi Huang had formally appointed him as the crown prince, General Tian, renowned for his military achievements, commanded deep respect from the soldiers, promising a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang's recent ill health raised concerns that Tian's ascension to the throne was imminent. It became apparent to all that winning favor with Tian was essential, rendering the former princes nearly invisible and disregarded. Tian inquired of Tian regarding the proper handling of gifts bestowed by other officials. Tian coldly replied, "All these gifts should be deposited into the national treasury." He then immersed himself in writing at his desk, and when Tian attempted to glimpse the content, Tian swiftly completed his work. Denying Tian the opportunity to see, Tian muttered, "Your Highness, you were never this distant before. Why am I excluded from these matters?" Tian reluctantly explained, "These matters may be beyond your comprehension. It is late. You should rest early, as you will accompany me to court tomorrow." Acknowledging his father's illness, he added that court affairs required his utmost attention, urging caution to avoid giving others leverage. Tian, understanding the hint, discreetly withdrew. On the following day, during the morning court, Tian and Tian arrived first. Tian asked, "Given the emperor's ill health, will you be managing state affairs?" Tian raised an eyebrow in response. "Isn't that the case?" Tian gestured to convey no hidden meaning and continued, "Then why has your Highness not yet established a dedicated space for handling state matters? Historically, crown princes have had a room for such needs." Tian, recognizing Tian's good intentions, replied directly, "My father's condition is not severe. He merely requires a brief period of rest before returning to court. I am merely acting in a temporary capacity. Such arrangements would only be necessary if my father were gravely ill for 2 or 3 months." Tian nodded in understanding, and Tian chose not to elaborate further. Soon, the ministers arrived one after another, all aware of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's serious condition, which prevented his attendance at court. Some ministers seized this opportunity to embarrass Tian, reminding him of the importance of respecting the elder statesman. Consequently, although the court had commenced, there remained vacant seats for the tardy officials. Tian, unsparing, refused to wait for those who arrived late, marking a clear delineation between those who could command respect and those who could not. He would not indulge in the arrogance of age. After all, the world belonged to the Ing family, not to them. Power was rightfully his. The remaining ministers were well acquainted with Tian's style of governance. Upon witnessing him close the court doors, they understood him to be a formidable presence. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, they were not without awareness. The ministers seated themselves on the floor, awaiting Tian's directives. Clearing his throat, Tian addressed them. "Due to my father's ill health, there will be adjustments in the court, and he will not attend the morning session for the next few days. I will temporarily oversee state affairs. Should there be any objections or grievances, they may be reported to my father for resolution." No one dared to question Tian at that moment, as they unanimously affirmed, "We shall obey your Highness's commands." Subsequently, the ministers began to deliberate on how to address the issue of the Xiongnu. Historically, the Xiongnu had been a persistent thorn in the side of the Qin people, and solutions had long remained elusive. However, Tian had managed to subdue the Xiongnu, leaving them in a state of disarray, a much-needed reprieve for the Qin. This juncture, the ministers, emboldened, anticipated that the Xiongnu would bear even greater consequences, thus proposing exceedingly harsh terms for peace negotiations. Recently returned from dealing with the Xiongnu, Tian was acutely aware that such terms would be utterly unacceptable to them, should the demands become excessive. The Xiongnu might disregard the agreement altogether, as they could not possibly meet these unreasonable expectations. The ministers, however, failed to perceive the impracticality of their terms, naively believing that the Xiongnu would acquiesce. Ing Tian interrupted their fruitless debate. I do not endorse any of the conditions you have proposed. To demand that the Xiongnu compensate the Qin with 100,000 warhorses when they possess only 90,000 is absurd. Moreover, your suggestion that they provide 100,000 tons of grain is equally ludicrous. Our own annual yield barely reaches several tens of thousands, and the harsh environment of the Xiongnu makes such demands impossible. Ing Tian systematically challenged each proposal, observing that the ministers were focused solely on their national interests without consideration for the Xiongnu's circumstances. Yet, a persistent minister insisted, Your Highness, I propose these terms for the good of the nation. Though I know they cannot comply, at least it would place them in debt, obliging them to repay us for decades to come. As long as they adhere to the agreement, the Xiongnu can never triumph over the Great Qin, allowing us to rest easy and no longer fear threats that this not a win-win situation. The other ministers echoed this sentiment. Ing Tian, unable to contain his frustration, struck the table and admonished the ministers before him. Do you believe the Xiongnu to be fools at our mercy? Have you forgotten our intentions? Having just subdued those obstinate Xiongnu, our foremost task should be to adopt a conciliatory policy, winning their genuine allegiance. By directly demanding territory and reparations. How can we win their hearts? In a few years, when the agreement lapses, new conflicts will reignite the flames of war. Our goal is to ensure lasting peace during the Yongyuan period, integrating the Xiongnu as a permanent part of the Great Qin. Rather than merely extracting their resources, this is not the attitude one expects from a victor towards a vanquished foe. Upon hearing Ing Tian's words, the ministers found themselves unable to counter, although they nodded in agreement. Ing Tian sensed lingering skepticism among them regarding his perspective. However, their naivety was evident. The conditions they proposed for peace negotiations were simply untenable. How could the Xiongnu ever agree? Merely contemplating those terms was infuriating. Then, Your Highness, how do you intend to handle relations with the Xiongnu? Ing Tian had long been prepared for this inquiry. From the outset of his campaign against the Xiongnu, he had contemplated how to subdue them thoroughly. Rather than merely achieving a temporary victory. To this end, he had devised a detailed blueprint, which had taken months to complete. This document meticulously outlined the geographical features of the territories between Qin and the Xiongnu, including relay stations and communication points, effectively serving as a comprehensive map. Moreover, he had thoughtfully highlighted regions suitable for trade, creating an exhaustive trade route. Ing Tian presented the carefully crafted document to Ming Tian for distribution among the ministers for their review. After perusing it, the ministers expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, Good heavens, did Your Highness personally draft this? If executed accordingly, in mere years, our Great Qin will flourish and prosper, free from the threat of the Xiongnu. Your Highness truly possesses exceptional talent. Thinking of such beneficial measures for the nation and its people, you are indeed a valiant son of the Qin. Indeed, the Crown Prince was astute and capable. We had not anticipated such insight. Accustomed to hearing praise, Ing Tian felt a fleeting sense of unreality as he listened to the minister's accolades. He cleared his throat and stated, This is the map I completed last night. Should there be any oversights, I welcome your corrections. If there are no objections, let us proceed with the Xiongnu issue according to this plan. With no dissent voiced against Ing Tian's proposal, an unexpected hesitation echoed from outside the door. Clearly, many had arrived. The ministers were perplexed. In the midst of discussing state secrets, how could outsiders intrude? The door swung open, and all were astonished to find Zhao Gao, who was supposed to have been executed, standing before them. Was he not supposed to have lost his head at the executioner's hands? Why, at this moment, did he appear unharmed? The assembly was bewildered. Had he returned from the grave? As Zhao Gao entered the room, he smiled at Ing Tian, viewing him as an irreconcilable enemy. Having endured humiliation and infamy due to Ing Tian, Zhao Gao resolved to no longer tolerate his plight. Ing Tian, equally astounded, was at a loss as to why Zhao Gao had suddenly reappeared. Ming Tian blurted out, What are you doing here? Were you not already executed? And why do you still wear palace attire? Have you been feigning your own death? Zhao Gao scoffed, dismissing Ming Tian's queries and strode directly toward Ing Tian. Taunting, Are you surprised to see me, Your Highness? I assure you, I have not been killed. What you witnessed was merely an illusion. As for why I am alive, the Emperor has his reasons. Regarding his intentions, we cannot presume to know. I merely hope that you all can work with me henceforth without concern. This statement revealed the rationale behind Zhao Gao's survival, yet his return was evidently marked by a difference in demeanor. The former Zhao Gao would not have dared to be so provocative in public, for such remarks were tantamount to declaring enmity. Ying Tian, too, sensed a shift in Zhao Gao's behavior, but refrained from addressing it openly. As for the thoughts of Qin Shi Huang, none could fully comprehend them. Now, with Zhao Gao standing before them, the atmosphere was charged with fear. Zhao Gao needed not elaborate, though he felt a simmering resentment. He was acutely aware of his own lack of power to confront Ying Tian directly. Ying Tian, in turn, chose to ignore Zhao Gao, since he was no longer an ally. Further entanglements were meaningless. If the emperor desired to retain Zhao Gao, so be it. It merely indicated that he must adhere to the emperor's will. Zhao Gao glared at Ying Tian, teeth clenched, yet remained silent, fully cognizant that Ying Tian was equally at an impasse. By the way, before my arrival, you were all discussing how to coexist peacefully with the Xiongnu, or is it that they simply disregard your counsel? Zhao Gao interjected icily. Since his resurrection, the atmosphere in the room had turned frigid. The ministers dared not speak further, fearing to invite misfortune. Observing their silence, Zhao Gao's ire flared, and he bellowed, "What are you all? I have regained the emperor's trust. Yesterday's performance was merely for your benefit. What now? Do you still believe that those matters can be easily dismissed?" The ministers were taken aback, unprepared for Zhao Gao's sudden threat. Similarly, Ying Tian was astonished by Zhao Gao's brazen demeanor upon his return. Realizing that this was a contest between himself and Zhao Gao, Ying Tian intended to speak, but Meng Tian preemptively declared, "What are you? Merely a lowly servant, devoid of any right to make a ruckus here. Are you more esteemed than His Highness the Crown Prince? Before you speak, consider your own standing. Do you truly merit a voice in this chamber? This is the council chamber, and His Highness is the Lord of the Eastern Palace. Do you possess the authority to surpass him?" Meng Tian clearly aimed to establish authority for himself and Ying Tian, who cast him an appreciative glance. Yet Zhao Gao, undaunted, retorted, "You are but a minor general. Daring to be so insolent before me. I shall report you to His Majesty. The Emperor has sent me to discuss the issue of the Xiongnu, not to listen to your nonsensical prattle. Think carefully about who is truly in control here before you speak. The position of Crown Prince may be at risk, but how long do you think your generalship will endure?" Zhao Gao's merciless mockery left Meng Tian speechless. Ying Tian recognized that it was time for him to step forward, suppressing his emotions as he stated, "I am the Crown Prince, and you are but a servant. How is it that after a single brush with death, you have forgotten the distinction between our ranks?" Faced with Ying Tian's rebuttal, Zhao Gao momentarily found himself at a loss, as the hierarchy between the Crown Prince and a servant was an unalterable truth. No matter his efforts, he could not transcend this boundary. Should the Crown Prince demand he consume something peculiar, he could only accept it with tears in his eyes. Thus, Zhao Gao wisely chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Casting a cold glance at the assembly before stating, "The Emperor has sent me to discuss the Xiongnu issue with you, not to indulge your idle chatter." With that, he glared fiercely at the others. The ministers, sensing Zhao Gao's imposing presence, dared not treat the matter lightly. Some even began to flatter him. Unwilling to let Zhao Gao disrupt the atmosphere of the hall, Ying Tian directly addressed him. "Regarding the Xiongnu trade, I have decided to proceed according to our earlier discussions. You may all return to rest. I will negotiate the details with the Xiongnu envoy separately." With that, he gestured for the assembly to depart. Some recognized that it was unwise to linger and began to prepare to leave. Yet, how could Zhao Gao allow them to escape? A furious roar compelled them to remain. Ying Tian, displeased with Zhao Gao's behavior, was about to chastise him when Zhao Gao shamelessly interjected, "How can such a monumental matter as the negotiations with the Xiongnu rest solely on the Crown Prince's shoulders? Are you all so inept that you cannot even devise a strategy? Must all decisions be made by the Crown Prince? Everyone stays. We shall discuss this together." Those who wished to depart found themselves unable to leave. Ying Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Tian, who immediately understood and rushed outside to instruct his subordinates. They grasped Ying Tian's intention to suppress Zhao Gao. As the ministers fell silent, Zhao Gao appeared to revel in the moment. He had once been the target of scorn and derision. Never imagining he would find himself in such a position today. At last, he could vent his pent-up resentment. "Regarding the Xiongnu treaty entrusted to me by the ministers, I have reviewed it and decided to enhance our connections, constructing and expanding the grasslands, and expanding trade with the Xiongnu. This is my decision." Ying Tian cast a decisive glance at Zhao Gao, asserting his authority. Zhao Gao recognized Ying Tian's impatience and understood it was time to refrain from further provocation. Opting for silence, with Zhao Gao no longer speaking, the ministers were all too aware of the unspoken agreement, offering their praises to Ying Tian. "Your Highness truly possesses remarkable foresight. as long as we engage in extensive trade. The Xiongnu's strength will never compare to that of our Central Plains. They expressed their congratulations to Ying Tian, who was now left with only Zhao Gao, Meng Tian, and himself. Ying Tian, unwilling to engage further with Zhao Gao, who had always held a grudge, decided it best to avoid entanglement. He gestured to leave the hall, but Zhao Gao mockingly called out to him, "Your Highness, with the recent frequent rains, the roads are slippery. Please be cautious of your bearers on your way back to the residence, lest they falter." Zhao Gao's words were a clear veiled insult. Ying Tian understood Zhao Gao's intent and, unyielding, retorted, "Thank you for your concern, but I am not returning to my residence. Rather, I am off to seek pleasure. I wonder if you would care to accompany me?" This undoubtedly struck a nerve with Zhao Gao. His face flushed with anger. He had not anticipated Ying Tian's blatant disrespect, mocking his shortcomings. Zhao Gao found himself completely overshadowed by Ying Tian. Observing Zhao Gao's expression, Ying Tian felt a surge of triumph as he turned to leave, leaving Zhao Gao to curse alone. "What are you? Your ascension to the crown prince's position is but temporary. I could easily topple you from your pedestal at any moment." Furious, Zhao Gao stormed away. Upon returning to his residence, Meng Tian inquired with curiosity, "Your Highness, how could Zhao Gao return from the dead? Did His Majesty spare him, turning against us instead?" Ying Tian had no answer, merely stating, "All I can say is that Father must have his reasons. I am not a worm in Father's belly." Unable to fathom all his thoughts, if Father has chosen to keep Zhao Gao, then let it be. This will only heighten our challenges. Meng Tian shook his head in confusion, and Ying Tian offered no further explanation. It all seemed like a coincidence, as if heaven had favored Zhao Gao with survival. The next day, Ying Tian, accompanied by Meng Tian and Chun Bao, attended the morning court. Qin Shi Huang was absent due to illness, prompting speculation among the ministers regarding his true intentions. Nevertheless, Ying Tian continued to manage state affairs, signifying that he still wielded significant power. As Ying Tian prepared to commence the meeting, a eunuch announced from outside, "His Majesty has arrived." The ministers and Ying Tian hastily knelt in welcome. Ying Tian understood this was Qin Shi Huang's test of him. Their previous conversation had not fully earned his trust. The emperor was not one to easily relinquish the throne to another, especially not to Ying Tian. As Qin Shi Huang entered the hall and took his exalted seat, he became the undisputed sovereign. The assembly offered their congratulations, and Qin Shi Huang gestured for them to rise and discuss matters of state. My health has recovered, and I am able to resume my duties and governance. Consulting with you all on significant issues. I am grateful to the Crown Prince for handling affairs in my absence." Ying Tian respectfully replied, "It is the son's duty to relieve the burdens of his father. It brings me great comfort to know the emperor is in good health." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Qin Shi Huang then turned to the matter of the Xiongnu. "Yesterday, I tasked you with discussing how to address the Xiongnu issue. What progress has been made?" Ying Tian caught Zhao Gao's arrogant gaze, as if he were silently boasting that he had informed the emperor of Ying Tian's actions. Ying Tian chose not to respond to Zhao Gao, turning instead to Qin Shi Huang to candidly state, "I, along with the ministers, propose first constructing an inn along the borders to facilitate the passage of Central Plains citizens across the grasslands, while simultaneously enhancing trade relations to solidify our advantages, rendering the Xiongnu incapable of resistance." Qin Shi Huang expressed his dissatisfaction with this plan. "How can we suppress the Xiongnu while allowing them to persist in benefiting from trade? Is it not folly to enrich our enemies while we remain in a passive position?" Ying Tian anticipated Qin Shi Huang's concerns and directly addressed him, "Father, there is no need to overly worry about such trivial matters. In the future, our Qin shall firmly suppress the Xiongnu's power. Currently, the Xiongnu are no longer a threat. They are leaderless. Their internal conflicts have just begun to settle, and they are lacking in manpower and provisions. If we can extend a helping hand now, teaching the Xiongnu our language and gradually introducing them to our customs, within 10 years, they will cease to be themselves and will become part of the Qin territory. At which point they will truly submit to our great Qin. Thus, the prospect of the Xiongnu launching incursions into the Central Plains would be extinguished." The assembly found Ying Tian's reasoning compelling, eager to rise and applaud him. However, Qin Shi Huang remained silent, seated upon the throne, his thoughts inscrutable. As long as Qin Shi Huang presided, the ministers dared not act rashly, and no one could discern his intentions. After a lengthy pause, Qin Shi Huang finally spoke, fixing his gaze upon Ying Tian. "Your plan is remarkably thorough. Let us execute it as you envision, that I look forward to seeing the great Qin transform the Xiongnu into our territory rather than a mere temporary conquest. Ying Tian bowed to Qin Shi Huang, his tone brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Father, I will ensure the plan is flawless, allowing the people of Qin to live in peace without the fear of Xiongnu invasions. Qin Shi Huang, pleased, immediately decreed, Excellent, truly commendable of my exceptional son, possessing both wisdom and valor. Bring forth a pair of jade rui, a sword for him, 17 bolts of cloth, and establish a desk for him to conduct his affairs. This series of rewards astonished Ying Tian. While the initial rewards were somewhat ordinary, the establishment of a desk held deeper significance. Did Qin Shi Huang truly acknowledge his administrative capabilities? Yet, if he did recognize such abilities, why not execute Zhao Gao instead of allowing him to make a resurgence? Ying Tian found himself perplexed, grappling with the enigma of his father's thoughts. After the court session, several officials approached Ying Tian to congratulate him, asserting that he had won the emperor's favor. However, Ying Tian understood that this so-called favor was merely a fleeting whim. Should Qin Shi Huang change his mind, reclaiming the desk would be as effortless as a jest. Ying Tian smiled in response, dismissing the praise, and retreated to his quarters without partaking in dinner. Meng Tian, concerned for Ying Tian's health, noted that he had been working tirelessly day and night without enjoying a proper meal. Standing at the door, Meng Tian urged, Your Highness, please come out to dine. You have not tasted warm food in quite some time, that I implore you to take care of your health and not to trifle with it. After 10 minutes of persuasion, Ying Tian remained behind closed doors. Had he not sensed Ying Tian's breathing within, Meng Tian might have forcibly entered. He decided to wait a few more minutes, prepared to remain until the Crown Prince finally emerged. Due to a previous directive from the Crown Prince, it was instructed that unless it was of utmost importance, he need not be informed. Shortly thereafter, Ying Tian emerged from his chamber. Upon seeing Ying Tian, Meng Tian sensed a notable change in him. His aura seemed transformed. Soon, he realized that Ying Tian had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, having finally transcended into the realm of the celestial being, earning the title of a true god of war. Achieving such a breakthrough into the celestial realm is no trifling matter. However, it is indeed a rarity for one so young to attain such a level of prowess. Meng Tian congratulated him, saying, Congratulations, Your Highness, on finally breaking through to the celestial realm, elevating your strength to new heights. You were truly a prodigy, achieving breakthroughs with astonishing speed, as if devoid of any bottlenecks. Ying Tian smiled slightly. Aware of Meng Tian's delight in his progress, he patted Meng Tian's shoulder and encouraged him, Do not be disheartened, Meng Tian. You too can achieve a breakthrough. Victory lies ahead. With diligence, you shall one day reach the celestial realm. Meng Tian, with a humble demeanor, scratched his head, knowing that he was still far from that level and that it could not be easily attained. Even if one were to break through, it would not be a matter easily resolved with a single pill. The news of Ying Tian's breakthrough spread rapidly, becoming common knowledge. Historically, few had managed to reach this level, let alone at such a tender age. Many came bearing gifts of congratulations, all of which Ying Tian accepted, placing them into the national treasury, leaving nothing for himself. Days later, Ying Tian, Meng Tian, and Shen Bao convened in a room to discuss matters. Upon learning that Ying Tian had summoned both him and Meng Tian to the study, Shen Bao realized that his master was contemplating a significant undertaking. Thus, he eagerly took Meng Tian along to Ying Tian's study. Upon entering, Shen Bao directly inquired, Might I ask what task Your Highness has for us? Ying Tian, no longer concealing his intentions, stated plainly, I hold a deep disdain for the actions of the Yinyang Academy in the border cities. Therefore, I have decided to eliminate the Yinyang clan directly. Tomorrow, you shall gather the troops and march into the Yinyang Academy. I will confront all that Dong Huangtai has meticulously orchestrated. Shen Bao sensed the magnitude of Ying Tian's forthcoming action. Though he had not anticipated it would be such a bold challenge to the core of the Yinyang Academy, it is essential to note that these arrangements were emblematic of the Yinyang Academy. Ying Tian's actions undoubtedly served as a public humiliation to them. Although Shen Bao found this somewhat perplexing, he recognized the unwavering determination in Ying Tian's expression and understood that this decision was irrevocable. Meng Tian, astonished, exclaimed, Your Highness, are you courting death? While you have indeed broken through to the celestial realm, the Yinyang Academy remains a formidable adversary. No one has ever succeeded against Dong Huangtai's schemes. And your reckless venture may lead to countless ambushes. Out of concern for Ying Tian's safety, Meng Tian cautioned that the Yinyang Academy was teeming with talent, and the plans laid by Dong Wangtai posed a threat to an entire nation. Obliterating the Inyang clan would be no simple feat yet. King Tian waved his hand, signaling for calm. Rest assured, I am fully prepared and shall not return empty-handed. The Inyang Academy has been in operation for many years and is well aware of the need for vigilance. Chen Bao, well acquainted with Ing Tian's character, understood that once he made a decision, it was as immovable as a mountain. Hence, he accepted the task, affirming, "Whatever your highness decides, we shall commit ourselves fully, once you inform us of the attack date. I will ensure that preparations are made swiftly." Ing Tian mused that Chen Bao was most attuned to his thoughts. The Inyang clan should not engage openly but rather strike covertly. Nevertheless, Ming Tian remained unconvinced. Asserting that the Inyang Academy was not easily assailed, he attempted to dissuade, "Your Highness, I implore you to reconsider. The Inyang Academy is akin to a den of tigers and dragons, without true strength. One must not act rashly. Chen Bao, you too should discourage His Highness from such impulsiveness." In response to Ming Tian's concerns, Ing Tian patiently explained, "The Inyang Academy once nearly assassinated me at the border. Had it not been for Xiao Ximing's warning, I might have long ceased to exist. Thus, the eradication of the Inyang Academy is of utmost urgency." Upon hearing Ing Tian's reasoning, Ming Tian nodded, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Once Ing Tian confirmed their understanding, he dismissed them, wishing to contemplate the forthcoming actions alone. The following day, Chen Bao had assembled the soldiers, awaiting orders at the military camp. At midnight, Ing Tian issued the command. They were poised to attack the Inyang Academy. After receiving the orders, Ming Tian followed Ing Tian as they led the troops toward the academy. To their surprise, the Inyang Academy appeared eerily prepared, exhibiting an unsettling calm. Upon arrival, Ing Tian was astonished to find the Inyang Academy unusually quiet, as if it were devoid of life. Ming Tian speculated that perhaps they had been forewarned and had relocated personnel. Ing Tian fell into contemplative silence, but his resolve was unwavering. He commanded the scouts to ascertain the situation. Provided there were no significant obstacles, they would launch a full-scale assault. Without hesitation, Chen Bao led the soldiers to scout ahead. Before long, the scouts returned with a report. "Your Highness, the Inyang Academy is strangely desolate. Upon our entry, it appeared uninhabited, the premises vacant and lifeless." After hearing this, Ing Tian understood that this was merely an illusion employed by the Inyang Academy. What appeared to be an abandoned estate was, in fact, a manifestation of their magic, designed to mislead intruders who had crossed into the Academy's territory. Thus, it was no wonder that those who had ventured into the Inyang Academy for reconnaissance perceived it as empty. However, it was evident that the Inyang Academy was well prepared for battle, with all its forces poised for action. Now a celestial being, Ing Tian's acute perception rendered any trickery ineffective. The Academy's underestimation of him was evidently misplaced. Subsequently, Ing Tian waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling all illusions before him. The Inyang Academy returned to its former state, indistinguishable from its usual appearance. Ing Tian instantly surmised that a large contingent would soon emerge. Indeed, as soon as he dispelled the obstacles, individuals from the Inyang Academy surged forth from all directions, shouting for blood, as if they had been waiting for him all along. Ing Tian recognized that the Inyang Academy was not to be trifled with and that he could not allow his soldiers to perish without purpose. Without hesitation, he charged into the academy alone. Unafraid of danger, he marked the academy with a sigil, ensnaring all within, then drew his sword, infusing it with magical energy, and with a casual sweep, unleashed a blade of energy that struck down those students who were unable to evade in time. A fierce battle ensued, with casualties inevitable. Even the battle-hardened Ming Tian could not help but exclaim, "Fighting the Inyang Academy is akin to gambling with one's life. Every moment demands vigilance, for one cannot predict what means they may employ next." A moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Nonetheless, Ing Tian effortlessly vanquished the Academy's forces, casting spells with such swiftness that all within range fell, none capable of rising again. He achieved victory with ease. Ming Tian and the others cheered. "Your Highness is magnificent. Your prowess is extraordinary. Even the slightest spell can shatter them." Ing Tian remained grounded, not allowing the accolades to swell his pride. That he reminded his subordinates, "Remember, in combat against the Inyang Academy, we must never allow them to strike first. Once they do, it will be too late for us to intervene." Acknowledging this, they assured, "We will take care of ourselves. Your Highness may proceed to manage the soldiers." With that, Ying Tian turned and swiftly advanced deep into the academy. He no longer concerned himself with the external battle, for his objective was clear: to confront the traps laid by Dong Huangtai. Ying Tian was curious how Dong Huangtai would react upon learning of his arrival, whether he would fight with all his might or choose to surrender. The traps meticulously set by Dong Huangtai were renowned throughout the land, regarded as the strongest defensive implements, and no one had ever successfully breached them. Cautiously, Ying Tian pushed open the door, remaining vigilant despite having reached the celestial realm, for caution begets longevity. The Yin-Yang Academy was rife with traps, and even the beams above might conceal mechanisms. Had Ying Tian not been quick-witted, the beams might have fallen upon him. While Ming Tian and Qin Bao battled outside, the traps ahead required Ying Tian's solitary resolution. Soon, he arrived at the core area of the building, finding it austere and illuminated only by a few flickering candles. This was indeed the heart of the Yin-Yang Academy, seemingly safeguarding the entire institution. Ying Tian conducted a meticulous search but found no discernible mechanisms. Undeterred, he channeled his internal energy into the candlelight, causing a transformation within the room. His gaze fixed upon the ceiling, and he was astonished to discover that the most intricate mechanisms lay concealed above. Ying Tian ascended to the beams, peering into the hidden compartments, realizing that Dong Huangtai had prepared contingencies, crafting equipment that was not within the academy. Only those of lesser cultivation than he would be ensnared by the mechanisms, leading to their demise, while he, having transcended into the celestial realm, was spared. Ying Tian scrutinized the mechanisms before him, dismissing them as trivial. In his eyes, the so-called formations, traps, and arrows held no significance whatsoever. Chapter 41. The Siege of the Yin-Yang Academy. A web of doubts. Ying Tian was astonished to discover that he had effortlessly breached the Yin-Yang Academy. However, a critical issue arose. Since the onset of battle, he had not observed the presence of Xing Han, Yun Zhongjun, or Dong Huangtai. Had they fled? This seemed improbable, as numerous soldiers within the academy continued to resist fiercely. If they had indeed escaped, it would imply they had received advance warning of the assault. Yet he had made no public announcement. Could it be that there was a traitor within his ranks? How cowardly you members of the Yin-Yang Academy are, at the mere mention of my arrival. You all retreat like turtles. Ying Tian bellowed into the empty academy, unaware that Xing Han and the others had already departed. Upon the news of his impending arrival, they had vacated the premises, leaving the academy in a state akin to purgatory, with no one able to enter or exit safely. Ying Tian surrounded the academy with his forces, preventing any soldiers from escaping, determined to annihilate it completely. Though he launched attacks in every direction, he found no concealed mechanisms to him. The academy's facilities appeared as crude constructions, far inferior to the quality of his own troops. Such incompetence among the Yin-Yang Academy's personnel. The traps they set are hardly worth a second glance. Ying Tian jeered, having grossly overestimated the potential resistance within the academy. He was convinced that personnel remained behind, waiting for an opportunity to launch a covert strike. But he underestimated their loyalty. In truth, the leaders of the Yin-Yang Academy have absconded with their core members, leaving the academy as nothing more than a prey for him to butcher at will. Doubting that there was no one left within the academy, he commenced a thorough search for evidence from room to room. Each chamber was equipped with traps, yet his profound internal strength effortlessly repelled them. Ultimately, he found himself before a mysterious array, its intricate patterns unlike anything he had ever encountered. Delving into his memories, he discerned that this might be a powerful ancient offensive technique, though intrigued by the academy's heritage. Upon activating the array, he merely summoned a few puppets to engage him in combat, which he easily dispatched, far surpassing their capabilities. Is this all the Yin-Yang Academy has to offer? I had expected it to be far more formidable. He scoffed, having gained complete confidence in dealing with the Academy's mechanisms after breaking through to the celestial realm. Soon, he cleared the entire room. Since the traps were ineffective, he proceeded to install devices that caused the building to collapse one by one, turning it to ash. Seeing the inferno spread, Ming Tian rushed over, concerned for Ying Tian's safety. Qin Bao, you are responsible for the battle here. I shall guard the prince's palace to ensure absolute security. After saying this, Ming Tian dashed towards Ying Tian, anxiously inquiring, Your Highness, are you unharmed? Standing at the edge of the sea of flames, you haven't sustained any injuries, have you? The Yin-Yang Academy is not worth such peril. Ying Tian waved dismissively, indicating he was unscathed, and explained, Do not worry. I shall take care of myself. I have searched the academy thoroughly, yet I have not encountered Xing Han or Yun Zhongjun. I suspect they may have led the core members to escape, perhaps due to an internal leak of information. Within the confines of the Inyang Academy, those so-called mechanical devices are but trifles. With a mere wave of my hand, they scattered like dust upon the ground. Demonstrating his prowess in a manner reminiscent of Versailles, Ying Tian observed the hopeless situation of the Inyang Academy and raised his hand towards Ming Tian, saying, "You shall issue the order. If the individuals from the Inyang Academy are willing to surrender, let them do so without further violence." Ming Tian complied without hesitation. Soon, the flames of battle at the Inyang Academy began to subside. Confronted with the insurmountable strength of Ying Tian, the members of the academy wisely laid down their weapons and surrendered to him. Ying Tian did not impose any hardship upon them, yet he felt it necessary to make the academy understand the reality of their abandonment. "Your leaders, Xing Han, Yin Zhongjun, and Dong Huang Tai, have fled in fear. The only reason you remain is to delay our progress, allowing their escape to be more convenient." After speaking, Ying Tian departed, leaving the members of the Inyang Academy in a state of bewilderment. The Inyang Academy, with its long-standing legacy, was now marred by the reality of their leader's flight in times of crisis, inciting outrage among the remaining members. They had expected their leaders to protect them in critical moments, only to discover they had been betrayed. Thus, even though Ying Tian spared them, the members of the Inyang Academy spread rumors, claiming Ying Tian was bloodthirsty and more savage than pigs or dogs. Initially incredulous at these claims, Ming Tian recognized that it was Ying Tian who had spared their lives. Though he considered eradicating the members of the Inyang Academy entirely, Ying Tian counseled him. "They are merely forsaken souls. Let them know who granted them life. There is no need for total annihilation. Such an act would only validate their negative narratives. Do you understand?" Ming Tian nodded, acknowledging Ying Tian's intentions. Yet he still harbored some discontent. These individuals, consumed by their self-interests, showed ingratitude. Despite Ying Tian's explicit order not to attack the surrendering individuals, they chose to retaliate. Unfazed by this, Ying Tian remained indifferent, and after Ming Tian dealt with a few of them, the negative sentiments towards Ying Tian in the city noticeably diminished. However, the negative rumors surrounding Ying Tian did not completely dissipate. Unperturbed, he instructed Ming Tian to disregard those baseless tales. After vanquishing the Inyang Academy, court officials began deliberating on how to manage the aftermath. As discussions regarding the transfer of power emerged, it became evident that various interest groups were eager to seize the resources of the Inyang Academy. Once under the control of Xing Han, Yin Zhongjun, and Dong Huang Tai, all had now fled. Despite the devastation of the Inyang Academy, Ying Tian had shown restraint during the siege, allowing it to retain its status as an academy. Controlling the academy not only elevated one's prestige, but also offered tangible benefits. Consequently, various factions vied to determine who would become the new overseer, including the Moon Goddess and Dongjun Yanfei among them. Ying Tian, fully aware of their ulterior motives, promptly eliminated them from the list of candidates. Governing the Inyang Academy was a lucrative opportunity, one that should not be sullied by others tarnishing its hard-earned reputation. In the court assembly, Ying Tian directly addressed the gathered officials, declaring, "Recently, regarding the selection of the acting overseer of the Inyang Academy, numerous ministers have sent representatives to recommend candidates to me. However, I shall not elaborate on the methods of recommendation. I am well aware of my suitable choice." His words carried a weight of indignation, forbidding any interference in his decision. The ministers below, acutely aware of Ying Tian's anger, promptly knelt in submission, pleading for his mercy. "Your Highness, we only wish to alleviate your concerns, harboring no ulterior motives. We implore your understanding," they earnestly stated. "Indeed, Your Highness, we serve the nation wholeheartedly, striving for the welfare of the state. Please forgive our oversight this time. We shall certainly exercise caution in the future and not repeat our mistakes. Your Highness, should we have offended you in any way, we humbly ask for your forgiveness, vowing never to err again." Upon seeing the ministers humbly admitting their faults, Ying Tian felt a twinge of compassion and simply gestured for them to rise. He then continued, "As for the matter of the acting overseer of the Inyang Academy, I have my own considerations and do not require your discussion on this matter. Should anyone dare to mention this in my presence again, they shall be expelled from the capital." Thus, the position of the acting overseer of the Inyang Academy remained vacant, with no one knowing who Ying Tian had chosen in his heart. However, under Ying Tian's guidance, the people had tempered their ambitions, no longer coveting those lucrative positions. Now, within the realm of Daqin, peace reigned, and the populace led prosperous lives. Ying Tian continued to expand his endeavors in the court, drawing in talent to bolster his own strength, yet he was not in a hurry to reveal his capabilities. In private, Ing Tian discreetly courted some yet-to-be-noticed minor officials, avoiding drawing attention while simultaneously enriching his ranks. At this moment, a contingent arrived at the gates of the Qin kingdom. The individuals were robust in stature and appeared as though they meant to invade. Fortunately, their numbers were not great. Otherwise, the soldiers guarding the city might have mistaken them for a large-scale assault. This contingent comprised around 40 individuals, clad in peculiar attire, distinctly not resembling either the Xiongnu or the people of the Central Plains. Their appearance was unfamiliar to the city guards. However, they possessed passage papers, piquing the curiosity of the guards regarding their identity. The leader of the group refused to disclose their identity, stating, "You are in the Qin kingdom. Upon your arrival, you ought to clarify your intentions. Otherwise, we will not permit your entry. Please be explicit." Faced with the fierce guards, the strangely attired individuals had no choice but to relent, initially unwilling to reveal their identity. They ultimately conceded for the sake of entering the Qin kingdom. "We hail from the distant land of Rome, seeking to establish friendly relations with your esteemed nation. It would be prudent for you to allow us entry. Otherwise, any delay in diplomacy could bear consequences you may not wish to confront." Upon hearing Romans, the guards were taken aback, scrutinizing the newcomers. Having never heard of Rome, they questioned whether these oddly dressed individuals were merely Xiongnu spies. Just as the guards were poised to apprehend the Romans, a galloping knight appeared at the city gate. Clad in armor, it was evident that he held a significant position within the court. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he bore the insignia of a third-rank official. The guards immediately knelt, respectfully greeting him. "Greetings, my lord, we are unaware of your purpose for visiting today." The knight disregarded the guards' formalities and addressed the Romans, saying, "I apologize, Roman friends, for our failure to greet you in a timely manner. Due to our oversight, we have caused you alarm. I hope for your understanding. Our people are known for their hospitality and look forward to fostering a friendship with you Romans." Upon hearing the general's words, the guards realized their error. These strangely attired individuals were not Xiongnu spies, but rather true Roman envoys with amicable intentions. The realization sent a wave of trepidation through the guards, who had intercepted the envoys and perceived them as adversaries. If word spread, the repercussions could be dire. The Roman representative appeared magnanimous, patting the general on the shoulder, and said, "We have long heard of your nation's stringent security measures, and what we have witnessed today is indeed as expected. Should you not exercise caution, enemy nations could easily acquire vital intelligence." Thus, the guard committed no fault, and the general need not lay blame. "We were eager to witness the splendor of the Qin kingdom, which prompted us to hasten our journey. Reducing it from 3 days to 2 that our failure to notify you in advance was indeed our oversight." The general quickly apologized to the leader of the Roman envoys, saying, "Thank you for your understanding. Our nation maintains strict requirements in certain respects, and we hope for your tolerance. Without further ado, I shall escort you to an inn where you may rest. You have journeyed a great distance, and we must arrange a welcoming banquet for you forthwith." As the general warmly welcomed them, the Romans relaxed their demeanor and followed him confidently into the territory of Daqin. Upon stepping onto the streets of Daqin, the Romans immediately attracted the attention of all the common folk, their appearance and attire being exceedingly peculiar. The citizens of Daqin, having never encountered such figures, were filled with curiosity about their identity. The people of Daqin gazed upon the Romans, whose hair and eye colors were markedly different from their own, and felt a sense of astonishment. Meanwhile, the Romans smiled amicably at the citizens of Daqin, with some even extending their hands in greeting, while others clasped hands with them. This left the people of the Great Qin in a state of astonishment. How could these strangers be so cheerful and generous? The news swiftly reached Ing Tian's ears, and only then did he realize that the Romans were about to visit the Qin state. Boldly, "Are the Romans coming to Qin, and I should only learn of this upon their arrival? Do you not regard the presence of your crown prince? Shouldn't such news have been communicated to me in advance? Who, pray tell, has deliberately concealed this information?" Ing Tian seethed with rage, fully aware that this was the handiwork of Zhao Gao. Their relationship had always been strained, with Zhao Gao consistently undermining him, a pattern that was far from new. However, establishing friendly relations with Rome was of paramount importance to the Qin state. Setting aside where the Romans hailed from, Qin knew almost nothing about this unfamiliar nation. Should the Roman army launch a sudden assault, it was likely that even those within the Qin would be at a loss. The abrupt entrance of a foreign power into their territory would unnerve anyone. Yet, no one had informed Ing Tian of this situation. "Your Highness, we have only just learned of this ourselves. From my inquiries, it was supposed to be Prince Fusu who was responsible for this matter, but for reasons unknown, It seems Prince Huai has taken over this task from the first emperor and is now managing it entirely. As for the rationale, we may need to consult Prince Huai's thoughts on this. Your Highness, please remain calm. Ing Tian clenched his fists, perplexed as to why Huai was being so thoughtless. Yet, he could not afford to be distracted. His primary concern was to properly receive the Roman envoys. Simultaneously, he was eager to uncover the true intentions behind their visit. Very well, Your Highness, do not be angry. Let us go see what the Romans are truly plotting. Ing Tian no longer hesitated. He mounted his horse and, alongside Meng Tian, proceeded to the relay station to investigate the Romans' purpose. In order to avoid drawing attention, the two of them changed into plain clothes and even disguised their appearances to prevent recognition. Your Highness, you mentioned the Romans' sudden visit seems to be one of friendly exchange. What could their true intentions be? Are they seeking an alliance, or perhaps the status of a vassal state? Ing Tian shook his head as he deliberated with Meng Tian. The Romans' arrival was undoubtedly laden with ulterior motives. There was no need for excessive explanation. Ing Tian's memories reminded him that the Romans were not to be underestimated. Enough. Meng Tian, do not linger. Immediately dispatch someone to monitor these Romans. We must not let them slip from our sight. I want to know their every move. Should this matter not be handled well, you shall bear the consequences. Meng Tian understood the gravity of the situation and promptly bowed to Ing Tian before hastening to act. Ing Tian remained behind, observing the actions of the Romans. However, several hours passed, and the Romans did not display any unusual behavior. Nor did they even venture outside. Ing Tian was bewildered. Did these Romans, who had traveled such a distance, come merely to sit in a room and chat? His instincts told him that there lurked hidden secrets behind their facade. Yet, despite sending spies day and night, the Romans cleverly concealed their intentions, revealing no vulnerabilities. Ing Tian pondered. It seemed that only at the court the next day would their purpose for coming to Qin be unveiled. Huai was truly infuriating. Despite being foreigners with impure intentions, they had kept him in the dark. Both he and Huai were Qin's subjects, yet in matters of state, Huai behaved so recklessly. Ing Yun resolved that once this matter was concluded, he would teach Huai a lesson, ensuring he understood the proper conduct. Meanwhile, the Romans sat in their inn, dejected and silent. When Ing Tian witnessed this scene, he genuinely thought the Roman envoy resembled a specter emerging from a tomb. Quietly seated and utterly motionless, such a scene appeared exceedingly eerie. The following day, during the morning court of the Qin dynasty, the envoys from the Roman Empire entered the palace accompanied by a large retinue. As Ing Tian observed their grand procession, unease filled his heart. Deep down, he believed that the Roman delegation's visit to Qin was not an act of goodwill, although they had not taken any overt actions. Ing Yun's intuition told him they were not benign actors. The first emperor had long been aware of the impending visit from the Roman envoys, yet he remained puzzled about the purpose behind the Roman Empire's delegation. Were they genuinely here to establish diplomatic relations, or did they harbor ulterior motives? The first emperor held doubts regarding the sincerity of the Roman Empire's intentions to ally with Qin. Especially given the Romans' reputation for cunning, he dared not assume their visit was solely for diplomacy. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy at the arrival of the Roman envoys, as it indirectly demonstrated the strength of Qin and served as an excellent opportunity to showcase the nation's power to the world. In the court, the first emperor greeted the Roman envoys with a broad smile, saying, "You have journeyed a great distance to reach our land. Surely, you must be quite fatigued. How did you fare during your stay at the inn last night?" The Roman envoy politely replied, "We are grateful for your concern, Your Majesty. Our stay at the inn was pleasant, and we greatly appreciate your country's warm hospitality." Upon hearing this, the first emperor beamed even wider and whispered to Zhao Gao, "Let us reward the official who received the Roman envoys yesterday, allowing him to continue guiding them to explore our unique attractions." Zhao Gao quickly nodded, eagerly affirming, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, your command will be executed promptly. Roman envoys, you need not worry. I will dispatch the finest team to accompany you as you explore the entirety of Qin, ensuring your satisfaction upon your return," Zhao Gao said, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as if he were merging with the Roman envoys. Ing Tian found this scene repugnant. Zhao Gao, regardless of whom he faced, always wore a grin, resembling a natural-born socialite. The Roman envoys then presented their nation's concealed treasures to the first emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, please accept the most unique treasure of Rome, which we were especially instructed to present to you as a token of our sincerity in establishing relations." The first emperor was delighted by this and grinned broadly, exclaiming, The Roman Empire has truly shown great thoughtfulness by bringing such valuable gifts from afar. Attendants, swiftly provide seats for the Roman envoys that he continued. Please retrieve the East Lake Pearl from the treasury as a gift from our Qin to the Roman Empire in return. However, the Roman envoys declined, stating, Your Majesty, we have come to Qin to establish relations. The gift should be presented by us. Furthermore, Your Majesty need not bestow any precious gifts in return, though our offering may be modest. It expresses our sincerity. Upon hearing this, the first emperor deemed the envoys' reasoning valid and decided to let them take the gift. Roman envoys, there is no need for formality. Accept the gift without concern for whether it is appropriate. You have presented us with a gift. We shall reciprocate. This embodies the principle of reciprocity that our great Qin upholds. Despite the Roman envoys' outward display of normalcy, as if genuinely seeking diplomacy, Ying Tian remained skeptical of their behavior, harboring lingering doubts about their intentions. Why had they chosen this moment to establish relations with Qin? At that moment, the Roman envoy elucidated their purpose for visiting. We seek to ally with Qin for two primary reasons. Firstly, Qin is a formidable power. We have heard of your conquest of the Xiongnu and the incorporation of their territories, which is a commendable achievement. This signifies a further elevation of Qin's strength. Secondly, our nation deeply admires your customs and culture, which is why we have undertaken this long journey to Qin, hoping that His Majesty the First Emperor will grant us an opportunity for friendship and facilitate exchanges with your esteemed nation. The explanation from the Roman envoy clarified their intentions for all present. The Romans had come to Qin to congratulate them on their victory over the Xiongnu. Indeed, the Xiongnu's vast territory extended far and could potentially reach Rome, making the news of their defeat unsurprising. Should neighboring nations become aware of this news, they would likely feel uneasy, fearing that Qin's next target might be them. Thus, the Roman Empire hastened to send envoys in hopes of swiftly establishing relations with Qin to prevent any military incursions that could lead to more severe consequences. Not only destruction of their homes, but also the possibility of facing far graver predicaments. After a round of boasting in the court, the first emperor arranged accommodations for the Roman delegation and dispatched Zhao Gao to accompany them on a tour of Qin's main attractions. The Roman envoys were unreserved, engaging Zhao Gao in discussions about the local customs and points of interest throughout Qin. Zhao Gao, in turn, was forthcoming with information, displaying utmost hospitality and eager to please the Roman envoys. May I inquire which aspects of our culture and customs have piqued your interest? Once you specify, I shall plan an itinerary for you tomorrow, guiding you through the fascinating sights of Qin. Naturally, the Roman envoys were charmed by Zhao Gao's attentiveness. Who could harbor disdain in the presence of a servile feline? We shall first express our gratitude to Lord Zhao. After we confer, we will inform you of our preferences, at which point we hope you will lead us on our explorations. However, the first emperor did not fully trust the Roman envoys. After they expressed their gratitude and departed, he immediately summoned his ministers and Ying Tian to the court to deliberate on the sudden proposal for an alliance from the Roman envoys. The ministers below voiced their opinions. Some believed that the Roman envoys were purely motivated by admiration, fearing that Qin's might view them as the next target of aggression, hence their visit to forge ties, what might be termed as the strong seeking favor, coming from all directions. Yet others were skeptical of the Roman Empire's sincerity. According to rumors, the Roman Empire had been engaged in warfare for many years, with valiant soldiers and a military might comparable to that of the Xiongnu, enjoying peace and prosperity. Given this, why would such a powerful nation proactively seek an alliance with Qin? This posed a question worthy of deep contemplation. Ying Tian found himself in a quandary he observed for 2 days, finding no flaws in the Roman envoys' team, despite having personally tracked them for an extended period. The current situation is that Ying Tian harbors suspicions that they are concealing certain secrets, yet lacks definitive evidence. The ministers in attendance have begun to quarrel, as it is evident that these Roman envoys harbor ulterior motives. Approaching with mere trinkets in hopes of forging an alliance, how can one be convinced of their sincerity? Your Majesty, you must deliberate carefully, even if they genuinely seek to ally with our nation. Do they not fear being annihilated by our Qin state in the future, repeating the fate of the Xiongnu? Your Majesty, I believe that the Qin state should focus on recuperation and not overthink matters. Although our previous battle with the Xiongnu did not deplete our forces significantly, the reality of years of warfare has taken its toll. Many soldiers are utterly fatigued. It would be wiser to take this time to recuperate and develop agriculture. Qin Shi Huang, troubled by the minister's debate, turned to inquire specifically of Ying Tian. Ying Tian, What is your perspective on this matter, Father? I believe we cannot ascertain the true intentions of the Roman envoys at present. But exercising caution is always prudent. We must remain vigilant, yet not overtly so, ensuring that the Roman envoys do not discern our intentions. In summary, safety is paramount. At that moment, Zhao Gao, seeing Ying Tian oppose the Roman envoys, immediately countered sharply, "Your Majesty, I contend that the arrival of these Roman envoys to our Qin dynasty, seeking friendship, is purely out of admiration for us. The Xiongnu have been troubling our borders for years. Surely the Romans have suffered similarly and cannot find rest. Now, having heard of our victory over the Xiongnu, they come eagerly to forge ties. Your Majesty, please reflect on this." Zhao Gao harbored resentment towards Ying Tian for having been punished previously. And Ying Tian was aware of Zhao Gao's motives. Yet, considering the circumstances, he deemed it inappropriate to expose Zhao Gao's true intentions in that moment. After all, he had only recently accused Zhao Gao. Thus, Ying Tian refrained from unmasking his disguise. However, before Qin Shi Huang could express his stance, Zhao Gao continued, "These Roman envoys come to congratulate us on our victory over the Xiongnu. This is their goodwill. Your Majesty, our great Qin should possess a spirit of inclusivity, welcoming the visit of the Romans. If we fail to respond with goodwill and question the sincerity of the Roman delegation, would we not appear short-sighted in their eyes? Such actions would only lead them to perceive our great Qin as petty, which would be detrimental to us and tarnish our reputation as a great power." Zhao Gao's remarks drew murmurs of dissent among the ministers below. What does it mean to be petty and damage the dignity of the Qin? Could Zhao Gao not discern the gravity of the situation? He should serve Qin Shi Huang, yet he seemed to advocate for the Roman envoys. Ying Zheng scoffed, taken aback by Zhao Gao's lack of discernment. In the face of national affairs, Zhao Gao only sought to oppose him, disregarding the nation's interests entirely. At that moment, Ying Zheng conceived a desire to take measures against Zhao Gao. "Minister, your words are inappropriate. Regardless, I support the Crown Prince's cautious approach. Prudence will ensure longevity. After all, the Roman Empire is an unfamiliar entity to us, and we must tread carefully in all matters." Ultimately, Qin Shi Huang resolved to observe the situation. Enough of this debate. We shall first dispatch a small team to follow the Roman envoys, acting discreetly to ascertain their true intentions. Dismissed. However, Ying Tian remained uneasy. Despite the monitoring team already in place, he worried that Zhao Gao might engage in covert machinations. Thus, he dispatched Wei Zhuang to surveil and investigate the envoy's residence. Wei Zhuang, skilled in martial arts, recognized that the small team sent by Qin Shi Huang was merely a fade, lacking genuine intent to investigate the Roman delegation. As this was Zhao Gao's design, Ying Tian resolved to exploit this opportunity to further distance Zhao Gao from himself, weary of their confrontations and preparing to deliver a decisive blow once more. Wei Zhuang concealed himself on the rooftop, overhearing the Roman envoy's conversation. Within the delegation, the Romans whispered among themselves, "Today we met with Qin Shi Huang, though he is vigilant. As long as we conceal our weapons within our hair and have one person masquerade as a gift-bearer, we can reach the depths of the Grand Hall, and our hidden weapons can then strike directly at Qin Shi Huang. That I believe this plan is feasible. Upon successful assassination, we merely need to signal, and the Xiongnu border troops will surely seize the opportunity to attack. At that point, we can find a place to hide. Wouldn't it be easy for us to take down the great Qin?" Wei Zhuang's heart trembled upon hearing these discussions. He had not anticipated such nefarious schemes from the Romans. Upon receiving the news, Wei Zhuang promptly returned to report to Ying Tian. After listening to Wei Zhuang's account, Ying Tian smirked, firmly convinced that the Romans harbored ill intentions. From the moment he encountered them, he sensed that they were not genuinely seeking diplomacy, but had ulterior motives. These Romans, how contemptible! They appeared friendly on the surface, yet sought to incite turmoil and usurp the great Qin from behind. You have done well in this matter, but as of now, only you are aware of it. We require tangible evidence. Tomorrow, I will discuss this with the ministers. Continue to monitor them, and should any disturbances arise, report back immediately." Wei Zhuang, confident in Ying Tian's plans, bowed and withdrew to continue surveilling the Roman envoy. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao believed that the Roman envoys were sincerely seeking friendship, as Qin Shi Huang had tasked him with accompanying them on their tour. Thus, his role was to lead the Roman envoys through the market and shops day after day. Zhao Gao and his party frequently appeared between the western city and the outskirts, and soon after, he rode alongside the Roman delegation to engage in Kuju. Zhao Gao seemed to be quite an exceptional guide, which took Ying Tian by surprise, as he had no inkling of Zhao Gao's talent for leading visitors. Due to Zhao Gao's constant companionship, The members of the Roman delegation found their exchanges with him most agreeable, thinking him to be quite outstanding. Consequently, the Roman delegation seized the opportunity to propose to Qin Shi Huang that Zhao Gao would be an excellent choice, hoping he could be granted more time to accompany them on their tour. Upon hearing the Roman delegation's feedback, Qin Shi Huang was secretly astonished. The Roman envoys had lingered in the Qin state for half a month. Conventionally, they ought to have returned immediately after establishing diplomatic ties, yet they seemed disinclined to depart. Clearly, the Roman delegation's objective was Qin Shi Huang. Should they succeed in assassination, they would undoubtedly seek refuge within the city. Once news of Qin Shi Huang's assassination spread, the city gates would close, making their escape nearly impossible unless they awaited the Roman army to assault the city, which might provide them with a chance to flee. Through Zhao Gao's amicable companionship, the Roman delegation gained a preliminary understanding of the internal affairs of the Qin state. As night fell, Wei Zhuang stealthily approached the location where the delegation was conspiring, where they expressed gratitude for Zhao Gao's revelations during their excursions. Thanks to Zhao Gonggong's detailed introduction, we can plan to infiltrate and seize the defense map tonight. Once we obtain it, the Great Qin will be at our mercy. Our Lord is wise, and Zhao Gonggong's assistance has expedited our actions. Upon learning of the Roman delegation's plans, Wei Zhuang hurried back to report to Ying Tian, who had already devised a countermeasure. Wei Zhuang, take your men to monitor them. The moment they attempt to steal the dummy defense map, apprehend them all at once. We must seize both the person and the goods. Next, Ying Tian laid a trap, setting a fake defense map to lure them, ready to issue the command for their arrest at the right moment. Ying Tian's strategy was meticulous and comprehensive, and Wei Zhuang understood this well. Pledging to execute it immediately, Your Highness, I will lead my men to monitor them and ensure I do not disappoint your expectations. Ying Tian, concerned about potential oversights in the plan, summoned Bai Feng to create a fake defense map and reassign the guarding soldiers, granting the Roman delegation an opportunity to steal it. That night, the Roman envoys donned night attire, while Wei Zhuang closely monitored their movements. Upon detecting signs of activity, Wei Zhuang quietly positioned his men around the residence, preparing to capture them red-handed. Everything prepared. This is a critical moment for the survival of our Roman Empire. We must execute the mission flawlessly. The members of the delegation encouraged one another before setting off. They proceeded with caution, eliminating all soldiers they encountered along the way. Though Ying Tian had reassigned most of them, some soldiers remained on patrol. Wei Zhuang witnessed his compatriots being slain, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet he understood the importance of the larger picture and could only endure. Although the Roman delegation advanced cautiously, they were unaware that the location of the defense map was utterly unguarded, exactly as Ying Tian had planned. After days of observation, the Romans had pinpointed the map's location, even knowing the timing of the guard changes, preparing to strike at the moment of handover. When the soldiers conducted their patrol handover, the Roman envoys swiftly infiltrated the area. The members of the Roman delegation displayed exceptional martial prowess, utilizing lightness skills never before seen, leaving onlookers in awe. However, despite the towering walls, their landings were silent, as if they glided through the air with effortless grace. Meng Tian, stationed at the opposite camp with a god's eye view, observed the unfolding scene and could not help but chuckle softly. Having grasped the entire situation, he found the stealthy movements of the Roman delegation within the camp quite comical. Meng Tian thought of leading the army to capture these treacherous individuals, his spirits lifted at the prospect of showcasing his abilities. Ying Tian shot a glance to silence Meng Tian's amusement, reminding him not to be too frivolous, as if he were a foolish dog grinning. Stop laughing. If it weren't for Wei Zhuang's hours of diligent observation atop the rooftop, do you think we could easily obtain this intelligence? Ying Tian's words interrupted Meng Tian's laughter. The Roman delegation was nearing the room where the defense map was concealed. At this moment, Ying Tian was thoroughly prepared. Uncertain of the hidden talents within the Roman delegation, thus he resolved to charge into battle personally. Chapter 36. This Roman delegation comprises approximately 40 to 50 individuals, and Ying Tian found it difficult to assess their strength, as some may have deliberately concealed their true abilities or diminished their presence. As someone who had never before encountered the Roman Empire, Ying Tian found himself at a loss regarding the number of formidable opponents he faced. Consequently, he deployed a substantial contingent of soldiers around the encampment, including archers, artillerymen, and cavalry, to prevent any Roman envoys from escaping unnoticed. One envoy remained stationed at the gate, vigilantly observing their surroundings for a chance to flee. They foolishly believed that the Qin state was no more than a trivial matter, noting that even Qin Shi Huang was easily assassinated, and that securing a map of defenses was a trivial task, rendering them a laughingstock among great powers. However, just as they obtained a counterfeit map, Ing Tian emerged with his forces. The Roman envoy had not anticipated that Ing Tian would unravel their scheme at such a critical moment and rally a significant army to confront them. Despite being outnumbered, the Romans did not falter. Instead, they provocatively declared, "Now that you have discovered our presence, what of it? Even if you are of the celestial realm, we have several among us of equal caliber. Why not settle this in combat?" Ing Tian, undeterred by the Roman envoy's threats, possessed strength far beyond that of the celestial realm, wielding an unparalleled weapon. Although he lacked absolute confidence when facing dozens of opponents, he was resolute that he could detain them within Qin territory. "Enough talk. Let us begin," he proclaimed. "You tread upon our land, bearing classified intelligence. A death sentence awaits." With that, the clash of blades erupted, the sounds of swords and knives ringing in the air. Ing Tian faced the onslaught of three individuals. Realizing that the Roman envoy also boasted 3 masters of the celestial realm, he felt a glimmer of hope that these warriors might prove to be worthy allies in battle. "When did you uncover our plans?" the leader of the Roman envoy inquired, fully aware that his subordinates would not betray him. Ing Tian replied, "From the moment you entered the city, I remained vigilant if you have fallen into my grasp. It can only be said that fortune has not favored you." With that, he disregarded the leader's trivial questions and launched a powerful assault, striking the leader directly. Though the Roman envoy was few in number, Ing Tian commanded thousands of troops, ensuring their escape was improbable. Yet, faced with such overwhelming force, the Romans remained steadfast and refused to surrender. "We, the Roman Empire, shall not bow to vermin such as you. Either we perish here today, or we shall never show weakness." Their audacity astonished Ing Tian, who could not help but smile. "Since you seek death so fervently, allow me to grant you a swift passage." He harbored a deep-seated prejudice against them. Having dared to invade his country, he showed no mercy. He then issued a command: "Leave no Roman envoy alive. If you can retrieve their heads, you shall be rewarded with honors and riches." At Ing Tian's command, the soldiers of Qin seemed to be infused with a newfound vigor, charging forward with relentless determination. However, the Roman envoy was formidable, having concealed their presence and adopted a cautious approach since entering Qin territory, causing some of Ing Tian's soldiers to underestimate them and fall into a passive position. Thus far, the Roman envoy had yet to taste defeat. Most of the soldiers Ing Tian brought were valiant and skilled commanders. Yet they had never faced the Roman Empire directly. Consequently, they struggled to conclude the battle swiftly, primarily due to their unfamiliarity with Roman tactics. As the battle grew increasingly stalemated, Ing Tian decided to join the fray personally. The strength of the Roman envoy was not to be underestimated, particularly the 3 masters who had reached the celestial realm. Their combined prowess exerted considerable pressure on Ing Tian. Each of these 3 possessed distinct specialties. One excelled in swordsmanship, another in magic, and the third in knife techniques, each wielding immense power. Faced with their united front, Ing Tian, even in solitary combat, managed to maintain an advantage. However, the Roman envoy began to panic, realizing that even their strongest 3 could not best Ing Tian. And the situation was dire. This served to illustrate that Ing Tian's strength surpassed all expectations. Few could contend with him across the realm. We are unable to break through the encirclement. We must sacrifice a portion of our number to safeguard the key figures. Fels, appointed in this critical moment, had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Initially hoping for a safe retreat for all, he now found himself compelled to attempt a solitary escape. Determined, Fels resolved to break through the siege by himself. Vowing to fulfill the leader's expectations and deliver the defense map to the emperor personally, "I shall not disappoint my sovereign." The Roman envoys understood that relying solely on themselves was futile. They endeavored to employ their only strategy to reverse their fortunes. From a distance, Ing Tian sensed the movements of the envoys. Though far away, his celestial realm perception allowed him to overhear their conversations. Observing the furtive actions and whispered exchanges of the Roman envoys, Ing Tian concocted a plan. He believed that the Roman envoys were overestimating their chances, attempting to confront his vast forces with a mere handful of individuals. He turned to Meng Tian and instructed, "Create a small opening shortly, leading them to believe they have a viable opportunity. That diminutive fellow may yet escape." Although victory was nearly within reach, with the prospect of annihilating the enemy within 20 minutes, Ing Tian ordered the release of one individual. Meng Tian, perplexed, inquired about the reasoning behind this decision. Ing Tian explained that he had arranged for Bai Feng to forge a counterfeit defense map, ensuring that the Xiongnu would possess a false document while the genuine one remained securely stored. Proceed as planned, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian comprehended Ing Tian's strategic foresight. He realized that every action taken by Ing Tian bore significant meaning, and the release of one individual might serve a greater purpose. Consequently, Meng Tian discreetly signaled his subordinates to execute the plan. Initially bewildered, they soon marveled at Ing Tian's cunning and strategic acumen. Recognizing his long-term vision, Ing Tian took the lead, swiftly slaying several Roman envoys to prevent further escapes, simultaneously forcing the leader into a corner. He then signaled to Meng Tian to commence their operation. Meng Tian, upon receiving the cue, promptly directed his subordinates to adhere strictly to the plan. Before long, the Roman envoys noticed the irregularities, perhaps realizing the deliberate vulnerabilities Ing Tian had exposed, and their attacks intensified. Remember, you must personally deliver all items to His Majesty. Do not delay. With that, the leader boldly charged into the fray, creating an opening for Fels, a scene both heart-wrenching and heroic. Fels, of course, would not resist to the bitter end. He understood that he must honor the leader's sacrifice. Fels concealed the tactical map within his being, and under the leader's desperate cover, he finally managed to escape. The Roman envoys mistakenly believed their plan had succeeded, reveling in their perceived triumph. Yet, from his vantage point, Ing Tian had long since discerned their intentions, having meticulously lured the Roman envoys into making such decisions. The situation was firmly within Ing Tian's grasp. Brothers, charge. We must protect one another. This is the fruit of our struggle for survival. Witnessing the Roman envoys' fervent attempts to break free, Ing Tian was confident that their plan was nearing fruition. Nevertheless, he still had to maintain the facade and issue a statement regarding the ruse. Bring forth the escaped Roman, apprehend him and interrogate him thoroughly. We must reclaim the tactical map. Meng Tian understood Ing Tian's mockery, recognizing that his previous words were merely intended to reassure the Roman envoys. Thus, he played along with Ing Tian's charade. It is my subordinate's failure to have allowed that wretched Roman to escape. I shall immediately lead the pursuit. This performance by the master and servant was flawlessly executed, falling perfectly within the perception of the Roman envoys. The Roman envoys were acutely aware that they could not allow their companion to be recaptured. Brothers, hold the line. We must not let Ing Tian or that brutish man out of our sight. We must buy Fels more time. In response, the Roman envoys launched an even more ferocious assault. Seeing the plan take effect, Ing Tian retaliated mercilessly. Soon, the Roman envoys found themselves in disarray. Ing Tian mused to himself. These so-called Romans are hardly impressive. Despite some challenges, he ultimately emerged victorious. The outcome of the battle was unequivocal. Ing Tian's forces triumphed on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the commotion surrounding the Roman envoys' attempted theft of the tactical map drew the attention of nearby citizens, who quickly recognized that a conflict was unfolding. After all, who would shout and clash swords in the dead of night? The sounds of clashing blades echoed incessantly, and soon, Qin Shi Huang received word of the audacious Roman attempts to pilfer his tactical map. Fortunately, Ing Tian had already mobilized his troops. Yet, despite Ing Tian's presence, Qin Shi Huang remained uncertain whether the defense map had indeed been stolen. Upon hearing the news, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Concerned whether Ing Tian could safeguard the map. If lost, his throne might be at stake. Should the Roman Empire acquire the map, attacking the great Qin would be as effortless as child's play. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Qin Shi Huang summoned Ing Tian to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao, serving as a eunuch, learned of this alarming news. Good heavens, the Romans dare to harbor rebellious intentions? Having been in close proximity to them, he had failed to detect such treachery. How egregious a dereliction of duty! Once a staunch supporter of Rome, he now found himself thoroughly embarrassed. Within a minute, Zhao Gao received a summons from Qin Shi Huang. Aware that evasion was no longer an option, he steeled himself to confront the emperor in the palace. Ing Tian had indeed captured several Romans. Despite leaving some alive, the majority had perished beneath his sword. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang also summoned Ing Tian. The latter sensed the emperor's curiosity regarding the events, but chose to withhold certain information for the sake of undermining Zhao Gao. Thus, when first addressing Qin Shi Huang, Ing Tian refrained from divulging the entire truth, opting instead for ambiguity. Father, I had intended to retire for the night when my subordinates suddenly reported that the Roman envoys were attempting to compromise military secrets. I immediately gathered forces to investigate. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he discovered the tumult caused by the Roman invoice theft of the map, where Ming Tian, by phone, and others were already engaged in confrontation. Ming Tian continued, however, due to excessive secrecy, we were unable to prepare in time, allowing them to succeed. Qin Shi Huang's heart sank at these words. The Roman invoice had indeed stolen the strategic map of the nation. What was to be done? At that moment, Qin Shi Huang appeared exceedingly anxious, as any ruler would be when faced with such a dire situation. After all, the military layout is intrinsically linked to the survival of the nation. A matter of utmost gravity. Beside him, Zhao Gao was equally as restless as an ant on a hot pan, anxiously listening to Ming Tian's report to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Gao never anticipated that the Romans could be so audacious, daring to steal vital state secrets right under the emperor's nose. Such a blunder was a heavy burden on Zhao Gao's conscience. He was acutely aware that he could not evade the impending punishment. Indeed, the next moment, the furious voice of Qin Shi Huang resounded. Zhao Gao, how have you managed this situation? I entrusted you with the reception of the Romans. How could they abscond with my layout while you remained oblivious? And you lot, I commanded you to surveil the Romans, yet you accomplished nothing. They have all fled, and you remain utterly ignorant. What a bunch of inept fools. The emperor's outburst did nothing to alter the reality. The layout had already been pilfered by the Romans. The pressing priority was to swiftly recover the fleeing Romans and reclaim the map. However, searching for a single individual in such a vast city was no simple task, even though the Romans bore distinct characteristics. If they chose to conceal themselves, the search could prove to be exceedingly protracted. Zhao Gao, after years of nurturing you, you have proven incompetent. What purpose do you serve at my side? Depart at once. I have no desire to lay eyes upon you again, nor will I grant you the opportunity to amend your mistakes. You officials, what did you once proclaim? That the Romans sought peace, yet now, receiving such generous salaries, yet engaging in such absurdities, a pack of worthless sycophants. Faced with the emperor's wrath, the ministers quaked in terror, unsure how to remedy the situation. They could only implore Qin Shi Huang to temper his fury. But in such circumstances, who could remain at ease upon the dragon throne? The situation was dire, and all were eager to discover a means to break the stalemate. Zhao Gao, steeling himself, responded to Qin Shi Huang. It is entirely my dereliction. I failed to discern their nefarious intentions during the encounter with the Roman delegation. My foolishness is deserving of the gravest punishment. However, Your Majesty, given the current state of affairs, we must immediately dispatch personnel to pursue the fleeing Romans. Yet, as Ming Tian interrupted Zhao Gao to redirect the conversation, he interjected, Father, I have already sent troops to pursue the Roman, but their cunning may render our efforts futile. Upon hearing this, the court was struck with astonishment. If the Romans truly succeeded in returning the layout to Rome, the nation would be in grave peril. Defensive measures might not be adjusted in time, and within 6 months, the Roman Empire could launch an invasion. Your Majesty, I believe our foremost task is to capture the Romans. No matter their cunning, they cannot instantaneously return to Rome. Although Zhao Gao endeavored to persuade Qin Shi Huang, he too was engulfed in panic. The loss of the layout felt like a catastrophe, yet all understood that the enemy now possessed the map, and retrieval seemed implausible. Qin Shi Huang was now beyond enraged. Within a single day, the Romans had transformed from allies to adversaries. That he calmly commanded Ming Tian to bring forth the Romans waiting outside the hall. Ming Tian swiftly escorted the bound Romans into the presence of the emperor. They gazed upon the numerous ministers without fear, for they had long prepared to pay the ultimate price for their treachery against a foreign state, a crime punishable by the annihilation of their entire lineage. The Roman leader, realizing escape was impossible, resolved to utter a mad proclamation before the assembly. However, Qin Shi Huang remained unperturbed, seated regally upon the throne, coldly addressing the Romans. Your lives and deaths rest solely in my hands. Do not harbor delusions of rescue from your comrades, nor shall I afford you the chance to live. When war erupts between our nations, I will not use you as bargaining chips against the Romans. For you have always been mere pawns in this game. Nevertheless, if you are willing to acknowledge your errors and provide me with valuable intelligence, I may consider sparing your lives. Behold, how prosperous is the great Qin. What can Rome offer you in return? Qin Shi Huang endeavored to dismantle the psychological defenses of the Roman leader. Though Qin Shi Huang's words were eloquent, the Roman leader remained resolute, unmoved by the emperor's entreaties. As if the emperor's rhetoric held no significance whatsoever,